In the twilight of a bizarre apocalypse, malevolence reigns supreme. Individuals continuously receive enigmatic tasks, and only by uncovering the glimmers of hope within these tasks can they hope to survive. In his previous life, Chu Yang struggled to endure 5 years in this eerie world, mustering the courage to seize a powerful artifact from the hands of the malevolent emperor of the strange, only to be cast into the river of Hades by a single blow. Reborn into a new existence, Chu Yang awakens the 10,000-fold return system, allowing him to spend a single soul coin and receive a staggering 10,000 in return. With another expenditure of 10,000 soul coins, he is rewarded with a monumental 100 million. In this uncanny apocalypse, soul coins serve as the ultimate currency. Possessing an abundance grants one the power to recruit formidable entities as subordinates and alter the rules of these bizarre tasks. While others engage in fierce battles over mere fragments of soul coins, Chu Yang embarks on a frenzied shopping spree. A blood-soaked high school? Purchased. The Shadow Night Market? Acquired. The Underworld high-speed rail? Secured. One by one, these peculiar realms fall under Chu Yang's dominion, transforming him through the fortunes they bestow. That headless knight seems formidable. Buy. A mere human dares to negotiate with me? By my contract, a monthly salary of 100,000 soul coins awaits you, complete with comprehensive benefits. All expenses at my eerie hotel, peculiar gym, amusement park, swimming pool, and nightclubs shall be covered. The headless knight. The great Lord Chu, I bow before you as your humble subordinate. Chapter 1. Rebirth before the strange apocalypse. At 5 o'clock in the evening, the school remained lively, as high school students finished their dinner and awaited the commencement of evening study sessions. Suddenly, with an exclamation, Chu Yang's head shot up, his loud cry startling the entire class. As disapproving glances were cast his way, Chu Yang surveyed his surroundings, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. Had he truly been reborn? And had he awakened at the very onset of a bizarre apocalypse? Wait, what time is it? Upon glancing at the clock, he noted it was October 1st, 2030, at 5 in the afternoon. A wave of astonishment washed over him. He had indeed been reborn just 1 hour prior to the arrival of the strange apocalypse. In merely an hour, the bizarre calamity would descend upon the world. He vividly recalled that in his previous life, when the peculiar apocalypse first struck, the vast majority of people remained in disbelief, continuing their lives as though nothing had changed, even in the face of ominous messages heralding the strange tasks ahead. Those fortunate enough faced grievous injuries, while the unfortunate met instant demise. Countless torturous fates awaited them, from beheadings to being cleaved in half, both horizontally and vertically, and various other dismemberments. The world was steeped in desolation. Subsequently, the survivors found themselves engulfed in abject terror, desperately struggling for survival in the face of the bizarre apocalypse. To endure in this strange new world, one needed either extraordinary wisdom to discern the loopholes in the rules, formidable strength bolstered by an arsenal of peculiar items, or wealth beyond measure to forge contracts with the bizarre and gain unforeseen powers. It is worth noting that this wealth was not the currency of the pre-apocalyptic world, but rather the currency of the underworld that emerged in the aftermath of the apocalypse. The spirit coin is a rigid and universally accepted currency, and in times of dire need, possessing a sufficient amount can even save one's life. In his previous life, Chu Yang found himself in abject poverty, struggling for 5 long years in a bizarre apocalyptic world. Ultimately, overwhelmed by despair and driven by malice, he dared to snatch a mysterious artifact from the jaws of a malevolent emperor within a treacherous domain, only to be met with his demise as the emperor struck him down, casting him into the eerie river of the dead. Chu Yang harbored a profound hatred for this fate. He had finally seized an emperor-level artifact that could have allowed him to thrive amidst the chaos of the apocalypse. Yet him, E.T., with an untimely end. Now, having been reborn, he found himself transported to merely an hour before the onset of the bizarre apocalypse. Given just an extra month, no, even 10 days, she could amass a considerable fortune in spirit coins. Once the bizarre phenomena commenced, gathering spirit coins would serve no purpose. Only by possessing them before the arrival could one retain them afterward. If only the emperor-level artifact remained with him. Instinctively, Chu Yang touched his neck, and an electric thrill coursed through him. A necklace. He had never been one to wear jewelry, yet now a necklace hung around his neck, suggesting that the artifact he had stolen in his previous life had not vanished, but had instead implanted him into this new existence. With urgency, he swiftly removed the necklace, wishing to protect it from the covetous eyes of others. However, the moment it was taken off, the necklace began to fade away. Before he could lament this loss, a voice resonated within his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have awakened system. System ability. Engage in bizarre consumption with a 10,000-fold return. Initial reward. A spatial ring and 1 nether coin. Upon hearing this voice, Chuyang quickly grasped the situation. As a reborn individual, his ability to process information surpassed that of others significantly. The enigmatic Emperor-grade artifact had not vanished, rather. It implied that this system embodied the capabilities of the Emperor-grade artifact, the mysterious necklace. Consume the enigmatic and receive a 1,000-fold return. Does this not suggest that by merely spending this initial 1 nether coin on the enigmatic, the system would reimburse him with 10,000 nether coins? If he were to then expend this 10,000 nether coins, the system would grant him a staggering 100 million nether coins? A look of astonishment crossed Chuyang's face. This was an extraordinary ability indeed. With such power, how could he not thrive in this predatory and peculiar apocalypse? Subsequently, Chuyang began to explore the spatial ring that now adorned his finger. With a mere thought, he could access its interior and to the heart of the boundless space lay a single banknote of 1 nether coin. Marvelous! This would perfectly compensate for his lack of nether coins. Moreover, with the chance to start anew, combined with his resolve in this system, he would undoubtedly carve out a remarkable existence in this bizarre apocalypse. As time ticked by, the others paid no heed to Chuyang's loud exclamations. Some of the more diligent individuals had already begun their evening study in advance. 5 o'clock, 5:30. Chuyang fixated on the clock on the wall, and, as the minute hand moved, it struck 6. A peculiar voice resonated in the minds of everyone present. The bizarre apocalypse has arrived. Please prepare yourselves. Upon receiving a peculiar summons, proceed immediately to the designated location for an enigmatic task or face direct consequences. If you find yourself within a strange scenario, adhere strictly to its bizarre rules or suffer the same fate. At any moment, in any place, random peculiar scenes may manifest. Be prepared or face dire consequences. These 4 statements transformed the previously tranquil classroom into a cacophony of confusion. What on earth? Why have I received this strange note? Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted as a girl seated in the center abruptly stood up. Just moments ago, a note had inexplicably appeared in her hand. In 10 minutes, please proceed to Laboratory A to participate in an enigmatic task. The content of the note sent chills down her spine. Wow, I have one too. Goodness me as well. I watched this note materialize in my hand out of thin air. Truly, this is like a knife cutting through the absurdity of reality. A total of 18 students in the class had received this note, including the class president. Chuyang's gaze flickered, a subtle smirk gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. He was curious to see how the events of this lifetime would differ from those of the last. Do not panic. His must be a hoax. We live in a scientific society, and we cannot let such supernatural nonsense deceive us. Class President Chi Dong stepped forward, proclaiming loudly. He too had received the note, but as a staunch atheist, he refused to believe its contents. But how do we explain the voice we all heard? Someone inquired. It must be that there was something collectively hallucinogenic in our dinner, including the notes that appeared in OU. Our hands are all mere illusions. The class leader, Chi Dong, spoke with unwavering conviction, his words resonating with authority. Upon hearing his declaration and being swayed by his steadfast demeanor, the students gradually regained their composure. The girl among them offered a self-deprecating smile. Indeed, how could I ever believe in such nonsense? It's truly absurd. The teacher hasn't arrived, yet let us commence our evening study session, Chi Dong said casually. The classmates chose to dismiss these troubling thoughts. Chuyang smiled faintly, realizing that the course of this life mirrored that of his previous one. As for persuading them, why bother? It was quite simple. They were wholly convinced that this was a fabrication. If he were to intervene now, he might be deemed insane and subsequently confined. That would be quite unamusing. Having been granted a second chance at life, he must swiftly accumulate original wealth to acquire a sufficient number of bizarre scenarios. Transform ing from a mere player into a puppeteer behind scenes. This, he believed, was the true path to survival in a strange and chaotic world. 10 minutes slipped away in the blink of an eye. Class leader, there's a line of blood on your neck. A voice behind him cried out in alarm. Bang! Several girls screamed in terror, blood splattering in every direction. Some were even cleaved in half, collapsing to the ground in anguish. The remaining students stood frozen, clutching their heads and shrieking. As students, they had never witnessed such a scene before. Indeed, all of this is real. A student's lips turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. The ironclad truth lay before them, compelling belief. Witnessing such a gruesome scene, Chu Yang instead found a sense of familiarity. At that moment, he yearned to exclaim, "Welcome to the bizarre apocalypse." Just then, a new round of notes was distributed, and another 18 students in the class received this ominous message. Among them was Chu Yang. Within 10 minutes, please proceed to Laboratory A to participate in the bizarre task. Chapter 2, The Bizarre Task. Many began to scream. They had just witnessed 18 classmates receive the same task note for failing to complete the prior bizarre mission. Can we not go? It feels like going is just a march towards death. Not going. The consequences of not going are laid out before us. How can we avoid it? It's over. I receive a note too. The 18 students who received the notes were left in shock, each feeling a deep sense of distress. At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed girl leaned against her deskmate. "Lin Wei, haven't you always liked me and pursued me? Please help me complete this task." Lu Rian smiled alluringly, intentionally lowering her neckline. "As long as you help me with this task, I'm open to anything you desire." Lin Wei gazed at Lu Rian's alluring figure, his breath quickening. Overcome by desire, he seized the note from Lu Rian's hand. "Rest assured, Ru Yin, it's merely a bizarre task. I shall assist you," Lin Wei declared confidently, thumping his chest. The eyes of the other students who received the note sparkled with newfound energy. It seemed they could enlist someone to complete the task on their behalf. Only Chu Yang understood that this course of action would inevitably lead to one outcome. As expected, in the next moment, Lin Weiss' corpulent form erupted, showering Lu Ru Yin with a chaotic array of colors red, white, yellow splattering her entirely. The other students turned pale, another casualty. This task could not be delegated. "Are we not departing?" "Only 5 minutes remain," Chu Yang remarked coolly. His reminder was not born of kindness. If this group failed to meet the deadline and perished, he would be left alone to face the bizarre task, thus making him a target. That would be quite the predicament. Yes, we must hurry. Fortunately, Laboratory A is just above us. To refrain from going is to invite death, yet, by going, there may be a glimmer of hope. Wah, I don't want to go, I don't want to die. 17 students, aside from Chu Yang, lamented in despair. Despite their vocal reluctance, when faced with death, they sprinted faster than anyone else. "Old Lu," Chu Yang intended to greet his deskmate. "Get lost. Don't come over here and pass your bad luck to me." Lu Guan screamed, his eyes aflame with fury, as if he longed to kick Chu Yang away. Chu Yang offered a cold smile. He had initially considered providing some guidance to see if Lu Guan could carve out a path amidst the bizarre apocalypse, but upon witnessing his reaction, he decided against it. According to memories from a past life, Lu Guan would receive a task note in 3 days, only to meet a tragic fate due to inexperience in a bizarre mission. Chu Yang was the last to arrive at the entrance of Laboratory A, precisely 10 minutes late. A peculiar voice echoed in their ears. "Today, a new experimental instructor has arrived at the laboratory." According to rumors, this instructor was dismissed from previous teaching positions due to embezzlement. The arrival of this new teacher has sparked significant reforms within the laboratory, insisting on a Hansen approach to dissection, which has left many faculty members feeling discontent. You are a fortunate one, chosen by this enigmatic instructor to serve as their assistant. As the voice faded, the doors swung open with a gust of wind, revealing a shadowy interior, illuminated only by the stark white glow of the moonlight. On the dissection table, a dark silhouette could barely be discerned. The students, filled with trepidation, stepped inside. "Rule 1. Obey the instructor's commands during the experimental dissection. Disobedience is not permitted. Rule 2. During the dissection, refrain from shouting. Such behavior may provoke the instructor's displeasure and result in punishment. Rule 3. Perfectly fulfill the duties assigned by the assistant instructor. Failure to do so may lead to punitive measures at the instructor's discretion. Rule 4. The assistance period lasts for 2 hours. Leaving the laboratory during this time will incur penalties. The 4 rules materialized as crimson letters before the students' eyes. Many students breathed a sigh of relief, perceiving the rules as rather simple by merely keeping their mouth shut and obediently following the experimental instructor's commands for 2 hours. They could safely exit the laboratory. However, only Chu Yang furrowed his brows. Beneath the facade of seemingly boundless survival lay an insidious and terrifying threat. This was the hard-earned wisdom from his previous life, where he endured for 5 years. In such eerie scenarios, the rules merely served as a guideline. The greatest variable remained in the malevolent entity itself. No one could predict the bizarre actions the entity might exhibit. 18 assistants have arrived, quite impressive. A voice rasped from a shadowy figure that turned to reveal itself. The students were taken aback by the instructor's appearance, which resembled that of a zombie, complete with a dangling eyeball. Fear gripped the students, and they instinctively covered their mouths to stifle any cries. Yet, one timid girl, forgetting the rules, let out a scream. Who granted you permission to scream? Silence is mandatory within the laboratory. The experimental instructor appeared before the screaming girl, his words laced with menace. Terrified, she realized her transgression would lead to certain death. In a desperate bid to escape the grotesque entity, she leapt from the window. Witnessing this scene, the experimental instructor revealed a chilling smile. Chu Yang shook his head. These inexperienced newcomers were embarking on their first encounter with the uncanny, and the rules in place were, in fact, remarkably humane. This girl need not have met such a fate. The rules stipulate that loud outbursts are prohibited during dissections. Yet here stands the enigmatic figure of Professor Li, amidst dissection. The operating table lies barren, and even the loudest cries would elicit no consequence from him. It seems one has frightened oneself to death. The students clasp their mouths, their expressions filled with terror. Before the dissection even commences, one of their companions, a constant presence, has met an untimely demise, instilling profound fear within them. Professor Li gazes upon this scene with satisfaction. Excellent. Let their courage be shattered first. Only then can he enhance his reputation for mortality. There remain 17 assistants. I shall select one among you to serve as the subject for dissection, Professor Li stated with an air of indifference. These words struck the students' minds like a thunderclap. Is there any hope of survival for one chosen as Professor Li's dissection subject? The rules clearly dictate that disobeying the orders of Professor Li is not an option. Once selected, one must inevitably become the subject of dissection. A probability of 1 in 17 for death right from the outset. Many quietly wept, their hearts fervently praying to be spared. They were not ready to meet their end. Only Chu Yang maintained an air of ease. The students had been so profoundly frightened that they had lost their fundamental capacity for logical reasoning. Had they been slightly more composed, they would have discerned the inconsistencies and loopholes between the rules and Professor Li's commands. As Professor Li began his selection, his gaze fell upon Chu Yang, whose demeanor starkly contrasted with that of the others. "It is you," he declared emphatically. "To be dissected by me is a privilege." Chapter 3. Defiance equals death me? Chu Yang pointed to himself. "Indeed, it's you." The sinister teacher Li nodded ominously. Observing Chu Yang's unwavering demeanor, he decided to call him out directly, curious to see if his composure would falter. "You could choose someone else, you know." With a soft sigh, Chu Yang replied, "No, I choose you." Teacher Li appeared resolute. Instantly, the surrounding students retreated several meters, fearful of becoming entangled in Chu Yang's predicament. I choose to refuse," Chu Yang stated calmly. The onlookers widened their eyes, astonished that Chu Yang would outright reject Teacher Li's demand. Surely, to dissect would grant him a few more moments of existence. To refuse, however, seemed tantamount to an immediate death sentence. In truth, Chu Yang was unfazed. Within the entire process, both the background and the rules contained paths to survival, albeit somewhat nebulous. In any bizarre scenario, there exists a way out for the player. That is an absolute certainty. Why do you refuse? Teacher Li's voice crescendoed, his expression turning ghastly, as if he might strike Chu Yang down at any moment. Surely, you wouldn't want me to report this to the other teachers. Chu Yang smiled slightly. Teacher Li's countenance shifted subtly. Chu Yang was not surprised. The background had made it abundantly clear that Teacher Li's actions contradicted the principles held by some faculty members. Should he decide to report the incident, there might be a chance for escape. Yet, that was merely a possibility. The true avenue to survival lay within the rules themselves. This was his source of confidence. Rule 2 states that only the teacher's commands during the dissection cannot be defied. However, since the dissection has yet to commence, I am at liberty to disregard your orders. Chu Yang remarked coolly. If Chu Yang is aware, then why not inform Su Yu, who just leaped from the building? The surrounding students murmured softly. 4 loud outbursts were forbidden, and several among them viciously accused Chu Yang of failing to save Su Yu in time. With an indifferent expression, Chu Yang committed the names of those who criticized him to memory. To his surprise, you display a degree of intelligence and composure, Teacher Li Gui observed, a hint of astonishment crossing his features before he approached another male student. This student, Lu Chong, was among those who had just quietly condemned Chu Yang. The moment Teacher Li Gui stood before him, he felt an acute surge of anxiety, his legs trembling uncontrollably. You shall be my dissection subject. No, I refuse, Lu Chong exclaimed. He had listened intently to Chu Yang's words, which outlined 2 potential paths for survival. At that moment, a Teacher Li Gui appeared outside the window. Lu Chong, seizing the opportunity, rushed to the window and flung it open. Witnessing this, both Teacher Li Gui and Chu Yang couldn't help but share a slight smile. Lu Chong, casting aside his fear, blurted out, "Teacher, I wish to report that this experimental instructor is using a living person as a dissection subject. Is that so?" Teacher Li Gui replied with a smile from the corridor. "Yes, exactly," Lu Chong exclaimed, elated, believing he had discovered a means of escape. Yet, in the next instant, a pallid hand pierced through Lu Chong's heart. His vitality extinguished instantly, and even in death, he failed to comprehend why. Is this not a path to life? Why would it choose to end its own existence? Chu Yang has stated that this is a way to survive. The other students, covering their mouths, displayed expressions of sheer horror. It has long been suggested that such students should be eliminated directly. Why waste time on dissection? Teacher Li Gui, his hands stained with blood, strode away with determination. If Lu Chong had indeed adhered to the rules of survival, he surely would not have met his demise. As for those who slander him, even if they are classmates, Chu Yang felt no sorrow. Rather, he was tempted to laugh. Well then, the subject for dissection has arrived. Teacher Li Gui placed Lu Chong's lifeless body upon the dissection table. Several cabinets filled with dissection instruments were wheeled before them. Teacher Li Gui donned his attire, looking quite the part. He Chun, fetch me the scalpel, he commanded. He Chun, sweating profusely, searched frantically, fortunate that there was only one knife in the cabinet. Had there been more, his lack of familiarity with the tools might have cost him dearly. Teacher Li Gui took the scalpel, sliced open the abdomen, and extracted the intestines. The gruesome scene left many students feeling queasy, yet they held their breath, daring not to make a sound. The dissection had commenced. According to the rules, no shouting or commotion was permitted. Clamp, please. Teacher Li Gui passed over the bloodied scalpel. He-chun had previously glanced at the tools in the cabinet. There were several clamps of varying shapes and sizes. Which one should he choose? No matter, he would accept whatever was handed to him. However, he failed to notice that just as he was about to grasp the scalpel, Teacher Li Gui suddenly released it, letting it fall to the floor. He-chun was immediately struck with terror, his mind racing. This is it. According to the established rules, it is imperative to assist Teacher Li Gui flawlessly. Failing to secure the scalpel, one could face dire consequences. Observing this, Teacher Li Gui's lips curled slightly in a sardonic smile. Yet his tone was exceedingly stern as he interrogated, He-chun, do you comprehend the gravity of the mistake you have made? He-chun's mind went blank, trembling as he picked it up, subsequently revealing a smile more grotesque than tears. Teacher, it can still be used after a wash. Upon hearing this, Chu Yang shook his head. He-chun had effectively severed his last hope of survival. With a sinister grin, Teacher Li Gui delivered a punch that obliterated He-chun's head. His lifeless body convulsed a few times before lying still. Several girls wept silently. Of the 18 who had come, 3 had already perished. What an eerie task this is. And why is it so arduous? Upon hearing his name called, Luoshi's face turned ashen. In a bid to save his own life, he rushed forward, preparing to receive the scalpel with both hands. However, Teacher Li Gui released it midway, letting the scalpel clatter to the ground. Luoshi was on the verge of tears. "Didn't you throw it yourself? I had my hands wide open, ready to catch it." "Teacher, the scalpel fell because you accidentally let it slip," Luoshi exclaimed. Chu Yang found this amusing. Was this not a blatant invitation to death? What right does a mere human have to challenge Li Gui? Chapter 4. Just buy another if it drops. Are you implying that my skills are inadequate? Teacher Li Gui was incensed beyond measure. Before Luoshi could plead for mercy, he was torn to shreds, pieces scattered about. A palpable sense of despair enveloped the entire laboratory. Another life had been extinguished. Next, Lu Ruyan. Please place the scalpel on the counter. Teacher Li Gui spoke in a calm tone, causing Lu Ruyan to instantly display a look of despair. However, she quickly latched onto Chu Yang's arm, rubbing against him with her weapon, for she understood that he was the only person alive who had ever defied Teacher Li Gui. "Leave me be," Chu Yang murmured sharply. Lu Ruyan's expression darkened with malice as she approached Teacher Li Gui's side. As before, Teacher Li Gui deliberately tossed the scalpel onto the ground. "Provide me with an explanation. The scalpel is on the verge of being damaged." Teacher Li Gui bellowed in rage. "It was him. Chu Yang. It was his doing." Lu Ruyan pointed her finger at Chu Yang. He Chun and Luoshi's methods were all futile paths. Thus Lu Ruyan sought to frame Chu Yang. After all, Teacher Li Gui intended to kill someone. Would it not be splendid for her to have Chu Yang take her place? This was her desperate scheme. Chu Yang found amusement in the situation. Teacher Li Gui jabbed at his own eye, suspended outside. "Do you take me for blind? Still wishing to pin the blame on another? With inadequate skill and questionable character, one deserves death." Teacher Li Gui swiftly pierced through Lu Ruyan's abdomen. "Chu Yang, I loathe you. I will become a specter to haunt you." Chu Yang shrugged. "In this bizarre apocalyptic world brimming with malevolent entities, your presence adds little and your absence detracts not at all. Those who are wicked deserve to perish." Teacher Li Gui adjusted his attire, his white robe now stained crimson with blood. Apart from Chu Yang, the remaining 12 classmates wore expressions of utter despair. There was no way to surpass this trial. Teacher Li Gui's intentions were clear. He sought to take a life. "Chu Yang, please assist me in placing the scalpel on the counter," Teacher Li Gui remarked as Chu Yang walked over with an air of calmness. Just as before, Teacher Li Gui deliberately tossed the scalpel onto the ground. "If the scalpel is damaged, what punishment shall you face?" He sneered ominously. Yet, Chu Yang exhibited no signs of panic. Here, the path to survival was equally governed by the rules themselves. Rule 3. Perfectly fulfill the assistant teacher's duties. Otherwise, the teacher may impose penalties based on the situation. Indeed, he had transgressed the rule, but it did not dictate death. Rather, it stipulated that punishment would be administered according to Teacher Li Gui's whims. It was evident that Teacher Li Gui harbored intentions of inflicting harm for the sake of results. However, with sufficient resources, perhaps his mind might be swayed. "Teacher, if the scalpel is broken, I shall procure another for you," Chu Yang said with a smile. Producing a piece of ghost currency from his storage ring and placing it into Teacher Li Gui's hand. With a sinister grin, Teacher Li Gui remarked, "Previously, I allowed you to escape a calamity. Now, let us see how you meet your end. Can the currency of humans be of use to us, the Li Gui? If you do not perish, who will?" His gaze fell upon the item in his hand. Upon realizing it was a one ghost currency note, his eyes widened in disbelief. Ghost currency. It was indeed a significant sum when the peculiar phenomenon first emerged. The surrounding classmates suddenly comprehended that the currency used by Teacher Li Gui was, without doubt, ghost currency. Coupled with the earlier sounds, it seemed that ghost currency held considerable importance in this bizarre apocalypse. However, from whence had Chu Yang acquired this ghost currency? "You are a commendable assistant. Simply procure another one," Teacher Li Gui said, his demeanor transformed into one of delight, no longer punishing or troubling Chu Yang. The eyes of my classmates turned a vivid green, a stark change in demeanor that could not easily be overlooked. Indeed, the adage that wealth can move mountains holds true. Chu Yang's actions effectively carved a new path for them. With the presence of ghostly currency, could even seemingly hopeless situations be revitalized? Ding. The host successfully expended one ghost coin on Li Gui, receiving a 10,000-fold return. 10,000 ghost coins. In the next instant, a stack of 100 yuan ghost bills appeared within Chu Yang's storage ring. A flicker of joy crossed his face as he realized he now possessed an abundance of ghost coins. This exemplifies the lifeline of the affluent. Once again, it is evident that for anyone undertaking peculiar tasks, there exists a route to survival. For the ordinary, this path is paved through exchange. Li Gui relishes human flesh. In these bizarre undertakings, the deceased cannot be consumed. Yet the living may sever a part of themselves to offer to Master Li Gui. As long as Master Li Gui harbors no murderous intent, survival is assured. Furthermore, it is not strictly necessary to sacrifice one's own flesh. Parts from others are equally acceptable. Regrettably, the individuals preceding him failed to conceive of this notion. For over an hour, Master Li Gui remained quietly engaged in dissection. With the acquisition of this ghost coin, he no longer felt compelled to kill to fulfill his task quota. As time elapsed, the remaining individuals heard a voice whispering in their ears. Congratulations on completing the peculiar task. Reward, regrowth potion, any body part, except the head, can be regrown upon consumption. Each person found a vial of azure liquid materializing in their hands. The surviving students displayed expressions of delight, for this reward might prove beneficial in their forthcoming eerie missions, granting them a modicum of survival capital. By this juncture, they had come to terms with the harsh reality that surrounded them. As the time elapsed, they departed from the laboratory in haste, save for Chu Yang, who lingered behind. "Aren't you leaving?" Professor Li Gui inquired. His demeanor, notably amiable due to the 1 yin coin bestowed upon him by Chu Yang. "Can you contact the principal of this school?" Chu Yang asked, his eagerness to acquire the institution palpable. In the early stages of this bizarre apocalypse, no one harbored notions regarding these grandiose, supernatural scenarios. Little did they know the magnitude of influence these peculiar phenomena would wield in the latter stages. It can be asserted that the more eerie scenes one possesses, the more formidable one's own strength becomes. I lack the direct authority to contact the principal. However, the head of discipline does. "What is your intention?" Professor Li Gui queried. "Were it not for your gift of 1 yin coin, I would undoubtedly deem you a lunatic," he added, amusement dancing in his eyes. "You have already implied as much." "Have you not?" Chu Yang retorted. "Young man, though I remain oblivious to the origin of your yin coins, your aspiration to purchase an entire school with such a paltry sum is sheer folly," Professor Li Gui remarked. "Sheer folly, is it?" Chu Yang extracted 100 yin coin and placed it in Professor Li Gui's hand. The professor's breath quickened, and his entire being trembled with excitement. 100 yin coins, equivalent to his monthly salary. Chapter 5. Eerie artifacts can also be returned. Who is this human boy, so lavishly offering 100 yin coins? As teacher Li Gui remained silent, Chu Yang drew 900 ghost coins from his spatial ring and continued to place them into teacher Li Gui's hands. "Is this still a fanciful tale?" Chu Yang inquired. No. It is indeed my fanciful tale." Teacher Li Gui was utterly astonished. As a peculiar being from the onset of this eerie apocalypse, when had he ever encountered 1,000 ghost coins? This was truly 1,000 ghost coins. It would take him a year of abstaining from food and drink to save such a sum. Ding dong. Consuming 1,000 ghost coins for the peculiar will yield a return of 10 million ghost coins. The system's voice chimed, leaving Chu Yang somewhat awestruck. The more one spent these ghost coins, the more they seemed to multiply. Yet, this was quite favorable. "Do you now believe I can afford to attend this esteemed school of the peculiar?" Chu Yang asked. His fixation on the eerie scenarios stemmed from a simple reason. In his previous life, during the latter stages of the peculiar, there had been a human tycoon who purchased 10 eerie scenarios. The convergence of peculiar fortunes within those scenarios had directly shattered human limitations. Within every eerie scenario lay the presence of peculiar fortune. The peculiar required this fortune for cultivation, and humans could also harness it for their own advancement. The vastness of this peculiar high school scenario contained an abundance of such fortune, potentially granting Chu Yang access to the threshold of cultivation. This was his ultimate aim. However, possessing wealth alone could be troublesome if it attracted the attention of the powerful. "Can you afford it?" Teacher Li Gui nodded repeatedly, his face beaming with joy. "Then please assist me in contacting the principal. I wish to meet him in person." Chu Yang stated. "That may prove somewhat challenging." A hint of hesitation crossed Teacher Li Gui's face. "Do you think the ghost coins I provided are insufficient?" Chu Yang's expression grew cold. He possessed a considerable amount of ghost coins, but he was not a fool. No, not at all. Having participated in this peculiar undertaking, you should be aware that all the teachers at the school have been divided into 2 factions. One faction is the anatomists, to which I belong, whose aim is to conduct numerous dissections of humans to gain a deeper understanding of our species. The other faction is the killers, who deem dissection too cumbersome and prefer to kill directly. They seldom engage in conversation with humans, except when absolutely necessary. The principle serves as the supreme leader of the killers, as elaborated by teacher Li Gui. Chu Yang pondered for a moment. If he were to find himself before the principal, and before he could even hand over the ghost money, he might be slain. Would that not be an egregious injustice? I have a question, he ventured. Since the principal is a member of the killers, surely your anatomist faction must have formidable figures as well, lest you be completely overrun. Indeed, replied Li Gui, our faction's highest authority is the vice principal. If we were to send a message through the vice principal, it would certainly be without issue. I am unable to reach the vice principal. The only one capable of contacting him within our faction is the head of the instructional department. Therefore, if you wish to purchase the school, you must first liaise with our head instructor, Li Gui stated with a smile. What is your name? Chu Yang inquired. Shaoli. He responded. What does your head instructor favor? Chu Yang continued. He has an affinity for peculiar calligraphy and paintings, but he is somewhat avaricious, Shaoli replied. Greed can be advantageous. It is not greed that one should fear, but rather the absence of it, Chu Yang chuckled. As long as there is greed, one can satisfy any appetite. What is your current strength? Chu Yang asked. Would you be interested in signing a contract with me to work under my command? In this new existence, his immediate objective is to acquire this peculiar high school. A rather pragmatic truth. This is a lesson that Chu Yang only grasped after 5 years of survival in his previous life. The operational logic of the eerie world bears striking resemblance to that of the human realm. They too have offspring, and those offspring require education, necessitating attendance at prestigious institutions. By purchasing this unsettling high school, he can extend his influence and intersect with a greater number of the bizarre. In this lifetime, Chu Yang aspires to become the sovereign of the uncanny apocalypse. He desires everything: ghostly currency, strange fortunes, bizarre scenarios, minions of the eerie, and human subordinates alike. Your monthly salary is rather modest, isn't it? I shall offer you a remuneration of 10,000 ghostly coins per month. Once the system matures and you prove your capabilities, there will be opportunities for advancement, and your salary will increase. Chu Yang spoke slowly, wielding no rhetorical flourish. The mere proposition of 10,000 ghostly coins per month was the most persuasive tactic of all. As anticipated, upon hearing the sum, Shaoli trembled. Nearly gasping for breath, a sign of demise in the realm of the eerie. 10,000 ghostly coins a month would require him to labor here for 100 months. Nearly 9 years. I am willing. Please accept me, esteemed employer. Shaoli exclaimed with fervor. This drop of blood turned black as Shaoli consumed it. In that instant, Chu Yang felt an overwhelming sense of dominion over Shaoli and everything he possessed, including the power to command his death with a mere thought. Shall we proceed to meet the principal? Shaoli inquired eagerly. There is no rush. This is your salary, to be disbursed in advance on the 1st of each month. Chu Yang tossed out 10,000 ghostly coins. Shaoli hastily collected them, overwhelmed by an ecstasy that threatened to render him unconscious. Happiness is but a form of anguish for the peculiar. With these 10,000 ghostly coins, I could procure an odd fortune from the enigmatic shop, swiftly ascending to the mid-tier of the peculiar populace. Ding dong. Investing 10,000 ghostly coins yields a staggering return of 100 million ghostly coins. The system's voice resonated, and Chu Yang exhaled in relief. Initially, he had feared that 10 million ghostly coins might not suffice to acquire this strange high school. But now he found himself in possession of 100 million. With a firm grip, he pondered the growth potion rewards obtained from completing peculiar tasks. Could this growth potion too yield a 100-fold return? Let us change your head. Your current appearance is rather disconcerting, Chu Yang remarked. My lord, Shaoli hesitated. The terrifying entity has lost its head. While it is not fatal, it does impose numerous restrictions. The most critical aspect is that without a head, my power cannot regenerate. Rest assured, I possess a vial of growth potion that will ensure your head regrows, Chu Yang declared, producing the potion. My lord, this is a tool from the completion of a peculiar task, highly advantageous for subsequent odd endeavors. Are you truly willing to let me use it in such a manner? Shaoli expressed his astonishment. The growth potion has its merits. The parts that regenerate within a limited scope can become significantly stronger. Enough with the chatter, Chu Yang snapped. Shaoli, undeterred, promptly consumed the growth potion and then, with a single punch, obliterated his own head. In a brief moment, a brand new head emerged. Compared to the previous one, it was at least presentable. The eyes were no longer protruding grotesquely. Chu Yang felt a mix of tension and anticipation. Would this peculiar item fall under the auspices of the 100-fold return rule? Ding dong. Upon offering a bottle of growth elixir to the enigmatic consumer, The return was a staggering 10,000 bottles of the same. Chapter 6. Acquiring all the artworks. Chu Yang was immediately filled with exhilaration, even more so than the prospect of a tenfold return of ghostly currency. This extraordinary system could even refund bizarre items. Just imagine, what if he were to provide a king-level item to the enigmatic consumer? Would it yield 1,000 king-level items in return? The thought was almost too fantastical to contemplate. Now, what about this? Shally inquired cautiously. I shall provide you with several names. Your task is to eliminate those individuals. Chu Yang paused momentarily before continuing. It should be permissible to kill outside of the enigmatic missions, correct? His understanding of the matter was still somewhat lacking. Generally, formidable entities would refrain from killing outside of such missions, as excessive slaying could lead to a shortage of participants for future tasks, thus jeopardizing their objectives. Shally, after a brief pause, shifted the conversation. However, if one must kill, it is not a significant issue. These individuals were those who had previously cast aspersions upon Chu Yang. Very well, boss, Shally exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm as he made his way to Chu Yang's class. The students were still trembling in fear. Upon the arrival of a formidable teacher, they all stood at attention. The roll call commenced, and those named were summoned forth. Shally rapidly announced 5 names and, with equal swiftness, executed 5 individuals. The remaining students were left in a state of terror. Almost forgot about you, Shally remarked, approaching Lu Guan. Why? I did not participate in the enigmatic mission. Why must you kill me? Lu Guan shrieked, it must be that I have fallen victim to Chu Yang's ill fortune. That wretched beast, boldly daring to address me by name, you have sealed your fate. With a swift motion, Shally shattered Lu Guan's skull. The classroom was ensconced in an eerie silence. The boss? Chu Yang is the superior of the enigmatic teacher? What transpired? It seemed quite formidable. If one could secure the protection of Chu Yang. Boss, the task has been accomplished, Shally declared. Very well. The elegant Enigma art shop. The enigmatic boss was filled with despair. In this strange apocalypse, why had he been assigned to the art shop? In human society, calligraphy and paintings held significant value, and in this bizarre world, they maintained their worth. A single painting could fetch hundreds or even thousands of dark coins. But how would the enigmatic beings procure such currency? Many rumors circulated among the enigmatic. A top-tier female entity in certain establishments earned merely around 300 dark coins a month. Who among them would squander such an amount on artworks that were merely for display? Yet, he was the proprietor here, burdened with a monthly quota for selling these pieces. Failure to sell art worth 2,000 dark coins would result in penalties from the rules. But where were the buyers? Hours had passed since the apocalypse had begun, and not a single enigmatic being had appeared. If this continued, he would surely face the consequences of the rules. Knock, knock. A knock resounded at the door. The enigmatic boss's expression brightened, and he hurried to open the door. Esteemed guest, are you here to purchase art? He asked with a sycophantic smile directed at Shally. As for Chu Yang, he was of no concern to him, a mere human. With the emergence of this strange apocalypse, even the enigmatic beings struggled to gather extra dark coins, let alone expect a human to possess any. Is this a jest? Moreover, a human mingling with a wraith is likely to be nothing more than the wraith's spare sustenance. Silence. He is my employer. Refrain from making unfounded exclamations. Shally pointed at Chu Yang. The wraith employer stood frozen in place. Wait. Are you engaging in a role-playing game of sorts? Am I merely a pawn in your play? No, he truly is my employer. He has come to purchase calligraphy and paintings, Shally asserted emphatically. Upon hearing this, the wraith employer's demeanor turned frosty. Is it customary to bully wraiths in such a manner? Do you have an abundance of time to amuse yourselves at my expense? A mere human likely knows nothing of ghost money, let alone purchasing calligraphy and paintings, the wraith employer grumbled. Chu Yang, undeterred, entered the store and settled onto the sofa. Boss, please present the finest and most expensive calligraphy and paintings in your establishment. The wraith employer erupted in fury, exclaiming, What are you pretending to be, you human? Do you truly believe I am incapable of murder? Did you not hear my employer's command? Hurry and present them, or you shall face dire consequences. Shally seized the wraith employer by the collar. Chu Yang nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the benefits gained from the wraith subordinate. Many words need not be spoken. The wraith employer composed himself, contemplating that even if this peculiar assembly could not afford his wares, he would incur no loss. He casually retrieved a painting and stated, This one costs 100 ghost coins. Chu Yang glanced at it, scrutinizing its quality. Art knows no boundaries, and he could comprehend the bizarre calligraphy. This is utterly subpar. I specifically requested the best, Chu Yang remarked coolly. Enough already. Cease your pretense. The cunning proprietor was once again enraged. Yet upon catching a glimpse of Xiao Li's frantic warning gaze, he immediately regained his composure. It was not fear of Xiao Li that gripped him. Both were at the nascent stage of their respective powers, and the notion of fear was preposterous. However, should a confrontation ensue, the exquisite artworks adorning the room would undoubtedly be destroyed, leading to inevitable penalties dictated by the rules. With this thought in mind, the proprietor retrieved his finest painting. This piece, titled The Cunning Descends into Hell, carried a connotation of happiness and prosperity valued at 5,000 nether coins. After presenting it, he tossed the painting before Chu Yang, skeptical of his ability to purchase it. He doubted that this human could muster even 5 coins, let alone 5,000. Such a magnificent piece, Chu Yang exclaimed, thoroughly captivated by the artwork that vividly embodied the thrill of The Cunning Descends into Hell. I shall take it. Please wrap it up, and also bring me 3 additional exquisite paintings. I have endured your pretense for long enough. You may flaunt your airs elsewhere, but do not impose them upon me. The proprietor's fury flared for the 3rd time. I believe there may be a misunderstanding. Without further ado, Chu Yang produced a stack of pristine nether coins, precisely amounting to 10,000, and placed them upon the table. The proprietor stood agape, his jaw nearly grazing the floor. 10,000 nether coins? Is this truly 10,000? How could it be produced as easily as one might retrieve scrap paper? Moreover, the bizarre apocalypse has only just unfolded mere hours ago. How could a human possibly possess such a vast sum? Could it be counterfeit? The proprietor instinctively inquired. Whether it is counterfeit or not, you, the cunning one, should be more adept at discerning than I, Chu Yang replied with serene composure. The enigmatic proprietor, Li Gui, wore an expression of skepticism as he delicately handled the ghostly currency. Before long, his body began to tremble. Indeed, this ghostly coin was authentic. Chapter 7. The corrupt director of education Li Gui, entranced, extracted a ghostly coin and examined it with meticulous care, licking it repeatedly. Ultimately, he shuddered and exhaled a long sigh of relief. A fine coin indeed. Chu Yang, bewildered, pondered whether Li Gui's intellect was somewhat lacking. So can I purchase it? He inquired. Yes, of course. 10,000 ghostly coins will suffice. I shall package it immediately. Li Gui fervently nodded, his movements rapid, fearing that Chu Yang might reconsider. Once packaged, he handed the artwork to Chu Yang. Ding. Li Gui has spent 10,000. A return of 100 million ghostly coins has been initiated. The system's voice echoed. And Chu Yang reflected on the fact that the more he spent, the more ghostly coins he seemed to accumulate. It seemed impossible to exhaust them. As the bizarre apocalypse approached its climax, he wondered if he could purchase the entirety of the strange realm. Li Gui beamed with delight. Having suddenly acquired 10,000 ghostly coins, ensuring 5 months' worth of performance, alleviating any concerns about facing penalties for zero achievement. In 5 months, the surviving humans would undoubtedly possess ghostly coins, and he would have no fear of failing to meet his targets. Would you like to examine any other artworks? Li Gui inquired, his smile oozing servility. No need. This is sufficient, Chu Yang replied nonchalantly. Beside him, Xiao Li hurriedly gathered all the artworks. If any living beings were present, they would undoubtedly be astounded. Who was truly peculiar, Chu Yang or Xiao Li, and the enigmatic proprietor? It was an utter inversion of the natural order. You're always welcome to return. The enigmatic boss watched as Chu Yang departed. In this day and age, the nature of the enigmatic seemed altered, and humanity appeared to have lost its essence. This lad, upon the onset of the apocalypse, possessed an astonishing amount of underworld currency. Could he possibly be the illegitimate son of the esteemed leader of the netherworld? Just as the boss finished his thought, the very fabric of space above him abruptly tore apart, and a shadowy hand descended ominously. Instantly paralyzed by fear, he fell to his knees, pleading, Please, esteemed leader of the netherworld, grant me mercy. I harbor no ill intentions. Spare my life. A cold sweat trickled down his brow. The terror was palpable. Certain formidable entities of the eerie realm were so fearsome that even uttering their names could invoke their wrath, leading to a swift demise. As they traversed several corridors, Chu Yang seized the opportunity to observe his surroundings. Each classroom bore a crimson hue, with numerous corpses strewn about. Many students sat vacantly in their chairs, their expressions hollow and filled with dread. Yet, a small fraction of the students had regained their composure, beginning to restore order within the chaos. Chu Yang regarded these students with a newfound respect. Just recently, they had been compliant members of a civilized society. Yet in the face of the gory apocalypse, they swiftly adapted their mindsets. Compared to their peers, these students had a higher chance of survival. especially when juxtaposed with those who were selfish and self-serving. Shaoli reflected on this, realizing that this was the typical reaction of normal students confronted with the apocalypse. Unlike his own boss, who remained even more composed than the enigmatic himself. Before long, they arrived at the office of the Director of Education. Before the apocalypse, Chu Yang had visited this place, where the office of the Director of Teaching was adorned with pristine white walls, exuding an air of immaculate order. Yet, in the mere span of a few hours, it had transformed into a gruesome tableau, stained with blood, with even the cracks of the door seeping red. Shaoli stepped forward and knocked on the door. "I am Shaoli, may I enter?" "Come in," a muffled voice echoed from within. Shaoli glanced at Chu Yang before opening the door. "Shaoli, why are you here instead of diligently performing dissections in the laboratory?" The Director of Teaching remarked with evident dissatisfaction. Chu Yang observed him, resembling a corpulent and sinister creature, with intestines protruding grotesquely. A human? Shaoli, have you brought a human here for me to practice on? It has been quite some time since I last dissected. I must admit, my hands are itching for it. As an entity of status and rank, his proclivities were twofold. The first was a professional passion dissection. The second, an avocational interest as a notable figure among the strange. He held a position of minor authority within the peculiar high school, overseeing a cadre of 20 or so eccentric instructors. Thus, even his leisure pursuits bore an air of elegance. He had a fondness for bizarre artworks, and whenever he indulged in their appreciation, his spirits soared to great heights. Alas, the cost of such peculiar art was exorbitant. On his meager salary, he could barely afford a single mediocre piece to hang on his wall. Day and night, he gazed at it, long since weary of its aesthetic. "Director, his name is Chu Yang. He is not meant for dissection," Shaoli asserted. Not for dissection? Do you intend to kill this human outright? Shaoli, have you succumbed to depravity in the few days I have neglected you? Have you mingled with those murderous factions? Is there any artistry in slaughtering?" The Director of Education, filled with wrath, emanated an aura of menace. Chu Yang raised an eyebrow slightly, sensing this peculiar energy, which seemed to surpass the initial stages of Shaoli's transformation. As expected of the director, his elevated status endowed him with greater strength. Shaoli hastily denied the accusations. "If that's not the case, then why have you brought humans here? Have you truly allied yourself with them? You deserve even greater punishment." The director's tone was exceedingly grave. In the past, Shaoli might have feared such a director, yet he was now bound by a contract to Chu Yang, serving as his formidable ally, thus rendering fear unnecessary. Chu Yang mused that his strategic move had been astutely executed. This director, though not a part of the murderous faction, exhibited a volatile temperament. Had he approached the leader of the killers recklessly, he might have found himself without the chance to speak. Chu Yang refrained from immediate utterance, aware that he was in the guise of a human, and speaking too boldly might lead to expulsion. Sometimes, presenting a gift is not merely about the act itself. It is an art form in its own right. With this thought, Chu Yang approached the wall, which bore only a solitary piece of calligraphy. "The Enigma of Hell." He murmured softly, then smiled and remarked, "A fine piece of writing. Can you comprehend the essence of this calligraphy?" The director inquired, his expression enigmatic. "Man harbors lofty aspirations, while the enigma yearns for the depths of hell." At first glance, this calligraphy artwork appears simple. However, the profound essence it embodies is anything but ordinary, reflecting the aspirations and grandeur of its owner. Chu Yang nodded slowly. A hint of surprise crossed the face of the headmaster. He had previously shown this artwork to other esteemed teachers, but to them, it was merely a piece of worthless parchment, utterly misunderstood. Yet, this young boy before him was able to articulate his lofty ambitions through the very strokes of this piece. Chapter 8. The Eerie Task of the Blood-Red Cafeteria Headmaster. This calligraphy is remarkable, but it feels somewhat lacking without an accompanying painting, remarked Chu Yang. That is indeed true, however. The headmaster instinctively followed Chu Yang's line of thought. With a subtle smile, Chu Yang said, "Shaoli." Understanding the cue, Shaoli produced a scroll and gradually unfurled it, hanging it beside the calligraphy. "What is this?" The headmaster's pupils constricted sharply. The painting before him magnified infinitely, depicting a scene from the 18 levels of hell, where countless entities lay amidst the molten lava, their expressions filled with ecstasy. "This painting is titled Entities in Hell, and I believe it perfectly complements the essence of the calligraphy," Chu Yang stated with a smile. The headmaster remained enraptured by the artwork, rushing forward to examine it closely. Within moments, he was trembling with excitement. Entities in Hell. What a magnificent piece! Truly a masterpiece! This has long been the painting of my dreams. The headmaster exclaimed fervently. He had visited the eerie art shop multiple times to admire this renowned piece, yet this was the first time he could behold it from such proximity. It was breathtaking. Absolutely breathtaking. Chu Yang realized that the director of education had taken the bait. Shaoli, Chu Yang called out. Shaoli spread out the remaining 4 pieces of calligraphy and paintings on the ground, each surpassing the director's own work in both artistic conception and craftsmanship by an immeasurable degree. Just their mere display allowed the subtle aura that Li Gui cherished to flow gently around them. What a pity, for I too have an appreciation for calligraphy and paintings, and have collected a few myself. Before Chu Yang could finish his thought, the rotund figure of the director lunged forward. Little brother, I understand. I truly comprehend the art of calligraphy and painting. These pieces of yours are nothing short of extraordinary. The director's enthusiasm was palpable, as he nearly drooled at the sight. While I do have a fondness for calligraphy and painting, I am but a mere mortal, and my own well-being is paramount. Thus, these artworks would only suffer by remaining with me. I have contemplated their destruction on several occasions. Chu Yang sighed softly, his words laced with melancholy. The director's eyes brightened at once, and he hastily interjected, if they are to be destroyed, why not entrust them to me? I too possess an understanding of art and will ensure their preservation. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Chu Yang's mouth. The fish had taken the bait, rendering his elaborate ruse worthwhile. There are various levels to the art of gift-giving. If presented directly, the recipient may harbor reservations. However, if one expresses a desire to discard the item, the recipient feels no burden in accepting it. After all, if they are destined for destruction, why not leave them in the hands of someone who appreciates them? Well then, since these artworks are bound for ruin, it would be better to give them to you, who understands their value. Yet, before Chu Yang could finish his sentence, the director interrupted him. Young brother, you have bestowed upon me these calligraphic works. If you have any requests, feel free to voice them, and I shall fulfill what I can. The director of education proclaimed, patting his chest with an air of pride. The rotund gentleman held a certain charm, if only he could trim his waistline a tad. Shaoli was utterly astonished, observing that throughout the entire exchange, Chu Yang had neither offered to present the artworks to the director nor solicited his assistance. It was solely the director who spoke. Is my new employer not only affluent in ghostly currency, but also endowed with remarkable emotional intelligence? This realization would undoubtedly elevate the director's enthusiasm to extraordinary heights. You're truly generous, brother. Since you've said as much, I shall not be coy. I wish to meet with the vice principal, Chu Yang remarked. Not a problem, a trivial matter. I shall escort you to him immediately. The director responded, seemingly relieved that the matter at hand was of little consequence. Chu Yang nodded, recognizing that meeting the vice principal would significantly advance his objective of acquiring this peculiar high school. What are the vice principal's interests? Chu Yang inquired suddenly. Nothing in particular. The director replied. Chu Yang nodded. Most individuals might panic upon hearing that. If there are no hobbies, what should one offer? Little did they know. The majority of those without particular interests often have a fondness for wealth. This unspoken passion for money, however, does not classify as a hobby. It would suffice for him to incapacitate the vice principal with ghostly currency. Suddenly, an enigmatic and peculiar aura enveloped the director's office, and in that instant, a slip of paper materialized in Chu Yang's hand. A bizarre task? He raised an eyebrow, intrigued. How long has it been since the last peculiar task from the laboratory? Why have I received yet another bizarre assignment? Who on earth sent you this note? The disciplinary director was furious. However, Chu Yang felt a sense of relief. Any strange task was merely a random selection by the sinister forces. With his current rapport with the disciplinary director, a mere threat from him would suffice to have his name stricken from the list. He instinctively opened the note. Please proceed to the blood-red canteen within 10 minutes. Wait, the blood-red canteen? Chu Yang's breath quickened. He recalled that in his previous life, among the myriad of strange tasks at the peculiar high school, the blood-red canteen had the highest mortality rate. Out of 10 students who ventured there, perhaps only one would return. In his past existence, Chu Yang had been fortunate enough to avoid receiving a task from the blood-red canteen. Yet he had heard tales of the singular fortunate soul who completed the task and was rewarded with an exceptionally rare skill. The term skill alluded to an eerie ability that could unleash formidable powers within the human form. In his previous life, that fortunate individual had leveraged this skill to become a lord of a territory, a prospect that had greatly intrigued Chu Yang. How wondrous it would have been had he participated in the blood-red canteen's bizarre task back then. Now, the gears of fate began to turn slowly. Damn it. Was this task issued by the canteen? I must uncover which audacious entity dared to deliver this note to my little brother. The disciplinary director, fuming, turned to stride out of the office. Chu Yong hurriedly intercepted him, saying, "Brother, allow me to go. I wish to experience this for myself. Dear younger brother, if you are afraid, just tell me." "As the director of education, I certainly possess this authority," the director remarked, mistakenly believing that Chu Yong was frightened. However, it was not fear that gripped him. Rather, he found himself genuinely intrigued. With a smile, Chu Yong replied, "No, I am indeed quite interested." The eerie tasks of the blood-red canteen differ significantly from other bizarre assignments. With a notably low survival rate, the director continued, "Rest assured, if I were to perish, these artworks would still belong to you." Upon hearing this, the director cast a delighted glance at the painting titled "The Malevolent Spirit Descends into Hell," his heart swelling with satisfaction. "As long as the artwork remains mine, that is sufficient. Ha. Since you have made up your mind, I shall refrain from further persuasion as your elder brother." The director sighed, gently patting Chu Yong on the shoulder. Behind them, Shally scoffed, "Are you worried about the boss? Your concern lies solely with these artworks. Unlike me, I constantly worry about the boss. With so many ghost coins at my disposal, I should find an opportunity to summon the eerie shop and exchange them for misfortune, thereby enhancing my own strength. Did the boss not say that the stronger one becomes, the higher the salary?" After witnessing the boss's financial prowess, Shally was no longer content with a monthly salary of 10,000 ghost coins. "Shally, we are leaving," Chu Yong called out. Chapter 9. Transforming into a chef like a gang of rogues, they exited the director's office. The entire teaching building echoed with the anguished cries of students, undoubtedly those chosen for the blood-red canteen task. On this occasion, Chu Yong felt no psychological burden. After all, there was no malevolent spirit that could resist the allure of ghost coins. If any could, it would simply mean that they were not abundant enough. Investing hundreds of millions, even tens of billions, could compel even the enigmatic emperor to bow in submission. To reach the blood-red canteen, one must traverse a playground. Numerous students, heads hung low, meander towards the same destination. Chu Yong counted briefly. Aside from himself, there were 19 other students. Each class had previously undergone a peculiar task. Thus everyone understood that upon receiving a task notice, attendance was imperative. Participation offered a glimmer of hope, while non-compliance spelled certain doom. "Boss, are you not considering bringing the director of education under your wing?" "I am at the early stage of the enigmatic citizen, and the director's strength should be at the mid-stage," Shally inquired. "No, henceforth, the anomalies I contract must possess unique qualities," Chu Yong replied, shaking his head. "If I can contract some formidable entities endowed with esoteric techniques, I too shall acquire such abilities. Future contracts must evolve in this direction." Shally appeared somewhat astonished. "Boss, it seems I lack any distinct attributes. I merely excel in dissection. Remember, you are the very first formidable entity I encountered in this bizarre apocalypse. That alone suffices," Chu Yong stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Shally gazed at Chu Yong with palpable excitement. He realized that had it not been for Chu Yong, he would likely still be languishing in the dissection room, scheming on how to fulfill his tasks for a meager salary. Now, following Chu Yong, he could amass a fortune in ghostly currency. As they conversed, the duo swiftly arrived at the entrance of the blood-red canteen. The once pristine and bright canteen was now drenched in crimson, resembling an ancient behemoth poised with its cavernous maw wide open, awaiting their entry. None of the 19 students dared to approach Chu Yong. They all gazed at him with pitying eyes. How unfortunate he is, held captive by the malevolent spirit. Shouldn't you focus on your own well-being instead of concerning yourself with others? He is indeed more pitiable than us. At least we possess a glimmer of hope. While this individual has no escape from his captor, the students murmured among themselves. Chu Yong paid them no mind. The only person he cared about was Luo Shui. Among the multitude of students, he stood out distinctly, displaying a calmness that starkly contrasted with the panic surrounding him. In his previous life, he had become the sole survivor of the eerie mission at the blood-red canteen and had consequently acquired the peculiar skill as a reward. In this life, Chu Yang's expression flickered slightly. At that moment, a line of blood-red characters suddenly appeared before the students' eyes. Recently, a peculiar group of diners had arrived at the canteen. Their demands were exceedingly high, and many seasoned chefs, with decades of experience, found themselves unable to satisfy the appetites of these guests. Gradually, the number of chefs dwindled. As rising stars in the culinary world, each of you harbored dreams, determined to make a name for yourselves in this field. With resolve, You have arrived here. Best of luck, future chefs. Observing the background introduction, Chu Yang keenly sensed something amiss. The meals prepared by the original chefs failed to meet the standards of these extraordinary diners, leading to the decreasing number of chefs. Why were they dwindling? They must have perished, yes. At that moment, a girl exclaimed with excitement, I happen to be quite skilled at cooking. Haha, it seems I can survive. So can I. I even participated in a culinary competition for high school students. She continued, finally, we have arrived at a domain where I excel. It appears I shall indeed endure. Among the 19 students, aside from Chu Yang, half of them were equally thrilled about their culinary abilities. In the next instant, everyone entered the blood-red cafeteria. Boss, should I accompany you inside? Shaoli inquired. No need, just wait outside. Chu Yang replied before promptly stepping into the cafeteria. Upon entering, several individuals began to retch violently. The air was thick with a pungent scent of blood. Seated within the cafeteria were two eerie figures, grotesquely large in the abdomen, giving them an appearance reminiscent of miniature automobiles, utterly dissonant. The moment Chu Yang and the others stepped in, the two figures simultaneously turned their heads, fixating their gaze upon them. Blood-red letters materialized once more. Eerie task, blood-red cafeteria. Rule 1. Departure from the blood-red cafeteria is prohibited until the task is completed. Rule 2. Prepare dishes that satisfy the two diners, or face punishment from the otherworldly patrons. Rule 3. The commands of the otherworldly patrons must not be disobeyed. Violation will result in punishment. This eerie task comprises merely 3 rules, uncomplicated and aligned with the narrative. The crux lies in crafting dishes that appease the uncanny diners, succeed, and one may escape, fail, and one shall incur consequences. Punishment by the malevolent spirit seldom leads to a favorable outcome for the living. With the arrival of 20 chefs, the opportunity for sustenance had finally come. One of the spirits extended a tongue a meter in length, dancing ominously in the air, nearly causing a young woman to faint from fright. Before these two sinister entities lay a pristine kitchen, its transparent walls revealing no traces of blood or gore. You, prepare our meal, commanded one of the spirits, pointing its tongue at the girl who had nearly succumbed to terror. Her complexion turned a ghostly white in response. Observing her disheveled yet undeniably noble attire, Chu Yang deduced that she must belong to a wealthy family, a sheltered princess unaccustomed to menial tasks. I. The girl stammered, on the verge of tears. What? Do you dare defy my order? The spirit's eyes narrowed as its tongue flickered menacingly before her. No, I shall do it. This marked her first encounter with the bizarre tasks, and she had heard from a survivor that any rule must not be violated. Disobedience would surely lead to death. Cooking a mere egg should be a simple endeavor, right? Thus, with heavy steps, she entered the kitchen. Inside, an abundance of fresh ingredients awaited her. With a swift motion, she grabbed 4 eggs and began to beat them for a stir-fry. Chu Yang observed the kitchen, filled with so many fresh ingredients, wondering if it truly could be as straightforward as preparing a meal. Outside, the other students fidgeted anxiously. In a short while, the girl emerged, her hands burdened with 2 plates of scrambled eggs. However, the eggs bore an unusual hue and emitted a faint, burnt aroma. The 2 eerie patrons tasted a bite before promptly spitting it out. Cursed fate. The taste is utterly atrocious. Are you attempting to poison us? The sinister gourmand exclaimed, extending his tongue to pierce the girl's heart. She had no time to react and perished on the spot. Chu Yang closed his eyes, aware that this girl had violated the rules, failing to satisfy the 2 enigmatic diners. The punishment of these peculiar patrons was nothing less than death. It was a task steeped in subjectivity. The rules were few, yet the difficulty surpassed that of previous bizarre experiments by several folds. Chapter 10. The ruthlessness of Luo Shui. The surrounding students were paralyzed with fear. Those who had previously participated in strange tasks fared better, while first-timers were utterly beside themselves. You are next. The sinister gourmand's tongue reached toward another girl. This girl maintained her composure, confidently striding toward the kitchen. Chu Yang recalled her. She had just boasted of her culinary skills outside. Upon entering the kitchen, she showcased her mastery, assembling an array of ingredients and commencing to stir-fry. In half an hour, she presented 3 dishes and a soup before the 2 peculiar diners. The aroma of her creations wafted through the blood-soaked cafeteria, a testament to her skill. Braised pork ribs, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, crab with tofu, and tomato egg soup, please indulge. The girl slightly lifted her gaze, exuding confidence in her dishes. Many students anxiously observed the scene. If this girl succeeded, it would imply that their culinary talents could also prevail. The two enigmatic diners exchanged knowing glances before beginning to taste her offerings. No one anticipated that upon sampling the dish, the peculiar gourmand would immediately retch uncontrollably. Everyone was bewildered. The aroma of the dishes wafted through the air. Surely they couldn't be so unpalatable as to induce vomiting. How brazen! What kind of swill have you served us? It's utterly inedible. The voice of the peculiar diner was chilling. The girl's complexion shifted dramatically. Impossible. I've tasted it myself. It's quite delightful. I insist it's truly distasteful. The peculiar diner smirked coldly. No. You are deceiving me. You are deliberately claiming it's awful in an attempt to eliminate me. Aren't you? The girl shrieked in terror. Chu Yang shook his head, realizing why this bizarre task was so challenging. We are diners. If it's unpleasant, it is genuinely unpleasant. Deception is impossible. Perish. The tongue pierced the girl's heart once more. The surrounding students were left aghast. Another had perished, making it 2 fatalities already. Next, you. The peculiar diner pointed at a boy. The boy took several deep breaths and stepped into the kitchen. Perhaps the previous girl had indeed failed because her culinary skills were lacking. She had rushed, and with the peculiar diner's high standards, she simply fell short. This time, he would approach the task with seriousness. The boy was also a skilled cook. He meticulously prepared 2 dishes in the kitchen, dedicating a full hour to his craft. Disgusting. Perish. The peculiar diner spat disdainfully and promptly executed the boy. The students around fell into a heavy silence. They had observed the boy's cooking process closely. His control over heat and seasoning was impeccable, making it inconceivable that it could be inedible. Yet, he too met his demise. Witnessing these 3 corpses, Luo Shui's gaze flickered slightly, as if he had grasped some revelation. Next, the peculiar diner began calling out names once more. The boy, who had been singled out, found himself in a state of utter confusion, ultimately facing an inescapable demise. With 4 seasoned chefs at hand, the dishes they prepared were utterly unpalatable, inciting frustration among the peculiar diners. The students dared not utter a word, overwhelmed by the tense atmosphere. Since this is the case, allow me to offer you a hint. One of the peculiar diners proclaimed. We are not human. Do not serve us food meant for mortals, do you understand? The bizarre diner admonished. The students suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Humans consume food, but what do the uncanny eat? They consume humans. You there. The strange diner directed his gaze at a burly boy. Trembling, the boy approached the kitchen, armed with the diner's revelation. He realized he could not prepare any conventional dish. If the uncanny feasted on humans, then he must. Upon this realization, the boy raised a kitchen knife and severed his own thumb, artfully presenting it on a plate, his complexion ashen as he delivered it to the 2 peculiar diners. The students gasped, astonished by the boy's grim determination, willing to sacrifice his own fingers so readily. The 2 diners regarded the burly boy with keen interest. One of them swiftly coiled his tongue around the severed digit and consumed it, a look of delight gracing his features. Delicious, exquisite, he remarked, eliciting a flicker of relief from the boy. Oi, my stomach is aflame. What of my portion? Inquired the other peculiar diner, his tone accusatory. The boy was taken aback. After a moment's hesitation, he proceeded to sever his index finger. His pallor deepened further. Observing the other diner devour his own finger, the burly boy exhaled a sigh of relief. Now that both bizarre diners have consumed their share, surely I can pass this trial, right? The other students appeared horrified. Was this perplexing task truly so formidable? Must one sever 2 fingers to succeed? The 2 peculiar diners smacked their lips in satisfaction, nodding approvingly. The burly boy turned to leave, having completed the strange task, eager to bandage his severed digits. However, a voice yanked him from paradise into despair. What about the dessert? The main course? Main course? What main course? The 2 eerie diners' expressions grew cold. You didn't think our sizable appetites were mere decoration, did you? Hurry up, or it will cost you your life. Upon hearing this, the burly boy fell into utter despair. Fingers were merely the appetizer, surely. The main course would require an arm or a leg. Having already sacrificed his fingers, what difference would that make? The burly boy screamed frantically, seizing the bloodied kitchen knife and hacking at his thigh with fervor. Before he could sever his leg, he had already succumbed to excessive blood loss. Silence engulfed the room. Witnessing the burly boy perish in such a manner filled the other students with sorrow, evoking a sense of betrayal akin to a rabbit being cooked after its usefulness had expired. Next, the bizarre diners began to randomly select their victims. One by one, the chosen were coerced into their demise. Some clever ones attempted to sever their calves, reasoning that the blood loss would be minimal, yet even after mutilating both calves, they still bled to death. The blood-soaked cafeteria was left with only 8 students amidst a sea of corpses and flowing blood. As time passed, the 2 peculiar diners ceased their actions, yet the students continued to perish one after another. This was the grim reality of the blood-stained cafeteria's bizarre task. Next, you. The bizarre diner extended his tongue toward Luo Shui. Luo Shui stood in silence, picking up a knife still stained with remnants of flesh. Safe travels. I shall follow in your footsteps, lamented a despondent male student. Suddenly, a glimmer of ferocity sparked in Luo Shui's eyes as he raised his hand and struck the boy's neck with the blade. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. The boy clutched his throat in horror, gazing at Luo Shui in disbelief. You. Luo Shui delivered another blow, swiftly commencing the gruesome act of dismemberment. Before the remaining students could comprehend the unfolding horror, Luo Shui had divided the body into halves, presenting them to 2 peculiar diners. This is my culinary creation, please indulge. Chapter 11. The sinister right hand quite impressive. The portions are significantly larger than before, remarked the strange diners, nodding in satisfaction as they began to savor the meal. Luo Shui, you. The surrounding classmates were gripped by sheer terror, as the bizarre apocalypse shattered their worldview once more. Luo Shui's brutal slaughter of his fellow students further distorted their perceptions of reality. Luo Shui, cloaked in an aura of malevolence, surveyed the few remaining classmates, who trembled in fear. Yet, paradoxically, Luo Shui's actions had also unveiled a new realm of possibilities for them. Indeed, there was no rule dictating that one could only harm their own body. They could also inflict harm on others. As long as the 2 strange diners were satiated, that was all that mattered. With this realization, several students quickly dispersed, cautiously scanning their surroundings, terrified of becoming the next sacrificial lamb. Witnessing this scene, Chu Yang suddenly understood why. In his previous life, Luo Shui had emerged as the sole survivor of the blood-soaked cafeteria task. Having struggled for 4 to 5 years in this bizarre apocalyptic world, I have cultivated a keen insight capable of discerning the intricate rules of this realm. In the early days of this strange apocalypse, Luo Shui possessed a heart of ruthless determination. Chu Yang felt a surge of enthusiasm. Perhaps he could recruit Luo Shui into his ranks. I'm still hungry, a bizarre diner shouted, banging on the table. Luo Shui's eyes glinted with ferocity as he lunged towards a girl. Help! Someone save me! She screamed, with a knife in hand. Luo Shui acted swiftly while those around could barely react, let alone come to her aid. Adhering to the principle of better to let a friend die than to sacrifice oneself, none dared to intervene. Before long, the girl was placed upon the dining table. Still not enough, declared 2 bizarre diners, pointing at their enormous stomachs. One of them consumed a person whole, yet still felt unsated. Even Luo Shui was taken aback. What an insatiable appetite! The remaining students huddled together, anxiously watching Luo Shui, each one unwilling to become the next dish served. Why don't I go first? Chu Yang stepped forward, inquiring. He could not allow Luo Shui to complete the task ahead of him, for then the rewards of the bizarre techniques would fall into Luo Shui's hands. You wish to go first? Luo Shui frowned, perceiving this as an attempt to usurp his progress. We can manage here. We will empty our stomachs and remember the satisfaction of consuming your prepared food, remarked a detached bizarre diner. In essence, they were preserving their own progress. Thus, Luo Shui nodded in agreement. He harbored his own ulterior motives, aware that the remaining students were mostly male and huddled together, even with a kitchen knife in hand. Facing multiple adversaries would not bode well for him. The individual before him, intent on completing the task, would undoubtedly adopt a similar approach. He could allow the students in the group to engage in a fierce battle with the peculiar diners first, and then join in later, preserving his progress, a win-win situation. Chu Yang slowly approached the 2 enigmatic patrons, possessing his own methods for completing the task. This time, he did not resort to bribing with ghost coins. With a flicker of thought, he produced a vial of growth potion and downed it in one swift gulp. The students, along with the strange diners, were filled with curiosity regarding Chu Yang's actions. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, he raised a kitchen knife and severed his right hand completely. The pain was excruciating, yet tolerable. Compared to his previous life, this agony was trivial. Luo Shui was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into a sinister grin. This fool still harbored the delusion of satisfying the peculiar diner's appetites with his own limbs. Those 2 diners could hardly be satiated even after consuming 2 people. How could his slender arms and legs suffice? Chu Yang squeezed his remaining hand, feeling a newfound strength coursing through him. Thus, he drank another vial of growth potion and severed his right arm once more. Come, let each of us have a taste, he declared grandly, tossing his arm toward them. The peculiar diners were left in astonishment. It was their first encounter with such a human while dining here, one who seemed even more bizarre than they. Without uttering a word, they proceeded to remove 2 arms, yet remained completely unharmed themselves. This astonishing spectacle left the onlookers dumbfounded. It must be the reward from the previous bizarre task. It cannot be abundant, Luo Shui gritted his teeth. He had participated in a peculiar task once and received a reward, but that reward was of no use in the blood-soaked cafeteria. The other students nodded in agreement, doubting that the reward from the last bizarre task could be substantial. After finishing, the peculiar diner inquired about the main course. Let us begin with 2 thighs, Chu Yang declared, producing a growth potion and consuming it voraciously. Without a moment's hesitation, he dismembered his own thigh, one after another. Chu Yang felt that the newly regrown parts were significantly stronger than before. An eccentric thought crossed his mind. What if he continually severed his right arm? Each regeneration seemed to amplify its strength. What would happen after severing it hundreds or thousands of times? Resolute, he proceeded, and 100 iterations swiftly passed. Are the children satisfied? Do you require more? Chu Yang inquired tenderly. The diners appeared dazed, yet they nodded, still unsated. We are still hungry. Chu Yang then dismembered another 100 limbs. His entire right arm now radiated a faint golden glow, as if a single punch could shatter a massive boulder. Just how many bottles of growth potion do you possess? Luo Shui could not contain his astonishment. There should be over 9,000 left, Chu Yang replied with a shrug. I used one on Shaoli last time, and the system generously returned 10,000. I never anticipated utilizing it here. Luo Shui was utterly bewildered. Over 9,000? How long will that last? In no time, over 1,000 bottles had been consumed. Need more? I still have some, Chu Yang remarked, as he dismembered another 10 limbs. The peculiar diners devoured hungrily, visibly expanding as they consumed. Before they could utter another word, dozens of arms were presented before them, compelling them to eat even more. It is not merely a few, my friend. Once again, there are dozens of them. Enough is enough. Still dozens. The enigmatic diner finally reached a breaking point, overturning the table in exasperation. I've had enough. You have passed the test. You have completed the bizarre task of the Crimson Cafeteria. We can no longer eat. Truly we cannot. The aggrieved diner roared, tears welling in their eyes. They could never have anticipated that within the peculiar trials of the Crimson Cafeteria, they would find themselves overwhelmed to the point of satiety. Who is the true enigma? You or us? Our arms have fallen off. They will not grow back in an instant. Chu Yang ceased his actions, and at that moment, a brilliant golden light surged from his right arm, its dazzling radiance even dispelling some of the crimson hue. In the minds of people across the world, a singular voice resonated. Congratulations to Chu Yang for achieving the bizarre right hand accomplishment in a unique manner. While the entire world continued to struggle amidst the sudden, bizarre apocalypse, the unexpected announcement brought forth a wave of shock. It was akin to a game where, while everyone labored in the novice village, someone suddenly defeated hundreds of bosses and achieved a feat broadcasted across the server. Is this truly possible? At that moment, another voice echoed in Chu Yang's mind. Bizarre skill, bizarre right hand, skill effect. At a critical moment, it can nullify one instance of task rules and lethal threats. Cooldown period, 3 days. Chapter 12, The Black Death's Bizarre Eyes. Upon reading this information, Chu Yang's heart momentarily halted in excitement. The bizarre right hand. Immunity to the erasure of rules once within 7 days. What does the erasure of rules signify? It occurs when, while undertaking a peculiar task, one contravenes the established norms, resulting in the rules exacting swift retribution. In this bizarre apocalypse, the rules loom over humanity like the sword of Damocles, casting a shadow of dread. Chu Yang recalls a former life where a certain king of the uncanny had withstood an assault from the rules. Although he did not vanish immediately, he was nonetheless gravely injured and ultimately perished. The fact that his fractured right hand could endure a strike from the rules felt akin to gaining an additional life every 7 days. Remarkably, he had not anticipated such an effect from the growth potion. Would utilizing it throughout his entire body yield even more extraordinary abilities? As this notion emerged, an instinctive warning surfaced within him, urging Chu Yang to dismiss it. However, a question arose: if one could nullify the strike of the rules, from whence did these assaults originate? From above, below, or perhaps from the sides? He could not discern the source of the impending attack. Congratulations on becoming the first human to complete the Blood Red Canteen's peculiar task. Reward: Uncanny Technique, Black Death Eye. Effects of the technique. It grants the ability to perceive the direction of the rule's attacks and to detect the aura of death emanating from humans or uncanny beings. Each use slightly diminishes the visibility of both eyes, and repeated applications may lead to blindness. However, one can expend 1,000 nether coins to mitigate the adverse effects. As the reward for the blood-red canteen's peculiar task manifested, Chu Yang, having lived 2 lives, found himself momentarily stunned. After several seconds, he exhaled deeply, releasing a cloud of murky breath. In this moment, he felt a longing for a cigarette. Indeed, just as I was pondering the elusive direction of impending rule-based assaults, the arrival of the Black Death as Spectral Eyes providentially rectified this shortcoming. The Black Death as Spectral Eyes possess the remarkable ability to perceive the approach of rule-based attacks, while the errant hand can nullify a singular instance of such an attack. Is this not a combination technique? Alone, each ability may seem somewhat superfluous, yet when amalgamated, they become an unparalleled force. Moreover, there exists this conceptual skill that allows one to discern the aura of death surrounding an individual, observing others before venturing forth. Should one detect the presence of deathly energy, it signifies a heightened likelihood of that person meeting their demise soon. Conversely, its absence indicates survival. This skill proves exceedingly useful. As for the drawbacks, Chu Yang chose to disregard them entirely. After all, is it not merely a matter of sacrificing 1,000 Underworld coins for a single use? Even if it were 10,000, he could easily afford it. This expedition to the blood-red cafeteria has yielded unexpectedly bountiful rewards. Brother, we truly cannot consume any more, please. Refrain from bringing more and share some with others, lamented one of the peculiar diners. Chu Yang turned to the remaining students. No, no, no. We shan't partake. The others fervently shook their heads. Very well then, I shall take my leave, Chu Yang declared, striding confidently out of the blood-red cafeteria. Outside, Xiaoli continued to pace anxiously, turning this way and that. Heaven help us, may my boss descend into hell and not ascend to paradise. It has been a challenge to secure such a powerful ally. Upon seeing Chu Yang emerge, Xiaoli immediately rushed forward, brimming with excitement. Boss, you're safe. This is truly wonderful. I was so worried. I shall not encounter any misfortune, Chu Yang replied with a serene smile. I have heard that for human males, the right hand holds great significance. Could it be a restorative elixir? Xiaoli exclaimed in astonishment. Chu Yang's brows twitched several times as he suppressed the urge to eliminate Xiaoli, and said, Do not think foolishly. My right hand possesses a peculiar technique. Peculiar technique? My goodness, is it the legendary skill that only those of the above level of the Eerie can possess? Xiaoli exclaimed in astonishment. To him, an Eerie commander was already an exceptional powerhouse, a fact he was well aware of. Chuang nodded in affirmation. The hierarchy of the Eerie consists of Eerie citizen, Eerie soldier, Eerie commander, Eerie marquis, Eerie general, Eerie king, and Eerie emperor. For Xiaoli, who was merely an initial Eerie citizen, an Eerie commander indeed represented formidable might. Boss, you are truly remarkable. I have heard that those above the rank of Eerie Marquis can wield 2 peculiar techniques. It is a thought I scarcely dare to entertain. Xiaoli remarked in awe. Look into my eyes, Chu Yang stated in a calm tone. Xiaoli, filled with curiosity, turned to look, and in the next moment, he found himself sitting on the ground, nearly bowing in reverence to Chu Yang. What he beheld were Chu Yang's eyes, shimmering with a faint black light, exuding an air of the extraordinary and the enigmatic. Without a doubt, it was yet another peculiar technique. The realization that his boss possessed 2 such techniques was overwhelming. Were it not for the fact that Chu Yang was human, Xiaoli would have believed him to be an Eerie Marquis. Is it time to meet the vice principal now? Xiaoli inquired. Not in haste, Chu Yang replied, intending to wait a while longer. After roughly half an hour, the doors of the blood-red cafeteria swung open, and Luo Shui limped out, bloodied and battered, with remnants of skin clinging to him, appearing more eerie than the Eerie themselves. No other students emerged from the blood-red cafeteria. The march of history remained largely unchanged from the previous life, with the sole distinction being the presence of Chu Yang, the disruptor. The enigmatic Black Death's Eerie, I was originally destined for Luo Shui. In a previous life, Luo Shui relied on the Black Death's Eerie I to navigate fortune and misfortune, ultimately ascending to the pinnacle of power. While completing tasks would certainly yield rewards, none could compare to the Black Death's Eerie I, most likely. They would be peculiar items akin to growth potions. Where did you acquire so many growth potions? Luo Shui dared not approach Chu Yang, inquiring from afar. Yes. Chu Yang replied with a faint smile. A fierce glint suddenly appeared in Luo Shui's eyes as he stared at Chu Yang for a long moment, ultimately opting to retreat. In his perception, Chu Yang was shrouded in mystery, and his instincts warned him that provoking Chu Yang would lead to a dead end. Otherwise, Luo Shui would undoubtedly eliminate Chu Yang and seize all the growth potions he possessed. "Boss, should we eliminate him? This fellow harbors ill intentions," Xiaoli said menacingly. "No need. He is currently too weak. I have a premonition that he will become significantly stronger by our next encounter. Moreover, I may find him useful." Chu Yang responded nonchalantly. However, he would never allow someone like Luo Shui to become his companion. The only potential connection between them would be one of exploitation. "All right, let us first seek out the Director of Education," Chu Yang stated. "Understood, boss." In the director's office, the chubby man greeted them with a cheerful smile. "Little brother, you truly are a phoenix among men, emerging unscathed from the blood-soaked cafeteria." "It was manageable. There was nothing too challenging," Chu Yang shrugged. "For someone with an exceptional talent, even the most arduous tasks seem trivial. Shall we proceed to find the vice principal? Let us go." The office of the vice principal was situated just above them, and soon they arrived at its door. Black Death's enigmatic eyes, activate. Chapter 13. Dazed by the Underworld coins. Fortunately, neither Xiaoli nor the Director of Instruction exhibited any signs of death energy. Given Chu Yang's cautious nature, he naturally deduced that both Xiaoli and the Director were formidable entities. Merely observing them was not reassuring. Thus, he retrieved a mirror to examine himself. "Well, quite handsome. No death energy detected. Let us enter," Chu Yang declared. "Very well," the Director responded, pushing open the office door. The atmosphere within was thick with an eerie essence, and a robust figure sat in the office chair, flanked by two skulls for decoration. Chu Yang squinted. The vice principal possessed considerable strength, a testament to the hierarchy of power. "Vice principal, I have brought a human to discuss matters with you," the Director said, bowing respectfully. "A human? What could I possibly have to discuss with one? Given your effort in bringing him, I shall spare his life for now," the vice principal replied coolly. Rising from his seat, the Director glanced at Chu Yang, his expression one of helplessness. His duty was solely to escort Chu Yang to the vice principal's office. The rest lay in Chu Yang's hands. Not surprised by the vice principal's dismissive attitude, Chu Yang approached the desk and took a seat, nonchalantly propping his legs on the table. This audacious act left both Xiaoli and the Director of Instruction momentarily breathless. It was a blatant provocation towards the vice principal. As anticipated, the vice principal's countenance darkened, and with a flick of his right hand, a surgical knife, specifically designed for dissection, materialized. "Do you prefer to be dissected standing or lying down?" he inquired ominously. Just as the words left his lips, an object struck his face. In the next instant, another stack of items was hurled at him. "Ah, you are as good as dead," the vice principal bellowed, preparing to retaliate. But his peripheral vision caught sight of something on the ground. It appeared to be two stacks of paper money, one stack of 1,000, totaling 2,000 ghostly bills. Upon recognizing the currency, the vice principal's ire lessened slightly, though he remained quite incensed. 2,000 ghost coins. Who do you think you are belittling? What official can withstand such an affront? Chu Yang clicked his tongue and produced a hefty stack of 10,000 ghost coins, which he forcefully tossed at the vice principal's face. The vice principal was taken aback. This was a direct affront with a sum of 10,000 ghost coins. "Human, as the vice principal of this peculiar high school, do you think such puny offerings could bribe me?" He cursed vehemently. "Is that insufficient? Extend your face." Chu Yang replied coolly. Xiaoli and the Director were utterly alarmed. What was Chu Yang planning? After all, that was the vice principal. To them, 10,000 ghost coins was an astronomical sum, yet to the vice principal, it was merely trivial. A look of despair washed over Xiaoli. It was over. Provoking the vice principal like this would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Bound by contract to Chu Yang, his death would mean his own. In that moment, Xiaoli regretted not having sought out the enigmatic sister in the eerie nightlife rather than lamenting his pact with Chu Yang, especially since he had yet to spend his meager salary of 10,000 ghost coins. "Human, you seek death." The vice principal, filled with rage and on the verge of taking action, was suddenly struck by a cascade of 100,000 ghostly banknotes, leaving him dizzy and nearly unsteady on his feet. 100,000 ghostly banknotes. Both Xiaoli and the Director of Education stared in disbelief. Such an amount was enough to buy their very lives. Even in his esteemed position, the vice principal could not remain untouched by the allure of such wealth. As he leaned forward, Chu Yang continued to speak. The vice principal, breathing heavily and hesitating for a moment, silently extended his face forward. If he could produce 100,000 ghostly coins, surely he could procure even more, could he not? A stack, 2 stacks, 3 stacks. The ghostly banknotes in Chu Yang's hands were akin to mere toilet paper, effortlessly flicked into the air. Each flick sent a tremor through the vice principal's body. After over 100 flicks, the vice principal let out a muffled sound and collapsed onto the ground. What a marvelous sensation. Have you ever experienced the feeling of being showered with 1,000,000 ghostly banknotes? He had now felt it himself. His life had not been in vain. Despite the fact that the right side of his face had swollen to an alarming size, Shaoli and the director of education fell into a contemplative silence. They did not require 1,000,000. Merely 100,000 ghostly coins would suffice to bring them to the ground, ready to serve Chu Yang like loyal hounds. Alas, that opportunity had eluded them. In this moment, they did not scorn the prostrate vice principal but rather envied him. 1,000,000? Would that be sufficient for a task? Chu Yang inquired from his elevated position. The vice principal gazed upon the mountain of ghostly banknotes at his feet, his eyes widening in astonishment. He had never anticipated that this human before him possessed such a staggering fortune. While he might have feigned indifference to the earlier sums of 2,000 or 10,000 ghostly coins, the sight of 1,000,000 ghostly banknotes was enough to shatter his composure entirely. After toiling diligently for an entire month, earning merely a few thousand demon coins, he now found himself confronted by a staggering sum of over 1,000,000 coins, seemingly mocking him. Had it not been for the fear of losing face in front of the humans, he might have celebrated by tearing off his own ears in jubilation. Enough is enough. Please, what is it you wish to discuss, boss? The vice principal promptly stowed away the 1,000,000 coins, bowing and scraping. I must admit, I rather enjoyed your previously unyielding demeanor, chuckled Chu Yang. The vice principal was elated. His own joy mirrored that of Chu Yang's. Wait a moment, could it be that he had awakened some peculiar sadistic quality within him? Yet, the other party was indeed formidable. But one's rebellious spirit is contingent upon the company one keeps, he mused with a sly grin. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding. 1,000,000 demon coins have been consumed for a transaction, yielding a return of 10 billion demon coins. The system's announcement sent Chu Yang into a euphoric state. Please contact the principal and inform him of my intent to acquire the school. That is my request, stated Chu Yang with conviction. Certainly, the vice principal replied enthusiastically. The principal's office was adjacent, and the vice principal hurried over, speaking for quite some time before finally returning with the principal in tow. Upon seeing the principal, a chill ran down Chu Yang's spine. The man exuded an aura of immense power. The dense, eerie energy surrounding him seemed to transcend the realm of ordinary beings. The principal was at the initial stages of an eerie warrior. In this nascent age of bizarre apocalypses, an eerie warrior was a force to be reckoned with. Thanks to the vice principal's prior briefing, the principal approached without an air of arrogance, rubbing his hands together like a fly, adopting a sycophantic demeanor. Boss, I understand you wish to acquire this esteemed, eerie high school. Having just confirmed Chu Yang's capabilities with the vice principal, he adopted a notably humble stance. Certainly, this does not imply that the principal is particularly easy to converse with. If Chu Yang were to approach him alone, he would likely be met with hostility upon their first encounter. Indeed, I intend to acquire this peculiar high school. Chu Yang shut his eyes, contemplating the acquisition of this enigmatic institution, driven primarily by the desire to obtain the fortune of the supernatural. For those skilled in the arcane, this fortune is pivotal for advancing their cultivation. For humanity, it is the key to transcending the mundane. Furthermore, there lies another objective, to take over this extraordinary high school and manage it effectively, thereby attracting the offspring of formidable practitioners to enroll. Such connections are invaluable in the pursuit of becoming a figure of influence. Boss, may I inquire about your proposed offer for the acquisition? The principal asked nervously. All his resources had been invested in this school, leaving him utterly trapped and desperate. Chu Yang's arrival was akin to a beacon of hope for him. He signaled with his fingers, indicating a figure. Chapter 14. Signing the contract 2 million? No, that is far too low. The principal vehemently shook his head. Shaoli, the vice principal, and the head of the teaching department, standing nearby, also felt that 2 million ghost coins was somewhat inadequate. No, not 2 million. Chu Yang corrected him. 20 million? This was slightly more acceptable, yet the initial investment in establishing this high school had far exceeded 20 million by now. If it's 20 million ghost coins, I shall need to deliberate further, the principal replied earnestly. Although 20 million would still result in a loss. It was a more substantial figure. The principal was intrigued, though perhaps not entirely captivated. Could he not dare to think a bit more audaciously? Chu Yang found the situation amusing. What? The principal looked utterly perplexed. What I mean is, I am offering 200 million ghost coins to purchase your high school. Chu Yang proclaimed emphatically. 200 million? The principal's jaw visibly dropped, his ears seemingly expanding in disbelief, as if he had misheard. The other officials present were so startled that they trembled in unison, seeking solace in each other's company. They had already considered 20 million an astronomical figure. And now Chu Yang was boldly proposing 200 million. I ask again, are you unwilling to accept my offer of 200 million for your high school? Chu Yang reiterated. It was at this moment that the principal finally regained his composure and hastily nodded. Absolutely, yes. I am more than willing. However, he cautiously inquired, but do you possess such an amount of ghost coins? The principal, having witnessed this individual bribing the vice principal with 1 million, believed that Chu Yang could muster tens of millions in ghost coins. Yet, the prospect of him producing hundreds of millions raised a flicker of doubt. Chu Yang was no fool. If his ghost coins were limited, he would never consider paying such a premium. The reality, however, was that his ghost coins were boundless. The more he spent, the greater his returns multiplied. How exhilarating! Thus, in response to the principal's skepticism, Chu Yang promptly produced 2 large banknotes. The moment these banknotes emerged, a dense aura of enigma enveloped the room, causing the entire office space to grow frigid. The denomination of ghost coins was substantial. 100 million was merely a trifling sum. The principal's gaze fixated on the 2 100 million banknotes in Chu Yang's hands, his breath coming in heavy gasps, his body quaking. It was indeed real. These 2 bills of 100 million ghost coins are indeed genuine. Can you believe that humanity possesses such wealth? Chu Yang inquired. I believe. I consent. We can sign the contract immediately, the principal replied, nodding fervently. As his words fell, his hands moved with an eerie grace, conjuring a pitch-black contract into existence. In this bizarre apocalyptic realm, rules reign supreme, and contracts serve as their emissaries, with both parties affixing their signatures to the enigmatic agreement. Even the mightiest deities would be unable to retract their commitments. Chu Yang confidently inscribed his name. Ding! A transaction of 100 million in ghost coins has been processed, with a 10,000-fold return amounting to 10 trillion. The system's voice chimed, and another substantial sum of ghost coins was credited. The exhilaration coursed through Chu Yang's very being. However, the burden now rested upon the principal. Although he merely needed to sign his name to receive 200 million, his hands trembled uncontrollably. The pin feeling as heavy as a mountain. A sudden thought struck him. 200 million ghost coins in the early days of the apocalypse represented an astronomical figure. But was 200 million truly an overwhelming amount? While it might allow for rapid advancement in his cultivation in the short term, what lay ahead? As the bizarre apocalypse unfolded, the perils would only intensify, making it ever more challenging to safeguard the ghost coins in hand. Yet, if he were to align himself with this individual and assist him, would his future gains not surpass that of 200 million? Contemplating this, the principal cautiously lifted his gaze to Chu Yang. Boss, my school is at your service, but I wish to forge a pact and become your subordinate to serve you, he stated. Upon hearing the system's voice, Chu Yang felt a surge of urgency. How could the ghost coins he had just acquired slip away? You must accept these 200 million. Chu Yang spoke earnestly. Boss, my cultivation is at the early stage of the ghostly soldier realm, and I believe I can be of great assistance to you. I will transfer the school to you, hoping to serve as your subordinate. The principal, adopting a deeply humble demeanor, had come to a realization. Serving Chu Yang would undoubtedly yield rewards far exceeding 200 million dark coins. If that were the case, why not extend one's aspirations further? I insist, you must accept these 200 million. Chu Yang pressed 2 notes of 100 million dark coins firmly into the principal's hands. The principal was moved to tears. Boss, I am sincere. Please do not refuse me. I am equally sincere. No matter what, you must accept this 200 million today, Chu Yang reiterated. Shali, the head of instruction, and the vice principal exchanged glances, each visibly emotional. Brothers, this is 200 million dark coins, not mere sheets of paper. If you do not want it, then give it to us. We would gladly accept. Accept it. I am not opposed to you being my subordinate. You can indeed serve under me. But you must receive these 200 million dark coins, Chu Yang declared. The principal was momentarily taken aback. Could such a fortuitous opportunity truly exist? Not only would he receive 200 million dark coins, but he could also serve as Chu Yang's subordinate? This seemed rather questionable. The principal felt conflicted, pondering if this arrangement was akin to taking advantage of both sides. Additionally, you will act as my acting principal, managing the school's affairs. As for your salary, it will be 100,000 dark coins per month, along with benefits including 5 insurances and 2 funds, Chuyang continued. The principal felt a wave of darkness before his eyes, nearly fainting from the overwhelming emotions. He questioned whether he had inadvertently stumbled into a realm of unreal happiness, feeling as if he were in a surreal paradise. Not only can one receive 200 million ghostly coins, but there is also a monthly salary of 100,000. What immense torment that must entail. Xiao Li, however, is content. His salary of 10,000 as a novice is quite satisfactory. The dean and the vice principal are exceedingly envious. They too desire a contract with Chuyang. Boss, what do you think of us too? The vice principal inquired cautiously. Currently, I have no intention of forming a contract with Li Gue, Chuyang replied. For now, having Xiao Li and the principal at my side is sufficient. Oh. I see. The dean and the vice principal displayed expressions of profound regret. However, from this moment forth, I shall be the principal of this enigmatic high school. As the vice principal and the dean, you are effectively under my authority. Henceforth, dean, your monthly salary will be 30,000 ghostly coins, along with benefits including 5 insurances and 2 funds. Vice principal, your monthly salary will be 50,000 ghostly coins, with the same benefits. With a commanding wave of his right hand, Chuyang exuded an air of authority. To him, ghostly coins now represented merely a string of numbers. The more he spent, the more he received in return. Why not indulge extravagantly? Thank you, boss. The dean and the vice principal promptly bowed, barely able to conceal their excitement. Chapter 15. The mysterious shop. The principal, no longer hesitating, inscribed his name upon the contract. In that instant, Chuyang experienced an ineffable sensation. With a mere thought, he could sense every corner of this bizarre high school, possessing absolute control over it. Here, he reigns as the supreme sovereign. An enigmatic aura surged into Chuyang's being, enveloping him in an extraordinary essence. With a gentle grip of the right hand, one could sense a formidable force. In the early days of the uncanny, in other words. Although Chuyang still embodied humanity, he had already acquired the qualifications for cultivation. As the strange occurrences accumulated, his strength would grow increasingly formidable, ultimately transcending the ordinary. This was the essence of control. Chuyang's gaze flickered. All the formidable teachers bound by contract were subject to his whims, their fates resting in the balance of his thoughts. Congratulations to the boss on becoming the principal of the uncanny high school. Several individuals offered their accolades in unison. By the way, boss, what exactly are the 5 insurances and 2 funds you mentioned earlier? The principal inquired with curiosity. I ask you, do the uncanny ever fall ill? Chuyang directed his gaze towards the principal. Yes, they can fall ill, and they are also susceptible to injury, the principal affirmed. Do female entities experience pregnancy? Indeed. Do the uncanny require employment? Yes, they primarily work within eerie scenarios. Is a pension fund necessary for the retired? That seems to be unheard of. But if it were me, I would certainly want one. Where does the salary come from during the transition period after an entity is dismissed until they secure another job? This. Do the uncanny desire to dwell in dark, damp places with frigid air? Absolutely. Do they wish for their workplaces to contribute to their pension funds? That sounds incredibly appealing. The principal clapped his hands in delight. Xiao Li and the others were momentarily stunned. Such fortunate circumstances exist in this world. Is there truly such a benevolent employer? We must diligently assist the boss. No, we must fervently support the boss. This encapsulates the specific details of the 5 insurances and 2 funds, and you shall all partake in this benefit. To achieve these objectives, it is imperative to acquire peculiar establishments such as hospitals and insurance companies. For Chuyang, this task is not particularly daunting. The principal beams with delight, relieved by a sagacious decision. Now, officially, you remain the principal of this high school. I have several tasks to assign to you. Chuyang casually crossed his legs and spoke with a nonchalant air. Please, proceed, the boss replied. First, Chuyang raised a finger. Expel all human students from this high school. His ambition is to transform this enigmatic institution into the finest high school in Yuming City, admitting only formidable beings and those of notable lineage and industry. Thus, the presence of human students is unnecessary. Their expulsion signifies his utmost benevolence. For the school houses numerous bizarre scenarios, and remaining longer would inevitably lead to their demise. Consider it done. I shall take care of it, Xiaoli declared, confidently patting his chest. Secondly, immediately dismiss all instructors affiliated with the killing faction. From this point onward, none under my command shall engage in the active hunting of humans unless provoked by human aggression, Chuyang continued. He remains fundamentally human, adhering to the principle of non-aggression unless first wronged. It is a testament to his generosity to prevent his subordinates from initiating harm against humans. The principal, drenched in perspiration, is acutely aware that he is the foremost leader of the killing faction within this peculiar high school. Sheer luck has enabled him to serve under Chu Yang. Thirdly, gather all remaining teachers. I intend to enhance their compensation. Salaries will be dispersed in advance on the first day of each month. Chu Yang proclaimed. Understood. I will make the arrangements. The principal and Xiao Lili immediately set to work. In the office, the director of education and the vice principal stood silently behind Chu Yang, exhibiting utmost respect. The moment Chu Yang furrowed his brow and produced 200 million ghost coins, they regarded him as a being of unparalleled authority. Chu Yang closed his eyes in contemplation, pondering a singular question. Can humans summon the enigmatic shop? He understood that the eerie entities could directly summon the mysterious shop, but he was uncertain if humans possessed that capability. For the eerie beings, ghost coins were akin to heaven. Possessing them allowed one to procure anything within the enigmatic shop, including fortunes that could enhance one's cultivation. Have you ever summoned the mysterious shop? Chu Yang inquired. No. Only those who possess 10,000 ghost coins can summon the enigmatic shop, and it also takes a cut, the director of education responded. In other words, if one wished to purchase an item worth 10,000 ghost coins, the shop would deduct 20%, requiring the expenditure of 12,000 ghost coins for the item. Ah, I see. Chu Yang nodded, realizing the shop's exploitative nature. However, given the shop's mysterious origins, it was plausible that an unknown entity behind it required substantial ghost coins for its sustenance. Boss, the task is complete. Boss, the remaining teachers are waiting on the playground. The two eerie beings reported. No rush. Xiaoli, do you have anything in mind for exchange? Chu Yang asked. Yes, my strength is too weak. I wish to exchange for a fortune to enhance my cultivation, Xiaoli replied with a nod. Then summon it now. Chu Yang wished to witness the arrival of the enigmatic shop. Without hesitation, Xiaoli followed the proprietor's instructions without question. He promptly summoned the peculiar shop, expending 10,000 death coins, which included a commission, to acquire a portion of bizarre luck. Upon its infusion, his cultivation level ascended directly to the mid-stage of the eerie populace, aligning him with the principle of instruction. Is this all there is? Chuang inquired, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. He could not discern the location of the mysterious shop. Indeed, the peculiar shop manifested within the confines of his mind. While he was unfamiliar with other products, he possessed a modicum of understanding about bizarre luck. A single portion of bizarre luck from the shop can elevate one by a minor realm, but the price of each varies. Some are significantly more expensive, Xiaoli elucidated. Chu Yang grasped this concept to some extent. The quality of the bizarre entities was often dictated by innate talent. Those with superior aptitude could easily overpower many formidable entities of the same realm, justifying a higher price for such exceptional beings. How do you summon the peculiar shop? Chu Yang queried. Enigmatic shop, enigmatic shop, enigmatic shop. Chu Yang attempted to internally invoke thrice, and to his astonishment, he indeed beheld the manifestation of the peculiar shop within his mind. The other product slots were shrouded in mist, but bizarre luck was available for purchase. What is the cost of a portion of bizarre luck? 100 billion. How outrageous. Chu Yang exclaimed in disbelief. The price for a portion of bizarre luck, sufficient to elevate him from the initial stage to the mid-stage of the eerie populace, was an astonishing 100 billion death coins. Chu Yang felt his scalp tingle in shock. Chapter 16. The school's KPI evaluation task. Chu Yang was left in a daze, contemplating the exorbitant cost of transitioning from the initial to the mid-stage of the eerie populace. 100 billion death coins? Was this akin to slaughtering a pig? However, one must purchase when necessary. Such an item possesses the potential to enhance one's own prowess. Only by cultivating strength can one establish a firm foothold in the future. Moreover, he is hardly lacking in the currency of the underworld. Without hesitation, Chu Yang made the purchase. In the next moment, a formidable surge of enigmatic fortune coursed through him, facilitating his ascension in rank. Although 100 billion may seem exorbitant, his reserves of underworld currency were ample, practically inexhaustible. Chu Yang contemplated further acquisitions. Even if the next infusion of enigmatic fortune required 1,000 billion, he would still proceed. Money was abundant. However, the opportunity to buy was thwarted. The peculiar shop's enigmatic goods had entered a cool-down period, necessitating a 7-day restock. Let us proceed to the playground to meet the teachers. Chu Yang rose. Very well. At the playground, 7 formidable teachers of the enigmatic arts stood ready and waiting. Have you heard? It seems our high school has appointed a new principal. Rumor has it he is human? Is that true? How can a human oversee us? I find that hard to believe. I share your sentiments, after all. How can a human, one we routinely dissect, assume the role of our principal? When that individual arrives, we must certainly give him a stern introduction. Count me in. Let us join forces to instill fear in him. The 7 formidable teachers expressed their discontent regarding the human principal. Their dissatisfaction with the low wages at this high school had already bred discontent, and the appointment of a human only exacerbated their grievances. Out of respect for the former principal, who was a mere specter, they refrained from eliminating this new human principal. Yet they were resolute in their intent to drive him away. Before long, a powerful and eerie presence descended upon them, causing the esteemed teachers to tense up. For they knew the principal had arrived. Accompanying the principal was a human, a mere youth. It would have been one thing to face a more mature and composed individual. Yet here they stood before a boy. Regardless, they had to drive this human away. Otherwise, rumors would spread that they were working under a human boy. And what would become of their reputation? The very thought was mortifying. As soon as they arrived at the scene, Chuyang cut straight to the chase and asked, "What is your salary?" The group of esteemed teachers was taken aback, unable to fathom that this human youth would inquire about their wages right off the bat. "You must be our new principal, correct? We demand a raise." One of the teachers exclaimed loudly. The eyes of the other teachers lit up with intrigue. How clever! How could a mere human possibly possess ghostly currency? Using the pretext of a salary increase to expel this boy seemed all too easy. "What subject do you teach?" One of them inquired. "I teach geography, instructing students on how to find dark and damp places for a more comfortable stay," Chuyang replied. "Excellent. Your salary shall be raised to 10,000, and you will receive it in advance on the 1st of every month." With that, Chuyang produced a stack of ghostly currency and tossed it into the geography teacher's hands. The teacher, feeling the pure and eerie energy emanating from the 10,000 ghostly coins, stood in stunned silence. It seems to be real. Indeed. It is 10,000 ghostly coins. The eyes of the other teachers widened in disbelief. Goodness, how terrifying. A monthly salary of 10,000 ghostly coins. And paid in advance on the 1st. The most astonishing part was that he actually had the ghostly currency to give. Ghost money can be forged. Yet the pure and sinister energy that circulates within it cannot be replicated in the slightest. "Thank you, Principal. I shall endeavor to fulfill my duties with utmost dedication. Educating students is my sacred mission. I take immense pleasure in nurturing the art of deception." The geography teacher stood at attention, his gaze resolute, as if he were preparing to join the party. Driving away the new principal? Such a notion is unfathomable. Instead, we ought to elevate the new principal to a position of reverence. "And you, what do you teach?" Chuyang inquired, gesturing towards a female specter. "I teach language arts, imparting the wisdom of conversing with humans in the presence of humans and engaging with specters in their own tongue," the female specter teacher replied hastily, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she looked at Chuyang. "Excellent. Your salary shall also be 10,000. And you, what do you teach?" "I teach mathematics, instructing students that 1 + 1 = 3. "Splendid. The art of deception bears fruit. Your salary will be 20,000. In mere moments, Chuyang had dispersed 100,000 ghost coins, allocated as the monthly remuneration for 7 formidable specter educators. Ding dong, spending 100,000 ghost coins, receiving a return of 1 billion ghost coins. The voice of the system resonated. This was the most enchanting sound in the world. From this day forth, I am the new principal of the school. For mundane matters, you may consult the acting principal. I shall state but one thing. Those with capability shall reap greater rewards. Here, not only will you enjoy generous salaries, but you will also be granted specter-style benefits. Perform well, and you may even acquire techniques from me." Chuyang spoke confidently. The preceding statements were true, while the techniques were mere fabrications. Why would one not cherish the techniques for themselves, unless they too could yield a 1,000-fold return? Speaking the language of specters is a commendable virtue of humanity. The innocent and naive specters have never endured the torment of grand illusions. Excited cries erupted one after another. "How many formidable students are there in our school?" Chuyang suddenly contemplated this and inquired. "Well, not a single one," the acting principal replied, a look of embarrassment on his face. "Not even one. Are you joking with me?" Chuyang was taken aback. The first wave of the bizarre apocalypse had descended. And in Yuming City, there were 5 strange high schools, of which ours was the most inferior. The acting principal appeared even more uncomfortable. Suddenly, all the formidable students present froze in place, as if they had received some kind of information. Subsequently, after processing the information, the acting principal quickly addressed Chuyang. Boss, something grave has occurred. What is it? Why the commotion? Chu Yang asked. We have just received an ominous message from the void. The second wave of the bizarre apocalypse will arrive in 3 days. At that time, the already crumbling human world will deteriorate further, and the bizarre apocalypse will become even more vivid, presenting more strange scenes. Our school has also been assigned a KPI performance index task. If we fail to fulfill it, the entire bizarre high school will be merged with other schools, the acting principal explained hastily. Chu Yang's expression turned to one of astonishment. What nonsense is this? Even as the principal, I am subject to performance requirements? It seems even the formidable spirits have infiltrated the education department. Chapter 17, The Yellow Springs Rental. He was aware that the bizarre apocalypse descended in phases. In his previous life, for the first 2 years, some semblance of human society could still be observed. It was not until the 3rd year that the entire world transformed into a true hell on earth. However, he had never heard of this KPI performance assessment task before. The acting principal, concerned that Chu Yang might not comprehend fully, continued to elucidate. While we remain oblivious to the reasons behind the emergence of our peculiar entities or the advent of this bizarre apocalyptic realm, one truth stands clear. The arrival of this strange apocalypse is not intended to obliterate our world. It signifies not destruction, but rather replacement. In essence, these enigmatic beings are akin to humanity. And this uncanny world possesses its own order. Even the children of the bizarre require education. This KPI assessment specifically entails the recruitment of 100 extraordinary students. Upon hearing this, Chu Yang furrowed his brow slightly. Is the current number of extraordinary students in Yuming City substantial? He inquired. As it stands, the number of such students is limited, predominantly monopolized by the top 3 high schools. However, this is not definitive. For the KPI for the bizarre apocalypse has yet to be issued. In 3 days, a considerable influx of extraordinary beings will occur, which will inevitably increase the number of extraordinary students. Yet, with our current faculty and resource conditions, recruiting 100 extraordinary students remains quite challenging. The acting principal remarked with a wry smile. Hence, his urgency in selling the school. After pondering, Chu Yang responded, So, what our extraordinary high school currently lacks is faculty resources, correct? Indeed, the acting principal nodded. You are familiar with the faculty aspect. I would like you to compile a list of renowned and reputable extraordinary teachers in Yuming City. I will take charge of the resource conditions. Let us endeavor to rejuvenate the entire extraordinary high school within 3 days. Chu Yang spoke with great emphasis. Within his grand vision, this high school held a crucial role. In this strange apocalypse, those who could raise offspring capable of attending such a prestigious institution were undoubtedly formidable. He sought to recruit more powerful and skilled individuals, making this medium of recruitment immensely significant, thus it must be executed flawlessly. Understood. The acting principal assured with a firm pat on his chest. Perhaps, under the guidance of the boss, this peculiar high school could undergo a remarkable transformation. Listen closely, each of you. I require competent and formidable teachers. Activate your connections and introduce a capable teacher for a fee of 10,000 ghost coins for those renowned within the field. The introduction fee is 100,000 ghost coins. There is no upper limit. Chu Yang declared loudly to the 7 esteemed teachers. Understood. We will ensure diligence. The 7 teachers were salivating at the prospect of such generous referral fees. They were eager to introduce candidates. I will step out for a moment. Manage the school well in my absence. With that, Chu Yang strode toward the entrance. Very well. The essence of resources boils down to the infrastructure. The most vital aspects of a school include the cafeteria, infirmary, classrooms, and playground. Only by excelling in these areas can they attract a greater number of exceptional students. Currently, he lacked resources such as skilled chefs, medical professionals, and construction teams. Thus, he needed to seek them out, particularly in the most well-informed locations. The question arose, where could he find the most reliable information? Suddenly, a place flashed in Chu Yang's mind, taxicabs. In both the realm of humanity and the peculiar world of the bizarre, taxi drivers are invariably the most well-informed, possessing connections across various professions. Chu Yang sought to consult a taxi driver of the uncanny sort. This marked his first venture into the realm of the bizarre since his rebirth. Upon arriving, he encountered a small shop at the entrance. Do you sell anything? He inquired of the proprietor, a grinning figure of the uncanny. The ground bore witness to several human corpses, yet Chu Yang felt no trepidation and boldly stepped inside. The interior of the shop was chillingly cold, devoid of any signposts or rules. Clearly, such a small establishment lacked the capacity to engender a truly bizarre atmosphere. "I'd like a pack of cigarettes," Chu Yang stated nonchalantly. "Certainly, boss," the proprietor replied, producing a pack of cigarettes, his eyes suddenly glinting with malice. This pack was not of the human world, but rather a special brand for the enjoyment of the uncanny. 1,000 per pack, the proprietor declared with a chuckle. Chu Yang casually tossed 1,000 spirit coins onto the counter. "Ha ha ha, another one fooled. Behold, this is a pack of Netherworld cigarettes. Not something you humans can purchase with your money. Payment must be made in spirit coins. Failure to pay means death." The uncanny laughed heartily. "Very well," Chu Yang said, pocketing the cigarettes and turning to leave. The proprietor, momentarily bewildered, noted that this human seemed markedly different from those he had encountered previously. How could he remain so composed? Furthermore, could he truly escape? The rules of his murderous game dictated otherwise. However, when the proprietor examined the coins Chu Yang had provided, his eyes widened in disbelief. 1,000 spirit coins. The purest form of spirit currency. The uncanny sat down heavily in his chair, astonished that it was indeed 1,000 spirit coins. Amidst the eerie descent of an apocalyptic world, it is quite perplexing for a solitary human to possess 1,000 nether coins. Yet, the coins in his grasp are undeniably authentic. How strange it is. Standing in the deserted street, Chu Yang lit a cigarette to assess the situation. Indeed, it felt quite satisfactory, a fine item indeed. The thoroughfare was desolate, with vehicles haphazardly scattered, creating a scene of utter chaos. In some shadowy corners, a few lifeless bodies could still be discerned. Fellow citizens, the world has undergone a profound transformation. Please remain indoors and refrain from venturing out. Should you encounter any peculiar tasks, proceed independently. We are actively seeking solutions, rest assured. A calm male voice resonated repeatedly through the broadcast. Chu Yang reflected with a sense of nostalgia in his previous life. During the initial phase of this bizarre apocalypse, humanity suffered minimal losses under the protection of these individuals. However, the malevolent entities soon adapted, uniting across various strange realms to distribute task notices to those entrusted with safeguarding the populace and maintaining order, ultimately resulting in the complete collapse of societal structure. Those individuals were virtuous, yet, in this distorted world, it is the virtuous who are preyed upon, if circumstances allowed. Chu Yang yearned to forge connections with a few of them. They were extraordinarily powerful in his past life. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. Turning to his right, Chu Yang beheld a sleek, black sedan. In the blink of an eye, the vehicle was right before him, emblazoned with the words "yuan taxi." Chu Yang murmured softly to himself as the window rolled down, revealing a pallid-faced man who leaned out and inquired, "Sir, would you care for a ride?" Chu Yang cast a brief glance into the car, noticing a girl in a white dress seated in the back. Unlike the driver at the helm, who was an otherworldly being, this was a genuine human. The girl curled up in the corner, hugging her knees, visibly apprehensive of the newcomer. Fearing that Chu Yang might be a malevolent spirit, Chu Yang turned and nodded before opening the front passenger door and settling into his seat. A delicate fragrance of orchids wafted through the vehicle, likely emanating from the girl in the rear. "All right, let's get comfortable." The driver pressed the accelerator fiercely, causing the speed to escalate rapidly, distorting the scenery outside the window. Chu Yang closed his eyes. The Yellow Spring taxi was an exceptionally unique entity, protected by regulations that rendered it nearly impervious to any supernatural or human interference during transit. Once in motion, it attained remarkable speed, continuing unabated until reaching its destination. However, the fare was exorbitant, unaffordable for the average spirit. Those who could afford such a ride were typically individuals of status and power. Chu Yang's intention was merely to wander aimlessly, and the driver complied with his request, cruising about haphazardly. The numbers on the fare meter fluctuated wildly, with the cost perpetually climbing. Chapter 18. Would you care to be my personal driver? Loya Street, Imin Community. Before long, the Yellow Spring taxi came to a halt in front of a residential building. Upon realizing they had reached their destination, Lin Fan's tense nerves finally began to unwind. Just a few hours prior, she had inexplicably found herself embroiled in some bizarre scenario, and by the end, she was the sole survivor from her entire class. Moments ago, she had witnessed the dire consequences of failing to rush to the scene upon receiving a mysterious note. If her grandmother were to receive such a note, it would spell disaster. Fortunately, her journey thus far had been devoid of peril. The passenger who had hailed the taxi had exhibited commendable courtesy upon noticing her trepidation. He chose to occupy a seat at the front, which touched her deeply. "Driver, this is our fare," she stated, retrieving a 100 yuan bill from her bag and extending it to the driver, Huang Quan. She intended to cover both her and Chu Yang's fare as a gesture of gratitude towards him. Is this sufficient? If not, I have more. Upon seeing the red banknote that Lin Wen offered, a smile finally grazed Huang Quan's lips. However, he abruptly turned his head in a complete circle, his demeanor shifting to one of tension as he bellowed, "Young lady, have you mistaken something? Are you attempting to deceive me with this currency? I require ghost money, and it must amount to 10,000, not a single cent less." Upon hearing this, Lin Wen's face drained of color. Even in her innocence, the gravity of the situation dawned upon her. 10,000 ghost coins were beyond her means. The bizarre task she had just completed had only granted her 20 ghost coins. The disparity between 20 and 10,000 was staggering. Furthermore, drawing from her recent experience in the eerie scenario, she understood that failure to fulfill the sinister task would lead to dire repercussions. Overwhelmed by fear, Lin Wen began to tremble. Huang Quan, reveling in her fright, felt a surge of satisfaction. He thrived on the expressions of terror and dread that humans displayed. He chuckled, "If you find 10,000 soul coins excessive, I could offer you a discount. How about 8,000? But if you cannot muster even that amount, do not blame me for losing my temper." The ferryman of the underworld understood that Lin Wen likely possessed no such wealth, thus he had no intention of waiting for Lin Wen to produce the coins. His mention of a discount was merely a jest, intended to plunge his adversary into despair. 20? Upon hearing that Lin Wen actually had soul coins, the ferryman paused for a moment, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Although 20 coins were rather meager, they were still soul coins, and he was not inclined to dismiss them. Yet, at this moment, he sought both the life of his target and the coins. With that thought, the ferryman lunged forward. Hey, brotherly Gue, not so hasty. I'll cover her fare." Just as the ferryman was about to pounce, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw a male passenger who had just boarded, calmly offering him a pack of cigarettes. The ferryman stared at the bundle in Chu Yang's hand, momentarily taken aback. Aiming cigarettes. Goodness, is he truly that affluent, able to afford such luxury? Still, even with the ability to indulge in cigarettes, could he truly settle the 8,000 fare? "Are you covering for her?" the ferryman inquired. Chu Yang nodded and posed the question. "What happens if we both cannot afford the fare?" The ferryman lit the cigarette and exhaled a cloud of smoke. "You would die?" Considering the cigarette he was offered, the ferryman felt compelled to be forthright with Chu Yang. Chu Yang understood. The small shopkeeper's rule for murder was that a human must pay with human currency, while the ferryman's rule was that one must pay their fare or face death. In this bizarre apocalyptic world, it appears that the vast majority of the supernatural beings cannot indiscriminately take lives. Only when humans contravene their rules of killing may they do so. It seems that Shaoli possesses some uniqueness, as he immediately executed his classmates upon receiving his orders. "By the way, before I perish, may I inquire which restaurant in Yuming City boasts a chef team whose culinary creations best suit the palate of the supernatural beings?" Chu Yang asked. Getting straight to the point, he tossed another cigarette over. "Let's continue." The driver of Huang Quan lit up a new one, inhaling deeply with a look of satisfaction. Indeed, he knows how to get things done. The Hell Restaurant is universally acknowledged by us supernatural beings as the finest dining establishment in Yunming City. However, a meal there comes at a steep price, one that most supernatural beings cannot afford, the Huang Quan driver remarked slowly. Chu Yang nodded, deciding that the Hell Restaurant would be the place. He resolved to recruit the chef team from the Hell Restaurant to serve as the face of the supernatural high school. "Would you be interested in becoming my driver?" Chu Yang inquired. Yunming City is vast, and relying solely on cycling or driving can be quite cumbersome. A service like Huangguan Taxi, which can traverse at remarkable speeds and ignore obstacles, is precisely what Chu Yang requires. The Huangguan driver crushed the cigarette but with disdain, retorting, "Buddy, you should focus on staying alive first. Considering the 2 cigarettes, I will endeavor for a swift kill when the time comes, sparing you undue suffering." Originally, Lin Wen in the vehicle had agreed to cover the fare for both, which would have allowed Chu Yang to evade death. However, he never anticipated that this fellow would come to him willingly to meet his end. "What? Is 8,000 underworld coins a lot?" Chu Yang tilted his head. The driver of the underworld chuckled heartily. "Do you comprehend the significance of 8,000 ghost coins? In this eerie, post-apocalyptic world that has only recently descended upon us, individuals like myself, who make a living as taxi drivers, are already considered to be of high income. On a good month, I can earn 1,000 ghost coins. It would take me 8 months of abstaining from all sustenance to accumulate those 8,000 ghost coins. How could a mere human hope to pay such a sum?" The underworld driver regarded him with disdain. While others may find it impossible to afford, I, however, can. Upon concluding his statement, Chu Yang produced a ghost coin note of 10,000 and handed it to the pale driver. Counterfeit. The driver scoffed. The last passenger attempted to deceive me with counterfeit currency as well. He met a gruesome fate, as I extracted his intestines and bound them to his small intestine. Ha ha ha. The underworld driver laughed uproariously. Yet, his mirth was short-lived, for he soon sensed something amiss with the note. Why did it emanate a pure, eerie energy? Wait a moment, could it actually be genuine? The underworld driver snatched the note, inspecting it closely, and confirmed that it was indeed authentic, a 10,000 ghost coin bill. In the back seat, Lin Fan gazed at Chu Yang with curiosity. She noticed that the ghost coin he displayed was identical to the one she had previously received, except that his denomination was significantly higher, one single note equating to 1,000, whereas hers comprised merely 2 10-coin notes. How could he possibly possess such wealth? Is this for real? How could a mere human produce 10,000 ghost coins? She pondered. At this moment, it seemed that within the entirety of Yuming City, there were few entities capable of disbursing such a sum for a taxi ride. The underworld driver wore an expression of shock, akin to one who had just beheld a deity. Do not compare me to other entities, Chu Yang remarked, his demeanor remaining remarkably composed. Ah, a delightful transaction. A payment of 10,000 nether coins shall yield a return of 100 million. The expression of the ferry driver fluctuated between hope and uncertainty. Realizing that this human passenger was quite serious, producing 10,000 nether coins so casually indicated considerable wealth. If only he could work under such a person. Boss, does what you just said still hold true? The ferry driver forced a smile. Absolutely, it stands. Come, work under me as my exclusive driver, and I shall provide you with a salary, Chu Yang replied, nodding affirmatively. I accept. The ferry driver responded eagerly, for as a taxi driver, he possessed a keen sense of opportunity. He sensed that being this human's dedicated chauffeur would undoubtedly yield greater rewards than his current occupation. Very well. Let us draft a contract. With a thought, Chu Yang produced a contract. Boss, about the salary. The ferry driver nervously rubbed his hands together. Taking a deep breath, he extended his hand, displaying 5 fingers. As a taxi driver, his earnings capped at a mere 1,000 a month. Now, working for a human, he felt he deserved at least a 5-fold increase. A monthly salary of 5,000 nether coins seemed just right. 50,000? Chu Yang's brow furrowed. No, boss. You've misunderstood. The ferry driver shook his head frantically, anxiety creeping in. What if the boss misinterpreted and dismissed him? Losing such a lucrative opportunity would be catastrophic. Hearing the ferry driver's protest, Chu Yang's expression relaxed. That's more like it, he remarked. The ferry driver managed a wry smile. As my exclusive chauffeur, one must broaden their horizons. How could 50,000 possibly align with such a prestigious role? I shall grant you a monthly salary of 100,000. Chu Yang proclaimed without hesitation. What? How much? The driver of the yellow spring exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief, a physical manifestation of his astonishment. 100,000. A monthly salary of 100,000 ghost coins. He is bound for great fortune. If I work a few more months, I could ascend to the enigmatic upper echelons of Yuming City. No, why wait? With such compensation, I should dive in headfirst and labor for a lifetime. I will sign. I shall sign immediately. The driver of the yellow spring snatched the contract from Chu Yang's hands with remarkable speed, hastily inscribing his name, fearful that Chu Yang might retract his offer. Upon completion, Chu Yang felt an undeniable sense of control over the driver. Very well, I shan't even inquire your name. From henceforth, you shall be known as Pale, Chu Yang declared. All right then, you may call me Zhang San or Li Si. It matters not, Pale responded, his grin stretching wide. He then seized 1,000 ghost coins, his mouth agape in sheer delight. In the rear, Lin Fan observed the transaction between the two, his mouth involuntarily falling open in a state of astonishment. In the peculiar instance they had just endured, he had witnessed ghastly murders and humanity's struggle against sinister rules. Yet he could hardly fathom that someone could become the master of such malevolent entities. Moreover, the malevolent being that had previously regarded humanity with disdain now appeared to be an exemplary employee, eager to curry favor with its new boss. Excuse me, Lin Fan interjected, his concern for his grandmother compelling him to speak. Sir, may I pay you 20 ghost coins for the fare in advance? I currently possess only 20. However, rest assured, once I acquire more funds, ghost coins, I shall repay you promptly. Currently, Chu Yang is the proprietor of Huangquan Taxi. The outstanding fare is akin to a debt owed to Chu Yang, compelling her to muster the courage to seek his permission. Upon hearing her words, Chu Yang recalled that there was another girl in the back seat, and with a generous wave of his hand, he decided to consider this a discount for a new user. He warmly invited her to continue patronizing Huangquan Taxi in the future. Absolutely. Lin Fan expressed her gratitude towards Chu Yang, her face alight with joy as she opened the car door. However, it is not in her nature to default on debts. Although 8,000 Ming coins is a substantial sum, she firmly believes that as long as she survives, she will eventually gather the necessary amount to repay Chu Yang in person. By the way, my name is Lin Fan. It's a pleasure to meet you. Chu Yang nonchalantly waved his hand, feeling that the name sounded somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall where he had heard it before. He decided not to dwell on it any longer and turned to the Huangquan driver beside him, asking, "By the way, are we bound by any agreements regarding Huangquan transport?" This thought suddenly struck Chu Yang. In this bizarre apocalypse, Huangquan transport is indeed a formidable entity. At least for now, he does not possess the standing to engage in any scams. Not a problem. Regular troops are certainly out of the question. I'm an outsourced worker. The pale driver replied with an air of pride. Chu Yang replied, "That's fine. Please take me to the Hell Restaurant." The Huangquan driver nodded in agreement. Chapter 19. The bizarre mission of the Hell Restaurant. All right, boss. As Huangquan Taxi sped along, it disregarded all terrain once it entered motion, traversing space as if in a seamless transition. In mere moments, they arrived at the grand entrance of the Hell Restaurant. At the entrance of the Hell Hotel, 5 individuals congregated, their faces lighting up with amusement at the sight of the ominous Huangquan Taxi. Have you heard? The bizarre apocalypse has descended. Any operational vehicle is best avoided. One of them recounted a distant cousin's grim fate, who had perished due to a lack of ghostly currency after taking such a taxi. Before the mission, there's a spectacle worth witnessing. A tinge of despair and a morbid distortion marred the countenances of the 5. Their acquaintances had received ominous notes, compelling them to undertake terrifyingly bizarre tasks. Out of 10, perhaps only 3 would emerge alive. Now, they too had received similar notes, although they yearned for survival. The cautionary tales of their predecessors loomed large, highlighting the stark reality of their slim chances. As they cast their gaze toward the taxi, they noticed that while Chu Yang remained inside, the driver had already exited the vehicle. The driver swiftly approached the passenger side and gently opened the door, one hand resting atop the car to prevent Chu Yang from bumping his head upon alighting. In a moment of astonishment, Chu Yang emerged, offering a cigarette to the pallid driver. The 5 stood dumbfounded, their expectations shattered. The scene they had envisioned was replaced by an unforeseen spectacle, a human, disembarking from a Huangquan taxi, greeted personally by the driver. Was this truly the bizarre apocalypse? How did it deviate so drastically from the rumors they had heard, which claimed that the Huangquan taxi drivers took pleasure in killing? As Chu Yang's gaze fell upon them, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the group, prompting them to avert their eyes. Standing at the threshold of the Hell Hotel, Chu Yang produced a mirror, peering into it with his enigmatic black death gaze. A faint aura of death lingered in the air, albeit not overwhelming. It appeared that entering this bizarre realm with the power of a novice in the realm of anomalies was indeed perilous. Nevertheless, despite the danger, Chu Yang resolved to proceed. Pale, take a trip to the Eerie High School and bring back Xiao Li, the headmaster, and the vice principal, he stated calmly. With 2 mid-level and 1 high-level anomaly at his disposal, he deemed it prudent to summon his subordinates to assert control over the situation. Understood, boss, Pale replied, swiftly departing in a yellow spring taxi. The others exchanged glances, astonished that a fellow anomaly referred to someone as boss. Was this genuine? At that moment, the gates of the Hell's canteen creaked open. A voice resonated in their minds. Recently, with the increasing number of restaurants in Yiming City, even the venerable Hell's restaurant has struggled to cope as the flow of eerie patrons continues to dwindle. Now, with your arrival, the work officially commences. Let us strive. For the Hell's restaurant shall be grateful for your contributions. A man clad in a suit approached, his appearance strikingly human among all the anomalies Chu Yang had encountered. Greetings. I am the manager of the Hell's restaurant. Has everyone arrived? He began to count. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. The manager furrowed his brow, perplexed, as the task assignment had been issued for 5 individuals. Yet, there stood 6, with only Chu Yang apart from the group. It was evident that Chu Yang had not received the task assignment. Typically, those who lacked the assignment would be dismissed by the manager. There is no alternative. Those who do not adhere to the rules are rendered powerless. Before the manager could finish his sentence, Chu Yong interjected. Manager, I am here to seek a temporary job. Please grant me an opportunity, he said with a smile, much like the peculiar high school. His intention to acquire the chef team of the Hell restaurant necessitated engaging with the decision-makers through strange tasks. Otherwise, approaching the waitstaff directly with a proposal for acquisition would yield no response. To put it plainly, he needed to compel the decision-makers of the Hell restaurant to acknowledge his presence, thus earning the right to sit at the negotiation table. Temporary job? The manager was taken aback. In all his years of dealing with the bazaar, he had never encountered a human with such an unusual request. Typically, humans avoided them. Yet this one approached, seeking to work. Indeed, there must be compensation for such work, correct? Chu Yong inquired. Yes, you would be distributing flyers to attract customers. Earning 50 Underworld coins per day, the manager confirmed with a nod. Upon hearing the amount, the eyes of the 5 humans brightened considerably. They had come to understand the significance of Underworld coins in this bizarre apocalypse. Surviving and earning 50 coins felt rather appealing. Then add me to the list. That should be permissible, Chu Yong said. Noticing the manager's hesitation, he offered a pack of cigarettes, regardless of whether one was human or ghost. Cigarettes were always the best means of persuasion. The manager's expression transformed into one of delight upon seeing the cigarettes. No problem. Your inclusion makes no difference. If you survive until the end, you will receive your 50 Underworld coins. The manager took a comfortable drag from his cigarette. The foolishness of humanity is astonishing. While others hasten to evade danger, he willingly approaches it, courting death. Having indulged in this imbecile smoke, will he too succumb to folly? Upon receiving the manager's approval, a line of blood-red words materialized before Chu Yang's eyes. Rule 1. Every passerby is a potential client. Do not overlook any potential client. Rule 2. As a member of the service industry, it is imperative to meet the demands of the clients. Rule 3. You must distribute all flyers before departing from the Hell's restaurant. These 3 rules signified that Chu Yong had irrevocably entered the bizarre tasks of Hell's restaurant. The manager produced a stack of flyers and evenly distributed them among the group. Now, you may commence your work. Hell's restaurant appreciates your efforts and looks forward to your successful endeavors. With that, the manager vanished into the depths of the establishment. Did he just leave so casually? The group exchanged glances, and one burly man broke into a grin. I've distributed plenty of flyers before and learned a secret about it. Who wants to join me? He inquired. What are you afraid of? There are only 3 rules. There is no strict requirement on how many clients to attract. As long as the flyers are all handed out. Does no one wish to accompany me? The burly man pressed on. Everyone understood the implication of his words. And some were tempted. However, why not let this burly man scout the way first? Once he confirmed that it was safe, they could proceed, which seemed much wiser. Chu Yong chuckled to himself. In such a peculiar apocalyptic scenario, there still existed such fools. The early bird catches the worm. In the realm of peculiar tasks, taking an unconventional approach is not necessarily a fortuitous endeavor. The burly man patted Chu Yong on the shoulder, coaxing him with an encouraging tone. But you should throw it first. Once you do, I'll follow suit, and then we can both enjoy ourselves. The burly man fell silent, unsure of what to say next. He had intended to deceive a naive fool into testing the waters for him, only to find that the other was even more cunning. TCH. Chapter 20. Tenaciously, the corners of the burly man's mouth twitched, and he inwardly cursed. Coward. Having said that, he began to obediently distribute the flyers. Refraining from discarding the entire stack, Chu Yong was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his earlier thoughts were flawed. In this bizarre apocalypse, the first round of fools had likely already begun their reincarnation. The burly man, who appeared the most foolish, was, in fact, quite astute. What seemed like an attempt to recruit someone to join him in distributing flyers was likely a ruse to persuade another to take the first step, testing the viability of the path ahead. Indeed, one should never judge a book by its cover. Hello, sir. It's lunchtime. Come dine at Hell's restaurant, where the cuisine is renowned as the finest in all of Yunming City. A voluptuous young woman, spotting a Li passing by, hurriedly produced a flyer and approached him. The Li had tiny eyes, and its mouth occupied nearly half of its head, with what appeared to be fresh, crimson morsels caught between its teeth. Hell's restaurant, featuring fresh ingredients and authentic flavors. The Li gazed at the contents of the flyer, softly murmuring, Yes, yes. Come dine at Hell's restaurant. The voluptuous girl displayed a look of delight, sensing that this Li seemed to show a hint of interest. Becoming the fastest to establish oneself, would there be any rewards? She had heard that the first human to conquer certain bizarre scenarios would receive special accolades. The eerie figure remained silent, its eyes darting, scrutinizing the voluptuous maiden from top to bottom, ultimately fixating on her alluring bosom. The intense gaze of the eerie figure made her feel uneasy, prompting her to muster the courage to inquire, "What are you contemplating? May I ask, are the ingredients truly guaranteed to be fresh?" The eerie figure queried. "I assure you, they are the freshest," the maiden responded hastily, nodding vigorously. "Are they genuinely authentic and unadulterated?" The figure pressed on. "Very well, then you shall be my sustenance. I am quite intrigued by your ample form. Such a substantial mass of human fat must be particularly delightful," it remarked, a glimmer of anticipation flickering across its face. The maiden gasped in shock, quickly retorting, "I am not food. I am merely a distributor of flyers. If you seek nourishment, the Hell Restaurant will provide it for you. I desire the freshest, most authentic fare," the eerie figure insisted, shaking its head, its gaze unwavering upon her. In that moment, despair enveloped the maiden. She recalled the rules, which clearly stated that any eerie figure on the street constituted a potential client, and as a service provider, she could not refuse any request from a customer. The figure wished to consume her, and she could not decline, for to do so would mean obliteration by the rules. "Ah!" the maiden screamed, clutching her head in anguish. "Why? Oh, why can't I encounter a more conventional eerie figure? Would it not be better to simply dine at the restaurant?" Li Gui extended his long tongue and licked the breast of the voluptuous maiden, his expression filled with ecstasy. "You must be dreaming. Even if the rules were to condemn me, I would never allow you to consume me." The maiden bellowed, resolutely rejecting Li Gui's advances. In the next moment, the rules enacted punishment. An invisible blade materialized in the air, cleaving the maiden in half. Blood gushed forth profusely. Chu Yang's Black Death Phantom eyes activated, clearly revealing that the rules blade had emerged from directly in front of the maiden. He felt a slight relief. Indeed, the Black Death Phantom eyes could discern the direction of incoming rule attacks. With this ability, his broken phantom right hand would not be rendered blindly ineffective. After the maiden's demise, her lifeless body was savored by Li Gui, who voraciously feasted upon her, leaving her chest in utter disarray. Chu Yang couldn't help but reflect. He had previously remarked that the most terrifying aspect of the bizarre tasks was not the rules themselves, but rather the interaction with Li Gui. It was exceedingly difficult to ascertain what lay nestled between the ears of the otherworldly entity. If it were a stroke of good fortune, one would be doomed. Ironically, it was her words that had drawn Li Gui's attention. Had the maiden chosen silence, Li Gui would have been unable to consume her. It was precisely because she engaged in conversation that she inadvertently pulled Li Gui into the bizarre task, thus assuming the role of a guest. Observing this scene, the remaining 4 individuals were drenched in sweat, horrified beyond measure. Yet, as survivors in this strange apocalypse, they were not rendered unconscious by fear. At that moment, the manager of Li Gui approached, standing beside the gluttonous figure. "Good day, sir. Please settle the meal fee, totaling 100 nether coins." 100 nether coins? Are we slaughtering pigs here? The mood of the ominous figure had dissipated, replaced by a fierce glare. "You are consuming the freshest and most authentic fare. The price is quite reasonable," the manager remarked with a smile. "I cannot afford it." The ominous figure retorted emphatically. "Cannot afford it? Are you implying you wish to dine and dash?" A glint of coldness flickered in the manager's eyes. "What if I do? Can you kill me?" the ominous figure said, brimming with audacity. "I shall accommodate you," the manager replied, delivering a gentle slap that transformed the ominous figure into a mere wisp of malice. The figure was utterly vanquished. To slay an ominous figure of mid-level strength with a single blow speaks volumes of the manager's formidable prowess. The hearts of the remaining 4 began to race with trepidation. In their eyes, the man-eating malevolent spirit had seemed a genuine demon, yet it was the manager who had dispatched him with ease. This manager was indeed the true mastermind. "Everyone, stay strong," they murmured in silence. Could the flyers still be distributed? What if they encountered another ominous figure akin to the previous one? Chu Yang reflected on the peculiar task at hand. Realizing that the path to survival was deceptively simple, it hinged on the hope that the ominous figures encountered would all be of a benign nature. For Chu Yang, an additional route to survival had emerged, bribing the manager. No, there were 2 routes, the other involved withstanding a strike against the rules with his shattered right hand. Indeed, deeper foundations yielded more avenues for survival. At that moment, a slender, bespectacled man could no longer contain himself and swiftly approached the burly man. "Let us discard the flyers. Distributing them is a path to demise." The bespectacled man assumed the burly man would acquiesce, as it was he who had first broached the subject. The burly man let out a cold smile. "Who are you? Am I acquainted with you well enough to be dragged along?" Chapter 21. The Conquest of Force. The bespectacled man widened his eyes in disbelief. Wasn't this very stout fellow the first to propose discarding the flyers? "Go on. Toss it away. If you do, I shall too," the burly man said with a grin. Upon witnessing the unfortunate condition of a voluptuous woman, someone lost their composure. Moreover, it was a good thing that he was even more anxious than the others. The bespectacled man instinctively glanced at the muscles on the burly man's frame before turning towards Chu Yang. "Get lost," Chu Yang barked. The bespectacled man felt a wave of despair wash over him. He truly could no longer contain himself. He did not wish to meet a dreadful fate. If he distributed flyers on the street, what if he encountered an unreasonable adversary? The likelihood of demise while handing out flyers was significant. Yet the outcome of discarding them remained uncertain. If the roles were reversed, what would you do? Chu Yang observed keenly, noting that aside from the bespectacled man, the burly man and two other young men displayed signs of interest. They too wished to rid themselves of the flyers, but the bespectacled man was even more restless, thus remaining in a state of hesitation. With heavy steps, the bespectacled man approached a nearby garbage bin, setting aside the rules for the moment. The probability of death while distributing flyers was high, whereas discarding them could lead to either survival or demise. It appeared that discarding the flyers might indeed be the preferable option. Any student of probability would surely refrain from throwing away the flyers. Summoning his courage, the bespectacled man discarded the flyer. An eerie silence enveloped the area. After a second, he suddenly clutched his head and screamed, "Why?" The rules did not state that throwing away the flyers was forbidden. With that anguished cry, in the next instant, the bespectacled man's head exploded. The force of the rules surged from all directions, overwhelming the bespectacled man's mind. The regulations had been articulated with utmost clarity. Rule 3. One must distribute all the flyers before departing from the Hell's Diner. It is imperative to note that the term distribute implies actively handing out the flyers. Discarding them does not equate to distribution. The essence of this peculiar task is rather straightforward. The challenge lies in the interaction with the malevolent entities. Suddenly, the burly man realized that merely discarding the flyers was not an option. We must actively distribute them. But won't distributing the flyers lead to our demise? A pessimistic voice interjected. Not at all. The rules do not impose a stringent requirement to bring in a specific number of patrons. We simply need to find a seemingly normal malevolent entity and thrust the flyers into their hands, the burly man asserted confidently. However, this might provoke the malevolent entity. And we could end up dead, the pessimistic individual lamented, consumed by thoughts of mortality. Are you foolish? Our current roles are that of the waitstaff at the Hell's Diner. You have seen the manager's capabilities. Would an ordinary malevolent entity dare to harm us? The burly man's enthusiasm was palpable, and he spoke with fervor. The other two individuals' eyes gradually brightened with realization. His reasoning was sound and logical. It seemed plausible. Even Chu Yang had to concede that this was indeed a viable strategy. This burly man was not without his merits. Yet, if one were to anticipate the unexpected, that expectation was about to be shattered. The door swung open, and the manager re-emerged. "Oh, I almost forgot to mention, each individual must bring in a minimum of 5 patrons to dine. Failing to meet this requirement will result in death," the manager declared with a sinister grin. "Indeed, the rules do not state such a requirement. Why should we heed your command?" Another individual retorted. They had finally grasped a slender chance for survival. How could they easily relinquish it? "Isn't it stated in the rules that as service personnel, one must fulfill the guest requests?" The manager retorted. "Indeed, but are you a guest?" The robust man, with clarity of mind, was not so easily deceived by the manager's trifling words. In the next moment, amidst the gaze of the onlookers, the manager shed his suit. "I am now headed to the Hell restaurant for a meal. Ensure that you fulfill my requests impeccably, or the consequences will be dire." This scene was nothing short of cataclysmic. The strong man felt as though his head might explode. The manager had transformed into a guest? Yet, it was indeed logical. By dining at the restaurant, he became a guest. Such a shift in identity was remarkable. This revelation plunged the pessimistic man into deeper despair. It was over. To secure 5 guests was a daunting task, and one could hardly be fortunate enough to encounter 5 eccentricities without facing some absurdities. Thus, he had no choice but to comply with the manager's directives. With a flicker of inspiration, Chu Yang received a pale message. Shali, the director of education, and the vice principal had been summoned. A smirk curved upon Chu Yang's lips. "Don't miss out. Come dine at the finest restaurant in all of Yiming City." he proclaimed loudly. Before long, a diminutive eccentric was drawn in by his call. What are the prices like? The short eccentric inquired. If it's as exorbitant as this. Even with my diminished faculties, I wouldn't consider dining here, the short eccentric grumbled before departing. Observing this, the robust man, the pessimistic man, and the transparent man noted that there seemed to be a fair share of ordinary eccentrics, prompting them to fervently seek out guests. Alas, I am utterly disheartened. After laboring diligently for an entire month, I have earned a mere 100 coins, yet the expectation is for me to spend my entire month's wages on a single meal. The diminutive figure, Li Gui, muttered bitterly as he approached the entrance of a narrow alleyway, his sanctuary. Unable to afford a home, he was relegated to dwell in this dark and damp passage. However, to his dismay, four unexpected visitors suddenly materialized within the alley. Li Gui trembled inwardly. Merely observing the silhouettes of these uninvited guests filled him with a sense of dread due to their formidable presence. Oi, little Gui, come here. Shali beckoned with a gesture. Despite his trepidation, Li Gui steeled himself and approached. Two mid-tier and one late-tier eerie beings stood before him, rendering escape impossible. Why did you not heed my boss's advice to dine at the Hell restaurant? Shali loomed above, his expression menacing. That human is your boss? Li Gui gasped in disbelief. Impudent. How dare you speak in such a tone? Without hesitation, the vice principal shattered Li Gui's right leg. Li Gui cried out in agony. I have no money. My unscrupulous boss has withheld my wages. I cannot afford to eat. Songbai swiftly tossed 500 coins towards him. Go eat, and be sure to mention that I sent you. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Li Gui nodded frantically. Faced with such overwhelming power and wealth, he felt compelled to comply. 500 coins at once. How splendid it would be to enjoy a sumptuous meal, even if it meant enduring another broken leg. Chapter 22. Two proposals, sir. I have come to dine. The diminutive figure of Li Gui, wearing an affable smile, approached Chu Yang. Chu Yang sensed that his plan was beginning to bear fruit. All right, he exclaimed as he swung open the door of the Hell restaurant, calling out loudly. One guest. The manager, who was in the midst of a meal, raised an eyebrow, surprised that a customer had arrived so swiftly. This batch of waitstaff was impressive. The others silently observed the scene, feeling an air of absurdity. They recognized this Li Gui, who had just been cursing the restaurant for its pig slaughtering. How could he now be here to dine? Nonetheless, this indicated that the path taken was indeed viable. They began to shout energetically, disregarding the possibility of encountering the eccentric Li Gui again. Before long, three more Li Guis, supporting each other, stumbled before Chu Yang, declaring, We wish to dine. Chu Yang regarded them with a peculiar expression, noting their severed right legs. The trio of Li Guis trembled, almost kneeling in desperation. Please, let us in for just a bite. Just a bite, they implored. If they were denied entry and unable to dine, it would not merely be a matter of losing a leg. They might very well lose their heads. Had they known this would transpire, they would have refrained from such a brusque refusal earlier. Chu Yang mused. You, great one, do not hold grudges against the insignificant. Allow us to dine. The three Li Guis cried, as though the Hell restaurant possessed something irresistibly delectable. Chu Yang opened the restaurant door once more, announcing loudly, 3 guests. Suddenly, a burly man interjected, Have you noticed that all the Li Guis seeking Chu Yang seemed to be missing a leg? However, no one paid heed to the burly man. Everyone was engrossed in their enthusiastic calls. Before long, another Li Gui, blind in one eye, hurried over. I am hungry, I am hungry. The burly man hurriedly approached and opened the door. One guest. What a delightful surprise, a guest acquired effortlessly. However, it wasn't long before 4 terrifying entities rushed into the Hell's restaurant, seizing the bewildered creature. Open your eyes wide and see. I sent you to find Boss Chu for a meal, not to dine with others. Shaoli scolded vehemently. You've blinded me. I can't see anything. The sightless entity lamented. Get lost. Shaoli grasped the sightless being and placed it before Chu Yang. Boss, please continue your work. Be gentle. Chu Yang cast a fleeting glance at Shaoli. Shaoli paused, pondering the implication of the boss's request for gentleness. Although he was a creature of the abyss, he understood that human words often concealed ulterior motives, especially coming from a refined individual like Boss Chu. Understood, when the boss requested gentleness, it signified a desire for more forceful action. The 4 entities swiftly departed. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, their understanding of reality shattered by the recent events. How could a creature of the abyss address a human as its superior? This isn't right. The burly man thought of stepping forward to reason. Scram, stay back. Chu Yang casually remarked. He was preoccupied, striving to impress the culinary team at Hell's restaurant, as only then could his future plans proceed smoothly. The burly man refrained from approaching again, though a nefarious glint flickered in his eyes. Very well, if you possess such ability, just wait. Once I eliminate you, all your capabilities shall belong to me. As the number of patrons dining at the Hell restaurant increased, the eerie atmosphere of the establishment began to flourish. A robust man, leveraging his imposing physique and persuasive eloquence, managed to fulfill the requirements for 5 guests. Unfortunately, 2 others met a grim fate. One encountered a particularly troublesome customer and was gruesomely devoured, losing a leg and succumbing to excessive blood loss. The other, failing to meet his task, was violently reduced to a mist of blood by the manager's hand. At that moment, a voice echoed in Chu Yang's mind. Congratulations on completing this peculiar task at the Hell restaurant. As the first human in this bizarre apocalypse to exceed the task requirements tenfold, you are awarded a special prize. The special reward, the Stone of Strange Techniques, transforming the strange into duality. Utilizing this technique allows you to momentarily split yourself into 2. Each use will cause a slight fragmentation of your body, which can be substituted with 500 Underworld coins. Soon after, a stone pulsating with eerie energy manifested in Chu Yang's hand. The strong man's eyes widened in astonishment. He too had completed his task but had only earned 100 Underworld coins, along with an additional 50 coins from the manager, totaling a meager 150 coins. It was evident that the stone in Chu Yang's possession held far greater value. His eyes reddened with envy as he gradually made his way outside, disappearing into a narrow alley. I will wait here patiently, ready to strike when that individual arrives, he grinned maliciously. Word has it you intend to harm our boss. The robust man froze in place, his gaze lifeless. The sky itself seemed to collapse. Young brother, today we owe you a debt of gratitude. Your efforts alone have contributed to the earnings of our Hell restaurant for the past 10 days, the manager exclaimed jubilantly. Moreover, the wealthy clients brought in by Chu Yang are quite affluent, with expenditures starting at 500 soul coins, which directly contributes to the impressive profits of the Hell restaurant. Observing the manager's beaming smile, Chu Yang suddenly shifted his perspective. If he were to poach the culinary team from the Hell restaurant, the manager and the owner would undoubtedly seek retribution against him. The manager is formidable. Chu Yang surmised that even the vice principal might not be his match, let alone the proprietor of the Hell restaurant. Should a confrontation arise, the consequences would outweigh the benefits. In light of this, why not relocate the entire Hell restaurant to the enigmatic high school? In truth, I have come here with a purpose, Chu Yang stated. The atmosphere between him and the manager was amiable, making it an opportune moment to broach the subject. I am aware that my mission statement has not reached your hands. The manager's gaze was laden with significance. Furthermore, the patrons brought in by Chu Yang are all somewhat lacking, which inevitably invites conjecture from the enigmatic. Very well. I shall be direct. I intend to acquire the entire Hell restaurant. Should acquisition be undesirable, I also wish to establish a partnership, relocating the establishment to enigmatic high school. I am prepared to meet all your reasonable demands, Chu Yang asserted emphatically. Acquisition? Partnership? The manager suddenly chuckled and continued. The Hell restaurant is not comparable to other dining establishments. Do not be deceived by its modest size. Its reputation has genuinely spread throughout Yunming City. Feel free to inquire among the patrons. They may say the prices are steep, yet not a single one would claim that the dishes at the Hell restaurant lack flavor. Chapter 23. Communication with the enigmatic renovation team. The manager confidently declared. I have acquired the strange high school, Chu Yang stated with a calm demeanor. The manager's lips twitched involuntarily, leaving him momentarily speechless. Having purchased the strange high school, was it not more than sufficient to acquire his Hell restaurant? In that case, summon the owner. I shall offer you 100,000 ghost coins, Chu Yang continued, taking advantage of the manager's unsettled state. 100,000. The manager's lips twitched again. Actually, I am the owner of this Hell restaurant, he confessed. You are the owner? Chu Yang found it hard to accept. Indeed, only the one responsible for the peculiar scenes can bestow strange notes upon humanity, the manager affirmed with a nod. Chu Yang accepted this revelation. Now, how shall you choose between the 2 proposals I presented? Is there truly no option but to choose? The manager retorted. Rather than responding immediately, Chu Yang settled onto a nearby stool, crossed his legs, and lit a ghostly cigarette. Let me clarify the conditions, regardless of which proposal you select. All the ghost coins you earn will belong solely to you. I shall take not a single coin. Is there a third option? The manager inquired. still disliking the feeling of dependency, especially on a human. Hearing this, Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. Should you decline to choose? The Hell restaurant shall be eliminated from the list. I will issue a bounty. Whoever can bring me your head shall be rewarded with 100 million ghost coins. The manager was immediately drenched in cold sweat. The individual before him, capable of acquiring the strange high school, was undoubtedly extraordinary. The bounty he mentioned was indeed a genuine possibility. In this eerie apocalyptic world, ghostly currency reigns supreme, and one can undoubtedly anticipate the arrival of formidable entities. Let us discuss the acquisition price. The manager wore a sheepish grin. Initially, I intended to invest 50 million to purchase the entire Hell restaurant. However, your recent demeanor has left me quite displeased, thus. Before Chu Yang could finish his statement, the manager felt as though his heart were shattering into countless fragments. He had the opportunity to earn a windfall of 50 million effortlessly, with all future profits from the Hell restaurant belonging to him. Yet due to his reluctance to rely on others, he was poised to incur significant losses. He had heard that humanity is inherently cunning. Was he not to be exploited for his earlier misstep? Even if offered a mere 1 million ghostly coins, he would accept it. The manager agonizingly shut his eyes. 1 million? How could he possibly present such a paltry sum? Chu Yang regarded him with disdain. I had intended to offer you 50 million, but considering your previous attitude, I have resolved to have that amount, proposing 25 million ghostly coins for your Hell restaurant. So what say you? Do you have any objections? Chu Yang inquired. None. Absolutely no objections. The manager's heart soared. 25 million exceeded his expectations. With utmost reverence, he presented the contract. A transaction was made, payment exchanged for ownership. From this moment forth, Chu Yang would be the proprietor of the Hell restaurant, wielding dominion over the lives of its staff. However, as long as the employees adhered to the contract, Chu Yang would be unable to invoke the contractual rules to obliterate them. Ding! A ghostly expenditure of 25 million has been made, resulting in a 10,000-fold return of 250 billion ghostly coins. The system's voice echoed forth. Although Chu Yang now possesses a considerable amount of ghost coins, each time the system's voice resonates, he experiences an overwhelming sense of joy. Concurrently, the bizarre fortune from the peculiar restaurant converges, ultimately entering Chu Yang's body. The ghostly energy surges, and his cultivation skyrockets. He has reached the late stage of the ghostly folk. Chu Yang is immensely satisfied. Once the bizarre shop refreshes its strange fortune, he plans to purchase a portion, which will elevate his cultivation to perfection. I grant you 3 days to relocate all staff and the sign to the bizarre high school, merging with the existing cafeteria there, with you at the helm. Chu Yang stated emphatically. Understood. Upon exiting the hellish restaurant, with its addition, the second wave of the bazaar will arrive in 3 days. The mere reputation of the hellish restaurant is sure to attract a significant influx of students. However, that is still insufficient. While food is secured, the school facilities and a medical instructor remain lacking. Boss, we have arrived. Xiao Si Gui approached, carrying a severed head. Isn't this the head of that person? How did it end up with you? Chu Yang was taken aback. Xiao replied, Is this the art of human conversation? Each word is comprehensible. Yet when strung together, it becomes somewhat perplexing. Boss, this individual was just hiding in an alley, muttering about seeking revenge against you. Thus, we took the liberty of eliminating him, Xiao stated respectfully. He sensed a powerful aura emanating from Chu Yang. Undoubtedly, the boss's cultivation had ascended once again. Has it truly only been a day or two since the onset of this bizarre apocalypse? Chu Yang has transformed from a powerless individual into a formidable force at the late stage of the ghostly folk. Indeed, aligning with such a boss was the right choice. Oh. Chu Yang took the head and kicked it far away. Boss, I have just contacted a renovation company that holds a modest reputation in Yunming City. However, the person in charge specifically requested to discuss the pricing with you, stating that I am unworthy. The pale voice sounded slightly aggrieved. Well, here is your consolation prize. Chu Yang casually tossed out 1,000 Ming coins. The pale figure immediately changed expressions, beaming with joy. Xiao Li, the director of instruction and vice principal, seemed to have opened the door to a new world. Goodness, there's even a consolation prize. This must be thoroughly exploited. Thank you, boss. May your entire family descend into hell, the pale figure cheerfully remarked. Chu Yang, known for his fiery temper, promptly pressed down on the pale figure's head. However, upon reflection, he realized that the blessings from humans and the eerie beings were contrary. The phrase, may your whole family descend into hell, uttered by the eerie being was, in fact, the most beautiful blessing. What are you doing, boss? The pale figure was bewildered. It's nothing. Your head is round, and I couldn't resist the urge to rub it. Now, take me to meet the person in charge of that renovation team, Chu Yang instructed. Certainly. The Huangquan taxi distorted space and arrived at a chillingly desolate graveyard. Chu Yang stepped out, realizing that even as a late-stage Erie citizen, he still struggled to adapt to the lifestyle of the Erie beings. The person in charge of the renovation team was a rotund, middle-aged Erie being. Are you the owner of the Erie High School? The middle-aged Erie being scanned Chu Yang up and down, seemingly incredulous. Chu Yang subtly released his Erie aura, causing the renovation team leader to tremble and immediately stand at attention. Yuming City Gouge Yin Renovation Company, Limited, at your service, boss. The renovation team leader nearly saluted in response. The matters that needed addressing have already been conveyed by my driver. Now, I would like to inquire about the maximum extent of renovations you can accomplish within 3 days, and what would be the cost? Chu Yang inquired. The owner of the renovation team hesitated slightly. Although this individual demonstrated considerable strength during the later stages of the Erie realm, when it came to business, he understood that he must not show fear. If he quoted too low, he would ultimately be the one to suffer. 1 million? The renovation team owner tentatively proposed. This figure included room for negotiation, as the renovation encompassed the entire peculiar high school, making a lower quote rather inappropriate. 1 million? Are you joking? Do you still wish to make a living in Yuming City? Have you not heard of the notorious reputation of Shally from the Erie High School? Shally exclaimed in anger. The renovation team owner quickly donned a smile. Esteemed clients, I assure you, this is not an arbitrary quote. The cost of elite Erie labor is exceedingly high. To complete a renovation of a high school within 3 days, we would need to assemble at least 1,000 skilled Erie workers. Moreover, the coffin boards required for the renovation are also quite costly. This mass grave is the foundation of our renovation company, and even so, it would be quite difficult to gather enough coffin boards to refurbish an entire high school. Chu Yang remarked. So it turns out that renovations involve coffin boards. Impressive. Upon hearing about the coffin boards, Shally and the others calmed down slightly, recognizing their value. Very well, I will allocate a budget of 20 million. Let everything be of the utmost quality. 20 million? The renovation team owner was utterly astonished. His initial expectation had been 7 million, yet Chu Yang's sudden offer of 20 million was astonishingly generous. How is this possible? Did you find 20 million to be insufficient? Chu Yang furrowed his brow. No, 20 million is just 20 million. At this moment, the owner of the renovation team wanted to burst into laughter. Either they remain closed for an entire year or open their doors and feast for a year. How delightful. This 20 million will be entirely allocated to labor and materials, Chu Yang remarked. The owner of the renovation team's expression immediately darkened. Then he would still make a profit. I need to see the complete breakdown. Once the project is complete, I will provide you with an additional 10 million as remuneration. All right, brother, I will spring into action right away. The renovation team owner perfectly exemplified the art of a true master of transformation. Having settled matters with the renovation team, only the physician remained. This doctor must not be chosen haphazardly. Chu Yang required someone of great renown, a formidable physician known to all, with fine dining, comfortable lodging, and excellent medical care. What student wouldn't wish to attend such a school? Perhaps even the parents would be eager to enroll. Pale. Do you know where the best hospital in Yunming City is located? Chu Yang inquired. Yes, it's called the Night Hospital, situated in the heart of Yunming City. Boss, the Night Hospital is not only the finest in Yunming City, but also the best among several surrounding cities, with branches extending beyond the province. The owner of the Night Hospital is an exceptionally formidable individual, quite possibly one of the most powerful among the elite. Moreover, the owner places great importance on all the doctors under his command and despises anyone who might undermine his authority. Once, a hospital spent a fortune to poach a doctor from the Night Hospital. The owner, with the entire medical staff in tow, stormed into that establishment with formidable authority, demonstrating sheer dominance. Pale, yet somewhat apprehensive, Chu Yang furrowed his brow. This encounter might very well be the first formidable challenge he faced since his rebirth. In his previous life, he may have chosen to endure in silence or seek alternative paths. However, in this life, Chu Yang resolved to confront adversity head-on. Given the opportunity to start anew, accompanied by an unprecedented advantage, what was there to fear? If he were to cower, would it be worthy of his identity as a reborn soul? Let us proceed to the Night Hospital. Once Chu Yang made his decision, the others fell silent. It was rare in one's lifetime to encounter a boss as magnanimous as Chu Yang. Despite the impending dangers, they felt compelled to follow. The Yellow Spring taxi proved to be exceptionally convenient, arriving at the entrance of the night hospital in mere minutes. The entire establishment was shrouded in dark mist, and as Chu Yang approached, an involuntary chill coursed through his body. The aura of this place was more terrifying than that of a forsaken burial ground. Truly, it was the most prestigious hospital in Yunming City. Arriving here felt akin to returning home, as Shaoli remarked with a sigh. Indeed, I wish to reside here for eternity, came the wistful reply from Pale. Chu Yang shook his head. There was little to discuss with those who had experienced such peculiarities. If he were to dwell here for a lifetime, he might as well seek a tofu block to end it all. Doctor, save my life. I was nearly beaten to death in a fight. Suddenly, a malevolent spirit, rolling and scrambling, stumbled to the entrance, its form disintegrating, with eerie energy dissipating around it. On the verge of vanishing completely, a few eerie nurses immediately rushed out. The medical fee is 1,000 ghost coins, payable now, one of the nurses quickly stated. The man, who still possessed some wealth, trembled as he extracted his entire fortune. The eerie nurses promptly ushered him into the hospital. Isn't the medical expense quite substantial for you? Chu Yang suddenly inquired. Indeed, that's why we have longed for the opportunity to receive treatment for free, as our employer mentioned. Shaoli nodded in agreement. Chu Yang gazed at the entire dark night hospital, his eyes ablaze with fervor. This was no ordinary hospital. It was akin to a money-printing machine, albeit one that printed ghost currency. If this dark night hospital were his, even without a system, his life would be exceedingly prosperous. All right, I shall enter now. You wait for me outside, Chu Yang declared. Isn't it necessary for you to undertake a peculiar task upon entering? He questioned. Yes. Even if danger looms, we must go in. At the very least, we can shield our employer. Shaoli's gaze was resolute. Enough. I will not encounter any danger. My command is for you to wait outside, Chu Yang stated firmly before preparing to enter. Suddenly, the nurse who had just entered emerged again. On the hospital bed lay the eerie figure, which had recently been alive, now reduced to a lifeless corpse. Dead. Chu Yang raised his brow. What a pity. He was not fated to survive. Shaoli shook his head. Isn't this rather normal? Hospitals cannot guarantee 100% recovery for the eerie, Shaoli remarked. Chu Yang suddenly realized that in this bizarre apocalypse, hospitals differed considerably from those in the human world. In his previous life, he had been forced into hiding, leaving no opportunity to comprehend these nuances. Even if the probability of recovery through treatment is not 100%, it must be around 80 or 90, right? Isn't that akin to achieving a miraculous feat? Generally speaking, even a chance of 20 or 30% is already considered exceptional for a hospital. The Dark Knight Hospital's success rate hovers around 15%, which is widely regarded as the best in the entire Yunming City. Shaoli nodded in acknowledgement. Chu Yang's expression was peculiar. What happens if the treatment fails? Boss, didn't you see? If it fails, it simply results in death. Having experienced death once, facing it again seems inconsequential. Shaoli shrugged. Chu Yang felt numb. What a hospital, a true ally of humanity. Out of 100 formidable entities that enter, only 15 emerge unscathed. If only he could acquire this hospital and elevate the recovery rate to 80 or 90%. He could hardly fathom how thriving the business would become. Even with price increases, it would still yield immense profits. With this thought, Chu Yang's enthusiasm ignited further, and he stepped confidently toward the hospital entrance. Just as Shaoli intended to follow, he was halted by Song Bai. What are you doing? It's certainly dangerous for the boss to enter alone. My presence could provide him with extra lives. Shaoli expressed his dissatisfaction with Song Bai's obstruction. What business do you have going in? Does the boss, so capable, really need your assistance? We can simply remain here. Song Bai cast a sidelong glance at Shaoli, as if observing a fool. Noting that Shaoli was about to speak again, Song Bai interrupted, continuing, moreover, my Huangquan taxi is no ordinary service. If the boss encounters true peril, I shall drive it right in. The Huangquan taxi possesses immunity to attacks while in transit. Song Bai stood tall with confidence. Gazing at the Yellow Springs taxi, Xiao Lixing felt a sense of urgency. Though his pale skills were modest at the beginning of his journey, he possessed the Yellow Springs taxi. Lacking a particular expertise, even if he were to contract the first sinister spirit, there was a possibility of being eliminated. It seemed imperative to devise a strategy to enhance his capabilities. At the Dark Knight Hospital, as Chu Yang stepped through the entrance, he was immediately approached by a sinister spirit nurse. This establishment was exclusively for sinister spirits, and it did not cater to human patients. Those requiring assistance were advised to seek elsewhere, the nurse stated. Are you here to undertake a task? She inquired. If so, Proceed to the director's office at the end of the corridor on the second floor. After the nurse departed, Chu Yong noted the absence of hostility from the hospital staff towards humans, which was indeed a positive sign. Upon reaching the designated director's office, he was greeted by a balding man. A human? Here for a task? Where's your note? The director queried directly. Is the absence of a note a barrier to undertaking a task? Chu Yong retorted. Not necessarily. There are a few humans who have come here to complete tasks without receiving the peculiar note, drawn by the allure of the rewards for completing such tasks. However, they all met a grim fate. The director grinned. At that moment, an eerie background voice resonated in Chu Yang's mind. You are a medical intermediary who has recently reached a career impasse, thus establishing a collaboration with the Dark Knight Hospital. Provided that the patients you refer are treated successfully by the doctors of the Dark Knight Hospital, your reputation within the industry will soar. Now, please bring forth your patients and select the doctors who will attend to their treatment. Rule 1. The patients you handle must be cured. Otherwise, you will face penalties. Rule 2. A patient may select only one physician for treatment, not multiple. Rule 3. Once a doctor has been chosen for treatment, there can be no reversal. Failure to comply will result in penalties. These 3 straightforward rules distill the essence. The path to survival lies in directing the patient to the appropriate physician for salvation. Should a patient perish under care, so too shall the physician, Chu Yong. It is as simple as that. Our superior has gone on a trip. Thus I shall slightly lower the difficulty for you. As the director's voice echoed, the doors of the 6 rooms lining the corridor swung open. Within this corridor, 6 physicians are available for your selection, a reduction from the 10 initially designated when our boss was present. There is but 1 patient in total. A successful completion of the task will reward you with 2,000 nether coins, the director elaborated. Upon hearing the sum of 2,000 nether coins, Chu Yong comprehended why some individuals would dare venture here, even without receiving a note. In the bizarre early days of the apocalypse, 2,000 nether coins constituted a substantial fortune. Haha, the patient has arrived, exclaimed a nurse, her laughter mingling with the urgency as she swiftly wheeled a stretcher towards them. Chapter 25. A choice between two. Chu Yong regarded the frenzied nurse with a sense of disbelief. With such chaotic patient transportation, even if the patient were not dead, they might very well be rendered so by her antics. The patient was brought before Chu Yong, gripping his hand tightly, desperation etched across his face as he rasped. Save me. You must save me. Rest assured, I stake my name, Chu Yong, on your survival. Chu Yong pondered deeply. He could not betray this enigmatic trust. So he began to examine the 6 doctors' offices. After surveying the entire circle, he found that only 2 of the doctors' offices displayed banners. One belonged to the tall and slender enigmatic physician, who sat hunched over his diagnostic desk, exuding an air of profound desolation. Although the walls were adorned with numerous banners, they all bore unfavorable messages. Damn the doctor. Incompetent physician. Hand of death in the dark night. Such banners were plentiful, and Chu Yong promptly eliminated this doctor from his consideration. Next, he approached the short and stout enigmatic doctor. While this office had fewer banners than the slender doctors, each one was filled with praise. May the doctor's family ascend to paradise. Masterful in the art of healing. Hand of the dark night. Undoubtedly, the medical skills and ethics of this portly doctor were cherished by patients. Who else could Chu Yong choose if not this doctor? Standing at the threshold of the stout doctor's office, Chu Yong hesitated. Was the bizarre task at the Dark Knight Hospital truly this simple? The director observed Chu Yong lingering at the stout doctor's door, a peculiar smile playing at the corners of his mouth. After a moment's reflection, Chu Yong experienced a sudden epiphany. He had nearly fallen prey to human reasoning. In this strange apocalyptic world, engaging with the enigmatic required a departure from conventional human thought. If someone unfamiliar with the enigmas were to arrive, they would likely have walked straight into the stout doctor's office. Nevertheless, a new thought crossed Chu Yong's mind. Should he test the difficulty of breaking the enigmatic right hand here? Thus far, none of the bizarre tasks he has encountered posed a genuine threat to his personal safety. The attempt to counter a rule-based attack with the broken phantom hand proved futile. After much contemplation, Chu Yong shook his head. The capabilities of the broken phantom hand were formidable, yet it could only be employed once every 7 days. To utilize it on a mere one would be a flagrant waste. In the next moment, he wheeled the patient into the office of the diminutive doctor. Upon entering, he courteously closed the door behind him. Inside the room, the short doctor immediately rose upon the arrival of a patient, his eyes gleaming with excitement, as though he had just laid eyes on the most delectable feast. The phantom hand doctor. The half-dead patient seemed to revive at the sight of the doctor. Is the Phantom Hand doctor well known? Chu Yang inquired. Indeed. In the realm of the Dark Night Hospital, the title of the most esteemed belongs unequivocally to the Phantom Hand of the Night. The reputation of the Phantom Hand of the Night is renowned throughout Yiming City. There was hope for salvation now. The patient exhibited a glimmer of excitement and then closed his eyes. The Phantom Hand doctor did not engage in conversation with Chu Yang. Instead, he promptly grasped the scalpel and began to treat the patient. 2 hours later, the Phantom Hand doctor set down the scalpel, exhaling a sigh of relief. The ailment was no longer a concern. In a hoarse voice, he remarked. Chu Yang, using his black death phantom eyes, observed the patient on the operating table. The deathly aura had completely dissipated, and the phantom body had substantially coalesced. Congratulations on completing the bizarre task at the Dark Night Hospital. You have earned a reward of 2,000 Underworld coins. Chu Yang regarded this reward with indifference. He wouldn't even bother to pick up 2,000 Underworld coins if they were scattered on the ground. He felt that he had finally discovered the phantom he had been seeking. The Night Hospital is the most renowned medical institution in Yiming City, and the Night Phantom Hand is its most esteemed physician. The rumors are well known. If one could merely recruit the Night Phantom Hand to the Eerie High School, would there not be students eager to attend classes? Night Phantom Hand, may we converse? Chu Yang inquired, taking a seat on a nearby stool. I am a doctor of the supernatural, not of humanity, the Night Phantom Hand replied indifferently. I am not ill. Come work for me, be my physician. Chu Yang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Turn right upon exiting, the Night Phantom Hand issued a dismissal. Doctor, at least allow me to finish my sentence. What salary does the Night Hospital offer you? Chu Yang pressed on. Considering the fact that Chu Yang had brought him a patient, the Night Phantom Hand was willing to engage in further dialogue. 3,000 nether coins a month, which is undoubtedly a substantial salary among all the formidable spirits I have encountered, he stated. Quite impressive, Chu Yang affirmed. Impressive? The Night Phantom Hand's voice rose with indignation as he retorted. Do you have any idea how much the incompetent physician next door earns in a month? Next door? Is it not the room of that stout doctor? Chu Yang cautiously speculated. 2,000 nether coins? From the current perspective, it seemed that the Night Phantom Hand possessed the finest medical skills, and thus, the highest salary. He earns 6,000 nether coins a month, twice what I make. Twice. Do you understand? The Night Phantom Hand's agitation was palpable. How could this be? Chu Yang found himself perplexed. However, the Night Phantom Hand's emotional fluctuations were a positive sign. It indicated that he could be treated accordingly. Do not envy him. Instead, consider this. You shall become my physician, and I shall grant you a monthly remuneration of 300,000 ghost coins, Chu Yang remarked with a smile. This was the highest salary he had ever offered. He believed such a sum would leave the enigmatic Night Ghost Hand utterly bewildered. Setting aside the question of whether you can truly afford such a salary, I have no need for ghost coins. What matters to me is not the currency, the Night Ghost Hand replied with an air of indifference. Chu Yang felt an urge to retort. You do not care? If that is the case, why were you so agitated moments ago? There are words I have long suppressed. The Night Ghost Hand suddenly inquired, do you know why the incompetent fellow next door earns such a lofty salary? Is it because he is the boss's relative? Chu Yang responded, astonished by his own insight. The Night Ghost Hand's surprise confirmed his suspicions. It seemed that even in this bizarre apocalyptic world, convoluted connections persisted. Indeed, it is precisely because he is the boss's kin that whenever patients arrive, they are invariably directed to his room. Out of 20 patients sent his way, he manages to save but one. His success rate is a mere 5%. Whereas my efficacy surpasses his by an unfathomable margin. If 10 patients are entrusted to me, I can save at least 3. The Night Ghost Hand vented his frustrations, exuding a palpable sense of unfulfilled ambition. I can attest to that. The Night Ghost Hand's 30% success rate is more than sufficient for us ordinary souls seeking his aid, Chu Yang acknowledged. Regrettably, most patients arriving at the Night Hospital seldom even encounter the Night Ghost Hand himself. On the hospital bed, Li Gui expressed his astonishment, entering with a sense of trepidation, only to encounter Chu Yang, who fortuitously was treated by the Dark Night Ghost Hand. Chapter 26. Breaking the Rules. The enigmatic right hand proves most useful. A smile involuntarily crept onto the corners of Chu Yang's lips. He truly wished to laugh. The relative of the owner of the Dark Night Hospital was utterly amusing. Out of 20 patients brought in, only one could be saved. Is this what one would call a doctor? Yet, the Dark Night Ghost Hand nonchalantly claimed to heal 3 out of every 10. The irony lay in the fact that Li Gui and others acknowledged the medical prowess of the Dark Night Ghost Hand, which was rather humorous. Nevertheless, In comparison to that portly doctor, the Dark Knight Ghost Hand was indeed far more skilled. Are you laughing? The Dark Knight Ghost Hand furrowed his brow. No. I have undergone the most rigorous training and would not allow myself to laugh. Chu Yang replied earnestly, each word deliberate. The Dark Knight Ghost Hand chose not to press the matter, suddenly feeling a twinge of boredom, and waved his hand dismissively. You have completed your strange task. Be on your way. Regardless, I am grateful for the patient you have brought me. Chu Yang now understood where the Dark Knight Ghost Hand's sentiments lay. Much like in human society, where 99% of people hold money in the highest regard, there exists a minuscule fraction, akin to extraterrestrials, who regard wealth as worthless. The same applies to the bizarre apocalypse. The Dark Knight Ghost Hand belonged to that rare breed of Li, disinterested in monetary gain, solely passionate about the art of healing. Do not be so hasty in sending me away. As your patient, I shall bring you at least 10 Li patients each day for your treatment. Chu Yang's voice flowed smoothly, reminiscent of a haunting melody from the depths of hell. 10 patients? The breath of the Dark Knight Ghost Hand quickened suddenly, his hands clenched tightly, and an inner turmoil surged within him. No, 20 patients, if you are willing. We could attend to them from morning until night, Chu Yang stated emphatically. Are there truly that many patients? The Dark Knight Ghost Hand inquired, clearly intrigued. Indeed. Chu Yang nodded affirmatively. But what if there aren't enough patients? Or if there are none at all? That is simple. It's not an issue at all. However, suddenly, his expression darkened, and the spark in his eyes faded away. What's wrong? Chu Yang asked. Regrettably, although your offer entices me, I cannot accept it. The Dark Knight Ghost Hand replied, shaking his head. Why not? According to the law of energy conservation, the Dark Knight Ghost Hand felt a chill. It should have been Chu Yang who was anxious. He had traveled a considerable distance, risking the scrutiny of the Dark Knight Hospital's owner, to discuss this with you. And you dismiss it with a simple refusal? I have signed a contract with the owner of the Dark Knight Hospital. I cannot practice medicine elsewhere without his permission. If I were to accompany you, a divine retribution would strike me down like a bolt from the heavens, leaving me in ashes, the Dark Knight Ghost Hand explained. I see. Chu Yang felt a tinge of regret, akin to the exorbitant penalties for breach of contract in the human world. Wait. A penalty for breach? If one possesses sufficient wealth, such a penalty would pose no fear. Thus, divine retribution could be mitigated. And Chu Yang might render the Dark Knight Ghost Hand impervious to such punitive measures, for he possessed the enigmatic right hand. To be prudent, Chu Yang still inquired. Is the punitive strike for breaching the contract akin to the punitive strikes encountered in the bizarre tasks? In this peculiar apocalyptic realm, the rules governing each distinct scenario are intrinsically unified. The Dark Knight Phantom nodded slightly. I will shield you from the onslaught of these rules. Will you join me in my endeavors? Chu Yang inquired. Do not boast. Enduring a strike from the rules would incapacitate even the most formidable of foes. The Dark Knight Phantom retorted, shaking his head. You may attempt it. After all, should failure ensue, it is I who shall perish, not you. Do you truly intend to remain obscured here for eternity? Chu Yang pressed. Upon hearing the notion of being buried for a lifetime, the Dark Knight Phantom's eyes reddened. Indeed, you are correct. Languishing here for all time is akin to death itself. I do not require your protection. I have resolved that if I cannot extricate myself from this predicament, I would prefer death. The Dark Knight Phantom exclaimed vehemently. Rest assured, you shall not perish. Chu Yang replied with unwavering confidence, producing a pristine contract. His name was already inscribed, and with the Dark Knight Phantom's signature, it would signify a breach of the rules. Taking a deep breath, the Dark Knight Phantom swiftly inscribed his name. In an instant, a thunderous roar resonated within the chamber. Chu Yang activated the Black Death Phantom Eye, revealing the ceiling teeming with the surging power of the rules, as if materializing from the void, an enigmatic spectacle. Divine punishment of the rules. The incapacitated figure on the hospital bed, Li Gue, was so terror-stricken that he foamed at the mouth and promptly fainted. The Dark Knight Phantom silently closed his eyes, bracing himself to confront death with composure. His ambition was to become the most formidable physician in this bizarre apocalyptic world. However, his aspirations were ruthlessly stifled by a malevolent employer. Faced with such a bleak existence, he deemed it more honorable to embrace a glorious demise. Suddenly, a divine punishment thundered down. In that critical moment, Chu Yang swiftly approached the shadowy hand of night, his right arm radiating with boundless golden light. The prepared substitute for the side effects, the hell currency, ignited fervently. In the next instant, the punitive force of the rule struck Chu Yang's enigmatic right hand. A tingling sensation enveloped him as the golden light concealed itself. The enigmatic right hand successfully deflected the divine assault and entered a cool-down period lasting 7 days. To think you could truly withstand the onslaught of the rules. Who exactly are you? The shadowy hand of night gazed at Chu Yang with a mixture of astonishment and intrigue. The recent events had dramatically exceeded his comprehension and his understanding. Rule attacks were supreme. Even the most mundane of such assaults could not be resisted by anyone less than the king of enigmas. Yet, here stood a mere human who had thwarted it. I am but a human, Chu Yang declared, sensing that the contract in his hand had come into effect. Within the confines of its stipulations, he possessed the authority to control every aspect of the shadowy hand of night. He could even compel him to mimic a cat. The shadowy hand of night, with a complex expression, then opened a window and inhaled deeply the refreshing air of the night. I am free from this prison. I can finally pursue my dreams. As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the door to the room was forcefully kicked open. The floor supervisor rushed in, his expression exceedingly grave. What has transpired? Why do I sense the ominous aura of divine retribution here? The floor supervisor questioned loudly. Because I have breached the contract, replied the knight's shadow with a hint of indifference. Then why are you still alive? The supervisor reprimanded sternly. Chapter 27. I protect. Who dares to move? The knight's shadow was a doctor at the night hospital, and it was inconceivable for him to violate the peculiar rules of the tasks assigned. His assertion of having transgressed the regulations could only imply a breach of contract. In the night hospital, tampering with a contract was a grave matter, signaling disloyalty to the employer. How did you breach the contract? Explain yourself. If it's a minor issue, I might be able to plead your case to the boss. The floor supervisor inquired. He understood well that the knight's shadow possessed unparalleled medical skills within the night hospital. However, his personal circumstances were equally precarious. Nevertheless, the knight's shadow was indispensable, as the patients were not merely ordinary individuals. Some were formidable, holding significant status. In such cases, it was imperative for the knight's shadow to intervene. Thus, the supervisor kept a vigilant eye on him. This matter may be beyond your plea for mercy. The knight's shadow chuckled. He felt an exhilarating sense of liberation from the burdensome contract, reveling in his newfound freedom. Following the boss, Chu Yang, would mean an endless stream of patients to attend to. How delightful that prospect was. Rest assured, even if your breach of contract is severe, I will still advocate for you with the boss, the floor supervisor stated earnestly. Really? But I have completely violated the contract. I am no longer a doctor at the night hospital. In the dark of night, the phantom hand spoke in a sardonic tone, presenting the contract he held with the night hospital before the floor manager. Then, before the astonished floor manager, he slowly tore it to shreds. The floor manager, consumed by rage, exclaimed, "Are you mad? You shall be obliterated by the rules." The rules had indeed emerged, yet they had been obstructed by my new employer. Farewell to you. The phantom hand reveled in delight, striding confidently towards the exit alongside Chu Yang. The floor manager, with a grim expression, blocked their path. You cannot leave. While I may lack justification to annihilate this human under the rules, I can certainly eliminate you. The phantom hand's countenance hardened. His cultivation was merely at the initial stage of the eerie realm, whereas the floor manager possessed peak strength within the same realm. No, you cannot harm him. Chu Yang interjected, shaking his head. Who compelled my employer to retreat? An irate voice resonated, as the vice principal, accompanied by the instructional director, the pallid Song Bai, and the arrogant Xiao Li, approached with swagger. Faced with this scene, Chu Yang felt the urge to play the soundtrack of a gangster movie. The other formidable directors were dismissed with ease, yet the presence of the vice principal rendered his demeanor serious. Though they were both at the pinnacle of the eerie realm, he feared not in a one-on-one confrontation. However, the sheer number of the opponent's formidable allies was daunting. As long as I draw breath, the phantom hand shall remain unharmed, Chu Yang declared, waving his hand with an air of authority. This was a doctor he had painstakingly recruited. How could he allow him to perish? The Erie High School needed him. Do not presume that the backing of Erie High School will shield you from our employer's wrath. Await your reckoning. The floor manager sneered ominously. Depart, Chu Yang retorted, cursing as he led the group of eerie beings away. The floor director could not be restrained, and neither could the other doctors. Does anyone know the level of power possessed by the owner of the Dark Knight Hospital? Chu Yang inquired. The group turned their gaze towards the Dark Knight ghost hand. It is unclear. He has never displayed his strength before us. The only certainty is that he possesses the power of a strange soldier, and perhaps it is not insignificant, the Dark Knight ghost hand replied with a serious expression. Chu Yang felt elated. The issues with the cafeteria had been resolved, the renovations were underway, and the medical office had been addressed as well. It was rumored that the former teachers from the strange high school, through their peculiar channels, had successfully signed numerous renowned educators. Wouldn't the entire strange high school be revitalized? As this was his first stronghold, Chu Yang was determined to manage it meticulously. As for the principal of the Dark Knight Hospital, he indeed posed a challenge, albeit a manageable one. If he were at the initial stage of a strange soldier, then the acting principal would also be at the initial stage, which posed no threat. If he were at the mid-stage, Chu Yang could invest some of his dark currency to elevate the acting principal to that level. Regarding the late stage of a strange soldier, the Hell Taxi was already at full capacity. Chu Yang instructed the plump director to take the front seat of the vehicle. "Boss, so love can indeed shift, right?" The director said, tears welling in his eyes. "Shaoli is my only contracted fierce anomaly, and the pale one is the driver. The Dark Knight Ghost Hand is the sole doctor of the strange high school, and the vice principal is stronger than you." Chu Yang chose to say no more on that matter. The director understood and, feeling somewhat aggrieved, sat in the front seat. The Hell restaurant had fully settled in and, through their connections, had disclosed all the fierce anomalies they could. The Hell restaurant officially became the designated cafeteria for the strange high school. Upon the emergence of this news, the reputation of the peculiar high school experienced a slight surge. A renovation crew, armed with a plethora of formidable laborers, has commenced their work. Their efforts are commendably vigorous, fueled by the enticingly competitive pricing, as they toil day and night, tirelessly laboring 24 hours a day. This prompted Chu Yang to reflect. If he could harness 3,000 of such formidable workers, life in the human realm would indeed be delightful. Sending them all to electronic factories, each earning a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan. Wouldn't that be a source of immense satisfaction? The entire peculiar high school buzzes with activity. As night falls, the second wave of the bizarre apocalypse is set to arrive tomorrow. Chu Yang finds himself seated in the cafeteria. Across from him sit 10 formidable teachers. Enjoy your meal. These dishes are the signature offerings of the Hell restaurant, which should suit your palate, Chu Yang remarked with a smile. He felt particularly pleased with these 10 teachers, having devoted time to investigate their backgrounds. 6 of them are currently employed at 4 other high schools, while the remaining 4 are esteemed educators from renowned institutions. In essence, each of these 10 teachers possesses notable recognition. Moreover, he discovered that the contracts signed by the high school can be terminated at any time. "Boss, you eat first. We'll eat afterward," one of the teachers grinned, pushing a mound of red, meaty substance towards Chu Yang. A grimace flickered across Chu Yang's face. The prospect of consuming that made him prefer death. "You all enjoy. I have already eaten," he stated. "Very well, let us dig in." The 10 teachers, enticed by the renowned Hell restaurant, were aware that their meager salaries could scarcely afford such indulgences. Here, however, they reveled in the generosity of the proprietor, who treated them to the restaurant's signature dishes free of charge. Chapter 28, The Alliance of the Three Highs, aiming to replace the eccentric high school having satisfied their appetites. The 10 formidable teachers of the eccentric high school patted their protruding bellies contentedly. "Boss, let us speak frankly," one of them began. "We have heard that you are the clandestine proprietor of eccentric high school and are in the process of expanding your faculty. We have acquaintances among the teaching staff here, and you offer them a salary of 10,000 ghost coins per month, along with 5 insurances and 2 funds. While we may not fully comprehend the latter, we certainly understand the salary. We are willing to teach at eccentric high school, but we hope our compensation will be on par with that of the other instructors." The spokesperson among them articulated this with a measured confidence, suggesting that they had thoughtfully prepared their approach. Although they presented a request, it was veiled in decorum, revealing nothing of substance. Chu Yang was quite pleased with such astute and considerate individuals. "I have conducted prior research on each of you," he replied. "Your renown and teaching prowess surpass that of our current faculty. Therefore, I am prepared to offer you a monthly salary of 15,000 ghost coins, with no upper limit, as it is entirely contingent on individual capability. Should you express interest, we can sign contracts immediately, along with an advance payment for the first month." Upon hearing the figure of 15,000 ghost coins, the eyes of the 10 educators glistened with tears of joy. If 10,000 ghost coins could evoke such a reaction, one could only imagine the profound impact of 15,000. Regarding the 5 insurances and 2 funds, it is a somewhat intricate matter. Allow me to highlight a crucial point. You must be familiar with the Dark Knight Ghost Hand, correct? Chuang inquired. "Indeed, we know." The chief physician of the Dark Knight Hospital, with a remarkable recovery rate of 30%. Several teachers nodded in agreement. Indeed, he is now the doctor of our enigmatic high school, with comprehensive insurance, including medical coverage. This means that if anyone falls ill or suffers an injury, they can receive treatment from the Dark Knight Hand free of charge, proclaimed Chu Yang. His words struck like a thunderbolt, leaving the 10 formidable teachers utterly bewildered. Good heavens. I'll sign the contract right away. Instantly, 10 contracts appeared, and the 10 teachers swiftly inscribed their names. The faculty of the enigmatic high school expanded from 7 to 17, with many renowned educators among them. The atmosphere at the school improved remarkably. A salary of 150,000 was disbursed in advance. Ding. Deducting 150,000 for mysterious consumption, returning 15 billion in 10,000-fold. The system's voice resonated. The more one spends in ghostly currency, the more it accumulates. Chu Yang was eager for that infernal mysterious shop to refresh its offerings, as he longed to invest heavily once more. His cultivation had already reached the latter stage of the spectral citizen, and acquiring a new fortune would elevate him to the pinnacle. At present, this was an exceptionally formidable strength. Everything was proceeding smoothly, with all preparations in place, awaiting just the right opportunity. The following day at 8 o'clock, the time-consuming renovations were completed. From an aerial view, one could discern the entire enigmatic high school shrouded in an eerie atmosphere, exuding a chilling aura reminiscent of a colossal coffin. Humans could hardly endure such an environment for long, yet the spectral beings thrived in this ambience, finding it exceedingly comfortable. At present, all the summoned laborers of the renovation team have gathered on the playground, awaiting the pronouncement of Chu Yang. Have you heard? One of them inquired. The teachers at this school earn a starting salary of 10,000 ghost coins per month. Indeed, I have heard. I've toiled day and night for 3 days and only managed to earn 300 ghost coins, another replied, exasperated. It's truly disheartening. If only I could secure a position at the anomalous high school. With great anticipation, Chu Yang finally arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, after several days of hard work, you must have heard about the generous benefits provided by the anomalous high school. Our establishment has undergone a remarkable transformation and is now ready to enroll new students. In addition to teachers and the administrative staff, we require a new cohort of employees, including security personnel, cleaning crews, and various support staff. We are officially expanding our workforce and are looking to you. The criteria for joining the security team include a cultivation level of mid-tier among the ethereal populace and above. Other positions have no specific requirements. The starting salary is 5,000 ghost coins per month. For further details, please consult the acting principal. With that, Chu Yang departed with an air of nonchalance. The second wave of anomalies is poised to descend imminently, and he must prepare accordingly. As for the absence of an initial salary of 10,000, the reasoning is quite straightforward. Should these positions offer such a salary, the illustrious teachers would undoubtedly feel discontent. Once the anomalous high school is firmly established on its path, Chu Yang will initiate a substantial salary increase for all staff. Time was calculated. And in just a few hours, the second wave of the anomalous apocalypse would soon arrive. In the foul-smelling office of the chief principal, 3 corpulent Mediterranean figures convened for a meeting. How's the preparation coming along, principal of the decayed second school? Inquired the stern head of the decayed second school. Indeed. We are fully prepared on our end, merely awaiting your arrival, nodded the anxious principal of the fearful fourth school. Rest assured, if you're all ready. How could I possibly be unprepared? Replied the principal of the foul first school with a mysterious smile, beckoning the vice principal to bring forth a box containing a staggering 5 million ghostly coins. The principals of the decayed second school and the foul third school likewise produced their own boxes, each containing 250,000 ghostly coins. Together, they amassed a total of 10 million ghostly coins. We have been saving these coins for quite some time, even foregoing salaries for our employees to accumulate this wealth. This time, we must replace the anomalous high school and the timorous fourth school, declared the principal of the decayed second school, his voice laced with malevolence. Fear not. The second wave of the bizarre apocalypse is merely hours away, and we have made comprehensive preparations. By charging a tuition fee of 10,000 ghostly coins and offering a rebate of 2,000, coupled with the esteemed reputation of the top 3 high schools in Yuming City, we will undoubtedly attract all students to our institution. When the timorous fourth school and the anomalous high school fail to meet their KPI targets, the rules will naturally favor our replacement of them. In that eventuality, our 3 high schools will not only expand in scale but also share in the fortune of 2 bizarre destinies, the principal of the foul first school said ominously. Despite their lack of interest in territorial expansion, the mention of dual fortunes caused their breaths to quicken. Mysterious fortune not only elevates one's realm, but also enhances the innate potential of the uncanny. With an abundance of such fortune, one's cultivation soars, and one's aptitude flourishes. This is their ultimate aspiration. However, I have heard whispers that the odd high school seems to have appointed a new principal. The principal of fearsome third high school furrowed his brow slightly. The former principal of odd high school, being quite astute, recognized that he could not fulfill his KPI obligations. And thus, he preemptively sold the institution, securing a substantial amount of ghostly currency. Regardless of the new principal's origins, under the blockade of our three prestigious high schools, they shall undoubtedly be supplanted. Let us raise a toast to our impending victory. The principal of stinking first high school proclaimed loudly, lifting a goblet of brain liquor and downing it with evident relish. Cheers. Chapter 29. Enrollment as a battlefield at 5 in the afternoon. Chu Yang stood by the window of the principal's office, gazing at the ominous weather outside, mentally counting down. 3. The second wave of the uncanny apocalypse has arrived. The sky swirled with tempestuous winds, dark clouds coalescing into a vortex. Almost all the uncanny beings and humans lifted their gazes towards the heavens. The uncanny could distinctly sense a colossal wave of mysterious fortune descending, accompanied by a significant increase in their kind. The world was undergoing yet another profound transformation, with a plethora of bizarre task scenarios emerging. Locations such as Foot Washing City, night venues, shopping malls, and manors had morphed into uncanny settings. Although humanity might not immediately perceive these changes, they could undeniably sense an escalating pressure. The already chaotic social order was further unraveling. Chu Yang exhaled slowly, releasing a cloud of stagnant air. The arrival of an immense and enigmatic fate has bestowed upon him a fragment of its power, elevating his cultivation from the late stage of the enigmatic citizen to the pinnacle of the enigmatic citizen realm. His senses have become remarkably acute, enabling him to perceive the presence of numerous formidable and sinister entities in this world. Should several waves of bizarre apocalyptic phenomena descend upon us, it is likely that beings of the King of Enigma's caliber will emerge. A subtle sense of anxiety has arisen within Chu Yang. The Black Death Enigmatic Eye, a formidable functional technique acquired from the memories of his previous life, remains at his disposal. However, he still requires potent combat-oriented enigmatic techniques. Although such knowledge resides within his memory, the competition for these skills is exceedingly fierce, necessitating a stronger personal prowess. The cooldown period for the enigmatic shop persists, demanding time for replenishment. It appears that his current focus must rest upon the enigmatic high school. The more splendid the enigmatic scenes he possesses, the more prosperous the enigmatic fate will become, thus nurturing his own growth. The most efficient means of advancement in the short term lies in the management of the enigmatic high school. Vice Principal, Chu Yang exclaimed. The vice principal appeared, standing behind him with a slight bow, awaiting orders. His cultivation has also progressed from the early stage of the enigmatic soldier to the mid-stage, significantly enhancing his strength. The time is ripe. Let us prepare the management team to head to the enrollment square for recruitment. Yes, boss. In the city of magic, a dapperly dressed figure, exuding an air of sophistication, gazed skyward and let out a long howl. What a splendid second wave of arrival. Today, I have finally transcended the limitations of the late stage of the enigmatic soldier, reaching the peak. At the enrollment square in Yiming City, originally the largest square in the city, it has become a deserted expanse since the onset of the bizarre apocalypse, with no human daring to approach amidst the frequent appearances of sinister entities. In the enrollment square, 5 admission stations had been erected, and numerous formidable entities were surveying the surroundings with their offspring, seemingly deliberating on which high school to enroll their children in. Following the arrival of the second wave of the bizarre apocalypse, the number of these powerful beings had notably increased. Chu Yang couldn't help but reflect on this phenomenon. Every entity present at the enrollment square, accompanied by their offspring, was predominantly of the Spectre soldier rank, with hardly any at the Spectre civilian level. Rest assured, my mid-tier Spectre soldier status is quite considerable in this realm, the acting principal proclaimed with pride, puffing out his chest. Enrollment for the Bizarre High School is now open. Do not miss this opportunity. Come and learn about us in detail. We guarantee the best educational environment and a promising future for your child. The Director of Education bellowed, his robust physique lending significant strength to his voice, causing his belly to jiggle. Many entities turned their attention, yet only a few approached the admission station of the Bizarre High School. Most seemed to flock to the stench-ridden First High School, the decayed Second High School, And the terrifying third high school. Huh. When did a soon-to-be replaced high school gain such confidence? Remarked a being from the stench-ridden first high school. Indeed. A high school that allows humans to be principals. Can this institution even be considered legitimate? Sneered a specter from the decayed second high school. This is likely their utmost effort. For after today, the bizarre high school will be supplanted by our three top-tier schools, scoffed a being from the terrifying third high school. How absurd. The enrollment has merely begun, and you dare to draw conclusions? The acting principal retorted angrily. Admissions represent merely the beginning for us, yet for certain entities. The process has already concluded. Ha ha ha. Have you noticed the formidable beings consulting at your booth? Such derision incites considerable ire among the principal and vice principal. Their fists clenched in frustration. This is indeed the reality. Although these formidable beings have only recently arrived, they are astute enough to gather intelligence in advance. Aware that the high schools of stench, decay, and fear rank among the best. Naturally, when selecting a school for their offspring, they will opt for the top-tier institutions. What shall we do? Our admissions booth is rather desolate. At this rate, we will undoubtedly fail to meet our KPIs, Charlie expressed anxiously. Why fret? The admissions process has just commenced. Let us first showcase our school's environment, Chu Yang replied nonchalantly. Very well. In the next moment, the acting principal summoned his powers to project an image into the space before them. The scene depicted a high school shrouded in darkness, filled with ancient coffins. Upon the unveiling of this image, it indeed drew a number of formidable beings away from the booths of other high schools to congregate before Chu Yang. This environment is quite impressive, even superior to my own home. One exclaimed. Indeed, dear child, do you fancy it? Father, I adore it. I wish to attend this school. Ha ha ha. Not only do the children find it appealing, but I too would relish residing within this institution. The formidable beings chuckled in agreement. Thoroughly satisfied with the ambience. These humans possess considerable resources. They can afford the peculiar high school and also renovate it. Indeed, but what difference does it make? The environment of our school is no less intriguing than that of the renowned Guai High School. Upon uttering these words, the principals of the three high schools promptly showcased their own visuals. Come and witness for yourselves. Our school's environment rivals theirs. In an instant, those who had previously gathered around Chu Yang found themselves drawn to the stalls of the top three high schools. Their reasoning was simple. If the environments were comparable, they would undoubtedly opt for the most prestigious institution. What does it matter if they have lavish renovations? They remain woefully unprepared to compete with us. They shall await their inevitable replacement. Mocking jeers echoed around. Boss, they are utterly detestable, Shally exclaimed, fuming. Do not fret. It is time to unveil our second grand strategy, Chu Yang replied with a tranquil demeanor. The second move, of course, was the signature dish from the Hell's restaurant. This revelation would undoubtedly attract a considerable number of the intriguing entities to our side. The director of education cleared his throat twice and signaled the acting principal to reveal the dining hall's visuals. Ladies and gentlemen, behold. Our cafeteria is none other than the illustrious Hell's restaurant. Every student attending our school is treated to the delectable dishes crafted by the renowned Hell's restaurant on a daily basis. The moment these words were spoken, a significant number of intriguing entities were lured to Chu Yang's side. Although they had only recently arrived, they were well aware of the restaurant's stellar reputation in Yiming City. Thanks to the established rules, the food was extraordinarily delicious, albeit at a staggering price. To their astonishment, Hell's restaurant had become the cafeteria for Guai High School. Would this not mean that their offspring could dine there for free? Consequently, many of these intriguing entities, accompanied by their children, hastened to the stall of Guai High School to inquire further. Even the management of the three preceding high schools was taken aback. How on earth did the Hell Hotel transform into the cafeteria of a peculiar high school? Principal, what shall we do now? They are disregarding the rules of fair competition in their pursuit of enrollment. Indeed, they are forsaking all ethics. Amidst the cacophony of anxious voices, the three principals wore expressions of deep concern, exchanging glances with one another. It is time to unleash our ultimate strategy, declared the principal of Stench No. 1 High School. Agreed. The other two principals nodded in unison. There is no choice but to resort to drastic measures. They were baffled as to why the strange high school had suddenly become so formidable. Was it not preferable for the fifth-rate school to be as neglected as the timid fourth high? Why must they compel us to activate our trump card? The three principals appointed the loudest member of the Erie administration to announce with fervor, esteemed parents. We, Stench No. 1 High School, Decay No. 2 High School, and Terror No. 3 High School, have joined forces to introduce a tuition rebate initiative. For every child enrolled in our three high schools, A yearly tuition fee of 10,000 ghost coins will entitle you to a rebate of 2,000 ghost coins. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. The prospect of receiving 2,000 ghost coins back from an expenditure of 10,000 was almost instantly captivating to their eerie hearts. They were willing to invest 10,000 ghost coins in their children's future. However, this does not imply that they were affluent. Some peculiar families risked everything to afford this tuition. The prospect of receiving a rebate of 2,000 ghost coins was nothing short of a lifeline. Even the wealthier strange families could not underestimate the significance of those 2,000 ghost coins. Moreover, the clandestine distribution of 2,000 ghost coins is indeed possible. Surely, no one wishes for their significant other to discover their secret stash of such wealth. It has come to my attention that the Grand Night event has commenced, featuring a fresh batch of alluring models, both female and male. The boisterous organizer proclaimed with an enticing tone. A duet. This revelation had already stirred the interest of the entire audience, and upon the announcement of such an enticing condition, nearly all were drawn toward their booth. The area surrounding Chu Yang, once teeming with eager participants, swiftly emptied. He inadvertently met the gaze of the odious principal from the first middle school. You just need to be adequately replaced by the timid fourth middle school. There's no need to indulge in these frivolous distractions. If you wish to compete with us, prepare to cultivate for several hundred more years. Scoundrels! The acting principal seethed with frustration. Yet a sense of relief washed over him for having sold the school to the boss. With his own capabilities, he could never hope to rival them. The boss, Xiao Li, Song Bai, and the others turned their gazes toward Chu Yang. At this moment, he was their sole beacon of hope. It was time to unveil the news of the Dark Knight's ghostly hand. Chu Yang paused, rising to his feet. Allow me to take the lead. He then summoned his powers, amplifying his voice to resonate throughout the plaza. Ladies and gentlemen, our enigmatic high school not only offers the most comfortable environment, but also delectable cuisine crafted by the Hell's Kitchen. Most importantly, our school physician is none other than the legendary Dark Knight's ghostly hand, renowned throughout Yunming City. Especially the three principals, who even dug at their ears, unable to believe their own senses. What have they just heard? The Dark Knight Phantom is the enigmatic school doctor of the strange high school. How could this be possible? It is inconceivable. The Dark Knight Phantom is the renowned physician of the Dark Knight Hospital. Do not deceive us. The principal of the stinking One High School exclaimed in anger. Indeed, we have also aspired to recruit the Dark Knight Phantom, but it is utterly futile. The Dark Knight Hospital operates on an entirely different level. How could a mere human possibly bring the Dark Knight Phantom here? Such lies should be sent to the heavens. The three principals cursed vehemently. Many of the eerie beings nodded in agreement. Initially, they were equally taken aback by this news. The impact of the Dark Knight Phantom is indeed astounding. In this bizarre apocalypse, both humans and eerie beings find themselves amidst profound chaos. Disputes among eerie beings often escalate into conflicts, sometimes resulting in fatalities on both sides due to grievous injuries. However, should such a scenario involve the Dark Knight Phantom, the chances of survival would increase by 30%. A significant hope amidst despair. Who would choose to be a dead eerie being when one could be a living one? In a sea of physicians with only a 10% success rate, the 30% efficacy of the Dark Knight Phantom is nothing short of miraculous. Yet, how could such a doctor not be revered at the Dark Knight Hospital? How could he possibly be lured away by this human? In the face of overwhelming skepticism, Chu Yang smiled nonchalantly and snapped his fingers. The acting principal understood the cue and projected an image. The scene revealed the infirmary of the strange high school, where the Dark Knight Phantom, clad in medical attire, sat at his desk. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to Strange High School. For the next 3 years, I shall be your dedicated physician. Upon witnessing this, nearly all eerie beings felt their eyes moisten with emotion. It seemed to be true. The humans appear to be speaking the truth. It must be false. Surely, it is a fabrication. The principal of the stinking first high school exclaimed, drenched in sweat. Yes, it must be a deception. The principal of the decaying second high school echoed. This is undeniably a falsehood. The Dark Knight Phantom has entered into a contract with the proprietor of the Dark Knight Hospital, and any breach will result in annihilation by the power of the rules. The principal of the fearsome third high school shouted. The assembled specters found their reasoning compelling, yet Chu Yang immediately interjected. Esteemed colleagues, what do you see here? Chu Yang produced the contract he had signed with the Dark Knight Phantom. The document hovered in the air, enveloped by the power of the rules. This spectacle was witnessed by all the specters present, and it was evident that this contract was legitimate and recognized by the governing forces. The 4 characters Dark Knight Phantom shone brightly on the contract, emanating an aura of supreme authority from the rules. In an instant, the 3 high school principals were left astounded. The majority of the specters in attendance erupted in excitement. Indeed, the Dark Knight Phantom is truly the medical officer of the Erie High School. What astonishing news this is. There will be no need to worry should a child sustain an injury in the future. The specters care for their offspring as well. Furthermore, any parents of students enrolled at the Erie High School who suffer injuries can seek treatment from the Dark Knight Phantom. Treatment for students is free, while parental treatment costs are reduced by 2/3. Seizing the momentum, Chu-Yong unleashed another bombshell. Chapter 31, a resounding success. Just as one wave subsided, another arose, leaving the specters present in a daze, drooling in astonishment. Not only can the students currently enrolled receive treatment, but even injured parents are eligible. With a staggering 2/3 reduction in medical expenses, the 3 principals erupted in outrage. Is this even coherent? Who is unaware that in this bizarre apocalypse, medical costs are exorbitantly high? You're proposing a 2/3 reduction in treatment fees. Are you attempting to establish a supernatural hospital? With such explosive revelations, 80% of the formidable entities in the recruitment square were already drawn in. Furthermore, our school boasts the most exceptional teaching resources. The acting principal, please recite them. Chu-Yong insisted. Very well. Subsequently, the acting principal recited the names of all the distinguished teachers from the supernatural high school, again astonishing the gathered crowd of formidable beings. Each named teacher was a luminary within the educational sphere of Yunming City. Where do we pay the tuition? One asked. Principal, can students aged 80 enroll? Another queried. Principal, it's a long story. My son and I are actually half-brothers sharing the same father, hence I wish to attend school as well. Chu-Yong was taken aback. Are you speaking coherently? This doesn't even qualify as sensible. Suddenly, one of the formidable beings raised a crucial question. Given the exceptional conditions at your school, will the tuition be exorbitant? All others perked up in interest. Rest assured, our school charges an annual fee of 10,000 dark coins, comparable to other institutions. Chu-Yong declared emphatically. In fact, the acting principal had previously discussed with Chu-Yong the possibility of allowing students to attend free of charge. Naturally, Chu-Yong could shoulder the tuition, yet having lived 2 lives, he was well aware of the intricacies involved. Regardless of whether they are human or supernatural beings, that which is freely given is seldom valued. Thus, Chu-Yong declined the proposal, asserting that the tuition should remain consistent with that of other institutions. The moment his words echoed, numerous parents of supernatural beings eagerly paid for enrollment. The entire admission square transformed into a stage solely for Chu-Yong. Naturally, there were some supernatural beings who opted to enroll in the less reputable institutions, stinking number 1 high school, decaying number 2 high school, and fearful number 3 high school. Both humans and supernatural beings are never devoid of short-sighted individuals who care only for immediate, trivial gains. As the enrollment event concluded, Shaoli and his companions, filled with elation, reveled in the achievement of securing 100 contracts, representing 100 students. The tuition alone amassed a staggering 1 million ghost coins. The acting principal wore a smile that seemed to stretch beyond the limits of his face. The institution that garnered the least attention was cowardly number 4 high school. As the principals of the top 3 schools even conducted their secret discussions without regard for them. What shall we do? Although we have met the enrollment KPI criteria, we cannot compete with the supernatural high school. The principal of fearful number 3 high school exclaimed through gritted teeth. If this trend continues, we will undoubtedly be absorbed by the supernatural high school. The principal of decaying number 2 high school lamented. Both principals turned their gaze toward the head of No. 1 high school, who, after a long period of contemplation, began to speak slowly. Let us not forget that the rules governing high schools permit alliances among institutions to confront common adversaries. If our 3 high schools collaborate to devise activities, the supernatural high school will have no choice but to participate. This is our advantage. What kind of activities should we initiate? Inquired the principal of number 2 high school. Are you foolish? We must leverage our strengths. Consider the advantages possessed by the students enrolled in our 3 high schools. The principal of number 1 high school retorted. Many students possess peculiar skills. The principal of the 3rd high school exclaimed with excitement while slapping the table. Indeed, due to these students' extraordinary abilities and formidable strength, their parents are considerably less fearful of potential injuries at school, thereby diminishing the allure of the night ghost hand. Within the school, education transcends mere academic knowledge. It is also about enhancing one's combat prowess. Defeating them will inevitably weaken the uncanny fortunes of the peculiar high school. The following day at 8 o'clock, the new students took their positions, and various departments of the peculiar high school commenced their operations in an orderly fashion, creating a vibrant and bustling atmosphere. Suddenly, Chu Yang sensed a surge of uncanny fortune blossoming within him, causing his cultivation to become unshackled and ascend. Ding! A celestial melody resonated in his mind, signifying the breaking of his restraints. His cultivation advanced from the pinnacle of an uncanny citizen to the initial stage of an uncanny soldier. A smile graced Chu Yang's face. The growth of peculiar high school allowed him to reap the benefits as well. From the perspective of an initial stage uncanny soldier, the world appeared vastly different, becoming increasingly vivid. Especially with the activation of the Black Death uncanny eye, it endowed Chu Yang with an enhanced sense of the extraordinary. However, he had been perceiving a faint aura of death lingering around him these past few days. Chu Yang was not foolish. He understood that this deathly energy likely originated from the proprietor of the night hospital. Having excavated the night ghost hand, which was of utmost importance to the night hospital, he knew trouble would inevitably find him. It seemed imperative to further augment his strength. Furthermore, Chu Yang contemplated whether to utilize the uncanny skill stone he had in hand. Within this context lies a peculiar and arcane technique, one that is of little use to the current Chu Yang. Perhaps it would be more prudent to reward those students who have exhibited commendable behavior and outstanding academic performance. An excellent suggestion. However, it is essential to observe the new students for a few more days. Shaoli, Chu Yang called out. Boss, I am here. Shaoli promptly approached, bowing his head. Is the Dark Knight Ghost Hand adjusting well to the new environment? Chu Yang inquired. Very well. Please accompany the Director of Education, the Vice Principal, and Songbai to seek out some patients for the Dark Knight Ghost Hand to treat. I have made a promise to him, Chu Yang stated. What if there aren't enough patients? Shaoli retorted. Chu Yang was tempted to give him a sharp reprimand. How could someone so astute suddenly become so foolish? If there are no patients, then create some. In situations where you cannot prevail, take a ride on the Yellow Springs taxi and escape. Do you understand? Understood. Shaoli exited with enthusiasm. I must also find a way to enhance the abilities of my subordinates, Chu Yang murmured to himself. Before the second wave of the bizarre apocalypse descends, Shaoli's mid-level capabilities among the arcane populace were adequate, but they have now become wholly insufficient. However, it would be unwise to simply bestow them with ghostly currency. Their work ethic must be considered. Chu Yang began to survey the entire strange high school, his mind busy formulating plans for the future. During the enrollment period, he had heard other principals speak of mergers. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him. What if he were to assimilate all the other high schools? Would the fortune of the arcane world increase, and would his own prowess strengthen? It is worth a try. After all, he intends to be the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. Let him set a modest goal first, to transform the strange high school into the largest and sole institution of its kind in Yunming City. Chapter 32. The enigmatic stone can be returned. 3 fleeting days passed in the blink of an eye. The mischievous students of the enigmatic school frequently disrupted classroom order. But after receiving a stern warning from Chu Yang, they became much more compliant. During this time, Chu Yang also observed one particular student, a standout among his peers, whose composure and exceptional abilities positioned him as a natural leader within the class. Chu Yang felt quite pleased with this discovery. He planned to seize an opportunity to publicly reward the student with the enigmatic stone, aiming to quell the restless hearts of his classmates. Shaoli, summon Shui Yang. I wish to speak with him, Chu Yang commanded. Yes, boss, Shaoli replied, his respect for Chu Yang growing ever deeper. Initially, Chu Yang had been an ordinary human. However, just a few days later, his cultivation had progressed to match Shaoli's, even surpassing it. Now, Chu Yang had reached the early stage of the enigmatic warrior realm, while Shaoli remained in the middle stage of the enigmatic citizen realm. Such disparity was palpable. Before long, Shaoli returned with the student, Shui Yang. Shui Yang's cultivation appeared peculiar. To others, he seemed merely a beginner in the enigmatic citizen realm, yet through Chu Yang's Black Death enigmatic eye, he was revealed to be at the pinnacle of that stage. Such prowess in a student was indeed remarkable, for no other high school student in Yunming City could rival Shui Yang. Please, don't stand on ceremony. Take a seat, Chu Yang said with a warm smile. Shui Yang remained tense, hesitant to sit before Chu Yang. Why are you so apprehensive? I have seen you at ease before the acting principal, Chu Yang inquired, puzzled. As a human, he could not fathom why Shui Yang would harbor such fear towards him. My father once remarked that the most unfathomable individual in the entirety of Yunming City is Principal Chu, and advised me to maintain the appropriate respect in his presence. Shui Yang spoke with reverence. Oh, why does your father hold such an opinion? Chu Yang inquired, crossing his legs with newfound interest. My father mentioned that during the initial wave of the bizarre apocalypse, Principal Chu had already amassed a considerable fortune in underworld currency. This alone suffices to render him truly unfathomable, Shui Yang gently explained. Ah, so that is the reason. Please, take a seat. That is my command, Chu Yang replied, half amused. Very well, Shui Yang complied and settled down. Why do you not openly display your cultivation? Chu Yang questioned, voicing his curiosity. Shui Yang's blood-red eyes narrowed sharply. Indeed, Principal Chu was as inscrutable as my father had claimed, capable of discerning my cultivation with a mere glance. It's of no concern, if it cannot be said. Then let it remain unsaid. Currently, I intend to establish a student leader. After observing for several days, I have decided to grant this position to you. Do you have any thoughts on this? Chu Yang inquired softly. Were this news to be delivered to an ordinary student of the wicked, they would have long since erupted in exuberance, flaunting their newfound power. However, Shui Yang remained remarkably composed and instead asked Chu Yang the reason behind this decision. Previously, numerous students of the wicked had provoked Shui Yang, only to find themselves severely beaten and subsequently taken to the hands of the Knight's Dark Hand for treatment. What are the benefits? Shui Yang continued to probe. With this question, Chu Yang found himself increasingly impressed with Shui Yang, and a rare inclination to consider him as a second contractual wicked being began to blossom. Indeed, to be the student leader entails the responsibility of effectively managing the entire student body, fostering unity among the students, and enhancing their capabilities. Chu Yang spoke, expressing his intention to assimilate other high schools, making conflict inevitable. The advantage, he offered, was a grade A trick stone. Upon hearing the mention of the trick stone, Shui Yang's mouth fell agape, and a tempest of emotions surged within him. This was an exceedingly rare trick stone, one that even the peculiar shop did not possess. In their enigmatic circles, a legend circulated, claiming that trick stones could only be acquired by humans who achieved a singular accomplishment while completing bizarre tasks. Now, the Principal Chuang was willing to bestow such a trick stone upon him. Although it was a grade A, he too was a trickster, perhaps, with diligent study. He could transcend the confines of his current status. Furthermore, a monthly remuneration of 500,000 Ming coins awaited him, Chiang continued. With such formidable power at such a young age, Xu Weijiang's future was indeed limitless. Should a contract be forged, Chuang would undoubtedly nurture him as a significant ally. Upon hearing the promise of 500,000 Ming coins a month, Xu Yang could no longer maintain his composure. His legs felt weak, nearly collapsing beneath him. 500,000 Ming coins could purchase the lives of 50,000 formidable tricksters. In the early days of the bizarre apocalypse, this sum was astronomical, and this immense fortune would merely be his monthly salary. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the salary, with no ceiling in sight. Chuang mused. If one were to refuse, it would be sheer folly. Shall we formalize this with a contract to bind both parties? Shuiyang inquired. I wish to bind you with a more potent rule. Chuang replied with a grin. No problem. Chuang laughed heartily, beginning the ritual by drawing forth his blood to complete the contract. Blood Yang officially became his second contracted malevolent spirit. Each of the two contracted spirits possesses its own unique wonders. Blood Yang is remarkable for his astonishing cultivation talent, while Shaoli is extraordinary in his ability to kill at will, without requiring humans to violate the rules he has established. Come, consume this and see what malevolent technique you might acquire, Chu Yang said, handing the malevolent technique stone to Blood Yang. Blood Yang swallowed it whole. Ding! You have consumed a malevolent citizen-level technique stone, receiving a 10,000-fold return of 10,000 malevolent citizen-level technique stones. The system's voice appeared unexpectedly, leaving Chu Yang gaping in utter shock. It had been a long time since he had felt such astonishment. He had initially thought that consuming the technique stone would not yield a 10,000-fold return, yet here it was. What an extraordinary function! If this continues, could it be possible to receive a 10,000-fold return on Malevolent King or even Malevolent Emperor-level items in the future? Ha! Delightful. Soon, Blood Yang also became exhilarated. What technique did you gain? Chu Yang inquired with curiosity. Blood Battle Roar. Once unleashed, it can amplify the combat power of all malevolent spirits within a 10-meter radius by 30% for a short duration. However, this technique's effective range is limited to malevolent citizen-level spirits. Blood Yang responded with a smile. being at the pinnacle of malevolent citizens himself. The ability to enhance his combat power by 30% makes him quite formidable. However, each use will consume a bit of my voice. Overuse could lead to a vocal explosion, requiring 500 Underworld coins to mitigate the side effects, Blood Yang explained. Not to worry. My salary for you is more than sufficient. Special circumstances warrant special reimbursements, Chu Yang declared with a wave of his hand, exuding an air of authority. Boss, it's bad. Something serious has happened. The 3 high schools have united to compel us to participate in the freshman combat competition. Xiaoli hurriedly rushed to the door, exclaiming loudly. Chapter 33. The freshman combat competition. What on earth is this freshman combat competition? I have never heard of it, Chu Yang retorted. At that moment, the acting principal entered the room. Usually, he serves as Chu Yang's alter ego within the school, possessing a higher level of understanding and insight. Here is the situation. During this enrollment, our peculiar high school has absorbed freshmen who are the amalgamation of the 3 other schools, stench, decay, and fear. The principals of those 3 institutions harbor an insatiable ambition to annex our peculiar high school, and thus, within the bounds of the rules, they have conspired to devise this freshman combat competition. According to the regulations, we are obligated to participate, as their aim is to defeat us in this competition and seize the peculiar fortunes of our school, the acting principal elaborated. I see. Since they have orchestrated this freshman combat competition, they must possess some confidence, right? Chu Yang inquired. Their confidence stems from the fact that their freshmen possess a significantly greater number of extraordinary skills. I have conducted a census, and we have admitted 100 freshmen, among whom only 3 possess such skills. In contrast, the combined total of newcomers from the 3 high schools is also 100. Yet they boast a staggering 30 who possess extraordinary skills. In terms of those with such abilities, they outnumber us 10 to 1. The acting principal's expression was one of deep concern. A tenfold disparity is an immense gap. Should it come to a confrontation, defeat is inevitable. The most absurd aspect is that they have left us no room for refusal. Upon hearing that the freshmen from the 3 high schools prided themselves on their cunning techniques, Chu Yang nearly burst into laughter. Ah, so they are directly challenging us, are they? Very well. I have been pondering what to do with the 10,000 cunning technique stones in my storage space. They wish to seize our fortunes. Yet we can equally lay claim to theirs, correct? Chu Yang inquired. That is indeed the case. The acting principal nodded in agreement. Excellent. Now you shall convene a meeting for all students, urging the students with cunning abilities to bring their parents to our peculiar high school, Chu Yang declared. He intended for every student at the extraordinary high school to possess a cunning technique, and it must be demonstrated before their parents. Otherwise, what significance does it hold? Chu Yang's initial purpose in acquiring this high school was to gain access to these parents' cunning veins. United, they would form a formidable force, serving as the embryonic form of Chu Yang's future vast power. Boss, they are exceedingly arrogant. How about I strive to break through to the realm of cunning warriors in the next 3 days and annihilate them completely? Shui Yang cursed under his breath. No. Do not force a breakthrough. It is detrimental to your body. This endeavor requires a natural progression. Over the next 3 days, focus on elevating your reputation among the student body. Do not concern yourself with the freshman competition. I will handle everything. Chu Yang replied with an air of calm. Understood. Boss, Shui Yang said before stepping out of the office. First, he would leverage this freshman competition to seize a portion of the fortunes from the 3 high schools. Then proceed to the timid 4th high school to assimilate it, thereby enhancing his own cultivation. Though they were part of the second wave of the bizarre apocalypse, their formidable strength afforded them a remarkably comfortable dwelling. A voice echoed, and a ghastly figure emerged, enveloped in a tumultuous aura of eerie energy, showcasing immense power. Father, I have forged a pact with our principal, Shui Yang declared. In the human perspective, such a contract is akin to servitude, yet within the realm of the uncanny. It signifies allegiance to a formidable entity. Entering into a pact is regarded as a matter of great honor. Shui Tu furrowed his brow. Why the haste? Although I have mentioned that the human principle is unfathomable, his combat prowess remains somewhat ambiguous. Father, Boss Chu discerned my true capabilities at a glance. And after our contract, he offered me a monthly salary of 500,000 Underworld coins. Shui Yang exclaimed. It had been half a day since this extraordinary event transpired. Yet the thought of such a staggering salary filled him with unbridled excitement. 500,000? You must mean 500,000 soft currency. Shui Tu gasped. Disbelief etched across his face. It is indeed Underworld coins. Not only that, But Boss Chu also gifted me a remarkably rare eerie technique stone, endowing me with eerie skills. With the enhancement of these skills, I have a strong premonition that I shall soon advance to the rank of eerie warrior, Shui Yang proclaimed with enthusiasm. What? He even bestowed upon you a 1 in 1,000 eerie technique stone? Shui Tu's astonishment deepened. Yes, Boss Chu recognized my talent and has requested my service. Shui Yang nodded affirmatively. With such terms, I would be willing to do anything for him. Shui Tu was rendered speechless. He suddenly found himself feeling a twinge of envy for his son, wishing to inquire if Boss Chu was still in need of assistance. Father, what did you say? Shui Yang sensed he had misheard. Cough, cough, I said nothing. You must have misheard, Shui Tu replied with a serious demeanor. A wave of relief washed over Shui Yang, for surely his usually dignified father would not utter such words. Shui Yang, diligently assist Boss Chu in his endeavors. To work under such a formidable leader is indeed a stroke of fortune for our family. Shui Tu remarked with a smile, feeling reassured. With Shui Yang under the guidance of a capable and esteemed boss, he felt a sense of security. However, he knew he must find a way to repay Boss Chu's immense kindness. Father, you should also visit the school tomorrow, Shui Yang suggested. Very well. It will be a good opportunity to meet that extraordinary Boss Chu. Shui Tu nodded in agreement. The following day, at 8 o'clock, the eerie high school grounds were filled with an unsettling atmosphere. 100 new students stood at the forefront, while 100 parents stood behind them, all enveloped in an air of mystery. Using his dark death eye, Chu Yang surveyed the parents with great satisfaction. Excellent. Nearly all possessed the strength of the Spectre Soldier level, with quite a few at the mid-stage, and even one at the late stage of Spectre Soldier. Such combat prowess would undoubtedly suffice to dominate Yiming City and conquer all other high schools. Ladies and gentlemen, I have summoned you here today to announce an important matter, Chu Yang proclaimed loudly. The eerie crowd fell silent in an instant. Our aim at this peculiar high school is to evolve into the largest and strongest institution in Yiming City. However, we are faced with a blockade from the top 3 high schools, and thus, we shall commence a new student competition. Upon hearing about the freshman competition, many anxious parents displayed expressions of concern. What if their child were to be harmed? I understand the apprehension that fills the hearts of each parent, as it is only natural to worry for one's offspring. However, if our new students at the peculiar high school become formidable in strength, such fears of injury will dissipate. To this end, I have invested considerable resources to procure 100 stones of arcane techniques, which shall be distributed among the freshmen. My only stipulation is that they engage fiercely in combat with their opponents. Chu Yang's voice resonated powerfully, his presence echoing across the entire playground. Chapter 34, Apologies. But all here are villains. The playground descended into an eerie silence, as students exchanged bewildered glances. Parents, too, mirrored this confusion, some even tapping their drenched heads. Convinced they must have misheard. Surely, they thought, I must have experienced an auditory illusion. It was absurd. The principal had just proclaimed that each of them would receive a stone of arcane technique. If this news were to spread, others would surely suspect that we had partaken in some bizarre indulgence. Students began to jest, laughter bubbling forth in waves. Yet, the parents in the rear stood aghast, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. With their superior cultivation, they were acutely aware that they had not misheard, hence their astonishment. What had they just heard? The principal intended to provide their children with stones of arcane technique, valuables worth a fortune, and he was giving away 100 of them? This must be a jest. If this were true, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire city of Yunming. Ladies and gentlemen, I assure you that Principal Chu speaks the truth. For he bestowed upon me a peculiar stone yesterday, which I successfully consumed, thereby acquiring a remarkable skill. At this moment, Shui Yang stood forth, proclaiming loudly. The students exchanged glances. Some already convinced, for Shui Yang held considerable prestige among them. Shui Tu cast a deep glance at Shu Yang. He had believed his assessment of this individual to be sufficiently high, yet he had not anticipated that it was utterly misplaced. 100 peculiar stones given away so readily? I understand that many of you harbor doubts, so allow me to speak through facts. With that, Chu Yang summoned forth a swirling aura of mystery, conjuring a multitude of peculiar stones, which he scattered among the crowd. One for each person. Make use of them, he bellowed. As the multitude of stones emerged, the parents of the Li family were immediately moved to tears. Their greater experience had taught them that one need not have seen a pig run to recognize the truth of the matter. These were undoubtedly authentic peculiar stones. Oh! How could anyone in this world possess such extravagant generosity? You wretched creature, why are you not picking them up? You clever little rascal! How have you turned to wood now? Foolish child, hasten to seize one and make use of it. If you do not, I shall. The Li family parents, filled with exasperation, scolded and lamented. Only at this moment did the students truly believe that the stones scattered on the ground were indeed genuine peculiar stones. Do not snatch. This one is mine. Begone. You were not interested moments ago, and now you seek to claim it. This is mine. Hurry, seize them before they are gone. The students were utterly frenzied, nearly resorting to wielding axes in their excitement. Do not fight over it. There is enough for everyone. Should I discover anyone hoarding 2 pieces, expulsion will be the consequence, Chu Yang stated calmly. Under his undeniable authority, the students gradually regained their composure, accepting the mystical stones in an orderly manner and consuming them. Ha ha ha. I too possess mystical skills now, one student exclaimed with wild laughter. A stern parent of a gifted student swiftly smacked him on the forehead. You impudent brat, who do you think you are? Excited voices echoed around, and in mere moments, every gifted student present had acquired mystical abilities. Some even advanced directly from the early stages of mystical aptitude to the intermediate level. Shaoli, Bai, the director, and the vice principal, you 4 also have a share. Chu Yang remarked, tossing 4 additional mystical stones their way. Thank you, boss. Shaoli and the others were overwhelmed with elation, repeatedly expressing their gratitude for having aligned with such a leader. With these mystical skills, can we not crush the freshmen from the top 3 high schools? Chu Yang bellowed. Absolutely. I shall tear my opponents to shreds. The students erupted in frenzied enthusiasm. Do not hold me back. I shall take on 10 at once. While the gifted parents shared in the excitement, a hint of concern lingered. The lower the level of the mystical skills, the more severe the side effects. They feared that frequent usage might overwhelm their children, and they could not afford to counterbalance the side effects with sufficient spiritual currency. Fear not. During the freshman battle, all side effects from using mystical skills will be offset by spiritual currency. All expenses can be reimbursed through me. Chu Yang continued to proclaim. Upon hearing this, the gifted parents felt a wave of relief wash over them, each expressing their astonishment. It appears that we have encountered an excellent principle. It is a pity that we cannot turn back the clock by 30 years, or else they would also be attending school. Of course, one could inflict serious injuries upon the opposing students, but it is preferable not to take any lives, as they may prove valuable in the future. Chu Yang grinned. If the Dark Knight Ghost Hand were aware of this, they would be laughing from dusk till dawn. Wonderful, the students exclaimed in unison. There are a few more points to address. As students of this institution, these benefits are merely the beginning. There will undoubtedly be even more advantageous offerings to come, and, of course, the parents will share in them as well. In just a few words, Chu Yang elevated the anticipation and sense of approval among the parents of the Li Gui family. They flocked to Chu Yang, eager to become familiar with him. To be honest, they too were enticed by such benefits. Boss, this is my father, Shui Yang approached, introducing Shui Tu to Chu Yang. Chu Yang noted that Shui had not yet shed the habit of engaging in dark dealings. To his astonishment, Shui Tu was a late-stage Gui Bing. And not just any late-stage Gui Bing, but one that seemed to have descended from the pinnacle of Gui Bing. Goodness. This was the most formidable Li Gui he had ever encountered. It was imperative to cultivate a good relationship. Mr. Shui, your child has performed exceptionally well at our school and has now been entrusted with an important role as a leader among the newcomers. Chu Yang said with a radiant smile, shaking hands with Shui Tuesday. Kukuku praised him, leaving Shui Yang blushing with embarrassment. It is an honor for Shui Yang. I have also heard about the contract, and I kindly ask Principal Chu to take care of my son in the future, Shui Tu said, bowing slightly. Did this carry an undertone of entrusting a legacy to Chu Yang? Rest assured, Mr. Shui, have you sustained a grave injury? Chu Yang inquired. Shui Tu's expression shifted. Caught between words. Understanding the unspoken, Chu Yang addressed Shui Yang. Shui Yang, you may proceed to your class. I wish to converse with your father for a while. Very well, boss. Shui Yang nodded and departed from the playground. Shui Tu's demeanor was exceedingly complex. How did Principal Chu come to know of this? I possess a peculiar skill that allows me to perceive certain things, Chu Yang replied ambiguously. To have such a skill truly marks one as extraordinary among men. Indeed. As Principal Chu stated, I had once suffered a grievous injury that caused my realm to plummet. Shui Tu slowly nodded. May I inquire how Mr. Shui might be cured of your affliction? If I could indeed heal Shui Tu's ailment, it would surely foster a closer bond, making it reasonable to request his assistance in a few altercations, perhaps even to eliminate the principals of the top 3 high schools, or to aid in opposing the owner of the night hospital. Chapter 35, The Purging Elixir. This endeavor proves somewhat challenging. It requires a purging elixir. I have inquired about it, yet no humans or malevolent spirits seem to know where this elixir can be found. Shuetu shook his head, a look of despondency crossing his face. The purging elixir? Chu Yang raised an eyebrow. Is the injury you bear a result of negative energy infiltrating your body? Indeed. Shuetu affirmed with a nod. Negative energy differs from malevolent energy. For malevolent spirits, malevolent energy is a boon, while negative energy is entirely the opposite. The purging elixir. At this moment, Chu Yang felt an urge to laugh aloud. He had just heard of this elixir. In his previous life, its emergence had caused quite a stir in the world. The effects of the yin-cleansing elixir are remarkably extraordinary. It possesses the ability to purify the malevolent energies from both humans and sinister beings, rendering it immensely valuable. By chance, Chu Yang is aware of the peculiar circumstances from which this elixir originates. Mr. Shui, I have a method to procure the yin-cleansing elixir. Chu Yang spoke slowly. Is that truly so? Mr. Shui's aura surged, his expression filled with excitement. Every master harbors adversaries. The greater their strength, the more foes they accumulate. In this world, no secret remains concealed indefinitely, only the timing is at play. Upon learning that Shui Yang had forged a partnership with such a wealthy benefactor, he faced the impending events with equanimity. However, it was unexpected that this human youth could indeed procure the elixir. Indeed, Chu Yang affirmed with a smile and a nod. After a moment of contemplation, Mr. Shui replied, If you can provide me with the elixir, I am willing to owe you a favor. In the realm of adults, transactions reign supreme, and even sinister beings grasp this truth. One favor for the yin-cleansing elixir, and I shall venture into a perilous location to retrieve it for you. The risk involved shall count as another favor, Chu Yang stated earnestly. Agreed. Mr. Shui responded with enthusiasm. 2 favors would be sufficient to confront the owner of the Dark Night Hospital. With the arrival of the second wave of bizarre apocalypses, the existing sinister beings have ascended to new realms. During the first wave, the owner of the Dark Night Hospital had already been one of the top powers in Yunming City. With the onset of the second wave of bizarre occurrences, it is unfathomable to consider his current level of prowess. In the most pessimistic scenario, should the blood slaughter manage to regain its peak state, Chu Yang would be devoid of life-threatening peril. However, that alone would not suffice for him. At present, there exists no concrete solution, and thus one must proceed step by step. Once the enigmatic high school ascends to become the largest and most formidable institution in Yunming City, Chu Yang is resolutely determined to devise a means to annex the Night Hospital. It is a sight that incites disdain with every glance, for it is simply too unsightly. Yet, to his dismay, Li Gui seems to be quite fond of it. After distributing the enigmatic technique stones, the new students' prowess and cohesion have reached extraordinary levels, enabling them to triumph over the combined forces of the top 3 high schools without issue. With merely 2 days remaining until the freshman competition, it appears to be the opportune moment to visit that estate. Boss, I have monumental news. Xiaoli exclaimed at the entrance. What good news? Chu Yang inquired. In just a few days, the healing rate of the Night Saint has surged to 40%, a remarkable increase from the previous 30%. Xiaoli declared with enthusiasm. That's splendid. Chu Yang's eyes sparkled with delight. If we have 1,000 patients, wouldn't that mean we could save an additional 100? What is the night ghost currently engaged in? Chu Yang asked. He is treating patients. Ever since his arrival at the enigmatic high school, he has not ceased his healing endeavors. Xiaoli replied swiftly. Excellent. Inform the Night Saint that I am exceedingly pleased, and this shall be his reward, Chu Yang proclaimed, producing 1,000,000 Underworld coins with a smile. Upon seeing the substantial sum, Xiao Li's eyes glimmered with envy, although he felt no trace of jealousy. For the Night Ghost had earned it through his exceptional abilities. Understood, boss. Xiaoli nodded eagerly. Do not be hasty. You pale? The Director of Education and the Vice Principal have successfully located patients, and each shall be rewarded with 100,000 ghost coins. Chu Yang then produced 4 stacks of ghost coins. Xiaoli was profoundly moved, tears streaming down his face. Thank you, boss. You are truly remarkable. Tonight, I shall prepare a cold bed for you. You will undoubtedly sleep in utmost comfort, he said with a rather lewd expression. Get lost. Personal favors are not to be exchanged among the peculiar, Chu Yang retorted, giving Xiaoli a kick. This was a blow characteristic of an early-stage ghost soldier. Nearly dismantling Xiaoli, he hopped away in delight. With the 100,000 ghost coin reward, he believed he could elevate his cultivation to the level of a ghost soldier. How blissful! Before departing, There was a piece of good news that lifted Chu Yang's spirits. His enigmatic high school was gradually improving. Ding dong. A consumption of 140,000 ghost coins will yield a 10,000-fold return of 140 million ghost coins. This was splendid, further enhancing his mood. He then sought out Pale. Put aside your current tasks and accompany me on a business trip, Chu Yang instructed. Certainly, boss. He boarded a Huangquan taxi, departing from the enigmatic high school. Outside, the chaotic order of the world was increasingly evident, with debris from car collisions strewn about, and heaps of wreckage accumulating in various corners. Had some humans succumbed to despair? Chu Yang smiled faintly. This was merely the beginning, with the third, fourth, and even fifth waves yet to come. Pale, as a taxi driver, you must possess an intimate knowledge of the terrain of Yuming City, correct? Chu Yang inquired, casually tossing a ghostly cigarette over. Pale and content, he lit a cigarette. Indeed, I understand. Chu Yang inquired, are there any relatively large eerie shopping malls in Yuming City? In his previous life, he had participated in a bizarre mission at a manor, which was truly a life-threatening ordeal. He had barely survived alongside a formidable individual. Witnessing that person receive the first completion reward, a vial of medicine. With a second chance at life, everything was different now. The manor's owner was also quite an eccentric entity, adept at catering to preferences, which allowed for greater efficiency and time saving. Yes, the second wave of the eerie apocalypse has just emerged, Pale affirmed. Do they sell any luxurious red wine inside? Chu Yang continued. Of course, the luxury is beyond imagination. Pale replied with a grin. Excellent. Let us head towards that shopping mall for some retail therapy. Chu Yang gestured grandly. Chapter 36. Shopping. With ambition in their hearts. The two of them approached the entrance of a shopping mall. The Eerie Court Mall, what a fine name, Chu Yang chuckled, stepping inside. Halt. You must wear a suit to shop inside. Otherwise, entry is prohibited. Two well-dressed guards abruptly emerged, blocking Chu Yang and Pale. I see. We don't have suits at the moment. Could you fetch two from inside? I will purchase them, Chu Yang said amiably. That is not permissible. It does not adhere to the rules, the suited guard replied, shaking his head. Come on, brother, show some leniency. Chu Yang offered 2 cigarettes. However, to his surprise, the cigarettes were ineffective this time and were tossed to the ground by the guards. This does not comply with the regulations. Leave this place, the suited guard insisted firmly. Chu Yang furrowed his brow, pondering how to handle the pale figure, who was both enigmatic and unreasonable. The pale one twisted his neck. His expression fierce, then let us serve them a dose of grand logic. Quite commendable. Chu Yang grinned, unleashing the power of his initial stage of the mysterious soldier, swiftly sending the 2 figures sprawling to the ground with a flick of his wrist. He spared their lives, typically. Those capable of operating such a large-scale marketplace were formidable entities. As Chu Yang was just beginning his journey, it was unwise to cultivate too many adversaries. Subsequently, he stripped the garments from the 2 formidable beings and adorned himself and the pale one with their attire. Chu Yang then kicked the bald figure still lying on the ground, inquiring, is this in accordance with the rules? Upon entering the marketplace, Chu Yang observed an abundance of formidable figures on the first floor, each with bizarre and unique appearances. He and the pale one ascended directly to the 6th floor, the supreme level. To their surprise, there were no other patrons, only a multitude of sales assistants. Upon their arrival, the assistants displayed expressions of delight, having long awaited a customer. However, their countenance shifted to disappointment upon realizing their visitors were merely a human and a lowly being of the enigmatic class. Not a single assistant approached to attend to them. It seemed both humans and formidable beings shared a tendency to look down upon others. Chu Yang remained unfazed, making his way to an opulent store specializing in timepieces. He recalled distinctly that the owner of the manor had a profound appreciation for such items. This owner, despite his love for wealth, possessed a taste that was slightly more refined than that of an average formidable being, deeming ghostly currency to be rather vulgar. He sought possessions that reflected status and identity, and timepieces alongside fine wine served as perfect embodiments of such. Bring forth the most expensive watch in your establishment, Chu Yang proclaimed loudly. The sales associate, Li Gui, rolled his eyes in response. Sir, the most expensive watch begins at 1,000,000 ghost coins. That is of no concern, present it to me, Chu Yang insisted. Although Li Gui held a disdainful view of this human, he reluctantly complied, retrieving a watch that exuded an air of elegance, entirely enveloped in a deep black hue. This exquisite timepiece is crafted from the supreme ghostly black stone, a symbol of status and prestige, priced at 1.5 million ghost coins. The sales associate stated slowly. Upon finishing, he attempted to withdraw the watch, thinking it sufficient to show the human. Continuous interaction with him could prove vexatious. Why are you putting it away? Try it on, Chu Yong remarked, somewhat taken aback by the associate's actions. Sir, trying it on is synonymous with purchasing it. Frankly speaking, even if you sold all your organs, it would not suffice to cover even a fraction of this watch's price, the associate retorted curtly. Other sales associates in the vicinity turned their attention to the exchange, erupting in laughter upon hearing his words. Impudent! What stature does my employer possess that you would dare question him? Song Bai bellowed. Very well, as you can observe, I intend to purchase this watch. With that declaration, Chu Yong placed 150 million ghost coins upon the counter. Surely, these must be counterfeit? The sales associate stared in disbelief. What manner of human is this? Able to casually produce 150 million ghost coins? Even if they are forgeries, the mere act of presenting them is remarkable, considering that in this bizarre apocalypse, counterfeit ghost coins are rarer than the genuine article. Feel the aura of any ghost coin. It carries the essence bestowed by the supreme ghostly currency, Chu Yong instructed. The sales assistant wore a look of skepticism before slowly feeling the items. Little did they know, upon closer inspection, they would be astounded. The sum of 1,500,000 spirit coins was entirely genuine. The sinister energy that flowed through them could not be fabricated. The sales assistant regarded Chu Yong with astonishment, pondering the identity of this extraordinary human, trained to understand the commerce of Yiming City. They were aware that only a select few could produce such a sum for a watch. Their business revolved around these elite transactions. Who would have anticipated the sudden appearance of a human with such immense financial resources? The other sales assistants were equally taken aback, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. Pack it up. I want to say it a third time. Chu Yong furrowed his brow. Understood, sir. I will prepare it immediately. The sales assistant's demeanor shifted dramatically as they respectfully packaged the watch, placing it into an exquisite bag and presenting it to Chu Yong. Sir, we have other watches in our store. Would you be interested? The assistant inquired eagerly. Just from that one sale, the commission would sustain them for an entire year. No. Thank you, Chu Yong replied coolly. I see. Then I wish you a pleasant day, sir. The assistant maintained a perfectly respectful attitude. As Chu Yong exited the shop, the other sales assistants swarmed like sharks sensing blood, each clamoring to attract his attention. Sir, would you be interested in some exquisite supplements? They are reasonably priced at 300,000 per box. Sir, I have the finest cordyceps, effective against the sinister, just 100,000 spirit coins per stock. Sir, look here. I have human blood fruit. Consumed by the sinister, it dramatically enhances cultivation, 80,000 spirit coins each. The chorus of enticing calls reached Chu Yong's ears. Is anyone selling red wine? I. A cunning female sales associate emerged from the crowd of her peers. Lead the way. Chu Yong nodded in agreement. Absolutely. The sales associate was brimming with excitement, feeling that her long-awaited fortune had finally arrived. The other sales associates were quite disheartened, yet powerless to change their fate. Pack up all the premium red wines in your store, Chu Yong instructed swiftly, wishing to avoid wasting any more time. All of them. The female sales associate gasped, covering her mouth. Yes, and do it quickly, Chu Yong affirmed with a nod. Understood. The sales associate moved with remarkable speed, encasing each bottle of red wine in coffins made of aged wood. In this bizarre, apocalyptic world, such items were indeed considered luxury goods. The total comes to 3,533,000 Underworld coins. Subtract 37,000, and we'll settle at 350 million. The cunning sales associate declared with a smile. Chu Yong produced 350 million Underworld coins and handed them to her. The sales associate, having never encountered such a scene, was utterly exhilarated, her hands trembling like leaves in a tempest. What a generous boss! She exclaimed joyfully. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding! You have spent 5 million Underworld coins, and will receive a 10,000-fold return of 5 billion Underworld coins. The system's voice echoed, and Chu Yang's assets doubled in value. Having acquired all that he needed, it was time to depart for the estate. Just as he intended to leave, a sharply dressed manager approached him. Greetings. I am the floor manager of the 6th level. As you have spent 5 million Underworld coins, I am pleased to present you with a purple gold membership card. Please accept it. Chapter 37. The Wilderness Estate. I don't really need it, Chu Yong replied, waving his hand dismissively, suspecting that this cunning manager was merely there to peddle yet another product. Sir, this purple gold membership card is the highest tier of membership at our Guading Mall. When shopping at any of our chain locations, you will enjoy a 20% discount. Moreover, This card allows you to open a passage to the nearest Guiting Mall at any time and from anywhere, the floor manager said with a smile. Initially, Chu Yong was indifferent. Did he truly care about a 20% discount? He had an abundance of ghost coins, enough to spend without a care. However, upon hearing the second statement, his attitude shifted immediately. Are you saying that no matter the environment I find myself in, I can create a passageway leading to the nearest Guiting Mall? Indeed, the floor manager replied with a professional smile. What if I am in an eerie scenario? Chu Yong inquired, voicing his concern. As long as the master of the eerie scenario possesses lesser strength than the hidden owner of our Guiting Mall, a passage can indeed be opened. As for the specific principles behind it, I am uncertain, as my own strength is still too feeble, the floor manager explained. Is that so? Then what realm does your hidden owner belong to? Chu Yong continued to question. I am not entirely sure. But one thing is certain, within the entire eerie apocalypse, there are unlikely to be many entities stronger than the hidden owner of our Guiting Mall, the floor manager continued. Chu Yong nodded, accepting the purple gold membership card. This was indeed a valuable item. If Chu Yang's guess was correct, the hidden owner of the Guiting Mall had yet to descend, yet the rules they established were already in place. Just as Chu Yong exited the Guiting Mall with Songbai, a surge of regulatory power suddenly stirred in the air, and a blood-red note materialized in Chu Yang's hand. Please proceed to the Wilderness Manor within the hour to complete the eerie task. After reading the note, Chu Yang's expression became somewhat peculiar. Just as he was about to head to the Wilderness Manor, a crimson note from the manor found its way into his hands. It is indeed possible. Off I go. Half an hour later, Chu Yong arrived at the Wilderness Manor. As the name suggests, the manor is situated on the outskirts of Yuming City, amidst desolate wilderness. In this bizarre apocalyptic world, danger lurks at every corner. Some who receive the note may not make it here in time and will be eradicated by the rules. The evening sky was dim, and the overall aesthetic of the Wilderness Manor leaned towards the medieval, surrounded by very old iron fences. The gates stood wide open, releasing an ever-present, dense aura of the uncanny. It was as if an ancient behemoth lay in wait, its gaping maw open, anticipating the arrival of its next meal. Thanks to the Yellow Springs taxi, Chu Yong was the first to arrive. Without hesitation, he strode in with his gift in hand. I'm sorry, sir, but this sinister entity has not received an invitation from our master and cannot enter. A one-eyed servant approached and spoke slowly. Is that so? Then you may wait for me outside, Songbai, Chu Yong replied. Understood, Songbai nodded. Chu Yong was far more capable than him, so there was no need for needless worry. Sir, you are the first to arrive. Allow me to escort you to meet the master of the manor, the servant continued. Very well. On the third floor of the manor, in the reception hall, the Count of the Wilderness sat in his seat, sighing deeply. Steward, why is it that these humans seem so lacking in decorum? They have come to my invitation, yet not a single one has brought a gift, remarked the Earl of the Wilderness. Indeed, my lord, it appears that these humans have lost their sense of propriety. Hence, you have arranged for them to partake in peculiar tasks, have you not? The steward gently replied. Precisely. Though I have designated only 10 participants for these strange endeavors, I invariably summon 15. Had 5 of them brought gifts, I would have granted them exemption. The Earl continued, shaking his head. Steward, how long has it been since the back garden was tended to? 6 months, my lord. And the surrounding fence? 1 year. What of my wealth? It barely suffices for your living expenses and the wages of myself and one other servant. The Earl sighed once more, reminiscing about his former grandeur. Now reduced to such a state of disarray, to preside over such a vast estate, yet lack even the means for its basic upkeep, was disheartening. I have summoned 16 this time, hoping at least one will possess some sense, he lamented. My lord, our first guest has arrived, a servant announced from outside. Show him in, commanded the Earl. My lord, it seems this first human has arrived earlier than the others did previously, the steward noted. Indeed, the previous guests were mostly punctual only to the minute. As Chu Yong was ushered in, he discreetly stored the fine watch and exquisite wine he had purchased into his storage ring, wary of the Earl's temperament. He feared that carrying large bags might provoke the Earl's displeasure. In an instant, Chu Yong unleashed the Black Death pupil to gauge the strength of the Earl of the Wilderness. What a remarkable figure! A genuine, peak-level master of the Phantom Soldier era. The Earl, upon noticing Chu Yang's unarmed entrance, displayed a clear expression of disappointment. However, due to his noble upbringing, he maintained a calm demeanor and said, A guest is a guest. Let us serve some lung-sliced tea. My lord, we can no longer afford lung-sliced tea, the steward gently interjected. The Earl's lips curled into a tight smile. Then let it be liver slice tea. Still unaffordable, the Earl remarked. My lord. A simple cup of plain tea will suffice for me, Chu Yang replied, sensing the Earl's financial strain. A penniless yet formidable master of the Phantom Soldier. How intriguing. Very well, let us serve this esteemed guest some plain tea, the Earl nodded. Chu Yang abstained from drinking, as the clear tea presented by the Earl resembled mere boiled water, with its true nature a mystery to all. Please wait here until the other guests arrive. We shall commence the peculiar task I have devised, the Earl stated nonchalantly. Understood. A silence enveloped the air for several seconds before Chu Yang rose to his feet. My lord, may I tour this grand hall? Of course, the Earl nodded. Chu Yang strolled leisurely, eventually arriving at a wall cabinet dedicated to wine. Although the cabinet stood empty, its exquisite design hinted at a past splendor. Alas, it was regrettable that no wine graced its shelves. Chu Yang shook his head in disappointment. The Earl's lips twitched, revealing his irritation. Do you truly need to ask? If I had any ghostly currency, would I not fill the cabinet with wine? Chu Yang shook his head regretfully. Then, with a flicker of thought, retrieved all the red wine from his storage ring, placing each bottle with great finesse into the wall cabinet. This looks much more appealing, he mused with a slight smile. Chapter 38. Filling the Void. Count Wilds. Why are you placing red wine in my cabinet? My lord, these are renowned vintages. The least expensive costs over 100,000 Underworld coins, and the finest can reach several 100,000. The steward exclaimed with enthusiasm. Count Wilds could no longer sit still. He sprang to his feet. Did this young man intend to present a gift? Chu Yang had exerted considerable thought to devise such a seamless approach. Although Count Wilds was in dire financial straits, he managed to preside over such an expansive estate, appearing formidable in demeanor. Thus, Chu Yang deduced that this count was a man of considerable pride. For someone of such disposition, a straightforward gift might very well jeopardize one's safety. My esteemed guest, what are you doing? Count Wilds inquired with an air of authority. In truth, he was inwardly elated. Yet he had to maintain a facade of inquiry due to his pride. Chu Yang immediately assumed an expression of feigned trepidation. I beg your pardon, Duke. It was not my intention. You see, I suffer from a peculiar affliction upon seeing so many voids in the cabinet. I simply could not resist the urge to fill them with red wine. Affliction? What sort of affliction? Count Wilds asked, his spirits lifted. My affliction is called fill the voids, Chu Yang replied, feigning embarrassment. Fill the voids? What a peculiar ailment. It sounds quite strange, doesn't it? The Count of the Wilderness stroked his chin thoughtfully. Chu Yang fell silent. The butler, aware of his master's recurring vanity, noted the situation. Chu Yang was equally bewildered by the Count's antics. Goodness, such pride. Furthermore, given my hurried arrival, I had come unprepared. Hearing these remarks, the Count felt an exhilarating rush. Excellent. This human is quite perceptive. As a master of deception, how could he not discern Chu Yang's little tricks? Yet, it must be said, he truly relished this approach. Dear butler, could you estimate the value of the wine in that wall? The Count inquired softly. Goodness. The Count suddenly sprang to his feet, his expression one of shock. What? Chu Yang failed to catch his words. Nothing. Just that the grass in the courtyard has grown. I must tend to it, the Count replied, beaming with mirth. Butler, quickly fetch the most exquisite human brain infused in wine, and summon my inept son, Yi. The Count laughed heartily, reveling in a joy unmatched by any other day. This human had presented a gift worth over 200,000 Underworld coins. Truly remarkable. The entire wilderness estate could undergo a grand renovation. Observing the Count's delight, Chu Yang felt reassured that he had made the right choice. At the very least, he would not be in peril when the bizarre task commenced. Before long, a plump, eerie figure entered the room. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. Ah, a novice in deception. Father, why have you summoned me? The chubby lad inquired, puzzled. Quickly, bow respectfully to your adoptive father, the Count instructed. The young boy responded with a bewildered expression. Chu Yang, what? He is not my father. Why should I acknowledge a mere human as my adoptive father? The chubby boy wore a fierce expression. Hurry up, or I'll make you regret it. The Earl of Wilderness declared with a heavy tone. Reluctantly, under the authority of the Earl, the chubby boy called out to Chu Yang, referring to him as adoptive father, while glaring at him with an expression that seemed to threaten, if you dare agree, I will make you wish you hadn't. Ah, what a well-behaved son. Chu Yang readily accepted, further solidifying his relationship with the Earl. The chubby boy was infuriated yet amused. Very well, you are the boldest human I have ever encountered. Just wait until we leave the manor. I shall show you what I can do. Now that you are my child's adoptive father, let us refer to each other as brothers." The Earl laughed heartily. "All right, brother," Chu Yang replied with a smile, then produced a wristwatch. "Brother, this is a token of our meeting. I bought it from a street vendor. It's not valuable, but it comes from the heart." The Earl accepted it without hesitation and wore it on his wrist. Though inexpensive, it represented his younger brother's sincere gesture. How could he, as the elder brother, belittle such heartfelt sentiment? "My lord, this watch is worth over 2 million nether coins," the butler exclaimed, astonished. The Earl's eyes widened in disbelief. "How much? Over 2 million nether coins? This is a street vendor's item?" Chu Yang thought it quite simple. Having already formed a brotherly bond, gifting the watch was a straightforward gesture. To his surprise, upon learning the actual price, the Earl was immensely thrilled, instantly transforming from brother to younger sibling, calling him brother repeatedly. "Goodness, I feel like your elder brother now. Is it too much to ask you to assist me in a little scuffle?" The Count of the Wilderness, a man of temperament, mused. Chu Yang's 2 previous gifts had left the Count quite befuddled. Should he indulge in a bit of wine, he might end up bestowing the entire wilderness manor upon Chu Yang. "Brother, heed my words. When the bizarre task commences, refrain from participating. And let us share a drink instead," the Count suggested. "That is out of the question. I must partake in the bizarre task," Chu Yang exclaimed, leaping to his feet. The Count regarded him with a puzzled expression. The bizarre task is perilous, and most humans would be terrified to the point of death upon encountering it. How could his elder brother wish to rush into danger? Realizing he might have spoken too harshly, Chu Yang softened his tone, lamenting. "The bizarre task is an obligation dictated by the rules. As your elder brother, how could I allow you to engage in such a venture?" The Count was profoundly moved by this sentiment. "Rest assured, brother, I possess the authority to amend the rules at a moment's notice. Enjoy yourself freely. And should any danger arise, I shall promptly alter the regulations." "Very well." At that moment, a servant called out from outside, "Master, the remaining guests have all arrived." The Count rose, his demeanor shifting back to one of authority. "Bring them in," he commanded. With Chu Yang included, there were a total of 13 individuals. It appeared that 3 others had, unfortunately, been eliminated by the rules for failing to arrive on time. The remaining 6 men and 6 women, panting heavily, had finally made it within the stipulated time frame. And what did they behold? A single human occupying the Master's seat, with the Count of the Wilderness seated beside him? Was this some kind of celestial upheaval? Chapter 39. Who is the traitor? Could this truly be real? A young woman covers her mouth, her expression one of disbelief. Can a human truly reach such depths? In this bizarre, cannibalistic apocalypse, existence is fraught with hardship. As they witness their companions and loved ones perish at the hands of malevolent forces, in this uncanny world, the status of humanity may well be inferior to that of a mere insect. At least, the malevolent entities would not take pleasure in exterminating a bug out of boredom. And yet, they now behold a human seated in a position of greater authority than that of the notorious Count of the Wastes. Ahem. Chu Yang clears his throat. The gaze of the 6 men and 6 women is somewhat unsettling, striking fear into the tender heart of young Chu Yang. The Count of the Wastes immediately comprehends the situation and, with a cough, adopts an air of authority. "Since our esteemed guests have gathered, please take your seats." Subsequently, the 6 men and 6 women, along with Chu Yang, settle around the grand table at the center. Instantly, a resonant voice fills their minds. You are a forlorn merchant, having faced failure in your endeavors and finding yourself at a dead end. In your despondency, you receive an invitation from the Count of the Wastes to visit his estate. You feel a surge of joy. The Count is renowned as the pinnacle of nobility in the vicinity. If you can cultivate a favorable relationship with him and secure his financial backing, perhaps you can rise again. However, upon your arrival, you soon realize that this place is a den of cannibals. The soothing background voice, devoid of any tone of menace, has already rendered the 6 men and 6 women pale with fear. "I am the Count of the Wastes, and I am delighted that you have come to my estate. Henceforth, I shall preside over this gathering and engage you all in an enlightening game. Complete this intriguing puzzle game, and you shall receive my reward." This captivating game is titled Who is the Traitor? Upon hearing about the Earl of Wilderness's dormitory, a look of bewilderment crossed their faces. Who is the traitor? Is there indeed a traitor among them? One among you is a traitor. The rules of the game are quite simple, within the span of 1 hour. Identify the traitor to secure victory. Should the traitor remain concealed until the conclusion of the game, then the traitor emerges victorious. The defeated will meet their demise. Now, please attend to the rules. As the voice of the Earl of Wilderness faded, bloodied rules materialized before Chu Yang and the others. Rule 1. The traitor possesses a corporeal form, complete with 4 limbs, just like you. Rule 2. Each of you will find a slip of paper before you, inscribed with either allowed to speak or not allowed to speak. Please do not contravene the directive on the slip. Rule 3. The traitor is forbidden from uttering a word. Rule 4. The first 10 minutes are designated for understanding the situation. Thereafter, every 10 minutes, those permitted to speak will engage in a collective vote, and the individual receiving the majority of votes shall perish. These 4 rules left everyone in a state of confusion. Wait, if the traitor cannot speak, what if we draw a slip that says not allowed to speak? Suddenly, a young man's expression turned pale with fright. Chu Yang silently nodded. It is no wonder he had survived the second bizarre apocalypse, as he quickly discerned the lethal nature of this peculiar task. The others appeared ashen-faced. This is an unsolvable proposition. For those who draw the card that prohibits speech, it is utterly incomprehensible, with a mortality rate soaring to an alarming 99%. The rules of the game are, in fact, quite simple, yet this very simplicity incites a palpable unease among all present. In the next moment, an eerie energy swirls around them, and each individual finds a piece of paper before them. The tension escalates dramatically. No one wishes to draw the card that silences them, for such a fate is undeniably disadvantageous. Chu Yang opens his card to discover it permits speech, and he cannot help but exhale in relief. Oh yes, I can speak. Aha! Exclaims the exuberant youth with yellow hair, who has quickly discerned the lethal implications of the rules. Drawing the card that allows communication significantly raises their chances of survival. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to take the lead from here, he declares with a confident smile, slapping the table. There is neither agreement nor dissent among the others. Since they remain silent, he interprets this as tacit approval. Now, I would like all those who can speak to utter a few words, he commands. According to the rules, the traitor cannot speak, thus those who are able to articulate themselves are, without a doubt, not the traitor. The yellow-haired youth emphatically states, for instance, since I can speak. I am not the traitor. I can speak too, a girl timidly interjects. Me as well. I drew the card that allows speech, a boy adds. And I. Another girl chimes in. I can speak too. Chu Yang raises his hand. The yellow-haired youth nods, acknowledging that they now have 5 individuals capable of speech. These 5 are certainly not the traitors. Come on, let the 6th person speak, he encourages. However, the atmosphere remains eerily quiet. A bead of cold sweat emerged from the forehead of the young man with yellow hair. Hey, is this about the restorative medicine? You all can't speak. Can you? His eyes widened, and his breath quickened. What if we can't speak? Those of us who can should survive until the end, right? Inquired a girl. Is that true? 8 of us cannot speak, yet we only have 4 opportunities to vote. That equates to a 50% chance, meaning there is a 50% likelihood that we will perish. The voice of the young man trembled slightly. The others paled upon realizing this. They had thought that drawing a slip that permitted speech would nearly guarantee their survival, but never had they imagined that there remained a 50% chance of death. Chu Yang took a deep breath, marveling at the ingenuity of this game. Was his younger brother truly so astute? The brilliance of this game lay not in its simplistic rules, but in its probabilities. For those allowed to speak, there existed a 50% chance of survival. For those forbidden from speaking, the same 50% chance prevailed. Even for the traitor, the odds remained unchanged. What a bizarre game, replete with challenges. Chu Yang's mind raced as he sought a way to break the deadlock. However, despite his contemplation, he could not discern how to identify the traitor. With 8 individuals rendered mute, and the traitor hidden among them, there were no additional rules to guide them. How could they find the traitor? The 8 individuals, unable to speak, wore expressions of mounting anxiety, frantically signaling to the young man with yellow hair and the others, as if to assert their innocence. In the initial 10 minutes, the rules of the game are elucidated, and by the 60th minute, the game reaches its conclusion, devoid of the possibility of casting votes. Thus, we find ourselves with merely 4 opportunities. Whom shall we select? This topic is profoundly challenging, yet the blonde-haired individual painfully interjects. Upon the utterance of this statement, the 8 participants cease to remain composed. Although they are unable to articulate their thoughts, their body language is remarkably expressive. Aside from Chu Yang, the others capable of speech exhibit expressions of distress, reluctant to engage in this discourse. A misstep in the voting could equate to an act of murder. While they are accustomed to witnessing death, they have not partaken in the act of killing in a literal sense, which instills a sense of trepidation. Since you're the leader, you should make this election. Choose someone, and we shall follow your lead, a female voice proposes. Indeed, you select one, and we shall collectively endorse your choice. This is the most prudent approach. The remaining articulate individuals concur. You are being exceedingly cunning, the blonde-haired individual remarks. Beads of cold sweat accumulating upon his brow. Should he make an erroneous selection, he would be branded as the murderer. Yet, in this bizarre apocalyptic realm, is it truly possible to avert such a fate? What about you? What is your perspective? The blonde-haired one inquires, directing his gaze toward Chu Yang. I see. Chu Yang replies with a nod, then turns his attention to the 8 voiceless individuals. In that instant, those 8 are drenched in sweat, acutely sensing an overwhelming danger. Under the constraint of silence, they fervently gesture their innocence, imploring the blonde-haired leader for mercy. Some even resort to bowing before him. In this surreal apocalypse, survival takes precedence, rendering the concept of dignity a trivial concern. In this scenario, the yellow-haired individual felt not a shred of confusion, but rather an exhilarating sense of freedom. Could this be the sensation of wielding absolute power over life and death? Why was it so intoxicating? In that moment, the yellow-haired one experienced a taste of the unrestrained pleasure akin to that of ancient feudal emperors. Trusting his instincts, he pointed to a man of exceedingly grotesque appearance. The man's bulging eyes reflected sheer terror, causing him to lose control of his bodily functions, a foul stench wafting through the air. The others, including Chu Yang, collectively cast their votes. In the next instant, the rules manifested as an invisible hand that swiftly crushed the man's skull. Blood sprayed forth, splattering even onto Chu Yang's face. Chu Yang remained expressionless, his heart untouched by any tumult. The demise of someone unrelated to him was of no consequence, akin to the death of an ant. He understood that the yellow-haired one had chosen at random. Had he been in the same position, he too would have made a haphazard selection. The peculiar game set by the Wild Count seemed distinct from other bizarre games. It appeared to be one solely reliant on chance. The reason he had drawn a slip that permitted speech was likely due to the good fortune of his younger brother. Although the probability of death remained unchanged, at least he would not meet an immediate end like that unfortunate man. Yet, it was indeed peculiar. A game based purely on luck seemed daunting. Yet in this bizarre apocalyptic world, such a game could be considered a significant act of kindness. Many would prefer to engage in this purely chance-driven game. Despite the Wild Count's insistence on maintaining a facade, could he truly possess such a benevolent heart? The remaining 7, who were unable to speak, were left utterly petrified. Their fates rested entirely in the hands of the yellow-haired individual. The absence of an ending suggests that this man is not the traitor, does it not? Huang Mao licked his lips, feeling a twinge of regret. At least moments ago, he had tasted the sensation of divinity. Consequently, Huang Mao directed his gaze toward a strikingly beautiful woman. She shivered in fright, hastily approaching him, pulling her collar down low, and then fervently rubbing against him. Huang Mao appeared quite pleased. The beautiful woman diligently continued her ministrations for 10 minutes. Had there not been so many people present, it was likely Huang Mao would have reclined, and she would have knelt down. Please begin the voting, the Count of the Wilderness stated nonchalantly. Satisfied, Huang Mao pushed the woman away and pointed at her. I choose this woman. She stands apart from the others, as though she is exceedingly eager to survive. The only way the traitor can live is by eliminating all of us, whereas the others who cannot speak can also survive as long as they are not voted out. Thus, her behavior is quite abnormal. She is trying far too hard. I select her. Huang Mao's reasoning was sound, and he exuded confidence. Chu Yang was somewhat speechless. Was this the infamous case of someone who, having put on pants, no longer recognized anyone? The woman, enraged, bared her teeth and lunged at Huang Mao, intent on devouring him. However, she was outpaced by the voting speed of Chu Yang and the others. The rules were enforced, and the woman was erased by them. Yet, it still was not over. The traitor remained. Dear guests, please continue to enjoy your game, the Count of the Wilderness remarked with a smile. Not over yet? That woman is not the traitor? Huang Mao's eyes widened, pulling him from the exalted perspective of a god. This was a grave situation. Trouble was brewing. Having utilized 2 out of 4 opportunities, the traitor remains concealed. If the third and fourth choices prove to be incorrect, it will spell doom for them. Chu Yang continued to ponder. This method of play felt fundamentally flawed. He could not fathom that the Wilderness Count possessed the benevolence to allow half of humanity to escape unscathed. The eerie tasks of the blood-red canteen had been a matter of life and death, let alone these bizarre undertakings at the Wilderness Manor. Something was amiss. There was undoubtedly a flaw in the system. Where exactly lay the discrepancy? As 30 minutes elapsed, the wilderness count declared, "Please make your third choice." The yellow-haired individual stood rigid, his gaze shifting toward Chu Yang and his companions, seemingly seeking their counsel. Apart from Chu Yang, the other three averted their eyes, unwilling to make a selection. As long as they abstained, they could not be deemed murderers. The quest to unearth the traitor seemed an even more futile endeavor. This was a game solely reliant on chance, was it not? Under the immense psychological strain, the yellow-haired individual began to tremble. Who could the traitor possibly be? His gaze darted around the room until it settled on a diminutive figure. The small man, terrified and disoriented, fell to his knees, fervently bowing his head. Following the yellow-haired man's line of reasoning, this little fellow's desperate will to survive made him a prime suspect. Yet, after the previous failure, his certainty waned, and he turned his attention to another individual. This person too knelt, bowing before the yellow-haired man. As time dwindled, the yellow-haired individual hastily cast his vote for the small man, with the others following suit. The power of the rules materialized, severing the diminutive figure in two. A crimson and white pool spread across the ground. Surely, it must be over now? The yellow-haired man glanced toward the wilderness count. Congratulations. Upon hearing this, Huang Mao and the others were filled with immense excitement. They had found the traitor. Congratulations, you can continue to enjoy the thrilling game, smiled the wilderness count. Is it not over yet? Huang Mao was drenched in cold sweat. An overwhelming pressure engulfed him. They had failed all 3 attempts, leaving only one final chance. Furthermore, there were still 5 individuals who could not speak. As this bizarre game progressed, they had only 1/5 of a chance to survive. The situation appeared nearly hopeless, and Huang Mao was gripped by fear. Change the voter, he cried, collapsing to the ground in terror. No, if you are to be the leader, you must see it through to the end. What is the point of changing the voters? Chu Yang observed Huang Mao lying prostrate on the ground, and an absurd thought suddenly crossed his mind. Who said the traitor must be human? The first rule did not explicitly state that the traitor was a person. It merely indicated that the traitor possessed hands and a body. Chapter 41. Perfect completion. Chu Yang felt he had grasped the crux of the matter. Rule 1. The traitor, like you, has a body and possesses 4 limbs. Initially, Chu Yang had not sensed anything amiss, for was not a traitor simply a person? And if one had a body and limbs, did that not signify humanity? However, as time went on, he became captivated by the intricacies of the game's probabilities, which diverted his attention. Through this line of thought, he indeed discovered a clue. It never stated that the traitor was human. The traitor had a body and limbs, but could not speak. Thus, Chu Yang turned his gaze towards the table ahead. Oh, it perfectly aligned with the logic of this bizarre apocalypse. The sinister entities are relentless in their pursuit of human lives. Whenever humans engage in bizarre tasks, these malevolent forces will stop at nothing to extinguish them. If we adhere to conventional thinking, it is inevitable that all present will meet their demise. Come on, dear brother. Employ some intellect. At this juncture, the frantic individual was on the brink of collapse. For them, this final opportunity was the pivotal moment between life and death. A single misstep would lead to their eternal rest. Beside him, the wild baron observed with a seemingly warm smile, though internally he was rife with disdain. His affluent brother appeared to lack common sense. Thus, it would be prudent to amend the rules later. Allowing an escape was futile. The primary objective was to ensure his brother's survival. Let us commence the voting, the wild baron stated calmly. The anxious individual trembled, casting furtive glances at the remaining 5 mute companions. Just as he was about to make a harrowing choice, he was halted by Chu Yang. Allow me to take the lead. I have discerned the traitor. Chu Yang spoke with an air of confidence. Discerned? The others gazed at him as if he were a deity, nearly prostrating themselves in gratitude. The traitor is this table, Chu Yang exclaimed, pointing emphatically. The others were struck dumb. Is the heavens conspiring against us? Our teammate is a fool. The anxious individual murmured in despair. Wait, it truly could be the table. How did I not consider this sooner? The wild baron is so cunning, intending to trap us all here. By heavens, let us choose the table quickly. Excluding the anxious individual, the others rallied their votes accordingly. Hey, aren't you going to ask for my opinion? The anxious individual shouted. His opinion has become irrelevant, as the votes are sufficient. Are you certain that you are voting for this table? The wilderness count's expression was peculiar. Affirmative, the crowd nodded. In the next moment, a force of regulation descended, cleaving the table in two. A scream erupted from the table, black blood oozing from the jagged edges. Goodness! It truly is a table. The blond man stared in disbelief. Congratulations on completing the game, the wilderness count applauded, his heart brimming with admiration for his elder brother. Indeed, only such cleverness and wisdom could befit his brother's stature and immense wealth. Congratulations on accomplishing this bizarre task. You have earned a reward, a vial of shadow elixir. The voice of regulation echoed, and a colorless potion materialized in the hands of all who remained. Others exhaled in relief. The appearance of the rewards confirmed their success. They were safe. After ensuring their safety, several individuals harbored a surge of anger, pinning the blond man to the ground and striking him. "Do not hit me. Why are you attacking me?" he cried out in despair. "Curse you. You nearly got me killed with your incompetence. Today, I shall end you." A burly man bellowed furiously. Chu Yang shook his head. It seemed the role of a leader was not so easily sustained. Fail to lead well, and one risks being eliminated by others. If you wish to fight, take it outside. I shall not retain you, the wilderness count remarked indifferently. The group swiftly departed, leaving Chu Yang behind. Congratulations, elder brother, the wilderness count said with a smile. Chu Yang, undeterred by danger, surely participated in this strange task for the sake of that vial of shadow elixir. The wild Marquis is at the pinnacle of the enigmatic soldiers, well aware of the potency of shadow potions. My dear brother, have you considered working with me? Chu Yang inquired, his gaze intense. After all, this was a being of extraordinary caliber, not to be overlooked lightly. Your place? The wild Marquis asked, his expression one of intrigue. I am the principal of the anomalous high school, and I am on the verge of assimilating other high schools in Yunming City to establish a formidable educational consortium. This will serve as a stronghold, radiating influence far and wide. Thus, I am in dire need of manpower. If you join me, I shall offer you a monthly salary of 1 million Underworld coins. Chu Yang declared earnestly. He understood the necessity of preparing for the worst-case scenario. If the owner of the night hospital possessed the prowess of an enigmatic soldier, then even if Blood Butcher regained his strength, there would be no guarantee of defeating the owner. Adding the wild Marquis into the equation would undoubtedly solidify their position. Moreover, the wild Marquis was exceptionally astute, rendering him invaluable. Initially hesitant at the prospect of working under his elder brother, the wild Marquis found himself swayed by the enticing offer of 1 million Underworld coins per month. Yet, his pride as a nobleman lingered. Very well, let me ponder this. Regardless of my decision, I shall visit the anomalous high school, he stated. Agreed, Chu Yang nodded. Departing from the wild manor and hailing a ride from the Yellow Springs taxi. All right, boss, the pale driver began to accelerate, only to be halted by an imposing figure. Stop. You expect me to call you foster father? What makes a mere human worthy of such a title? Have you considered whether you are deserving? The wild Marquis's son shouted defiantly. Boss, what should we do? This foolish being seems somewhat formidable, the driver questioned. Pale inquired, is it somewhat formidable? Chu Yang had only just reached the initial stage of the trickster, while that fool had already advanced to the mid-stage. Indeed, his father, the Count of the Wilderness, possessed remarkable genes. Drive alongside him, Chu Yang instructed. All right, Pale replied, steering the taxi next to the fool. Lowering the window, Chu Yang continued to issue commands. Understood. As the window slid down, the fool let out a sinister chuckle, believing that Chu Yang was about to bow down and apologize. A simple apology will suffice, after all. You are related to my father. I shall not take your life, the fool declared with pride. Suddenly, Chu Yang extended his hand and delivered a resounding slap. The fool was stunned, realizing he had just been struck by a human. What can be tolerated, must be tolerated. As the taxi, named Yellow Springs, activated, the fool unleashed all his attacks upon it, yet to no avail. Once the Yellow Springs taxi was in motion, it became protected by the rules. Yes, boss, the driver responded. The Yellow Springs taxi made a U-turn, and Chu Yang slapped the fool once more before departing. The fool stood there in a daze, tears welling in his eyes. He had been struck twice by a human. He felt sullied. At the Wilderness Manor, the Count of the Wilderness observed this scene through the window and could not help but shake his head. This foolish son of mine. Chapter 42. The beginning of the newborn resistance competition, Your Excellency. Should we consider the words of that human? The butler approached and spoke softly. Indeed, while this Wilderness Manor is a symbol of my glory, it ultimately belongs to the past. My foolish son has lived here for an extended period, devoid of communication with the outside world, making it difficult for him to grow. The Count of the Wilderness mused, stroking his chin. Your lordship, do you mean to say we should venture to the realm of humans now? Inquired the butler. No, no, my dear brother possesses a commendable resolve. Going now would serve little purpose. It is far wiser to wait until he finds himself in peril, at which point I shall extend my assistance, delivering aid when it is most needed. Only then can we maximize our benefits, the wild baron replied with a subtle smile. Indeed, my lord. 2 days later, the inaugural competition for the new students of the 5 prestigious academies commenced. Although Chu Yang wished to administer the Yin elixir to Blood Butcher to aid in his recovery, the urgency of time rendered that impossible. The venue for the new student competition was the same as the previous enrollment square, now cordoned off to prohibit any malevolent entities or humans from entering. Among the 5 schools, only 4 were present. The timid 4th Academy had been eliminated due to its failure to fulfill the KPI tasks set during the last enrollment, resulting in its dissolution. The mutual restraint among the 4 schools deterred any from seizing the opportunities presented by the 4th Academy, ultimately leading to its demise and the dispersal of its anomalous essence back into the world, thus nourishing the eerie apocalypse. Today marks the 4th phase of your eerie academy. Humans, proclaimed the principal of the fearsome 3rd Academy with a hearty laugh. The 3 collaborating schools gathered all their new students, their numbers nearly equaling those of the Eerie Academy's newcomers. Each malevolent student donned a chilling smile, as if they had already designated the Eerie Academy newcomers as their prey. Indeed, we shall first vanquish you at the new student assembly and seize a portion of your anomalous essence. Then, with unrelenting momentum, we shall consume your Eerie Academy entirely, declared the audacious principal of the malodorous 1st Academy. This is a meticulously crafted plan, destined for absolute victory, regardless of which school the freshmen hail from. They all possess capabilities at the level of extraordinary beings. Within this realm, should a formidable entity wield supernatural abilities, it translates into overwhelming strength against those lacking such skills. During the admissions conference, it was already noted that hardly any of the newcomers enrolling in the anomalous high possessed such abilities. In stark contrast, the 3 elite high schools combined have at least 20 to 30 freshmen endowed with supernatural skills. This constitutes an undeniable advantage. The barking dog does not bite. Which category do you belong to? Chu Yang lounged regally, crossing his legs. Witnessing a human exhibit such audacity before their illustrious entities, the 3 headmasters nearly ground their teeth in frustration. Relish this moment while you can, the headmaster of the stinking 1 high scoffed disdainfully. Chu Yang paid no heed, casually beckoning. Shaoli, bring me a smoke. Right away, boss. Shaoli responded with deference, stepping forward to open a pristine pack of Huazi cigarettes, extracting one and placing it between Chu Yang's lips. At this sight, the corners of the 3 headmasters' mouths twitched in disbelief. The elusive Huazi, while they were wealthy, they were not affluent enough to indulge in such luxuries. How audacious! This human was commanding extraordinary beings before them. Such a display was a flagrant affront. The newcomers from the 3 high schools watched this spectacle, their teeth grinding in fury, exuding a palpable sense of menace. Pale, ignite, Chu Yang remarked with satisfaction. Understood, boss. Pale grasped the cue, a flicker of flame emerging from his fingertips. Thus, one could ignite the cigarette, yet the pallid figure refrained from doing so. Instead, he produced 100 ghostly banknotes, igniting them with a flicker of flame, using the fire from the burning currency to light his smoke. The principal of Fearsome 3 roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. How could this beast possess such wealth, daring to use ghostly notes to light a cigarette? Not only did the principal's eyes blaze with rage, but the newcomers from the 3 heights also found their gazes ignited with indignation. How outrageous! Were they all to be treated as impoverished fools? By all means, this 100 ghostly notes would have been better off in my hands. The value of 100 ghostly notes was far too trivial. It was unworthy of such a display. Chuang produced a 10,000 denomination ghostly note and placed it in the pallid figure's hand. This left him utterly bewildered, his hands trembling ever so slightly. 100 ghostly notes no longer held any significance to him, yet a 10,000 note was an entirely different matter. Boss Chuyang, are you truly jesting? Exclaimed the principal of the stench one, gasping for breath, his voice a cacophony of madness. This wretched creature had the audacity to produce a 10,000 ghostly note outright. This was no longer mere humiliation. It was an unabashed slap in the face. Which cunning entity could withstand such a blow? It is worth noting that some entities toil their entire lives without amassing even a fraction of that sum. The newcomers from the 3 heights clenched their fists, their eyes fixated on the 10,000 ghostly note in the pallid figure's hand, brimming with envy and desire. Do not ignite it, for heaven's sake. The pallid figure took several deep breaths, finally regaining his composure. It was merely a 10,000 ghostly note. He could not fathom why these creatures from the bottom of the well were howling in such dismay. A 10,000 ghostly note was hardly worthy of concern. Boss Chuyang would scoff at using it for menial purposes. What was the harm in using it to light a smoke? As the flames danced at his fingertips, the 10,000 ghostly note began to burn. Amidst the wisps of smoke, the fresh recruits were rendered nearly delirious by the aroma of 10,000 ghostly coins ablaze. Once they regained their composure, an overwhelming aura of malice erupted from them. Lighting a cigarette with 10,000 ghost coins was tantamount to courting death. Chuyang lit his cigarette, taking a leisurely drag before casting a glance at the formidable trio of Li Gui. Why the commotion? Was it merely 10,000 ghost coins? I wouldn't even bother picking them up if they fell to the ground. By the way, you wouldn't happen to be without 10,000 ghost coins, would you? Chuyang inquired innocently. The corners of the mouths of the trio of Li Gui twitched, as if they had been pierced by a sharp arrow to the heart. Why are you still staring? And surely, you don't even have a cigarette, do you? Chuyang continued with feigned innocence. One of the teachers among the trio of Li Gui was so incensed that he spat blood. Many of the new recruits had bitten their lips in frustration. Even before the competition had commenced, several recruits had already drawn blood. Chuyang wanted to laugh, yet he restrained himself. His ostentatious display of wealth served a dual purpose: to showcase his strength to the attentive parents of the new recruits from the trio of Li Gui. After all, he was a discerning master, willing to welcome those who sought to abandon the shadows for the light. Outside the enrollment square, a dejected group of humans trudged past. Suddenly, a perceptive girl noticed Chuyang seated high above in the enrollment square. She rubbed her eyes and chuckled at the absurdity. Am I so fatigued that I'm seeing someone light a cigarette with 10,000 ghost coins, surrounded by such formidable followers? This illusion is utterly ridiculous. Chapter 43. All Villains, Grand Victory. Indeed, we too are quite exhausted, for we are witnessing the exact same illusion. The other individuals exchanged self-deprecating smiles, yet suddenly, a tremor coursed through them, and they turned to one another, their faces etched with disbelief. Something was amiss, profoundly amiss. No matter how exhausted they might be, it was impossible for them all to be hallucinating. They had not consumed any hallucinogenic substances. After all, it had been over a week since the bizarre apocalypse first descended, and there was scarcely any food left to eat. Chuyang remained oblivious to the human forces beyond the square. He was only aware that this group of uncanny beings had been driven to the brink of madness. The limits of tolerance had been breached. Charge forth and crush them mercilessly, bellowed the principal of Stinking One High. Advance and annihilate them. The newly united students of the three high schools roared in unison, eager to eliminate Chuyang without hesitation. The clash between the two factions of new students had officially commenced. Let this beast witness the formidable strength of our united front. They surged forward, all the students endowed with peculiar abilities leading the charge, each prepared to take on 10 adversaries. The principal of Stinking One High waved his hand decisively, orchestrating their movements to distinguish themselves and exert pressure on the opposition. They adorned the 30 students possessing strange skills in red garments, resembling molten lava as they aimed to encircle the 100 new students of the uncanny high school. Blood Yang stood at the forefront, his expression aflame with excitement. Brothers, charge. The time to honor the principal has arrived. But remember, do not kill them. Leave one alive for our night ghost hand to heal. With his words, a thunderous battle cry erupted. Charge, charge, charge. The principal of Decaying Two High observed this scene and erupted into laughter. If morale were truly effective, why would we need strange abilities? Indeed, I possess a fine bottle of exquisite human waste-infused liquor. Today, let us immerse ourselves in the human tradition of celebrating with champagne. Cheers. The three principals raised their glasses, savoring the delightful nectar, feeling invigorated. This time, our three esteemed institutions have united to seize a significant portion of the bizarre fortune belonging to the enigmatic high school. Let us divide this fortune amongst ourselves. The principal of the infamous No. 1 high school proclaimed. It is only fitting, with this fortune, we might all ascend to the pinnacle of the uncanny warrior's prowess. Indeed, splendid. Just as they reveled in their celebration, a high-ranking official came tumbling towards them in a frenzy. What is the meaning of this? How many times must I emphasize the importance of elegance? We are no longer the primitive, unenlightened, lowly entities. The principal of No. 1 high school reprimanded sternly. Principal, we are faced with a grave situation. The high-ranking official's face turned ashen. What calamity is upon us? The freshman competition, we are destined to lose. The high-ranking official was on the verge of tears. Lose. Impossible. We have 30 freshmen armed with uncanny skills. How could we possibly be defeated by those inept individuals? How dare you shake our resolve? The principals of No. 2 and number 3 high schools slammed their hands on the table, rising in unison to admonish. It is true. We possess 30 freshmen endowed with uncanny skills, while they have 100 freshmen, each equipped with uncanny abilities. The high-ranking official, who was already on the verge of tears, was now openly weeping. Absurdity. 100 freshmen, all possessing uncanny skills? Even divine beings could not achieve such a feat. They certainly did not have uncanny skills previously. The principal of the infamous No. 1 high school had already concluded that this official was lying, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The rarity of extraordinary skills is truly remarkable. Among the new students, 30 individuals adhere to the traditions, having already benefited from the legacy of their forebears. It is inconceivable for an entire school to possess such talents. If that were the case, it would cease to be an institution of learning and instead become a battleground for conquest. As the principal of the notorious No. 1 school concluded his statement, a new student gracefully traced an elegant parabolic arc through the air, crashing heavily before him. The principal was taken aback. He recognized this student as one endowed with extraordinary skills. "Child, what has happened?" he inquired urgently. Principal. The student gasped. They charged at us, shouting about loyalty and camaraderie, and we were utterly outmatched. Upon finishing his words, the dauntless student tilted his head and fainted on the spot. What a revelation it was. As the onlookers beheld the scene, their astonishment grew. Occasionally, astonishing skills soared, falling in all directions. Indeed, it was true. All 100 of their students possessed extraordinary abilities. The principal of the notorious No. 2 school was struck with terror. How astonishing and unfathomable. Just days prior, not a single student at the bizarre high school was endowed with such skills. How could such a transformation occur in such a brief span of time? To enable 100 individuals to acquire extraordinary skills in such a short duration is a feat beyond even the most formidable of masters. The voices of the principals trembled with anxiety. Each principal exchanged glances, recognizing the profound disbelief reflected in one another's eyes. This is dire. We must act swiftly. If we fail, our fortunes will be divided among them. The principal of the fearsome No. 3 school's countenance changed drastically. Yet, it was already too late. The competition among the new students commenced rapidly and concluded just as swiftly. The ground was strewn with the newly emerged, each one contorted in pain, some clutching their arms, others their thighs, all uttering cries of anguish. Chu Yang had anticipated such an outcome. After all, their side was composed entirely of malefactors, fortified by the formidable blood yang, a lethal weapon of the eerie populace. However, he was not entirely satisfied with the process. Despite possessing an overwhelming advantage in combat strength, there were still injuries among the newcomers. Upon observing the scene, Chu Yang discerned a troubling truth. The new students from their academy were excessively straightforward, lacking the capacity for adaptability, let alone any inclination for subterfuge. Conversely, the newcomers from the Tri-High Alliance, though at a distinct disadvantage, managed to retaliate with cunning tactics. Thus, Chu Yang arrived at a conclusion. The Eerie High School required instructors adept in the art of combat, and these instructors must be human, though reluctant to admit it. He recognized that in the realm of guile and stratagem, the Eerie could not compete with humanity. For the Eerie High School to thrive and continuously supply powerful Eerie beings, it must be treated with utmost respect. Beast, what foul sorcery have you employed? The principal of Stench glared icily, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The answer was simple: money. Chu Yang shrugged, for the sensation of wealth felt rather mundane. The expressions of the three principals darkened. Were they insinuating that they were impoverished in the realm of the Eerie? In the next moment, a surge of rules descended, with 3 spheres of eerie fortune soaring from distant directions, ultimately coalescing into a singular entity that was absorbed by Chu Yang. A tempest roared, and his cultivation surged dramatically, propelling him from the initial stage of Eerie Soldier to the mid-stage. Meanwhile, the aura of the 3 principals appeared somewhat diminished. Ha ha ha, you are all benevolent spirits, aware of my lack of fortune, and have specially come to deliver it to me. Chu Yang laughed heartily. Chapter 44. The grateful blood butcher. He could sense that the 3 high schools had collectively relinquished a third of their fortune, which had merged into a complete essence that he absorbed. It appeared that the remaining fortune from the 3 schools could still be combined into 2 more complete essences, which he could claim entirely. propelling him to the pinnacle of the ghostly soldier realm. The principals of the three schools trembled with rage, their lips quivering as they contemplated ways to eliminate Chu Yang. However, the acting principal beside Chu Yang was no pushover, making it difficult to carry out their intentions at that moment. The loss of a portion of their fortune was a significant blow to their overall standing. I can offer free healing services, personally administered by the hand of the night, Chu Yang remarked with a smile, his voice, though soft, resonating throughout the square. In an instant, the unconscious freshmen opened their eyes, turning their gazes towards Chu Yang. Get lost. Our students shall be treated by us, barked the furious principal of No. 1 high school. Are you certain? Treatment at the hospital will cost a considerable amount of ghost coins, won't it? I forgot to mention that the healing rate of the Hand of the Night has improved from 30% to 40%. Chu Yang continued to smile. As these words echoed, the fallen freshman began to rise, looking eagerly at the principal. Principal, I don't want to die. I wish to be treated by the Hand of the Night. Me too. Let us go to the ghostly high school for treatment. The freshman clamored. Principal, we are fighting for you. If we go to the hospital, it will also be your money we spend, right? Chu Yang's proposal was impossible to refuse. The dismally low healing rates of the hospital doctors are alarming, leading to a multitude of fatalities. Moreover, the treatment at the Erie High School is complimentary. The three principals, their teeth ground to dust, are not foolish. They recognize this as Chu Yang's cunning scheme. The new students who seek treatment at the Erie High School will undoubtedly inspire many others to aspire to attend. In this world, it is the subtle machinations that prove most terrifying, leaving them utterly powerless. Can the three of them prevent new students from receiving treatment in a superior and free facility? Furthermore, this inaugural competition for new students was their own proposal. The injuries sustained by the newcomers are also their responsibility. Should they attempt to intervene, the parents of the students would surely exert pressure upon them. It is an inextricable dilemma. The principal of the foul-smelling school bellowed, "How cruel the hearts of humanity are," before spitting out a mouthful of black blood, nearly fainting from the exertion. Thank you for the compliment. With the conclusion of the new student competition, the three high schools suffered a resounding defeat. Xiaoli and his companions were exhilarated. Their boss was indeed impressive, both wealthy and influential. Alongside the new students from the Erie High School, they eagerly responded to Chu Yang's call. In no time, they departed from the scene. I am infuriated. I must ensure this beast faces retribution. The principal of the three high schools seethed, his expression twisted with fury and a hint of madness. 2 hours later, on the Erie High School playground, injured students lay scattered about. The Dark Knight Ghost Hand, clad in a white coat, bustled among them, thoroughly engrossed in his work. Boss, with so many patients, if I treat them all, my healing rate will surely reach 50%. The Dark Knight Ghost Hand exclaimed excitedly. Do your utmost. I hold you in high regard and hope you can achieve a full healing rate. With a smile, Chu Yang spoke. In his strategic plan, the Dark Knight Ghost Hand was of paramount importance. After unifying the high schools of Yunming City, Chu Yang would then turn his attention to healthcare matters. The conditions for the 5 insurances and 2 funds that had been offered to the League Y must be realized swiftly. Otherwise, given enough time, dissent could certainly arise among the League Y. All right, I will strive diligently, the Dark Knight Ghost Hand replied, wiping away tears of gratitude. The greatest blessing bestowed upon him by the heavens was encountering Chu Yang. Initially, he had believed his life was ruined, but after meeting Chu Yang, his fortunes had taken a remarkable turn. I am so fortunate, brother. Be cautious. Do not take too many lives, as they will soon be our own students. Those 30 possessing peculiar skills require special consideration, Chu Yang advised. Understood, boss. The upcoming freshman competition showcased the formidable prowess of the Erie High School to the parents. Chu Yang was confident that any discerning League Y parent would recognize the promising prospects of attending their institution. He received visitors for an entire day and night, accommodating 50 parents from the 3 high schools. 20 of them signed transfer contracts on the spot. The contracts for all high school students did not impose any coercive measures regarding their retention, serving as a protective measure for the students. Once all matters were concluded, it was already 2 in the morning. As a mid-tier warrior among the Erie soldiers, Chu Yang naturally required no sleep. After waiting for another hour, a series of knocks resonated at the door. Come in, Chu Yang called out. As the door creaked open, Blood Butcher entered with a measured pace. Boss Chu. Blood Butcher greeted. Blood Butcher, I summoned you today to share some good news, Chu Yang said with a smile. Blood Butcher's expression brightened. Has my unworthy son been promoted to an Erie soldier? Not quite, Chu Yang replied, shaking his head. What is it? Shuetu inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. He had considered the possibility that Chu Yang might have found the Yin elixir, but upon reflection, it seemed rather implausible. The Yin elixir was a peculiar substance. Those with lower cultivation levels had no use for it, while only those with higher levels would require it. Moreover, it was exceedingly rare. Perhaps only a couple of bizarre tasks within Yunming City offered the Yin elixir as a reward. It had only been a few days, so how could Chu Yang have obtained it? Yet, to his astonishment, Chu Yang produced an entire vial of the Yin elixir. Your injuries can be healed, Chu Yang said with a smile. Soon, he would possess a formidable ally. The Yin elixir, Shuetu exclaimed. Just moments ago, he had deemed it impossible, only to witness Chu Yang transform the impossible into reality. Yes, take it to recover your injuries, Chu Yang urged. Although Shuetu desperately wanted it, he refrained from taking it immediately out of respect. Let us not forget our agreement. The Yin elixir is vital, and so are you to me, Chu Yang said, patting Shuetu on the shoulder. Tears of gratitude welled in Shuetu's eyes. He had long since succumbed to despair, even beginning to make arrangements for his final affairs. To think that there would come a day when he could heal his wounds. Such immense kindness is beyond words. Not only have you aided me twice, but as long as you need me, I will always stand by your side, Shuetu vowed earnestly. His words invoked the affirmation of the rules, signifying that he could not waver. Otherwise, he would face annihilation by the very rules he acknowledged. This was not a fleeting sentiment, but a deeply contemplated commitment. Chu Yang's actions were extraordinary, particularly given the bond he shared with Shuetu, akin to that of a father and son. Chapter 45, Organization. The shore of the underworld, all is well, but rest assured, I shall not compel you to act unless absolutely necessary, Chu Yang remarked with a smile. This unexpected turn of events signified that he had indeed chosen the right path. Shuetu took the dark elixir and promptly seated himself in meditation within Chu Yang's office. Consuming the potion, this act demonstrated his unwavering trust in Chu Yang. In an instant, a swirling aura of sinister energy enveloped Shuetu, as threads of dark essence were expelled from his body, and his aura began to ascend steadily. Ultimately, a formidable presence emerged. He was on the cusp of achieving the pinnacle of the eerie soldier realm, merely a step away from reaching the eerie general stage, and with the elixir's assistance, he felt progress was imminent. A look of elation adorned Shuetu's face. Excellent. Henceforth, the eerie high school shall be your abode. Should you wish, I shall arrange for your accommodation immediately, Chu Yang offered. Very well, Shuetu nodded. He was no fool. He understood that Chu Yang's eagerness and efforts to restore his cultivation were indicative of some urgent matter requiring his assistance. He was a creature of gratitude, and having received such substantial aid, he was determined to repay Chu Yang by performing admirably in whatever tasks lay ahead. Residing at Eerie High School would facilitate his actions. Ding! A bottle of the dark elixir has been consumed, resulting in a 10,000-fold return of 10,000 bottles of the dark elixir. The system's voice resonated as Chu Yang cheerfully attended to the matters concerning the parents of the new students. At this very moment, within a luxurious residential area in Yunming City, a villa flickered with dim lights. Inside, a gathering of individuals convened, offering mutual support amidst the eerie apocalypse. Seeking warmth and camaraderie, a woman stood before a man with striking features, reporting earnestly. The man possessed striking eyebrows and bright eyes, an enigmatic aura swirling around his chest, enveloping the entire villa and safeguarding its security. 3 had perished. Was this an entirely new and bizarre task? Yi Wuyo sighed and inquired, what about food? I have heard that our supplies at Huangquan Shore are dwindling. Yi Wuyo posed the question. The food will soon be exhausted. The nearest supermarket lies 800 meters away, besieged by malevolent entities, and a peculiar task has been set there, replied a young woman. It seems I must make the journey, Yi Wuyo declared, rising to his feet. Unexpectedly, a cough escaped him, dislodging a black blood clot. Leader, the crowd gasped, rushing toward him. Leader, allow us to go. Your supernatural abilities cannot be employed any further. They are a double-edged sword. A young girl lamented. Nonsense. With my abilities, I am not bound to inaction. I am the architect of Huangquan Shore, established to provide humanity with a glimmer of respite in this apocalyptic world. For now, I am the leader, and my skills grant me the highest probability of success in these strange tasks. Thus the responsibility falls upon me, Yi Wuyo asserted with conviction. Leader, you truly cannot use your abilities any longer. Each invocation draws the malevolent energy into your body, and eventually, you will become a true embodiment of malevolence. The crowd pleaded anxiously. Yi Wuyo offered a faint smile. In truth, such claims are mere fabrications. The malevolent entities, in pursuit of their KPIs, have devised increasingly arduous tasks to ensnare humanity. A single misstep could plunge one into the depths of despair. I have heard of these peculiar tasks. I appreciate your efforts. Yi Wuyo spoke softly. This is of little importance, Chief. Can you guess what we encountered in the nearby square this afternoon? The girl named Xia swiftly inquired. What did you see? Yi Wuyo asked, perplexed. I witnessed a group of malevolent spirits in conflict. Xia replied. It is to be expected. Malevolent spirits, much like humans, can have their disagreements. I also observed a human towering over many malevolent spirits, commanding them to carry out tasks. Xia continued. Indeed, that is rather extraordinary. How could a human possibly dominate malevolent spirits? Yi Wuyo's eyes widened in shock. Indeed, it's astonishing that a human would not only refrain from fleeing upon encountering malevolent spirits, but would also assert dominance over them. Xia, could it be that you are merely exhausted and hallucinating? Others chimed in. Impossible. All three of us witnessed it. Some of the malevolent spirits under that human were even clad in the uniforms of Yuming City's 5th high school. Xia asserted emphatically. A burly man with a scar stepped forward and said, How peculiar. Could this be true? Yi Wuyo frowned. This is rather far-fetched, isn't it? I recall hearing something similar. So do I. Me too, many chimed in. The malevolent spirits in this area often discuss this intriguing matter. Yi Wuyo nodded. It seems there is substantial truth to it. Indeed, if this is authentic, we could invite that human principle to join our ranks, significantly enhancing our safety, the scarred man chuckled. Very well, however, when you go, remember to be courteous and polite, never to impose your authority upon others, and always prioritize the principle of equitable exchange, Yi Wuyo earnestly advised. Understood, Scar replied, slightly pouting. I am aware as well, Xiao Xia stated with a serious expression. By the way, let us take 2 packs of Kong Shui Fu instant noodles as a token of our visit. After hearing your words, it seems they might indeed possess strength. We must ensure our visit is conducted properly, Yi Wuyo continued. Leader, I must interject here. Many of our brothers at Huangquan Bank are struggling to find food. Please allow us to bring 2 packs of Kong Shui Fu. Scar expressed his dissatisfaction. Are you questioning me? Yi Wuyo stepped forward, furrowing his brow. Scar immediately felt an overwhelming pressure, coupled with the chilling sense of countless murderous gazes behind him. Cold sweat trickled down Scar's face as he hastily bowed his head. Leader, I was wrong. Yi Wuyo waved his hand dismissively, his gaze drifting into the distance. If that human truly is a formidable individual, perhaps it would be beneficial to cultivate a friendship. It is exhausting to harbor grand dreams alone. Chapter 46. Acquire 4 old coins for food another day passed, filled with toil until the late hours. Chu Yang, with a beaming smile, signed contracts. 40 parents from the top 3 high schools had already signed transfer agreements. The student body of their peculiar high school was steadily expanding, while the enrollment at the top 3 high schools dwindled. With this ebb and flow, the goal of Chu Yang to unify the high schools of Yunming City drew ever closer. Boss, there are 2 humans outside the school gate who wish to see you, Shaoli announced at the entrance. Due to the rules established by Chu Yang, which prohibit the active harm of humans, Shaoli promptly came to report. 2 humans wish to see me? Chu Yang mused, his expression peculiar. Could it be that his status as the principal had leaked, prompting humans to seek his allegiance? This was indeed significant. Without a modicum of talent, Chu Yang could not accept them. He was a pragmatist, after all. I shall meet them. Upon arriving at the school gate, Chu Yang indeed encountered 2 humans. One was tall and muscular, bearing a scar on his chest. The other was petite yet curvaceous, though her complexion appeared slightly sallow, indicative of malnutrition. Are you the proprietor of this enigmatic high school? The scarred man inquired, an air of superiority evident as his nose seemed to rise towards the heavens. And you are? Chu Yang questioned, perplexed. Allow me to introduce ourselves. He is Scar, and I am Xiao Xia. We hail from an organization known as the Yellow Springs Shore. Xiao Xia hastened to explain, her tone remarkably gentle. Yellow Springs Shore? A jolt of recognition surged through Chu Yang as memories from his previous life resurfaced. In that former existence, during the latter stages of a bizarre apocalypse, a formidable human organization had risen, establishing itself as a beacon of hope in a world rife with treachery and cannibalism. In the city he governed, life mirrored that of the original human society. In his past life, That city had become a sanctuary for countless weary souls, including the Chu Yang of yore. However, it was later rumored that the Yellow Springs shore had fallen victim to the envy of powerful humans, obliterated overnight. The Yellow Springs shore was indeed formidable. It was said that their leader possessed extraordinarily formidable abilities. Yes, we are members of the Yellow Springs shore. Are you intimidated? Scar sneered. Throw him out and give him a beating, Chu Yang instructed Shaoli. Understood, boss. Shaoli cracked his knuckles and strode toward Scar. What do you intend to do? We are compatriots, Scar exclaimed, suddenly alarmed. Xiaoxia was also startled and hurriedly interjected. Brother, we mean no harm. Scar just has a foul mouth. Here are 2 packs of Kong Shui Fu, a small token of goodwill. As she spoke, she presented the 2 packs of noodles, even feigning a pained expression. Having offered such precious Kong Shui Fu, she hoped the other party would spare Scar. Ah, so it's not a wicked heart, but a wicked tongue, Chu Yang mused, stroking his chin. Precisely. Xiaoxia nodded vigorously. It seemed the 2 packs of noodles had indeed proven effective. The leader possessed remarkable foresight. Since it's merely a foul tongue, let us take him outside for a proper thrashing, Chu Yang declared, waving his hand. Understood, boss. Scar was whisked away by Shaoli as if he were a mere toy. Aye. Xiaoxia began, but was interrupted by Chu Yang. What's wrong? Do you have a foul side too, and wish to be beaten? Not at all, Xiaoxia chuckled awkwardly. Scar, I can't save you now. May you fend for yourself. Moreover, daring to question the leader with such a tongue, you truly deserve a beating. He was not jesting. Daily meals were delivered by his subordinates, laden with sumptuous delicacies. Xiaoxia's mouth watered at the thought. Now what brings you to me? Chu Yang inquired. Well, our leader is quite interested in you and wishes to meet at his convenience, while also exchanging some food of equivalent value, Xiaoxia replied swiftly. Equivalent nonsense. Aren't you uncomfortable mingling with the sinister entities daily? Provide us with some sustenance, and we shall permit your entry into the shores of the underworld. He is not merely obstinate. His bones are resilient. Shatter them one by one, Chu Yang directed toward Shaoli. Certainly, boss. Shaoli nodded in agreement. This left Scar utterly flustered. In this bizarre apocalypse, to be reduced to mere bones is tantamount to awaiting death. Xiaoxia, too, was alarmed and hurriedly implored, Brother, show some mercy. Am I truly so easily provoked? Upon finishing his words, Chu Yang unleashed the formidable aura characteristic of a mid-tier eerie warrior. Xiaoxia was so frightened that she collapsed onto the ground. This aura, she had encountered it emanating from the leader of the sinister beings in a peculiar scenario. Why does this man before me possess such a powerful presence? Xiaoxia dared not utter another word, leaving Scar to bear the consequences of his own misdeeds. Are there many of you from the underworld? Chu Yang inquired, recalling certain observations made during the recent freshman combat competition. It was imperative to enlist a few adept individuals in subterfuge to instruct the students in battle. Perhaps this was a fortuitous opportunity. There should be quite a few, Xiaoxia replied, uncertain whether 20 or 30 individuals constituted a large number. Are there any skilled in cunning and deceit? Chu Yang pressed on. Indeed, there are. Xiaoxia affirmed with a nod. If there were none proficient in such arts, they would have been annihilated long ago. Would you like an abundance of delectable food? Chu Yang continued his inquiry. Yes, Xiaoxia replied eagerly, gazing at Chu Yang with anticipation. Very well, at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Bring 4 individuals skilled in cunning to this location. If you pass the test, I shall reward you with some provisions. Chu Yang concluded with a nod. All right. Xiaoxia expressed her delight exuberantly. Enough. I shall seek an opportunity to take action against the leader who dares to defy me, allowing him to rot here. With a beaming smile, Xiaoxia skipped away joyfully. Chu Yang was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. In this era, those who have survived until now possess little semblance of innocence or genuine kindness. What of the leader by the banks of the Yellow Springs? Is he truly as revered as the sage spoken of in the past? Scarface is dead. Yi Wuyo's expression bore a hint of sorrow. He was not surprised by the strength of Chu Yang, for he was the enigmatic principal of the peculiar high school, undoubtedly powerful. Coincidentally, he too was formidable. The others, much like Xiaoxia, harbored a desire for Scarface's demise. Death would be the best outcome. So be it. My numerous warnings cannot restrain those intent on self-destruction. We may consider the words of that human principle, Xiaoxia. Tomorrow, take 4 individuals with you and strive to acquire as many food resources as possible. Yi Wuyo spoke with gravity. Understood, leader. Chapter 47. Not a comrade, but a king of hell. Wait. Take 6 individuals. This will allow that human principal to make his selection. Yes. The following day at 8 o'clock, Chu Yang's office was unusually vibrant. For the first time since he took charge of this peculiar high school, it was filled with so many humans. Principal Chu, I have brought the individuals. They are notorious for their cunning and deceit within our organization, Xiaoxia said with a grin. Xiaoxia, does that not sound like an insult to us? Someone chuckled bitterly. Did I not specify only 4? Why have you brought 6? Chu Yang inquired, puzzled. Our leader has emphasized the importance of this matter, Xia remarked. Thus I have brought 6 individuals for you to select 4 from. Chu Yang nodded, his demeanor becoming somewhat more amiable. He could sense the esteem with which the leader of Huangquan sure regarded him. Let me outline the conditions, he began. The students from this high school possess a rather straightforward combat style. My intention in bringing you here is to impart the principles of cunning and strategy, enhancing their combat prowess. Slowly, Chu Yang continued, and the 6 nodded in understanding. Furthermore, I will select 4 of you, offering a salary of 50,000 dark coins per month. This remuneration will suffice for you to procure a substantial amount of human sustenance from Li Gui. How much is the salary? Xia inquired, instinctively digging at her ear, questioning her own hearing. 50,000 dark coins per month, Chu Yang reiterated. He allocated salaries based on the significance of his subordinates. Even the most basic labor received a foundational salary of 10,000 dark coins, while human teachers, deemed slightly more important, earned 50,000. 50,000. The 6 exclaimed in unison, their astonishment palpable. Hailing from Huangquan shore and having participated in several bizarre missions, they were acutely aware of the value of dark coins in this strange apocalyptic world. With the second wave of the bizarre apocalypse just having commenced, even 5,000 dark coins could wield considerable influence in bizarre missions, allowing one to command respect and negotiate rule adjustments with Li Gui. Never did they anticipate that Chu Yang would offer them such a generous salary. Is it insufficient? Chu Yang arched an eyebrow. No, we wouldn't dare. A monthly salary of 50,000 ghost coins is already an astronomical figure for us. Xiaoxia fervently shook her head. Indeed, however, we have a proposal that we hope Principal Chu might consider, one individual inquired. What proposal? We would like to allocate half of the salaries of the 4 selected individuals to our leader of the Yellow Springs shore. He frequently employs strange techniques, and his health has deteriorated significantly. With sufficient ghost coins, the side effects of these techniques could be mitigated, the person explained. No problem. How to distribute the salaries is your concern? Chu Yang nodded. It appears that the leader of the Yellow Spring shore is indeed as benevolent as rumored in the previous life, a singular good soul amidst a bizarre apocalypse. He harbors no aversion towards such individuals. There is a distinction between a saint and a hypocrite. The former risks personal peril to save others, while the latter endangers their companions for the sake of others. The former deserves respect, while the latter merits utter contempt. Naturally, it is best that neither type becomes entangled with Chu Yang. Very well, Principal Chu. If you were to grow up after having your entire family slain by an enemy, dedicating yourself to mastering martial arts for vengeance, and upon achieving retribution, discover a 12-year-old boy alive beneath the bed of your enemy's household, what would you do? You go first, Chu Yang pointed at a robust man. I would kill him. One must eliminate all roots of danger, lest this boy grows up to avenge his family upon mine, the robust man replied. Chu Yang nodded. You are qualified. You. Chu Yang pointed to the second individual. Kill. You. Kill. You shall first annihilate, then execute. Xia shuddered, instinctively distancing herself from this individual. He is not the companion I seek. I desire a cunning, ruthless mentor, not a perverse one. You are unqualified. After uttering this, Chu Yang settled back into his seat, casting his gaze upon the 5th individual. I shall await his 18th birthday to strike. He is too young for me to take action. The 5th person sighed. Take him away. You are more terrifying than this pervert, utterly unfit. Chu Yang felt a chill run down his spine. Some individuals, even in this apocalyptic era, remain unable to shed their vile habits. You. Chu Yang turned to the 6th individual. I will inform him that I shall kill him upon our next meeting. The 6th person proclaimed. Oh, we meet again. And then he would slay him with a single stroke. Alternatively, he mused, one might observe whether the young boy could keep watch with one eye while sleeping with the other. If not, he would be dispatched without hesitation. In truth, annihilating an enemy's entire family pales in comparison to extinguishing their entire lineage. Failing to eradicate the lineage still bears the risk of retaliation. I would make this young boy plead for mercy, encircled and besieged, until I obliterated his adversary's entire clan. and then I would strike down this young boy." Upon this declaration, the office descended into an oppressive silence. Xia and the other 5 instinctively recoiled from the bespectacled man, sensing a chilling aura emanating from his words. "Such ruthlessness is commendable. I am quite satisfied with your resolve. But what if you were to slay me with a single blow?" Chu Yang trembled. "How could I possibly harm Principal Chu?" The bespectacled man retorted with urgency. "What if you become blinded by rage?" Chu Yang felt a surge of fear. "I am 4 eyes, with 2 red and 2 more." The bespectacled man exclaimed anxiously. "Ha, I'm just teasing you. I am quite pleased. Now, tell me your name." Chu Yang chuckled, realizing he had discovered a talent. "Excellent. I shall offer you a salary of 100,000 Underworld coins. Please ensure that the students of the Bazaar High School are educated to treat their enemies with the same ruthlessness you display." Chu Yang stated. "All right." Yuan Shu grinned widely. "Xiao Li," Chu Yang called out. "Boss Chu Yang, I'm here." Xiao Li entered stealthily, startling Xia and her companions. This formidable entity appeared quite powerful. Yet he was merely under Principal Chu Yang's command. How formidable must Principal Chu Yang be? "Take Xia and the others to the warehouse to collect some human food," Chu Yang instructed. "Understood." Boss, Xiao Li nodded. "Miss Xia, please." "Thank you." Subsequently, Chu Yang signed contracts with the 4 individuals. Out of respect from the leader of the Yellow Springs Bank, Chu Yang refrained from imposing a contract of servitude upon them. Just then, Chu Yang suddenly received a certain signal. His aura fully unleashed, he dashed out of the office. Chapter 48. They dare to come? Then let us fight. This presence struck fear into Yuan Shu and his companions, causing them to collapse to the ground. Is Principal Chu Yang human or a formidable entity? Yuan Shu's lips trembled. They had faced the most terrifying of bizarre missions, where the overseer was a peak-level entity. At that time, they had nearly perished, struggling to survive. Yet now, it seemed that the peak-level entity was not even worthy to shine Principal Chu Yang's shoes. "It appears we have latched onto a powerful ally." Yuan Shu murmured softly. "Whatever, let us strive to earn money so that the leader may live a better life." Upon arriving at the teaching building, Chu Yang encountered Shui Yang. Shui Yang was his contracted spirit, and it was he who had just conveyed an unusual signal to him. "Boss Chu, this is my friend, currently studying at Stinking High School," Shui Yang said, leading over a spirit whose head was nearly detached. Chu Yang nodded, signaling them to continue. "Boss Chu, we are in grave trouble. In the recent freshman competition, we defeated the alliance of the 3 top schools, which has incited their wrath. All students and faculty from the 3 high schools have mobilized, amassing considerable power, and they will soon launch a fierce attack on our strange high school. This information comes from my friend, who studies at Stinking High School, and it is absolutely credible." Shui Yang spoke rapidly. "Are they so impatient?" Chu Yang furrowed his brow. "They have just received the news, and they are already preparing to strike?" He had no doubts about the veracity of this information, having anticipated such a scenario. "When are they expected to attack?" he inquired. "All right, I understand. I will take care of it. We must convene a parent-teacher meeting immediately. All students and their parents must arrive within an hour. Those who fail to do so will be expelled," Chu Yang asserted gravely. At this juncture, it was time to showcase the resources of Strange High School. If he did not intend to utilize these assets, why had he invested so much in the development of the entire institution? The acting principal, recognizing the gravity of the situation, promptly set to work. Half an hour later, in the largest classroom of the teaching building, 150 parents sat upright, awaiting the speech of Chu Yang. Prior to this moment, they certainly did not exhibit such an attitude. However, following Chu Yang's grand distribution of the mysterious skill stones, which led the peculiar high school freshmen to triumph over the united freshmen of the 3rd high school, he earned their respect. "Good day to all the parents. Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Chu Yang, the principal of the peculiar high school. It is I who single-handedly revitalized the school, which was on the brink of being replaced, to its current stature. I negotiated with the Hell Restaurant, incurring substantial costs to designate it as the cafeteria for Peculiar High School," Chu Yang articulated slowly. Upon hearing this, the parents below immediately began to murmur among themselves. Principal Chu's initiative was indeed a stroke of genius. The parents wholeheartedly concurred with Chu Yang's words. "I have also invested tens of millions of Underworld coins to completely renovate Peculiar High School, ensuring that our students can reside in utmost comfort." Chu Yang's expression gradually turned somber. "Indeed, every time I enter Peculiar High School, I feel an overwhelming sense of comfort, akin to descending into hell." "Ah, we have truly appreciated Principal Chu's earnest intentions. Were I not of a certain age, I would also wish to attend school here," the parents lamented. Furthermore, for the well-being of our students, I personally invited the Dark Knight Hand to assist us. Chu Yang's voice carried a hint of melancholy. At this revelation, the parents' emotions surged even more fervently. A commendable act. The presence of the Dark Knight Hand benefits not only the students, but also us. Indeed, Principal Chu possesses a remarkable sense of integrity, considering even us parents, which explains why the enigmatic high school continues to flourish. The parents, filled with fervor, expressed their admiration for Chu Yang. Subsequently, in a bid to empower the students further, I resolutely liquidated my assets, bestowing upon each student a peculiar stone of skill. Chu Yang's voice took on a more sorrowful tone as he managed to squeeze out a solitary tear. This incident holds monumental significance in the hearts of the parents. To them, Chu Yang stands as a living embodiment of a ruler in the depths of hell. It is only now that the parents have begun to perceive the disquietude in Chu Yang's demeanor. Instantly, a parent with a fiery temper, who was in the early stages of becoming a peculiar warrior, rose from their seat. Principal Chu, do not weep. We remember all that you have done for the students and for us. Whoever dares to bully you shall face my wrath. As one voice quieted, another arose. The parents stood united, their faces ablaze with indignation. Principal Chu, do not bear this burden alone. We shall shoulder it together. Indeed, with so many of us. What do we have to fear? You are all truly exceptional. Chu Yang, having wiped away his dried tears, also rose to his feet. Dear parents, my intention was to construct the most formidable and comprehensive school, one that would benefit both the students and the parents. Yet, this very goal seems to have infringed upon the interests of the foul-smelling number 1 high school, the decaying number 2 high school, and the frightening number 3 high school, prompting all 3 institutions and their faculties to unify against us in a concerted assault. I found myself at a loss, which is why I turned to you. Otherwise, the enigmatic high school may face its demise. Chu Yang's emotions were fervently stirred. How audacious. Boss Chu is engaged in a noble endeavor for our benefit. How can we allow those malevolent beings to wreak havoc? I volunteer to join the fray. I must safeguard the school my son attends. If it were to be lost, he would surely be devastated. The collective outrage of the parents surged as they rallied in indignation. Very well, I shall not ask for your assistance without recompense. Each parent who aids my cause shall receive a reward of 10,000 ghostly coins from me, and should any parent sustain injuries, the shadowy hand will provide free treatment. Chu Yang declared with conviction. Just as human connections require careful nurturing, so too do the ties of the supernatural. And what better means to foster such ties than through mutual benefit? As expected, upon hearing this, the parents were even more invigorated, immediately beginning to assess their strengths and devise plans without waiting for Chu Yang to speak further. Summon Yuan Shu. Chu Yang instructed the acting principal. This clever lad has many ingenious ideas. His strategic input should prove invaluable. Chapter 49. The ingenious stratagem after learning the details of the situation. Yuan Shu pondered for a moment before inquiring, Boss, in terms of strength, are we superior, or are they? I am well aware of our capabilities. We must not only triumph, but do so resoundingly. I have devised a method to confront these malevolent entities, Yuan Shu replied, revealing a rather unsettling grin that sent a shiver down Chu Yang's spine, igniting a flicker of anticipation within him. Pray tell. This matter can be resolved with the empty city stratagem, Yuan Shu stated. The empty city stratagem? Those entities are not human. They are unaware of such tactics and will not fall for it. Chu Yang frowned. What I refer to as the empty city stratagem is a reverse application of the concept. We shall exploit their ignorance of the empty city stratagem itself. Thus, we open the grand gates, allowing them to mistakenly perceive our retreat as a sign of fear, thereby lowering their guard. Upon examining the school map, I noted 3 academic buildings in proximity to the entrance. They are not fools. They will undoubtedly suspect that we might be concealed within those structures, leading them to investigate in 3 separate groups. At this juncture, we shall concentrate all our forces within a single building. Given our advantageous position, we should be able to seize it without incurring any losses, even against a third of their strength. Should they suffer such a significant reduction in manpower while we remain unscathed, their morale will undoubtedly wane. At that moment, you, esteemed leader, can unleash your financial prowess to further undermine their unity, thereby diminishing their overall capabilities. With us remaining unscathed and them crumbling under pressure, a direct confrontation would allow us to secure victory with ease. Yuan Shu spoke slowly, while Chu Yang and the parents of Li Gui listened intently. After hearing his strategy, their eyes brightened with excitement. What an excellent plan. Ha ha ha. My child is fortunate to be mentored by such a teacher. Indeed, we shall proceed according to this teacher's method. Absolutely, absolutely. The instructors of Li Gui unanimously endorsed Yuan Shu's scheme, and Chu Yang concurred, affirming that the 50,000 Underworld coins he offered as monthly remuneration was truly well-deserved. Very well, let us implement this strategy. Yuan Shu, I shall reward you handsomely upon completion. To your utmost. Chu Yang patted Yuan Shu on the shoulder. Understood, boss. At the banks of the Yellow Springs. That esteemed Chu boss is indeed a remarkable individual. The wages of so many ghostly coins have been dispersed, sighed Yuyo. Leader, in my heart. You are the most divine, said Xiaoxiao with reverence. She would never forget the moment when she was nearly devoured by a lurking malevolence. It was Yi Wuyo who descended from the heavens, employing his extraordinary skills to vanquish the fiend and save her life. Without Yi Wuyo, her grave grass would have reached 3 meters high. Everyone, if Boss Chu requires more manpower, you may proceed without my consent, Yi Wuyo continued. Why? Your skills are remarkable. Boss, you could lead us to seek refuge with Boss Chu, ensuring a better life for all, someone remarked. In this bizarre apocalypse, the presence of someone like Boss Chu might indeed be humanity's fortune. Yet, our paths diverge. I perceive Boss Chu as treading a path of dominance in this apocalyptic realm. While I merely wish to restore the former glory of human societal order, Yi Wuyo replied, shaking his head, his gaze growing profound. That was his dream. And his unwavering commitment. Silence enveloped the group. At that moment, an individual rushed in, exclaiming loudly, "This is terrible. A grave situation has arisen. I just completed an eerie task at the 3rd high school and discovered that all the malevolent teachers and students have united to form a formidable force heading towards the eerie high school." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. What? Yuyo sprang to his feet, and an uproar erupted across the banks of the Yellow Springs. Leader. Xiaoxiao grasped Yi Wuyo's sleeve, her expression fraught with worry. She and Chu Yang had only a slight acquaintance, yet she regarded Chu Yang as a good person, one who generously offered high salaries to his 4 companions. Furthermore, with Chu Yang present, they could mutually safeguard each other against the perils of Huangquan Bank, thus enhancing their collective safety. Boss Chu must not encounter any misfortune. Is there anyone willing to accompany me in supporting the enigmatic high school? Yi Wuyo rose, addressing the assembly. Wherever our leader goes, we shall follow. Indeed, my life was salvaged by the leader. What fear do we have of mere battles? I am ever ready to follow our leader. The crowd echoed, their expressions resolute. Excellent. There is no time to lose. We shall depart immediately. Yi Wuyo waved his hand decisively. After an indeterminate period, the iron cavalry of the 3rd High finally arrived at the gates of the enigmatic high school. The 3 principals of the 3rd High, exuding an air of malevolence, personally led the charge. Behind them, over 60 formidable teachers accompanied by a number of students and parents amassed a fighting force exceeding 80 malevolent entities. Our numbers far surpass those of the higher echelons of the enigmatic high school. This time, we shall ensure that this wretched human meets an untimely demise, bellowed the principal of stinking 1st High. Absolutely. Let us seize the entire enigmatic high school. How dare a mere human presume to rise above us? The principal of decaying 2nd High exclaimed in fury. The gates of the enigmatic high school stood wide open, devoid of any spectral presence. Could it be that they have all fled? The principal of fearsome 3rd High queried, puzzled. Decaying 2nd High, upon observing the entrance, erupted in anger. There is a traitor among us. He was incensed, with such a grand display of force aimed at annihilating the enigmatic high school. How could that wretched creature have received word and escaped in advance? Do not panic. This was within my expectations. After all, our family is substantial. And it is only natural that there would be a traitor among us. It is quite normal for that scoundrel to flee upon receiving news. The principal of the 1st high school remarked coolly. I am unwilling to accept this. The principal of the 2nd high school clenched his fists. Let us not forget our ultimate objective. While others may escape, can the bizarre fortune evade us? Once we seize control of the enigmatic high school, not only will the previous fortune be relinquished, but the 3 of us can also share the bizarre fortune of the high school. The principal of the 1st high school asserted with gravitas. The principal of the 2nd high school pondered deeply and concurred, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Sooner or later, we shall encounter that scoundrel, and at that time, we shall deal with him accordingly. Enter. The principal of the 1st high school led them into the enigmatic high school, where 3 teaching buildings came into view. You 2 shall take 2 teams each to investigate the other 2 buildings. Leave no corner unexamined. They have already retreated. but they may leave behind a few formidable entities. Should we encounter any, show no mercy, the principal of the first high school declared emphatically. Understood. The vast team divided into 3 factions, each entering one of the 3 teaching buildings. On the top floor of Building 3, all the formidable entities of the enigmatic high school lay in ambush. It was indeed as teacher Yuan had described. They had split into 3 teams for reconnaissance. Blood Yang's expression was filled with excitement. Chapter 50, Withering Destruction. Yuan Shu displayed an apologetic smile from the side. It is imperative not to celebrate prematurely. Chu Yang stated earnestly. Why not? Is there a particular reason? Blood Yang exclaimed in surprise. In our human realm, the act of uncorking champagne at halftime is steeped in superstition, as it is believed that fate may conspire against us, remarked Chu Yang. Upon hearing the mention of fate, Shui Yang exhibited a look of trepidation, slapping himself and adopting a serious demeanor. Moments later, the door to the top floor was forcefully kicked open. What is this? Not a single malevolent spirit in sight? Those cowardly fools! The principal of the fearsome third muttered in frustration. However, as his words faded and he beheld the scene before him, he stood in utter disbelief. Not a single malevolent spirit? What, then, was arrayed before him? Over 100 malevolent spirits, led by Chu Yang, were poised for battle, their gazes fixed intently upon them. The principal's pupils constricted violently, a chill running down his spine. They did not flee. They had lain in ambush here. Furthermore, why were there so many of them, and their collective strength so formidable? The malevolent energy they wielded was thrice that of his own team. Why? The principal of the fearsome third screamed internally. Indeed, there was no other choice. We must retreat. Friends from afar, please stay a while. We have yet to properly host you, Chu Yang said with a broad grin. With that smile, the fate of their lives hung in the balance. Attack! The acting principal bellowed, leading the charge. Kill, kill, kill. How dare these malevolent spirits threaten to obliterate our children's sanctuary? Their crimes are unforgivable, deserving of 1,000 deaths. Brothers, fight. The parents of the malevolent spirits were animated, rushing forward with fervor. The dense malevolent energy surged through the top floor. Resist, resist. Await reinforcements. The principal of the fearsome third's expression changed dramatically as he shouted. In the face of overwhelming power, how could one even contemplate resistance? The cunning parents, like wolves, managed to overpower an adversary with an average of 3 of their own. In stark contrast, the principal of Fear 3 exhibits no inclination for battle, opting instead to flee. It is no jest. Would one rather perish in such a situation? The strength of the acting principal is nearly on par with his own, not to mention that beside Chu Yang stands a formidable middle-aged entity of terrifying prowess, instilling a sense of dread. Where could one escape? The acting principal, drenched in the essence of the vanquished, radiates unmatched valor. Do not pursue, Chu Yang instructed. Why not? The principal of Fear 3 possesses considerable strength, being a late-stage specter soldier. Shouldn't we eliminate him beforehand? The acting principal expressed his confusion. I have my own considerations. Chu Yang replied nonchalantly. If we kill him now, what becomes of the spectral fortune? If Fear 3 is obliterated? What if the foul stench of Evil One and the decay of Rotten 2 sees it? Chu Yang's objective is to ensnare them all at once. The 3 principals must either be retained together or released in unison. With the current uproar, what if the principals of Evil Stench and Rotten escape prematurely? Principal Chu. I could end his life in mere moments, Blood Butcher declared. You cannot act. For now, you are my trump card. Chu Yang shook his head. The proprietor of the Dark Knight Hospital has yet to make his appearance, and Chu Yang remains vigilant. The opposing resistance, though seemingly formidable, crumbles under the wrath of the cunning parents, falling as easily as paper within moments. Speed is of the essence. We must swiftly advance to occupy the entrance of the anomalous high school, ensuring that not a single specter escapes. Chu Yang commanded loudly. The foul-smelling first team and the decaying second team descended from their respective teaching buildings and converged. As they searched the premises, they were met with a cacophony of unsettling sounds. At that moment, the terrified principal of the third school dashed out from the building. What has transpired? Why the panic? Inquired the principal of the first school, his voice laced with urgency. A grave situation has arisen. That wretched creature has not fled. Instead, it has laid an ambush for my team within the building. The principal of the third school exclaimed, his eyes wide with horror. Calm down. We must hasten to provide support, retorted the principal of the second school with a commanding tone. That is not possible. I have become a mere figurehead. That fiend has allied itself with all the parents of the peculiar high school students, boasting a combat strength surpassing that of our combined forces. lamented the principal of the third school, his voice filled with despair. What? That creature has united with all the students' parents? On what grounds? We could hardly unite ourselves, managing only to enlist a handful of parents. The principal of the first school exclaimed, astonished. Our combined teams stand no chance against them. Especially now that one team has been annihilated, the principal of the second school stated quickly. Indeed, we must retreat. The two teams dashed frantically towards the exit, only to be met with despair. For there stood Chu Yang, accompanied by the eerie presence, waiting for them. Ah, we meet again, esteemed principals. Chu Yang greeted them with a smile, standing at the forefront. A sense of utter desolation washed over him. The fruits of his years of labor had vanished in an instant. Even if the peculiar high school were to be obliterated, he could not escape the fate of being engulfed by the foul and decaying institutions. He had effectively exited the contest for supremacy among the high schools of Yunming City. Shall I offer you some mind-altering potion, dear guests? Chu Yang retorted, addressing the parents of the eerie school. No, we are all here of our own volition. How audacious of you to contemplate the destruction of our children's school. Today, we shall eradicate you. The parents of the formidable faction are brimming with morale. Should the enigmatic high school be obliterated, their interests would suffer grievously. Thus, it is only natural for the parents to unite in the defense of enigmatic high school. Driven by their vested interests, the ties of interest are the most indomitable bonds in this world. The expressions of the three principals turned exceedingly grim. The disparity in combat strength between the two sides is overwhelmingly unequal, and the difference in morale is staggering. Should a confrontation ensue, their defeat is inevitable. Charge. Even if it leads to death, we shall gnaw upon their flesh. The principal of Stench High School snarled, his voice booming. Wait, Chu Yang shouted. What is the meaning of this? The three principals demanded. Ignoring their inquiries, Chu Yang turned his gaze toward their ranks. You do not wish to perish, do you? His words caused a noticeable shift in the countenance of the formidable faction. Who would desire death if life is an option? I possess a means to ensure your survival, and I am aware of the contracts you have signed, binding you against your will. It is quite simple. During the forthcoming confrontation, intentionally restrain your strength, and we shall comprehend your intentions, refraining from delivering fatal blows. Chu Yang articulated slowly. Upon hearing this, the spirits of the formidable faction were stirred. It seems survival is within reach. How delightful. But there is more. Chu Yang continued. Those who surrender in this manner will be rewarded with 10,000 Underworld coins at the enigmatic citizen level and 20,000 Underworld coins at the enigmatic soldier level. Chapter 51. Reinforcements from the Underworld. Initially, the group of sinister beings was greatly tempted by the prospect of survival through surrender. But upon hearing the offer of a reward of 100,000 ghost coins, their resolve to persist crumbled entirely. Were it not for the constraints of their contract, they would have knelt in submission at that very moment. They held no doubt regarding Chu Yang's financial prowess. After all, the once imminent collapse of the peculiar high school had taken flight under his financial maneuvers. Surely this was indicative of the depth of his wealth. The principals of the three high schools exchanged anxious glances, contemplating their disadvantage in numbers. They had hoped that their superior combat capabilities could yield a different outcome in a desperate struggle. However, with Chu Yang's intervention, their chances of victory evaporated. Without a moment's hesitation, it was evident that their subordinates' thoughts had already shifted elsewhere. Vile creature, you despicable one. Do you think wealth grants you the freedom to act as you please? The principal of the fearsome three school thundered in anger. Apologies, but indeed it does. Chu Yang shrugged nonchalantly. In this bizarre apocalyptic world, paving the way with ghost coins had proven infallible. He had never experienced failure. Kill. The three high school principals bellowed in unison, their voices echoing with great fervor. Chu Yang, too, readied himself for battle. Yet, in the next moment, the three principals contemplated a swift escape, soaring above Chu Yang and his cohort. Where do you think you're running? The acting principal stirred, eager to pursue, but was halted by Chu Yang. Do not pursue. Wait for the next opportunity, Chu Yang advised. To capture the three principals intact without revealing the blood butcher would likely result in casualties. This time, the loss of life and injury has occurred. Should the parents of these students take action again, it would become rather challenging. We are willing to capitulate. The remaining members of the Li Gui faction knelt upon the ground. With their leader having fled, there was no reason to continue fighting. Moreover, with Chu Yang's conditions being so enticing, who would dare to oppose? Acting principal, you must draft a contract that ensures my absolute control over them. A mere thought can determine their fate. Should anyone refuse to sign, this shall be eliminated. Chu Yang declared. He could not treat these opportunists as he did the enigmatic students and faculty of the high school. Only through absolute dominion could he safely accept them. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Principal Chu, we have come to assist you. Hold on. The voice of Xiao Xia rang out from afar. Chu Yang looked on with a peculiar expression as he observed the throng from Huangquan Bank rushing towards him, each wielding weapons, eager for a confrontation. Simultaneously, Chu Yang's gaze fell upon the leader of Huangquan Bank, a man of strikingly refined features and profound eyes, though his complexion appeared somewhat pallid. An indescribable aura emanated from him, compelling one to believe he was the sole embodiment of truth in the world. The leader of Huangquan Bank, Yuyo. Only he possessed such an aura. Boss Chu, where is the Li Gui faction you are opposing? Xiao Xiao approached, glancing around, but finding no signs of battle. Over there. Chu Yang indicated towards the kneeling Li Gui members. What? You have already resolved this? Xiao Xia exclaimed in shock, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. How is that possible? Their strength is formidable. Another individual exclaimed in astonishment. The crowd at the Bank of Hades was taken aback, each prepared to face death in battle, boldly ready for a fierce confrontation. Yet, to their astonishment, the adversaries had already been dealt with. Whose subordinate is this, exhibiting such valor? If Boss Chu claims it has been resolved, then it must indeed be so, remarked Yuyo with a smile. This was his first encounter with Chu Yang, and his eyes brimmed with admiration for him. Greetings. Although this is our first meeting, I feel as though we have been connected for quite some time, Chu Yang said, stepping forward to shake Yuyo's hand, displaying a sense of respect. He held deep admiration for Yuyo, a person of such noble ideals. As long as their interests did not collide. Boss Chu is jesting. The Bank of Hades is merely a small organization, hardly worthy of your long-standing regard. Yuyo replied with a self-deprecating smile. Is that so? Little Xia exclaimed, nearly drooling with anticipation. Everyone's gaze turned eagerly towards Yuyo. Without the leader's consent, they dared not partake. No, we have not provided you with any substantial assistance. Yuyo shook his head. Not to worry, we are all friends. Chu Yang laughed heartily. Yuyo cast a knowing glance at Chu Yang, ultimately nodding in agreement. Go ahead, take a little more. Yes, esteemed leader. As the food was distributed, Chu Yang felt a sense of relief. He was reluctant to owe anyone, particularly Yuyo, although the Bank of Hades had not rendered him any assistance. Their goodwill warranted a response. Boss Chu, should you ever require human subordinates, you may select from my Bank of Hades, Yuyo offered. Rest assured, I shall do so. The Bank of Hades is teeming with hidden talents. I find this yuan shu quite satisfactory, Chu Yang replied. That is acceptable. Additionally, allow me to share another piece of information. How do you know? Chu Yang furrowed his brow, contemplating the retreating figure of Yuyo. In this bizarre apocalypse, individuals like Yuyo are indispensable. He is reluctant to see his kind ultimately transform into monstrous beings solely driven by the desire to kill. Rest assured, Principal Chu. While I do not claim invincibility under these eerie circumstances, I am certainly not weak, Bloodslaughter declared with conviction. Excellent. Boss, the contracts have arrived. The acting principal presented a stack of contracts, already signed by Li Gui. Chu Yang methodically affixed his signature to each one. In that fleeting moment after signing, he sensed a surge of eerie energy rapidly converging from the three high schools, coalescing into a complete form of eerie energy, which Chu Yang absorbed. The eerie energy surged, and his cultivation soared, propelling him from the mid-stage of an eerie soldier to the late stage. With just one more form of eerie energy, he would ascend to the pinnacle of eerie soldiers. Now, with 2/3 of the eerie energy depleted from the three high schools, the remaining energy was precisely what Chu Yang needed for his breakthrough. They could not escape this fate. As a high school principal, beyond managing the institution, he was bound to coexist with it in life and death. This included all Li Gui, who were also intertwined with the bizarre scenes they had created. If stripped of all eerie energy, one might experience a significant drop in cultivation, or worse, face instant demise. Chapter 52. Incorporating the night hospital into the domain. Thus, Chu Yang felt assured in allowing the principals of the three high schools to depart. Even if they sold their institutions, it mattered little. Who among the surrounding Li Gui was unaware of the rise of the eerie high school? Who would willingly invest a fortune in dark currency to take on such a troublesome burden? The night hospital. In the early days of my modest beginnings, I chanced upon an opportunity to acquire a substantial amount of ghostly currency. Fueled by ambition, I set about constructing the Dark Night Hospital. Over a prolonged period of development, The Dark Knight Hospital has ascended to become the largest medical institution in Yunming City, generating significant revenue on a daily basis. Particularly notable was my decision to accept the Dark Knight Ghost Hand, a choice that stands as my greatest achievement, without exception. Upon my arrival, the nurses respectfully formed 2 lines, bowing as they greeted me. Work diligently, I instructed, receiving a nod of satisfaction from the proprietor of the Dark Knight. I then proceeded to the office on the 2nd floor. Director, please provide a report on the recent operations and finances. I addressed the floor director. Of course, boss, came the reply. However, an air of anxiety enveloped the director as he continued, Boss, a significant incident has occurred. The floor director trembled, prostrating himself on the ground as he spoke hastily. What incident? I inquired, my brow furrowing as an ominous aura of dread began to permeate the room. The oppressive energy filled the space, causing the director's heart to race uncontrollably, rendering him momentarily speechless. Speak, I commanded, my voice low and menacing. If it is not your fault, you need not fear. Yes, boss, he stammered. Recently, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Dark Knight Hospital, a human. He completed one of our hospital's enigmatic tasks and managed to abscond with the Dark Knight Ghost Hand. What? I exclaimed, my fury igniting as a terrifying energy surged from all directions towards the floor director. Spare me, boss, he screamed in desperation. The Dark Knight Ghost Hand is the crown jewel and the very reputation of the Dark Knight Hospital. How could you allow someone to take it so brazenly? You deserve the gravest of punishments. In the next moment, the frantic pleas of the floor manager culminated in a violent explosion of his body, leaving him utterly lifeless. Following the demise of the floor manager, the proprietor of the Dark Knight immediately regretted his actions. He should have first extracted the identity and whereabouts of that individual from the floor manager before proceeding with the execution. Just then, a sudden knock reverberated through the office door. Enter, the Dark Knight proprietor commanded. The door swung open to reveal 3 principals entering in unison. Dark Knight proprietor. It has been a long time, the principal of Stench High respectfully acknowledged. It is you all. I am not in the mood for pleasantries at the moment. Perhaps another day, replied the Dark Knight proprietor. Furthermore, your auras are quite feeble. You are on the verge of a decline into the latter stages of the eerie soldiers. Upon hearing this, the 3 principals clenched their teeth in frustration. Having lost 2/3 of their eerie fortunes, their spirits had been grotesquely twisted. They were determined to eliminate the beast known as Chu Yang at all costs. Is your lack of enthusiasm due to the fact that the Dark Knight's ghostly hand has been taken from you? The principal of Stench High inquired. The Dark Knight's ghostly hand furrowed his brow and looked at the 3 principals. How do you know? Currently, the healing rate of the Dark Knight's ghostly hand has reached 40%. The 3 principals responded in unison. Upon hearing the figure of 40%, the Dark Knight proprietor abruptly stood up, his expression darkening with rage. Such a bountiful source of wealth had been stolen away. It was infuriating. Our 3 high schools are on the brink of being consumed. We share a common goal. We are willing to take the lead. We beseech the Dark Knight proprietor to assist us in annihilating Chu Yang. The 3 principals declared emphatically. It is essential. I shall see which fool dares to provoke me. It is infuriating. The Dark Knight boss seethes with rage. The 3 principals exchanged glances, each revealing a sense of satisfaction. Once the formidable Dark Knight boss intervenes, eliminating that wretched creature will be a mere formality. They, too, would swiftly turn their fortunes around. Ha ha ha. Yet, it was just another mundane day. Had it not been for the fear of a sudden ambush from the 3 principals, Chu Yang would have long since ventured out for a lavish shopping spree. In his boredom, Chu Yang meandered through the school. Approaching a faculty office, he unexpectedly overheard a conversation among the teachers. When do you think the boss's promises will come to fruition? Inquired a particularly astute teacher. Chu Yang felt a twinge of confusion. Had not all his promises been fulfilled immediately? Why were there unfulfilled promises? I am unsure. Our salaries are indeed substantial, but the 5 insurances and 2 funds are lacking. Another replied. I cannot speak to the other insurances, but I know for certain that the medical insurance has not been realized, alas. I must wait. My leg injury remains untreated. Listening to this discourse, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. It was true that the 5 insurances and 2 funds had not yet materialized, but surely the medical insurance should have been implemented. Was not the Dark Knight Phantom at hand? In a fit of rage, Chu Yang stormed into the infirmary, directly confronting the matter at hand. Dark Knight Phantom, what about the matters I entrusted to you? Why are our teachers not receiving timely medical treatment for their injuries? He felt a sense of injustice. Indeed, the capabilities of a phantom were limited. Taking a deep breath, he realized he had wrongfully accused the Dark Knight Phantom. Ultimately, it boils down to one's own issues. Now, he has become the leader of a formidable faction, commanding nearly 200 enigmatic individuals, including students. Meanwhile, the doctor is left with but a solitary ally, the shadowy hand. The promised healthcare plan remains unfulfilled. Understanding this, Chu Yang encouraged, continue your efforts. Strive to exceed a 50% cure rate as soon as possible. With a nod, Chu Yang departed from the infirmary. It was time to incorporate the shadowy hospital into his dominion, to emerge as a powerful entity in this bizarre apocalypse. Solitary endeavors would be futile. He required formidable subordinates to charge into battle. The commitments made to these subordinates must be honored. Only by acquiring the entirety of the shadowy hospital could the healthcare initiative be fully realized. He needed to seize an opportunity to eliminate the proprietor of the shadowy hospital. Suddenly, Chu Yang felt a presence and turned his gaze towards the entrance. Blood Butcher had approached him, looking grave. Principal Chu, a formidable presence, is approaching. Chapter 53. Incredibly powerful, I sense it, Chu Yang affirmed. As he stepped outside, he too was regarded as a strong presence, capable of detecting the aura of power. 3 late-stage enigmatic warriors and 1 peak-stage enigmatic warrior. The combined strength of the 3 late-stage warriors equated to that of 1 peak-stage warrior. The aura emanating from the peak-stage warrior was terrifying, merely a step away from the enigmatic leader. Blood Butcher's expression was solemn. Undoubtedly, that peak-stage enigmatic warrior was the owner of the shadowy hospital. Is he truly that powerful? How does he compare to you? Chu Yang inquired, frowning. He nodded. It was well within his expectations that the owner of the shadowy hospital would be formidable. In a dire situation, he still had one final trump card. A mysterious VIP card from the Guading Mall opens a pathway to the enigmatic marketplace. Monsters, come forth, echoed the menacing voice of the principal from afar. The entire surreal high school was shrouded in an aura of strangeness. The acting principal promptly approached Chu Yang. With our combined strength, is it possible to eliminate those 3 principals? Chu Yang inquired. Indeed, the acting principal affirmed with unwavering confidence. The 3 principals had suffered the loss of their mysterious fortunes twice, significantly weakening them. With both he and Chu Yang at their peak, victory was assured. In the next moment, the owner of the night hospital appeared before Chu Yang. Was it you who extracted the knight's ghostly hand? The owner questioned. Casting a glance at Blood Butcher. Yes, Chu Yang nodded. The owner of the night hospital. The 3 principals appeared flustered and hastily spoke. What shall we do if the owner chooses to overlook this? Silence. The owner of the night hospital commanded sharply. To phrase it kindly, we are old acquaintances. To be blunt, who are you to dare question my decisions? A mere wave of my hand could extinguish your existence. The 3 principals immediately fell silent. Impossible. The knight's ghostly hand is now my trump card. Its healing rate is on the verge of reaching 50%, Chu Yang remarked with a smile. 50%. The owner of the night hospital's eyes ignited with fervor. Since you refuse to comply, prepare to meet your demise. Do not be lulled into complacency by the protection of a peak-level ghost soldier. It means nothing. With that, the owner unleashed a powerful strike, summoning a mass of eerie energy that coalesced into a shadowy hand, descending upon Blood Butcher. Blood Butcher's expression grew grave as he fought back with all his might. Yet he was swiftly sent flying, his form wavering under the force. As this scene unfolded, a sharp twitch occurred at the corner of Chu Yang's eye. Blood Butcher, a formidable presence even among the peak of the spectral warriors, was sent flying in a single encounter. How powerful was the night boss? How could one possess such strength? Had he touched upon the threshold of the spectral realm? Blood Butcher's expression shifted dramatically. Is there anything strange about that? The night boss chuckled. My Dark Knight Hospital is the most powerful institution in Yunming City, with such spectral fortune nurturing it. Had it not been for the constraints of the environment, I would have long since ascended to the spectral realm. Principal Chu, swiftly eliminate those 3 principals. I will do my utmost to hold on, Blood Butcher bellowed. Kill. Chu Yang shouted, his aura surging as he soared towards the trio of principals alongside the acting principal. Despite our waning energies, we are not to be humiliated by mere mortals. Kill. The 3 principals exuded a murderous intent, unleashing an array of lethal techniques. A colossal palm print descended, only to be shattered by Chu Yang's punch. Yet, the second wave of attack arrived without a moment's respite, striking Chu Yang from behind. Boss, the acting principal cried out in alarm. Just take down the principal you're responsible for. Chu Yang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and responded swiftly. He is about to get serious. Activate the Black Death Spectral Eye. Engage the Breaking Spectral Right Hand. As another lethal strike approached, under the influence of the Black Death Spectral Eye, the spectral flight technique moved agonizingly slow, allowing Chu Yang to evade effortlessly. In a swift motion, he positioned himself beside the principal of stench number 1, the breaking spectral right hand radiating golden light as he hurled a punch towards the principal's head. Futile. How could a mere human's punch possibly shake the mightily spectral? The principal of stench number 1 cackled maniacally. Despite his words, he did not let his guard down. Instead, he clenched his right fist, bracing himself for the impact. Bang! A tremendous explosion reverberated through the air, causing the arm of the principal of the Stench High School to explode on the spot, the residual force penetrating through and striking his head. With another deafening bang, the principal's head also detonated. He could scarcely fathom, even in his final moments, the extraordinary power behind Chu Yang's punch. This strike bore the might of 1,000 bottles of growth potions. Could one possibly withstand such force? Chu Yang's expression remained impassive. His broken deception right hand could nullify an attack governed by rules once every 7 days, yet that was not its sole capability. The offensive power of the broken deception right hand was unparalleled. Not a comrade, but a monster. The principal of the rotting second high, terrified, turned to flee. With the principal of the stench high obliterated by a single blow, how could he hope to resist? However, under the influence of the Black Death Deception Eye, his escape route was laid bare, allowing for a swift pursuit and another devastating punch. Simultaneously, the acting principal had eliminated the principal of the fearsome third high. In an instant, the 3 fragments of deception from the 3 high schools coalesced into one, flowing into Chu Yang's being. The shackles shattered, and his aura surged. He had reached the pinnacle of deceptive warriors. Before Chu Yang could revel in his newfound power, the blood butcher hurtled towards him like a cannonball. A gaping wound visible in his abdomen. Principal Chu, you must flee. The Dark Knight boss is perilously close to becoming a deceptive long. The blood butcher uttered weakly, having resigned himself to the possibility of sacrificing his life here. Is that so? Then I shall confront him. Chu Yang, now at the apex of deceptive warriors, surged forward with renewed confidence towards the Dark Knight boss. In the next moment, his body collided with the blood butcher's like an explosive projectile, nearly shattering him. The blood butcher could only respond with silence. Run. Damn it. We must flee. We've encountered a freak. Chu Yang shouted. After all the preparations, nothing compares to a single punch from the night boss. How unjust this is. Brother, your younger sibling is here to assist. A powerful shout echoed, filled with an eerie energy as Count Wilderness appeared, swiftly soaring towards the night boss. Little brother. Chu Yang's face lit up with joy. What a remarkable turn of events. Who could have anticipated that Count Wilderness would come to aid during this darkest hour? The investment was not in vain. Principal Chu, you managed to summon Count Wilderness? This is a powerhouse even stronger than myself, Blood Butcher exclaimed in astonishment. I can see that, Chu Yang nodded. No sooner had he spoken than Count Wilderness's body collided with Blood Butcher like a cannonball. Blood Butcher. Brother, we must flee quickly. This eerie strength is overwhelming. Count Wilderness said in shock. Damn it, I can no longer endure this injustice. Let us 3 charge together. Chu Yang bellowed. All right. Let us slay. Chapter 54, The Floor Manager is so impressive. With a single person wielding 2 eerie forces, they regrouped and charged towards the night boss. Blood Butcher. He felt as though he was destined to perish, but not by being defeated, rather, by being crushed. Let us escape, brother, to Wilderness Manor. There. I have rules to offer protection, and we need not fear the night boss, Count Wilderness urged swiftly. Can we truly escape for a moment, or even for a lifetime? Once the 3rd wave of this bizarre apocalypse descends, I shall annihilate Wilderness Manor at the first opportunity, the night boss proclaimed with fervor. His words rang true. There was no escape. Chu Yang shook his head, declining Count Wilderness's suggestion. His current foundation was the Eerie High School. To destroy someone's foundation was akin to murdering their parents, a consequence Chu Yang could not bear. You 2 step back. I am about to unleash my ultimate move, Chu Yang declared. The Count of the Wilderness and Blood Butcher retreated, displaying a modicum of responsibility. I bear you no ill will. Your audacity to excavate the shadowy hand from beneath my grasp signifies your potential to become a formidable hero, yet you must still perish. The shadowy boss transformed into a streak of ominous lightning, hurtling toward Chu Yang. With eyes shut, Chu Yang clutched the purple gold membership card of the Gwai Court Mall. And with a mere thought, a vortex materialized behind him, drawing him in. The shadowy boss was taken aback. But the speed of his transformation into lightning was too swift to halt, and he too was pulled into the vortex. Subsequently, the whirlpool gradually sealed shut. Will Principal Chu be all right? Blood Butcher inquired with concern. Rest assured, my brother, he possesses the qualities of a Gwai Emperor, replied the Count of the Wilderness with confidence. Though their interaction had been brief, he held a steadfast belief in Chu Yang, for he was the Count of the Wilderness, endowed with remarkably keen insight. Otherwise, he would not have risked his life to assist Chu Yang. On the 6th floor of the Gwai Court Mall, the elegant floor manager stood at the forefront, flanked by 2 rows of sales associates on either side. The passageway is now open. When the guests arrive, you must greet them warmly and enthusiastically. The floor manager instructed firmly. Yes, manager, the sales associates responded in unison. In the next moment, the space distorted, and a vortex appeared. Chu Yang tumbled out. And upon witnessing the astonished expression of the floor manager, he hastily stood up. Ahem, Chu Yang coughed, adjusting his disheveled attire. Greetings, manager. Welcome, esteemed guest. The floor manager replied with a professional smile. Damn it. With a thunderous roar, the proprietor of the Dark Knight emerged from the vortex, his right hand aiming for Chu Yang's head. Manager, there is chaos in the Guijing Mall. It has severely dampened my shopping spirit, exclaimed Chu Yang. Previously, when he and the pallid figure entered, they had observed the shopping guidelines of Guijing Mall on the 1st floor. One of the rules stated that shouting and violence were strictly prohibited. This was Chu Yang's trump card. In his eyes, the owner of Guijing Mall was far more fearsome than the Dark Knight's proprietor. The latter would likely exercise some caution. Who knows why this reckless youth sought to harm him? Stop! The manager bellowed, pulling Chu Yang aside to evade the strike. Are you also to become my adversary? Even with my support of the Dark Knight Hospital, I, the Dark Knight's owner, remain invincible in this realm. The Dark Knight proprietor exuded unparalleled confidence, his aura radiating with remarkable intensity. The sales staff behind him trembled in fear. Chu Yang felt a chill run through him. If the salespeople were quaking, what of the manager? He could only place his hopes in the manager. I have come to shop, seeking to purchase 10 million yen coins worth of goods. Yet this Dark Knight proprietor impedes me. Chu Yang spoke rapidly. The floor manager, incensed, responded, this esteemed guest wishes to buy 10 million yen coins worth of items, and yet is obstructed? Just think of the commission he could provide. Blocking someone's path to wealth is akin to slaying their kin. The floor manager took action, pointing a finger at the Dark Knight proprietor. The latter scoffed, dismissing the manager's capabilities as trivial. However, as the finger drew near, the Dark Knight proprietor's expression abruptly shifted. He sensed an aura that did not belong to the Guijing soldiers. It was the presence of a specter. It is impossible. The current apocalypse does not allow for any tricks. What makes you think you can deceive? The night boss roared. The rules are designed for the weak. Do you understand? The manager replied with a cold smile. Chuang, I no longer wish to oppose you. I shall relinquish the Dark Knight's ghost hand to you. The night boss shouted in panic. Chuang, save me. In the next moment, the night boss met his demise, vanishing into thin air. Chuang stared vacantly at the scene, then turned to the professionally smiling manager, a chill creeping into his heart. What is this? The floor manager of a shopping mall is actually a trickster. Dear guest, there is no need for such a gaze. In our trickster court store, the customer is always revered as a deity, the floor manager said with a smile. Very well. Chuang numbly nodded. Had I known this matter could be resolved so effortlessly, why prepare so much? Dear guest, may I inquire what you wish to purchase? The floor manager rubbed his hands together. I would like 10 million huazi. Please, Chuang replied. Ghost money is a hard currency, and so is huazi. Unfortunately, the Trickster Court shopping mall does not currently have such inventory, the floor manager said, his face displaying embarrassment. Chuang furrowed his brows. Please, do not be anxious. The raw materials for huazi are in Starfall Tower. I will immediately gather a multitude of trickster hands to begin extraction, the floor manager said quickly. Very well. Here is 10 million. Chuang produced a large sum of ghost money. The floor manager's eyes sparkled at the sight of the substantial amount, yet due to his professional integrity, he still stated, Dear guest, you may pay a deposit first. No need. I trust the Trickster Court shopping mall and your credibility. I will pay in full upfront. Chuang said with a smile. This could also be considered a form of gratitude. Without the enigmatic marketplace and the floor manager, Chu Yang would truly be at a loss regarding how to resolve this matter. Well then, I appreciate your trust, esteemed guest. Once it is prepared, where shall I deliver it? The floor manager inquired. With the demise of the Dark Knight boss, the Dark Knight Hospital would inevitably fall into our grasp. The healthcare plan is being thoroughly implemented, delivering a modicum of human shock to the eerie beings. Upon exiting the enigmatic marketplace, Chu Yang appeared somewhat dazed. Had the heavy burden that had long weighed on his heart truly been so effortlessly alleviated? Excellent. The high school dominion plan has been accomplished, and a new initiative is set to unfold. With a mere thought, the Yellow Springs rental arrived at the scene. Boss, it is truly wonderful that you are unharmed, Pale said respectfully as he disembarked. We still need to wrap things up at the high school. Very well. Before long, Chu Yang arrived at the peculiar high school. Blood Butcher and Count Wilderness promptly approached him. Principal Chu, it is indeed splendid that you are safe. Welcome back, brother. They were overjoyed, as Chu Yang had indeed resolved the situation. Are you interested in joining my group? Chu Yang asked with a smile. Chapter 55, Reconstruction and Acquisition. 1 Erie, 1 month. 100,000 nether coins as salary. No need to perform any tasks, just lend me your hand at critical moments. Chu Yang spoke slowly. Upon hearing these terms, Count Wilderness was visibly tempted. His wilderness manor had already fallen into disrepair, and with such a salary each month, it would undoubtedly soar. Wait a moment. If the salary is already so generous, what need is there for wilderness manor? Following my brother is all that is required. Blood Butcher, however, remained remarkably composed. I have yet to conclude my thoughts. My next plan is to thoroughly implement the healthcare system. Henceforth, your treatments will be exclusively managed by the Night Phantom, whose healing rate is about to reach 50%. Chu Yang continued. Enough said. I shall join, exclaimed the wild Earl hastily. Furthermore, the enigmatic high school has now become the largest high school in Yuming City. I will use it as a stronghold to acquire more enterprises, such as the enigmatic nightclub, enigmatic hotel, enigmatic swimming pool, and so forth, allowing you all to indulge in leisure without charge. Blood Butcher. Your son Blood Yang will become the most formidable high school student in Yuming City and will receive my dedicated mentorship. Chu Yang addressed Blood Butcher. Principal Chu, your words resonate deeply. How could I possibly refuse to join? Blood Butcher replied with a wry smile. Ha ha ha. Chu Yang chuckled awkwardly. One thing I must clarify in advance is that I have enemies. Should I join your organization, they will inevitably come seeking trouble. Blood Butcher stated. No matter. We shall meet force with force, and water with earth. Chu Yang waved his hand dismissively. These are trivial matters. Very well, I shall join, Principal Chu. Boss Chu, Blood Butcher slightly bowed. Securing 2 formidable allies and having reached the pinnacle of enigmatic warrior himself, he could hardly contain his elation. Boss, I have ascended to the pinnacle of enigmatic warrior. A loud shout echoed as the acting principal approached in excitement. Boss, both I and Pale have reached the enigmatic warrior level, Shally exclaimed with fervor. Boss, father, I have also ascended to the enigmatic realm, Blood Yang declared, his face brimming with excitement. A throng of eerie figures gazed at Chu Yang with an almost fervent intensity, for it was he who promised them a future of greater and broader horizons. Excellent. Mobilize everyone and disseminate the news of the expansion of the Erie High School, along with the addresses of the other 4 institutions. We shall reconstruct a grander Erie High School, Chu Yang proclaimed with conviction. Understood. The Night Hospital was already the largest medical facility in Yunming City. Thus, Chu Yang need not concern himself with matters of reputation. However, a pressing issue remained. With the expansion of Erie High School, the population of its faculty and students was anticipated to quadruple. A single night hospital would be insufficient to meet the medical needs that would arise. Hence, it was imperative to acquire all other large hospitals in Yuming City. The Night Ghost's expression was somewhat intricate. In merely a fortnight, since Chu Yang had defied the rules to forcibly extract him, he had already vanquished the Night Ghost and even brought the Night Hospital under his dominion. Truly remarkable. His medical skills had also seen a substantial enhancement, signifying he had aligned himself with the right master. Night Ghost, I hereby appoint you as the director of the Night Hospital. Do you have any objections? Chu Yang inquired. None, the Night Ghost replied, shaking his head. Excellent. Now, disseminate this information and summon the owners of all other large hospitals to convene here, Chu Yang instructed. Understood. Before long, Yuan Shu hurried over, his demeanor brimming with enthusiasm. Boss, the plans for the expansion of Erie High School have been meticulously compiled. We aim to increase the number of Erie teachers to 200, the student body to 1,000, and the staff to 500. The projected monthly payroll will amount to 30 million yen coins. The Erie High School is set to expand its territory 4-fold. with an anticipated expenditure of 100 million ghost coins. The revenue from student tuition amounts to a mere 10 million ghost coins, resulting in a deficit. This newly expanded Erie High School is expected to accommodate 20,000 students. Once a monopoly is established, tuition fees can be inflated indefinitely, potentially rising to 100,000 ghost coins per year, or even 300,000 ghost coins annually. Dark Knight Ghost Hand inhaled sharply, as he grasped the concept of monopoly for the first time. Indeed, why else would I strive for dominance over the Erie High School? Chu Yang chuckled heartily. Yuan Shu is quite astute, understanding the underlying motives of my endeavors. You flatter me, the modest Yuan Shu replied, bashfully scratching his head. I will allocate 200 million ghost coins for you. Go forth and make your mark. Chu Yang waved his hand, producing a substantial sum of high-denomination ghost coins and placing them in Yuan Shu's hands. Ding dong. Allocate 200 million ghost coins for Erie consumption, with a 10,000-fold return of 20 trillion ghost coins. The system's voice echoed. These ghost coins seem inexhaustible. Yuan Shu had never encountered such an abundance of ghost coins, and his breath quickened. Boss, are you not concerned about me absconding with this? Why worry? The group currently possesses 4 formidable ghost soldiers at their peak strength. Even if you summon Yu Wuyo, it would be futile. Chu Yang chuckled. I simply wish to inquire. I shall attend to it immediately. Yuan Shu, feeling the weight of trust, was brimming with enthusiasm. After Yuan Shu departed, Dark Knight Ghost Hand spoke up. Boss, the matters you previously assigned to me have been completed. The owners of the hospitals have gathered in the conference room. No rush. Let us first observe the eerie flow of resources. Chuang ascended from the entrance to the second floor, noticing that the number of malevolent spirits had increased at least threefold compared to before. The profits generated by these spirits were remarkably substantial. Without requiring any monetary investment from Chuyang, the Dark Knight Hospital was capable of providing him with a considerable influx of ghostly currency each month. Eventually, Chuyang, wielding the Dark Knight Ghost Hand, opened the door to the conference room. Upon entering, he found 4 malevolent spirits seated within, who immediately rose to stand upon his arrival. We have heard of your esteemed reputation, Boss Chuyang. They spoke in unison, fully aware of his formidable presence and thus displaying utmost politeness. I recall that aside from the Dark Knight Hospital, there are 10 other large hospitals in Yuming City. Why have only 4 of you come? Chuang inquired, furrowing his brow. We are uncertain. Perhaps they find your proposal unworthy. The 4 spirit leaders shrugged nonchalantly. No need to rush. Let us converse for a moment. Chuang replied with a genial smile as he took a seat. Chapter 56, is the task a child's play? Boss Chuang, we have heard you intend to acquire our hospitals. One of the spirit leaders rubbed his hands together, wearing a sycophantic grin. We do not ask for much. Simply name your price. Indeed. While I may lack a heart, I possess a tremendous sense of conscience. Count me in as well. The 4 spirit leaders appeared somewhat anxious. Their urgency was understandable. When the Dark Knight Ghost Hand was poached by Chu Yang, the reputation of the Dark Knight Hospital had severely declined, causing many malevolent patients to seek treatment elsewhere, thus sharing in their profits. However, now that the Dark Knight Hospital had become a creation of Chuang, the Dark Knight Ghost Hand had also assumed the role of its proprietor. The reputation of the Dark Knight Hospital has surged, particularly due to the remarkably high healing rate of the Dark Knight Ghost Hand, which nearly reaches 50%, attracting a multitude of eerie patients. This influx has rendered the other hospitals almost devoid of patients, with some days passing without a single visitor. Faced with the prospect of closure, they eagerly rushed to hear of Chu Yang's intention to acquire these hospitals. As I understand it, your 4 hospitals rank at the bottom among large medical institutions, teetering on the brink of collapse, correct? Chu Yang remarked calmly. That is indeed the case. The awkward owner of the Erie Hospital replied with a forced smile. They had already steeled themselves for a drastic cut to their lifeline upon hearing Chu Yang's offer. Have you all mentally prepared yourselves? Chu Yang inquired. Yes. The 4 owners nodded in unison. Very well. I shall offer 5 million for your hospitals, Chu Yang announced. 5 million. The expressions of the 4 owners shifted to one of distress. Such an amount was not merely a cut to the lifeline. It was akin to a beheading. At their peak, they would not have accepted anything less than 20 million. Unwilling, are we? I have heard that you are struggling to pay salaries. And it seems that the Erie staff might even revolt. The Dark Knight Ghost Hand ominously noted. 5 million it is. I agree. One of the owners declared. I too consent. Though it is a significant loss, we will sell to you, Mr. Chu. The 4 owners gritted their teeth and acquiesced. After all, If they missed this opportunity, there would be no second chance. Excellent, let us proceed to sign the contract, Chu Yang affirmed with a nod. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. Those present were all eager to conclude the deal. As for the 6 owners who were absent, Chu Yang had his own strategies to address them. Wait, Boss Chu, you still need to undergo the bizarre task at our hospital. Only after completing it can the acquisition proceed, one of the cunning bosses remarked swiftly. Is there such a regulation? Chu Yang raised an eyebrow. Yet upon reflection, it seemed plausible. He had indeed undertaken tasks at the Bizarre High School, the Night Hospital, and the Hell S Diner. It appeared rather cumbersome. How long would it take to complete each one? Chu Yang rubbed his temples, pondering the toll it would take on his mental faculties. Not to worry, Boss Chu. Do not forget, we can amend the rules of the bizarre tasks, the cunning boss said with a flattering tone. Very well, let us not delay. We shall depart at once. At the Yuntai Hospital, 15 individuals gathered at the entrance, clutching eerie notes, their faces ashen. I loathe the bizarre tasks within hospitals. At least half of us are bound to perish, one man lamented. The others nodded in agreement. Make way. A loud shout rang out, prompting the crowd to turn. They noticed a group of cunning individuals surrounding a lone human, approaching rapidly. What is going on? Is someone being escorted? The man asked, astonished. I suspect they are a captive. I refuse to believe anyone possesses such immense power. Indeed, it must be so. The crowd fervently concurred, as this scenario contradicted their worldview. Boss Chu, you will participate in the bizarre task alongside these individuals. The owner of Yuntai Hospital chuckled. Chu Yang nodded. Boss Chu. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What was this appellation? A supplement, of course. We must not shatter their worldview. Consider yourselves fortunate. For a distinguished guest has arrived. Let us now amend the bizarre task. The boss of the cloud platform let out a snort and continued speaking. Upon hearing this, the crowd became exhilarated. Was it true that they no longer had to tackle complex and arduous tasks? How splendid. Let the crumbling worldview fall apart. Rebuilding it would be a mere trifling matter. Mr. Chu, you go first. What is 1 plus 1? The cloud platform boss rubbed his hands together. The crowd widened their eyes in disbelief. Was it really that simple? Soon, expressions of delight spread across their faces. If the questions were this easy, did that not mean they could all survive? Marvelous. 1 plus 1 equals 2. Chu Yang's face darkened, with so many people watching. Couldn't they at least ask a more challenging question? Congratulations, you answered correctly. How wonderful. The cloud platform boss danced with joy, nearly breaking into a jig. Now it's my turn. Quick, ask me, ask me. The man was bubbling with excitement, his heart racing incessantly. He was willing to tackle not just 1 plus 1, but any addition or subtraction within 5 digits. Anything beyond that would be beyond his educational level. However, the cloud platform boss was bound to ask something simple. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? What? The man was taken aback. Who could possibly answer that? Next question. How did the dinosaurs become extinct? If your girlfriend and your mistress fell into the water, who would you save first? Do you love your mother more or your father more? One impossible question after another was posed, leaving all 15 of them utterly defeated. The group stood in stunned silence, faces etched with despair. Why was it that he was asked about 1 plus 1, while they faced questions of monumental difficulty? Cough, cough. Chu Yang cleared his throat, feeling that the cloud platform boss had perhaps gone a bit too far. The owner of the cloud platform signaled instantaneously and stated, "You have not completed the bizarre task. As punishment, each person will receive a slap on the backside. The men can handle it themselves, while the women will let Chu." Sensing the deadly gaze of Chu Yang, the owner of the cloud platform quickly altered his words. For the women, I shall take care of it personally. Consequently, a group of individuals received a slap on their backsides, leaving them utterly speechless. At least they were still alive, weren't they? It was only now that they began to comprehend just how extraordinary this Chu Yang was. Onward, to the next. Chu Yang waved his hand. Making his way to the next hospital, a group of people exchanged glances, urging each other to follow. Such a rare opportunity to witness something so remarkable. Chu Yang is so handsome and so impressive. I wish to bear his children. Get lost. Chu Yang is my pillar of support. The crowd followed suit. At the second hospital, there were also individuals undertaking bizarre tasks. The hospital owner opened the back door wide, allowing Chu Yang to pass through effortlessly. The third. The fourth. By the time they completed the fourth hospital's bizarre task, a following of 50 or 60 individuals trailed behind Chu Yang. Their worldview crumbled repeatedly. What sort of bizarre tasks were these? Some asked simple arithmetic questions, while others instructed Chu Yang to perform squats. The hospital owner even stepped in to assist. There were instances where Chu Yang merely stepped through the door and completed the task, and one individual even claimed that Chu Yang's ability to breathe was impressive, which then led to completion. What on earth? Is this bizarre apocalypse of Chu Yang's truly the same apocalypse they are experiencing? Chapter 57. The third wave of the eerie apocalypse approaches. This group of individuals found themselves engulfed in astonishment, struggling to fathom how someone could attain such a formidable status in an uncanny apocalypse, akin to the formidable bosses within a video game. By the time they regained their composure and contemplated the possibility of ingratiating themselves with him for a more comfortable existence amidst the bizarre circumstances, Chu Yang had already acquired 4 hospitals and was well on his way. Upon returning to the night hospital, Chu Yang felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. With a modest expenditure, he had successfully taken ownership of these 4 sizable hospitals, akin to acquiring them for free. However, it was not entirely without merit. These hospitals were on the brink of bankruptcy, and he had merely extended a helping hand. Subsequently, Chu Yang sought out the Night Phantom hand. Once I have acquired the remaining 6 hospitals, I hope you can elevate the overall proficiency of these doctors, he expressed earnestly. Currently, the Erie High School is operating at a loss, yet the hospitals possess the potential for immediate profitability. I aspire for even greater earnings. While the system's 10,000-fold returns were undeniably gratifying, they paled in comparison to the allure of earning the formidable Erie coins. Rest assured, boss, there are still 6 hospitals left to acquire, and within those establishments, several of my friends possess medical skills that surpass those of ordinary practitioners, replied the Night Phantom hand. However, they may not heed your commands, and could potentially unify in opposition to you. Opposition? They must possess the capability to resist, Chu Yang chuckled lightly. His organization consisted of 4 peak-level Erie soldiers, easily capable of handling a few minor challenges. Just as he prepared to take action, a message suddenly resonated through the vast expanse of his mind. He exchanged a solemn glance with the Dark Knight Spectre, each perceiving a weighty concern reflected in the other's eyes. The third wave of the bizarre apocalypse was imminent. Chu Yang spoke softly, instilling a sense of urgency. He had originally planned to consolidate all hospitals in Yunming City into branches of the Dark Knight, preparing to face the impending third wave of the bizarre apocalypse. Yet he had not anticipated its arrival would come so swiftly. He recalled vividly how humanity's already limited living space had been further constricted. Nevertheless, many human powerhouses had also emerged. It appeared preparations needed to commence without delay. A message was dispatched, and the acting principal, Blood Butcher, and the Wilderness Count, the 3 bizarre entities, gathered behind Chu Yang. Boss, they chorused in unison. What about you? Chu Yang inquired. We were feeling quite stifled after the earlier encounter with the Dark Knight boss, the Wilderness Count replied, shaking his head. Ha ha ha. Then let us set forth. At the top-floor conference room of Yuming Hospital, 6 specters clad in white coats convened a meeting. Suddenly, one of the specters slammed the table with force. That Chu Yang is exceedingly arrogant. He dares to attempt a forcible acquisition of our hospital. Indeed, our hospital is not comparable to those on the brink of bankruptcy. We receive a substantial influx of Underworld currency each day. The assembly of specters voiced their agreement. Suddenly, one specter expressed concern. The Dark Knight boss is currently one of the most formidable specters in Yuming City, yet he mysteriously perished after attending the bizarre high school. Might we not be a match for Chu Yang? Fear not, the enigmatic owner of Yuming Hospital remarked with a faint smile. While I am unaware of the occurrences at the strange high school, it is evident that the Dark Knight owner did not meet his demise there. Not at the strange high school. Where, then, did he perish? The other enigmatic figures inquired, their curiosity piqued. He met his end at the Guiting Mall. As far as I know, Chu Yang is exceedingly affluent and a distinguished patron of the Guiting Mall. This establishment, akin to the Huangquan passenger transport, exists beyond the chaotic fluctuations of this bizarre apocalypse. The Dark Knight owner was foolish to stir trouble within the Guiting Mall. He deserved his fate, Yunming commented coolly. Moreover, to acquire our hospital, one must at least undertake the enigmatic tasks that we administer. The 5 hospitals are currently under my auspices, and together, we shall harness the collective intellect of our 6 enigmas to devise an extraordinarily challenging task, ensuring that Chu Yang enters but does not emerge. Upon hearing Yunming's words, the other 5 enigmatic figures erupted in laughter, their expressions relaxed. Indeed, the notion of the enigmatic tasks is crucial. Without passing their tasks, even if they were to eliminate them, acquisition would remain unattainable. For Chu Yang to proceed with the acquisition, he must engage in the enigmatic tasks. Yuming chuckled ominously, amused both by Chu Yang's overconfidence and by the folly of the five fools. It was unexpected that his mere suggestion would lead them to place the hospitals under his name. The fact that they are now under his name signifies that he has successfully completed the enigmatic tasks of these 5 hospitals. Once the matter concerning Chu Yang is resolved, expelling these 5 foolish entities will render all 5 hospitals under my control. How delightful! Let us proceed to the bizarre location and send a note to Chu Yang. During our journey, a set of rules suddenly materialized, transforming into a note that appeared in Chu Yang's hand. You are to immediately proceed to Yuming Hospital within half an hour to complete a peculiar task concerning the cries of a soul. How audacious, boss! We should simply eliminate the owners of those 6 hospitals and be done with it. What a hassle! The acting principal grumbled. Having just ascended to the pinnacle of the bizarre soldiers, he had yet to endure the harsh realities of society and thus displayed an air of arrogance. Unlike Blood Butcher and Count of the Wasteland, who, having been tempered by society's trials, exhibited a greater composure. This is a challenge to me. So I shall meet it head-on, Chu Yang remarked indifferently. Boss, you must not. Any bizarre task carries inherent dangers, the acting principal urged urgently. The acting principal is correct. We could indeed cultivate the Dark Knight Hospital, leveraging our medical expertise and substantial finances to gradually encroach upon the operational space of those 6 hospitals. In due course, they will find themselves overwhelmed and will seek us out, the Count of the Wasteland slowly articulated, drawing from his experience managing the wilderness manor. Thus possessing some acumen in commercial affairs. We do not have the luxury of time, Chu Yang replied, shaking his head. Previously, he would have opted for such a cautious approach, as it seemed the most prudent. However, with the imminent arrival of the 3rd wave of bizarre apocalypse, it was imperative to secure all hospitals in Yuming City in advance, for this represented a tremendous opportunity. After the arrival of the 3rd wave of the eerie apocalypse, the battles between the sinister entities grew increasingly frequent and brutal, with countless of them sustaining injuries daily. This was all due to the dark and ominous Underworld currency. Who would refuse such a thing? Chapter 58. Narrative-driven eerie mission, then we shall accompany you, Blood Butcher declared. That won't do. It is perilous for you to enter as well. I shall go alone, Chu Yang replied, shaking his head. He possessed a trump card. His right hand could withstand a rule-based attack, which had long been refreshed. What was there to fear? Having made up his mind, he swiftly arrived at Yuming Hospital with 3 eerie entities in tow. You all wait for me outside, he instructed before stepping inside. The owner of Yunming and 5 other eerie beings had been waiting for quite some time. Welcome, Boss Chu, to Yunming Hospital, the owner greeted with a smile. Enough with the pleasantries. Take me straight to the eerie mission. The sooner it's completed, the sooner I can acquire your hospital, Chu Yang said boldly. You seem quite confident. Boss Chu, please, follow me, the owner of Yunming replied with a faint smile, leading Chu Yang to the entrance of the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was entirely different from the 1st and 2nd floors, though all were shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. The 3rd floor bore a unique quality that evoked a chilling sense of dread. The 2nd floor was saturated with a ghostly essence. But the nature of the 3rd floor was indiscernible to Chu Yang, though it felt somewhat like a spectral chill. If Blood Butcher were present, he could likely identify it at a glance. Allow me to introduce you. This 3rd floor is the most bizarre level of Yunming Hospital. Across the entire Yunming city, our 3rd floor is renowned for its strangeness. Consequently, we have refrained from conducting any operations here, for this level is haunted. The proprietor Yuming spoke ominously. Disturbing, isn't it? Aren't you the very essence of disturbance? What further commotion could there possibly be? Chu Yang voiced his confusion. It is not we who are the disturbances, but rather the true, intangible specters that can instill terror to the point of death, Yuming asserted emphatically. The other 5 fearsome proprietors instinctively took a step back, seemingly gripped by a palpable dread of this floor. Ghosts. Chu Yang was taken aback. Such a novel term. The fearsome spirits were, in fact, afraid of the formidable ghosts. What manner of situation was this? Ordinary fearsome spirits also dread the vitality of humans, while humans themselves fear the genuine ghosts. This implies that ghosts are the natural adversaries of both humans and fearsome spirits. Yet, Chu Yang remained skeptical. In this bizarre apocalypse, rules reign supreme. It is likely that what is termed as ghosts is merely an offshoot of these rules. Yunming had been observing Chu Yang's expression and noted the absence of any fear. He couldn't help but marvel at the fact that someone could be unafraid of ghosts. Previously, Humans who had come to undertake eerie tasks had perished from fright even before entering the third-floor threshold. This eerie task followed a narrative structure and comprised 3 distinct rules. Rule 1. Identify the true ghost. Rule 2. Departure from the confines of the third floor is strictly prohibited. Rule 3. Sleep is forbidden. Upon hearing this, Chuyang nodded in understanding. Eerie tasks are generally categorized into 2 types. One is rule-based, characterized by numerous regulations and layers of peril, where each element is intricately connected. The second is narrative-driven, wherein the rules are relatively straightforward, primarily confining certain parameters, with dangers arising from the task content itself. Neither type is inherently simpler than the other. Both are fraught with peril. Chuyang, please proceed, Yunming invited. Having completed the task, we await you at the entrance. Should you fail, I shall collect your remains. Boss Yunming no longer conceals his murderous intent. There is a kernel of truth in Chu Yang's thoughts. Even the spirits are tethered to rules. As the proprietor of Yuming Hospital, he possesses absolute control over the establishment and is undoubtedly aware of the nature of this peculiar task. Frankly, were it not for his dominion over the entire hospital, attempting to fulfill this bizarre mission would be a perilous endeavor. Upon entering the third floor, Chuyang was met with an astonishing transformation as night gave way to day. He contemplated the rules and drew 2 conclusions. Firstly, finding the ghost is exceedingly challenging, likely accompanied by a potent sense of deception. Should he mistakenly identify the wrong entity, he would fail, but identifying the right one would lead to success. Secondly, slumber is not an option. As the strange mission progresses, weariness is likely to beckon. Thus, Chuyang must conserve his strength to avoid exhaustion. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from an office at the end of the corridor. Intrigued, Chuyang approached and opened the door. In this unfolding narrative, he appeared as an outsider, impervious to detection. "Doctor, please save my daughter," a woman implored, accompanied by a girl who seemed to have just crossed the threshold of 18. At first glance, Chuyang was captivated by the young woman. She was exquisite. Never had he encountered such breathtaking beauty. In comparison, even the luminaries of human society, like Reba and Demime, seemed almost inconsequential next to her. The physician, a middle-aged man in his 40s, adjusted his glasses and scrutinized the young woman before him, his fingers deftly dancing across the keyboard. "First, let's draw some blood and then conduct a full-body CT scan. A payment of 3,000 is required up front," he stated. Chuyang found himself at a loss for words, musing on the rather typical backdrop of human society. The immediate insistence on blood tests and CT scans was rather distinctive. 3,000? Why is it so expensive? The woman's complexion shifted slightly. "It is a standard fee. I need to ascertain the cause of your child's condition." The doctor replied. "Doctor, could you possibly make an exception? I do not have that much money." "After this payment, further treatment will become exceedingly difficult," the woman said awkwardly. The doctor examined the young woman once more and then nodded. "I can offer a discount. The fee will be reduced to 1,000. "Go ahead." "All right," she responded. After a brief interval, the doctor received the report. Chuyang approached from behind, observing as the doctor slowly typed the diagnosis into the medical record. "Your child has been diagnosed with Kabuki syndrome, which is characterized by intellectual disability and requires prolonged treatment," the doctor remarked with a furrowed brow. "Will long-term treatment be costly?" "I do not have that much money," the woman expressed her concern. "Rest assured, this condition is exceedingly rare, and we find it holds significant research value. Hence we will provide treatment free of charge," the doctor replied with a smile. Chuyang immediately discerned that the doctor was being disingenuous. Typically, individuals with Kabuki syndrome possess striking beauty, yet exhibit an intellectual capacity akin to that of a 3-year-old child. Although rare, it had been thoroughly researched long ago. Most crucially, there were no known medical interventions. Yet, this doctor claimed otherwise. "Nini, please heed the doctor's advice," he urged. Having spoken, the woman turned and walked away, leaving only the doctor and Nini in the ward. The doctor adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold, eerie light. "Lie down. I shall examine you," he said softly, forcing a gentle smile. Chapter 59. Who is the true phantom? Chuyang wished to intervene but felt utterly powerless. As he watched the unfolding scene, he was merely an observer, helplessly witnessing the doctor's indecency towards the beautiful girl with an intellect akin to that of a 3-year-old. After the ordeal, the doctor settled into a chair and retrieved a notebook. Chuyang leaned in to see, catching only a glimpse of a single line. "Is human nature innately good or innately evil? Perhaps she could serve as a subject for research." The doctor appeared quite taken by this notion, pondering it for a considerable time. The scene then shifted to an exceedingly peculiar ward. The moment Chu Yang entered, he nearly retched at the sight before him. The floor was strewn with severed limbs and arms, exhibiting horrific signs of human dismemberment. Even with 2 lifetimes of experience, he had never encountered such a gruesome spectacle. Instinctively, he took a step back, only to stumble over a dismembered thigh. Thud. Chu Yang lost his balance and fell into a pool of blood. Wait, something was amiss. A critical thought struck him. How could he, an outsider, be interacting with these tangible entities? Could it be? Suddenly, a crackling sound emitted from the overhead lights, which began to flicker erratically, alternating between bright and dim at an alarming speed. In a daze, Chu Yang perceived a multitude of shadows surrounding him, accompanied by the sound of soft sobbing. Was this the manifestation of ghosts? Before he could react, a bloodied hand seized his neck from behind. Instinctively, Chu Yang attempted to summon his powers, only to realize that here, he was merely an ordinary person. Indeed, the bizarre tasks of a narrative nature were far more peculiar than those governed by rules. In this realm, regardless of one's formidable prowess, one would be reduced to an ordinary being or a mere specter under the constraints of the situation. The flickering lights intensified, and the shadows howled like haunted souls, crawling upon Chu Yang like cockroaches. In an instant, he felt their agony, his heart nearly succumbing to the overwhelming pressure. In a fleeting memory, he recalled that they had all been mercilessly torn apart while still alive. The immense pain threatened to engulf him. Were they truly ghosts? Should he acknowledge them as such? If he remained silent, would he perish here? Unbeknownst to him, a force was subtly manipulating Chu Yang's mind, compelling him to declare them as ghosts. To utter that they were ghosts would seemingly bring an end to this absurd and uncanny predicament. Cold sweat cascaded down his brow, as his subconscious vehemently resisted. It was impossible. These could not be genuine ghosts. It could not be so simple. The figures of Ni and the doctor had yet to appear. How could these be authentic spirits? Was this a mere bait? Yet, the bloodied hand pried open Chu Yang's mouth, and ghostly hands invaded, seizing his tongue, forcing him to utter that answer. This was not a riddle to be solved. It was a coercion. Chu Yang rose to his feet, shaking his neck in defiance. Just moments ago, I nearly succumbed to these entities. To label them as ghosts could lead to dire consequences, yet to deny their spectral nature would surely breach the rules. Had it not been for the presence of the errant right hand, I might have met my demise. Hold on. The errant right hand possesses the ability to nullify a rule-based attack. It couldn't have been expended just now, could it? After a careful assessment, I exhaled in relief upon realizing that the ability had not been consumed, merely depleting a portion of its strength, which could easily be replenished with some spirit coins. Once my composure was regained, I couldn't help but marvel at the intensity of this lethal aura. Had an ordinary person found themselves in this predicament, they would undoubtedly be coerced into affirming that these phantasms are indeed true ghosts. Upon reflection, however, there seems to be a glimmer of hope. Perhaps these apparitions are mere illusions and do not genuinely compel one to declare them as ghosts. If one can withstand the pressure, they might emerge unscathed from this perilous situation. Yet, those capable of bearing such burdens are exceedingly rare. It is no wonder that Boss Yuming exudes such confidence. The scene faded, only to be reformed anew. The doctor stood with his back to me, engaged in conversation with an individual. I attempted to approach and discern the identity of this person, but found myself rooted to the spot, immobile, only able to glimpse their arm and hear the doctor's voice, while the other remained silent. In the midst of their dialogue, I noticed the individual occasionally scratching their arm with a fingertip. Is it really so? So it is. I had not anticipated that she would inherit your virtues. Indeed, it is a delightful development. Perhaps my research may finally reach a definitive conclusion. Suddenly, the scene shifted once more, revealing a moment that left me wide-eyed in astonishment. In the scene, a doctor patiently instructs Nini on the use of a chainsaw. It is truly a mere instruction on its operation, devoid of any ulterior guidance. The scene shifts again, revealing a hospital room where a dozen or so living souls huddle in the corners. Nini, wielding a chainsaw, embarks on a frenzied slaughter. After the initial shock, Chu Yang falls into silence. He begins to grasp the essence of the doctor's research. In the doctor's perspective, humanity is inherently malevolent. Conventional studies could not yield such a conclusion, as a 3-year-old child is incapable of committing murder. Neither could research on individuals with intellectual disabilities arrive at such a finding, since very few possess the cognitive capacity of someone under 3 years old, with most being around 7 or 8. Thus, Nini is the perfect subject. as Kabuki syndrome grants her the strength of an adult while her intellect remains at the level of a 3-year-old. Does this not exemplify the notion that humans are inherently evil? The doctor merely educated Nini on the operation of the chainsaw. Yet she autonomously inflicted harm upon these unfortunate individuals. Chiang's previous animosity towards the ghostly figures dissipates. They are merely pitiable souls. In the scene, it is uncertain whether Nini, exhausted from holding the chainsaw, scratches her arm with her index finger. In the next moment, Chiang suddenly feels the world spin around him. Upon closing and reopening his eyes, he finds himself bound to a hospital bed, no longer an outsider but a participant in this grim tableau. The pungent odor of antiseptic invades his nostrils. The sound of the chainsaw revving fills the air as Chiang struggles to turn his head, discovering Nini advancing toward him, chainsaw in hand, with deliberate steps. The 5-meter distance could be traversed in mere strides, yet time seems to stretch interminably, an overwhelming pressure weighing upon Chiang. He has now become the lamb awaiting slaughter. In less than 5 seconds, he would become a mere specter in Nini's grasp. With the situation having escalated to this point, this peculiar narrative-driven task ought to reach its conclusion. Those phantoms were not true apparitions. They were merely unfortunate souls who had suffered grievously. The genuine malevolence lay within Nini, whose nature was fundamentally wicked. Chiang had witnessed her expressionless cruelty towards countless victims. As each second ticked away, it felt as though the rules were deliberately stretching time, compelling Chiang to utter the words that Nini was the true demon. Yet, Chiang remained resolute in his silence. After experiencing the initial encounter with the specters, he had grown remarkably composed, his thoughts undisturbed by the unfolding narrative. Was Nini truly a demon? She may possess a profound wickedness, but was she the most malevolent being within this hospital? Perhaps not. Even as the rules sought to prolong time, there existed a limit, and ultimately, Nini stood before Chiang, brandishing a chainsaw. Chiang, wide-eyed, felt no trace of fear. He trusted his judgment, even if he were to misjudge. The presence of his enigmatic right hand provided solace. The chainsaw descended violently, yet it did not strike Chiang. The scene shifted once more, revealing a laboratory. A doctor, brimming with excitement, clutched a research report poised for publication, his exuberance palpable. At last, he had achieved success. His findings would astonish the entire world. This conundrum, which had plagued humanity for millennia, was finally resolved in his hands. Human nature is inherently evil. He cackled maniacally, envisioning his ascent to fame as a pivotal figure in the annals of research history. His groundbreaking discovery would etch his name into the chronicles of time. Chiang's expression was a tapestry of complexity. When it comes to malevolence, the doctor surpassed Nini by unfathomable degrees. To violate a girl with an intelligence quotient below 3, to imprison numerous innocents, and to instruct Nini in the use of a chainsaw. These are the reasons Chiang refrained from declaring Nini as a true specter. The doctor was far more terrifying than Nini. In the unfolding narrative, the doctor did not achieve the historical renown he envisioned, nor did he ascend to the heights of academic brilliance. Instead, enraged crowds stormed the hospital, brutally taking his life. His research had leaked, igniting public unrest and fury, leading to his gruesome demise at the hands of a frenzied mob. Following this incident, the hospital fell into despondency at an astonishing pace, ultimately succumbing to abandonment. With the arrival of a bizarre apocalypse, it metamorphosed into the infamous Yuming Li Hospital. The third floor, steeped in this dark legacy, became known as the notorious ghostly level, feared even by the supernatural. At times, the most terrifying entities are not the phantoms themselves, but the hearts of men. The scene concluded. Yet Chiang remained ensnared in the enigmatic task. It seemed the rules awaited his verdict on a profound question. Who, indeed, is the true specter? The apparitions were not. For Nini's malevolence eclipsed theirs. Nini herself was not the true specter, for the doctor embodied a greater evil. The real identity of the ghost was none other than Nini's mother. Chiang was resolute, even contemplating foregoing the use of his anomalous right hand to negate the rule's assault, for he brimmed with confidence. Was the doctor the ultimate embodiment of malevolence? Not at all. The true source of evil lay with Nini's mother. This conclusion was not revealed through the narrative's imagery, but rather deduced from subtle hints scattered throughout the tale. From the very beginning, Chiang felt a sense of unease. Ni was afflicted with Kabuki syndrome. Although her mother might not know the precise name of the ailment, she surely understood its implications. Ni possessed the intellect of a 3-year-old, a fact her mother was undoubtedly aware of. How could she possibly entrust her mentally deficient child to the care of a hospital alone? However, This was not the crux of Chu Yang's concern. What truly sparked his apprehension was witnessing a doctor conversing with another individual, their back turned to him. The stranger had slender arms and, while speaking, would absent-mindedly scratch their arm with their index finger. Strikingly, Ni also scratched her arm with her finger while enacting a gruesome scene with a chainsaw in the hospital room. What is most formidable in a child with the intellect of a 3-year-old? Their capacity for imitation is unparalleled. A toddler can watch a distorted cartoon and mimic the same contorted expressions. What a terrifying ability to learn. Thus, the question arises, is humanity inherently malevolent? Children are born without an understanding of the concept of murder. How could they commit such heinous acts? Especially with such cold detachment as to slay dozens without so much as a blink? Even the most monstrous beings could not achieve that. The only plausible explanation is imitation. It is her mother who is the root of all evil. Her mother led Ni to mimic murder, which in turn fostered a misguided perception in the doctor, culminating in the tragic loss of countless lives. This is the ultimate truth. Chu Yang refrained from articulating the reasoning behind his deductions, yet he comprehended the entire framework. He stirred momentarily before falling silent. Congratulations on completing this peculiar narrative task, earning the skill, Eye of Delusion. Effect of the Eye of Delusion skill, the ability to see through all illusions. Using it once results in ocular bleeding, while using it twice causes the eyes to explode. One may offset the effects once with 10,000 ghost coins. The voice of the rules echoed in Chu Yang's mind, and a look of delight crossed his face. Yet another unranked arcane skill, akin to the Black Death's spectral eyes. The Black Death's spectral eyes could discern the deathly aura surrounding individuals or malevolent spirits, unveiling their true cultivation levels. In contrast, the Eye of Void could penetrate all mists of illusion. In other words, had he possessed this arcane skill beforehand, would he have needed to endure such complications to undertake this peculiar task? A mere glance through the Eye of Void would suffice. An extraordinary ability, albeit at an extraordinary cost of 10,000 ghost coins to negate one instance of side effects. In this bizarre apocalyptic world, 99% of individuals or malevolent spirits could scarcely afford it. Only Chu Yang could bear such an expense. It must be said that this narrative-driven arcane task presented the most formidable peril he had encountered since his rebirth. With twists and hallucinations, the ultimate outcome was favorable. He acquired the Eye of Void. He relished such functional arcane skills, as they bore no restrictions on rank, available to both the common folk and the arcane sovereigns alike. At the entrance to the 3rd floor, the boisterous laughter of Boss Yunming resonated. Ah, what a flourishing Chu boss. In my view, this arcane task has amalgamated the wisdom of our 6 spirits. Moreover, the background story of the 3rd floor has long been disclosed. Whoever dares to enter shall meet their demise within. Not even Chu Yang is exempt. It has been half an hour, and he has yet to emerge. He must surely be dead inside. Boss Yuming laughed heartily, his face aglow with anticipation. His zenith was approaching, with Chu Yang's demise. The Dark Knight boss reveled, for Chu Yang's downfall meant that the other 5 hospitals would now be under his name. Who in the medical realm of Yuming City can withstand his advance? He shall unify the healthcare sector, counting his riches daily to the point of exhaustion, and subsequently invade the already unified education sector of Chuyang, ultimately becoming a formidable figure. Opportunities are peculiar. Seizing them can lead to remarkable ascension. Inform the 3 peak entities outside to convene at the entrance on the 3rd floor. With Chuyang deceased, I may be able to enlist their services. The proprietor of Yunming remarked with a smile. Chapter 61. Unification of Yunming City's medical sector. Very well. The 5 formidable proprietors excitedly rushed to the entrance of Yunming Hospital. With Chuyang gone, their hospitals could finally rest easy. Upon exiting the hospital, they beheld 3 silhouettes standing resolutely amidst the thick darkness, radiating an overwhelming aura. What are you? One of the formidable proprietors stammered, intimidated by their presence. What nonsense are you uttering? Blood Butcher frowned. The proprietor nearly collapsed in fear. His cultivation was not weak, having reached the latter stages of the peculiar soldier realm, yet he found himself overwhelmed by the pressure emanating from them. However, upon seeing his 4 companions, he mustered a semblance of courage. Your boss is dead. He perished during an enigmatic mission. A silence ensued, as the formidable proprietor did not witness any signs of panic from Blood Butcher and his companions. On the contrary, the pressure they exuded intensified. Dead? I would say it is you who are on the brink of demise. How absurd. Could Boss Chu truly perish in such a wretched place? He is the man destined to lead us to greatness. You dare curse our boss. 3 cunning individuals, one after another, left the formidable boss utterly bewildered with their scathing remarks. He truly perished. Join us, and you shall see, they asserted. Another formidable boss wiped the cold sweat from his brow and remarked, very well, I shall accompany you. Bloodslaughter spoke nonchalantly. They were unperturbed by the potential dangers, after all. Eerie tasks come with a cool-down period. Given their prowess, as long as they refrained from entering such tasks, who among the denizens of Yuming Hospital could possibly threaten them? At the entrance of the third floor, the proprietor of Yuming lounged comfortably at the window, rummaging through his pocket for a crumpled pack of cigarettes. Upon inspection, he discovered only a single cigarette remained. Curse this damned eerie marketplace. What insanity drives them to hoard cigarettes, depleting the entire city's supply? He vented. By the time the Starfall Tower produces sufficient raw materials, who knows how long we shall have to wait? Cursing under his breath, he extracted the last cigarette, which was also crumpled, with many of the ghostly tobacco strands spilling out. Oh well, eliminating Chu Yang is indeed a cause for celebration. I shall indulge in this cigarette to heighten the occasion. The proprietor of Yunming, with a contented demeanor, placed the cigarette's filter in his mouth. In the next moment, a hand reached over and snatched the crumpled cigarette away, replacing it with a straight, pristine one. This one is wrinkled and unpleasant to smoke. Try this brand new one instead, Chu Yang whispered softly in the proprietor's ear. The expression of the Yunming boss brightened. Young brother, you truly understand. After savoring a delightful puff, his countenance gradually grew heavy, tinged with an air of trepidation. Who is this person? The 5 formidable bosses have ventured out, and now Chu Yang has perished within the eerie task. Who else is there? Is it a ghost? Is the third floor haunted to the entrance? Boss Yunming mechanically turned around, producing a creaking sound, and then beheld Chu Yang. A ghost! Boss Yunming screamed, the shriek startling Chu Yang considerably. Eerie! A ghost! Eerie! Each of them echoed the other's cries until Boss Yunming's throat grew hoarse, his expression one of helpless despair. Impossible. You cannot succeed in such a bizarre task. Its difficulty exceeds 95% of all surreal missions. After several shouts, Boss Yuming finally realized that Chu Yang was indeed a genuine person, not a specter. Nothing is impossible. I have long declared that your hospital will inevitably be mine, Chu Yang grinned. At that moment, 5 other formidable bosses of the eerie realm, accompanied by the Blood Butcher, approached the entrance and spotted Chu Yang. A ghost. Eerie. A ghost. Silence. Blood Butcher could no longer contain himself and struck out. Each of the 5 eerie bosses received a slap, their expressions suddenly clear. They mirrored Boss Yuming's disbelief that Chu Yang had emerged alive from such a bizarre task. I told you, my brother could never perish here. If you still doubt, you deserve the slap. Count Wilds approached the 5 eerie figures and commanded loudly, stand straight. Attention, and you, come here as well. Count Wilds tugged at Boss Yuming's ear, lining them up together. At 18, they battled like ants, 5 layers of humiliation, each more demeaning than the last. In the eyes of Li Gui, there was a profound sorrow and resentment. As the proprietor of the hospital, he had never been subjected to such indignity. Now that I have completed the bizarre tasks you set before me, it is time to address the matter at hand. I intend to acquire your hospital. Those who oppose will face immediate demise. Let us begin with the bidding, Chu Yang stated nonchalantly. Li Gui dared not resist and commenced the bidding. Yuming Hospital offers 20 million yen coins, the owner of Yuming announced. Very well, here are your 2,000. Chu Yang replied, tossing the coins into the face of the Yunming owner, then producing the transfer contract. I meant 20 million, not 2,000. The Yunming owner exclaimed in shock. Overwhelmed with despair, the Yunming owner realized why Chu Yang had spared their lives. He intended to humiliate them thoroughly. A demon. This man was indeed a demon. Ultimately, the Yunming owner signed the contract. I demand 10 million yen coins. You're 1,000. I require 8 million. You're 800. I seek 6 million. You're 600. I insist on 4 million. You're 400. The process of signing the contracts progressed swiftly until it reached the final participant. The last owner of Li Gui, with his eyes darting about, thought to himself that since they were all destined for ruin, why not bid higher and secure a greater share for himself? I demand 5 billion. Very well, I shall grant you 50 slaps, Chu Yang replied with a nod. And, before the last owner could finish his protest, Chu Yang's hand struck him, and by the 3rd blow, he was reduced to mere ashes. The remaining 5 cunning bosses felt a sense of relief. Although the hospital had been given away for free, at least they were still alive. Take care. I shan't see you off, said Chu Yang, holding 6 contracts with a calm demeanor. You won't seek revenge on us, will you? inquired the former owner, Yuan. No, go on, be on your way, replied Chu Yang, waving his hand, as rules began to materialize around them. Upon witnessing the emergence of these rules, the 5 cunning individuals fled at once, their speed impressive. Brother, your recent oath has taken form. Should you slay them, you will face repercussions, warned Count Wilderness. It was you who killed them, not I. Why should I fear? Chu Yang shrugged nonchalantly. Very well. The acting principal pursued swiftly, eager for the opportunity to impress Chu Yang. 3 days later, under Chu Yang's relentless efforts, the hospital group, led by the Night Hospital, had been thoroughly organized. All 10 hospitals had been renamed as branches of the Night Hospital. Chapter 62. Boss, we volunteered for overtime. It has been 3 days. What is the current revenue situation? Chu Yang inquired. The day before yesterday, we changed the names of the other hospitals and dispatched medical staff to advertise. After the consolidation yesterday, we officially commenced operations. Including the main Night Hospital, we now have a total of 11 hospitals, and our earnings yesterday amounted to 100,000 Underworld coins. Based on my estimates, once the third wave of the bizarre apocalypse strikes, this figure could multiply tenfold, reported the highly professional Night Ghost Hand. Earning such a sum of Underworld coins in a single day is already quite commendable. What about improving the medical skills of the other doctors? Chu Yang asked. Excellent. He nodded in satisfaction as he arrived at the bizarre high school, gathering all the faculty and staff. Ladies and gentlemen, previously, the hospital's capacity was insufficient, resulting in many employees being unable to receive treatment for their injuries. However, I have now unified the medical community in Yuming City. When you require medical attention, simply bring your work ID and proceed directly to the Night Hospital or its branch, where you will receive free treatment. I assure you that my words will be fulfilled. The medical insurance has already been established, and the next step is to implement various insurance types for all of you, including work injury insurance, pension insurance, and maternity insurance. Chu Yang proclaimed. Establishing these insurances necessitates the unification of the insurance industry in Yuming City, which is no simple task. The faculty members were momentarily taken aback, then erupted into thunderous cheers. Our boss is incredible. Ha ha ha. This is fantastic. Free treatment. Our boss possesses immense power. The boss has now unified the educational and medical sectors of Yunming City. When will he unify the entire city and beyond? I have resolved to work overtime to express my gratitude to the boss. Amidst a flurry of excited chatter, Chu Yang only caught the phrase work overtime. His expression darkened, and he sternly declared, in my organization, overtime is strictly prohibited. If discovered, a fine of 1,000 dark coins will be imposed. Dissolution on the spot. Later that night, approximately 30 faculty members gathered at the school entrance. Today, I truly went for treatment. I was personally attended to by the Night Ghost Hand. And without spending a single coin, my long-standing ailment was cured. I visited the branch. The previous patient could not endure and passed away, but I managed to hold on. Indeed, we are all in the same boat. Boss Chu has been exceedingly generous to us, with only 8 hours of work per day. A 4-day work week followed by 3 days off. He has even implemented free medical insurance for us, and we must find a way to repay his kindness. Absolutely. When Boss Chu says no overtime, does that mean we cannot work extra hours? We clandestinely extend our hours to construct an even more extraordinary high school, as a means of expressing our gratitude to Boss Chu. The murmurs of a group of faculty members attracted a throng of lost souls and eerie spirits. Poor specters, compelled to toil late into the night. One spirit lamented, "How fortunate you are, having only 14 hours of work during the day, with ample time to rest in the evening. Pray tell, my friend, in which peculiar setting do you labor? Do share, so we might avoid any misfortune." A multitude of forlorn spirits gazed upon the educators with pitiful eyes. What do you mean? We are voluntarily working overtime, one educator asserted. Voluntary overtime? Have you all lost your senses? A spirit hanging by a noose replied incredulously. Is it truly possible for spirits to willingly take on extra work? What is your salary? Inquired the educator. I earn a substantial 800 ghost coins a month, declared a spirit in a suit who had just finished his shift, puffing out his chest with pride. I am the lowest paid in our group, receiving a mere 10,000 ghost coins a month, an educator remarked nonchalantly. What? 10,000 ghost coins? Surely you jest. Can it be that you are deceiving us? The lost souls and eerie spirits could hardly believe their ears. As a result, the faculty members pooled their salaries without a hint of fear. Within their ranks, including Boss Chu, there were 4 formidable figures at the pinnacle of their craft, along with no fewer than 50 others of equal caliber. Who would dare to rob them? The spirits of the wild and forlorn stood agape, their eyes wide with astonishment. Each of them received a salary of 10,000 Underworld coins. My heavens! How long is the shortest working hour among you? The faculty continued to inquire. The same well-dressed figure among them replied with pride, I only need to work 14 hours. Many of my peers work 20. He boasted of his esteemed position, earning the envy of many. What is there to be proud of? We only work 8 hours a day. The faculty members reveled in their own accomplishments. Their boss mandated that once the 8 hours were up, regardless of the workload, they must leave immediately to rest. The spirits were left in disbelief. Did these entities truly reside in hell, yet only toil for 8 hours daily? Do you often work overtime? The faculty pressed on. We frequently do, came the reply, sometimes without a moment's rest, working for an entire month straight. Some spirits shed tears of anguish at this revelation. Our boss has declared that his organization forbids overtime. Anyone who does so is fined 1,000 Underworld coins. Do you grasp the significance of such a statement? The faculty brimmed with a sense of superiority. Better to be a ghost than to suffer as a lesser spirit, they mused. It must be painful. We are now beings of a different realm. The restless spirits and strange apparitions were filled with envy, and a few of them astutely posed a question. Since your boss has decreed a prohibition on overtime, why do you still work extra hours? We are more than willing to undertake a bit of extra work. Our employer has provided us with health insurance, ensuring that all ailments, regardless of their nature or timing, are treated free of charge. We wish to express our gratitude to our boss, and this is the only means available to us, lamented the faculty members. The apparitions were instantly moved to tears. Free health care. Unlimited treatment. Could such a statement truly be uttered in this realm? Who among us is unaware that seeking medical attention can lead to financial ruin? Yet, in Yuming City, such a place exists where one can receive complimentary medical care simply by being employed. How delightful is that? My friends, lend me a hand. I yearn to join you as a colleague. Indeed, in comparison to your lives, mine feels like a descent into the depths of despair. Please, grant me a way in. I feel as though ants are crawling all over me. The spirits were nearly frenzied in their desire to join Chu Yang's group. We cannot take the lead. When we return to work tomorrow, you might inquire at the Eerie High School and the Dark Knight Hospital about the peculiar affairs. The faculty members suggested before slipping into the enigmatic high school. They silently toiled until the early hours of the morning and then gathered together to exclaim loudly. We are working overtime. Boss Chu, come and punish us. We have each prepared a fine of 1,000 ghostly coins. Chu Yang, having finally settled into a peaceful slumber, was abruptly awakened, feeling a mix of bewilderment and despair. What on earth is happening? Chapter 63, the third wave of the eerie apocalypse approaches. What is the situation outside? Chu Yang summoned Blood Sun, who, due to their contractual bond, could be called upon at any moment. Notably, Blood Sun, a gifted anomaly, had already reached the early stages of the ghost soldier rank, and it was likely that he would soon surpass his father, Principal Chu. There is a large group of faculty members working overtime outside. They have been at it for 6 continuous hours, and now they are clamoring about fines. Having even prepared ghost money for the purpose, Blood Sun reported swiftly. Chu Yang pondered, do capitalists in human society particularly relish treating their workers like cattle? However, he was not inclined to engage in such practices. Impose fines on all of them and warn them against future occurrences, he instructed. Moments later, the outside fell silent. The following morning at 10 o'clock, the office was filled with a cacophony of voices as Shaoli, the night ghost hand, Yuan Shu, and others arrived. Boss, we have a grave situation. This morning, a multitude of anomalies gathered at the entrance of our strange high school and the night hospital, all eager to work with us. Shaoli exclaimed rapidly. How many are there in total? If the number is manageable, we can absorb them. The hospital is in dire need of manpower, Chu Yang inquired. Rough estimates suggest that the number has already exceeded 500. The acting principal swallowed hard. Chu Yang felt a wave of anxiety. Absorbing more than 500 individuals was an insurmountable task. He was already contemplating the establishment of an insurance company. However, navigating the realm of insurance in this bizarre apocalypse would prove challenging, akin to dealing with the likes of the Supreme Bank and the Underworld Transport, which were considered formidable giants in various industries. Even if one were to establish an insurance company and lavishly invest funds, it would be impossible to circumvent the existing insurance firms. With this thought, Chu Yang suddenly rose, his brow arching in realization. Who said this approach is unfeasible? I shall first found an insurance company and then recklessly expend ghostly currency to engage in a price war with the established companies. Afterward, all shall fall into place, and the future will be secured. Boss, you are truly remarkable. I knew you would have something to say, so I stood up first, Yuan Shu exclaimed with fervor. In his mind, Chu Yang had become akin to a deity. What is it? At the Starfall Tower, a considerable number of sinister entities and humans have gathered. I received this information and specifically came to inform you, Yuan Shu replied respectfully. Starfall Tower? What is that place? And why are so many individuals and sinister beings congregating there? Chu Yang inquired, somewhat perplexed. Before the onset of the eerie apocalypse, Starfall Tower was merely a vast meteorite crater. Following the arrival of the eerie apocalypse, it transformed into the Starfall Tower, which is a colossal ancient edifice built atop the meteorite pit, reminiscent of the ancient city towers of our human civilization. It stands as the sole site in Yunming City where the ethereal Huazi tobacco is produced. The Eerie Court Mall seems to be in a frenzy, gathering a substantial workforce and offering remuneration exceeding the market rate by 10%. Thus, the area is now a peculiar realm where humans and sinister beings coexist harmoniously. Yuan Shu quickly elucidated. After listening to his explanation, Chu Yang resumed his seat. He still wondered what was happening, as he had not informed them of the events transpiring at the mysterious court mall. The actions of the mall were merely a means to expedite their own agenda, unworthy of concern. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached swiftly, followed by Xiao Xiao bursting through the door in a flurry. Boss Chu, something grave is about to unfold. Our leader, Yi Wuyo, has sent me to inform you that the third wave of the bizarre apocalypse is imminent, Xiao Xiao exclaimed. Just days prior, he had received this foreboding sensation. Nearly all the entities of the strange apocalypse were aware of it. Glancing at his watch, Xiao Xiao's expression turned to one of astonishment. Do you realize the third wave of the bizarre apocalypse will descend in 10 seconds? What? In 10 seconds? Chu Yang stood up, his face a mask of shock. Is it really that urgent? Wait, how does Yi Wuyo know this? Chu Yang questioned rapidly. In the midst of his words, the 10 seconds had already elapsed. The sky outside darkened at a terrifying speed, and in a mere instant, visibility was utterly obliterated. No. There was no concept of complete darkness. The entire world seemed to plunge into an abyss of nothingness. What is nothingness? One eye opened, while the other remained closed. The closed eye represented the void. Before Chu Yang could fully process his astonishment, the ground trembled violently, accompanied by a cacophony that seemed to echo with the arrival of countless unknown entities and structures into this realm. This state persisted for a good 10 minutes, until the void gradually dissipated. The sky brightened, as if a colossal tear had been rent, beginning to brew an immense surge of energy. That was the essence of the bizarre fate. It was grander than anything we had ever encountered at our school. Shaoli was rendered speechless, struck by astonishment. Chu Yang, too, was left in a daze. The third bizarre apocalyptic event had unfolded with a magnitude incomprehensibly greater than the second. If all these strange fortunes could be absorbed, one could only imagine the extent of power attained. Could it possibly lead to an instantaneous breakthrough? Reaching the realm of the bizarre emperor? Chu Yang's thoughts drifted into the realm of possibility as truly formidable anomalies began to manifest. From a vantage point above, within an unknown edifice, a powerful figure ascended towards the heavens. Its overwhelming aura instilled fear even among the surrounding bizarre entities. Another one of those cabinet leaders, Chu Yang murmured. Before the onset of the third wave of bizarre apocalypse, it appeared that the pinnacle was the bizarre soldier. Yet, several leaders of formidable anomalies still resided within Yunming City. The manager of the 6th floor of the bizarre market was one, and now, this unknown formidable entity was yet another. He sought to monopolize the immense strange fortune suspended in the sky. How foolish. Chu Yang let out a cold chuckle. The rewards of the apocalypse stemmed from a shift in rules. The distribution of strange fortunes was equally the result of these rules at play. In the realm of bizarre apocalypse, the rules reigned supreme. Anyone or any formidable entity attempting to defy them would inevitably trigger their wrath. Clearly, this leader of bizarre entities had been blinded by greed, committing a grave transgression. Indeed, at the very moment he soared into the sky, the heavens erupted with thunder and lightning, as serpentine bolts of black electricity descended upon him. The leader of bizarre entities could not even utter a cry before being reduced to ashes. Such a rule-based attack was beyond the endurance of even a bizarre king, let alone a mere leader. In the next instant, the strange fortunes scattered, transforming into myriad fragments that soared towards various corners of Yunming City. A wave of peculiar fortunes surged into Chu Yang's body, elevating his cultivation and exponentially enhancing his aura, propelling him into an entirely new realm, the initial stage of the strange long. Chapter 64, Rivals. Chu Yang was not the sole individual ascending to the initial stage of the strange long, blood butcher, the wild count. And the acting principal had all also achieved this remarkable milestone. The cultivation levels of all other formidable beings had simultaneously risen a tier. Casting a glance at the peculiar shop, Chu Yang noted that it had refreshed. Most critically, the section for peculiar fortune had updated. He glanced at the price. A staggering 10 trillion of the infernal currency. Chu Yang felt an urge to vent his frustration. It was at a loss as to whom he might direct his ire. Could this truly be the price set by the peculiar energies? Would any foolhardy individual actually consider purchasing a portion of peculiar fortune for 10 trillion soul coins? Chu Yang was acutely aware that his peculiar shop was unparalleled, and the entire inventory had undergone a transformation. The first slot was dedicated to peculiar fortune, while all subsequent slots lay shrouded in darkness. Beneath the second slot, a line of small text indicated, "Unlocks at the late stage of the strange long." Well, it seemed there was nothing available for the time being. He decided to procure a portion of peculiar fortune. With 10 trillion soul coins swiftly deducted from his spatial ring, another portion of peculiar fortune manifested, empowering him with a formidable energy that rendered Chu Yang even more extraordinary. The formidable beings in the office were utterly astonished. The boss was indeed remarkable. Each one of them was taken aback. Damn, we only received one portion of peculiar fortune, yet the boss acquired two. Is this what it means to be the chosen one? Our boss is surely destined to lead us to the pinnacle. The acting principal's eyes sparkled with admiration. He dares to assert that Chu Yang is undoubtedly the sole individual in the entire world who has received 2 strokes of bizarre fortune during the onset of the third wave of the uncanny apocalypse. Though this honor does not rightfully belong to him, Chu Yang accepts it with a sense of justified ease. It is absurd. 10 trillion Underworld coins nearly emptied his resources. Such a trivial sum could hardly deplete Chu Yang. As long as the tenfold return system remains intact, his wealth shall be inexhaustible. Meanwhile, as the principal of the enigmatic high school and the proprietor of the Dark Knight hospital chain, Chu Yang received an unsettling notification regarding a new regulation. The hospital's KPI task required him to compete against the Death Hospital chain, achieving a revenue of 50 million Underworld coins within 3 days. The victor would supplant the vanquished. Upon receiving this information, Chu Yang was taken aback. What exactly was this Death Hospital chain? Had he not already unified the healthcare sector of Yiming City? How could such a chain suddenly emerge? Dark Knight Ghost Hand, I command you to investigate the Death Hospital chain immediately, Chu Yang instructed. Although Dark Knight Ghost Hand was unaware of what the Death Hospital was, he complied with the order and set out to uncover the truth. Boss, we have a situation. Following the arrival of the third wave of the uncanny apocalypse, all the smaller hospitals were overtaken and merged by a newly emerged sinister conglomerate, evolving into a chain of death hospitals. Their top physicians boast a cure rate of 50%. Dark Knight Ghost Hand reported swiftly. Chu Yang nodded. Realizing that those inconsequential small hospitals he had previously disregarded had been consolidated by the newly arrived sinister group. Though the malevolent forces that arise with time grow increasingly formidable, your adversary is none other than Lord Chu, a man who can conjure wealth from the depths of the netherworld. Victory is assured. However, one must ponder, why has the realm of peculiar high schools not witnessed the emergence of new competitors? After much contemplation, a singular answer surfaces. It is due to my consolidation of all high schools, while certain minor hospitals in the medical sector have been overlooked in the acquisition process because I deemed them unworthy. This should elucidate the matter. The Dark Knight Hospital chain has set a KPI target of 50 million nether coins to be achieved within 3 days. Relay this message forthwith. Chu Yang commanded. How much? 50 million nether coins in just 3 days? All present, including Xiaoxia, were taken aback. Particularly Xiaoxia, who felt as though the world had been thrown into disarray. While undertaking peculiar tasks, they toiled for mere hundreds or thousands of nether coins over half a day. Yet here was a hospital under Chu Yang's command claiming it could amass 50 million in a mere 3 days. Indeed, I shall strive earnestly, Dark Knight's Ghost Hand replied, nodding before hastily departing. The pressure weighed heavily upon him. He could not betray the kindness shown by Chu Yang and was determined to accomplish this task successfully. Chu Yang, 2. Pondered strategies. Following conventional methods would undoubtedly lead to failure. The Death Hospital Group held substantial power. It appeared that only the old ways would suffice. If the afflictions were insufficient, then more must be conjured. Xiaoxia, is Yi Wuyo's ability to foresee the future? Chu Yang inquired with curiosity. A human capable of accurately predicting the timing of the third wave of the bizarre apocalypse using their peculiar skills is indeed remarkable. No, I am not entirely certain. But I do know it is not so. The ability to foresee the future is far too narrow. The leader's powers extend well beyond that. Though each activation comes at a staggering cost. Thanks to Boss Chu's benevolence, the side effects of this peculiar skill have been alleviated this time. Xia sighed and remarked. Although Chu Yang did not directly provide money, he ensured that the 4 human teachers were compensated, while Yuan Shu and the others entrusted their ghostly currency to Yi Wuyo. They held an unwavering trust in Yi Wuyo. Chu Yang nodded. Having lived 2 lives, he regarded Yi Wuyo as exceptionally powerful, yet he had underestimated her potential. Yi Wuyo's future was destined to see her rise as a formidable figure in the bizarre apocalypse. The darkness in the sky had yet to dissipate. And before the gaze of the onlookers, a colossal sphere of gas began to coalesce. It was larger than the entire peculiar high school. The moment Blood Butcher laid eyes on this gaseous orb, he began to retch uncontrollably, his expression one of sheer horror. Yin energy. This was a massive accumulation of Yin energy. Help preserve us. May it not crash upon the bizarre high school or the night hospital. Blood Butcher fervently prayed. Yin energy. Chu Yang's expression turned grave. The third wave of the bizarre apocalypse was heralding the onset of natural disasters. For both humans and the malevolent spirits. Yin energy was a tangible poison, possessing even greater lethality against the latter. It was heading towards the Starfall Tower. Yuan Shu exclaimed. The crowd turned their gaze, witnessing the immense orb of Yin energy hurtling away at an astonishing speed. This is dire, in the vicinity of Starfall Tower, with its eerie mountains and seas. Who knows how many spirits would suffer greatly? Blood Butcher stated in astonishment. Just the thought of it sent chills down his spine. If so many malevolent spirits were to be infused with Yin energy, although they would not perish instantly, they would ultimately meet their demise. The only remedy would be the precious Yin elixir. Ha ha ha. Chu Yang suddenly burst into laughter. This is fate. He was in dire need of sickened spirits. And now, an abundance of them had appeared. Do not forget that initially, a bottle of the was consumed by the Blood Butcher, and after a 1,000-fold return, there remains a hidden stock of 10,000 bottles within the spatial ring. With this, we are undoubtedly capable of toppling the chain of the Death Hospital. Chapter 65. Each one a sage, fate. Let us proceed to the Starfall Tower to ascertain the matter at hand, Chu Yang remarked with a smile. It is nothing serious. Merely a visit to observe. It suffices for me and Songbai to take a look. After speaking, Chu Yang departed with Songbai. Truly, my brother possesses remarkable courage. Even I, having reached the eerie heights, still tighten my grip at the mere mention of dark energy. The Count of the Wilderness mused. Who isn't brave? It is said that he dared to venture into the night hospital to retrieve the night ghost hand during his initial stages of the eerie soldier. I believe that boldness is a characteristic of a leader. After all, fortune favors the brave, Blood Butcher slowly articulated. After several encounters, they had developed immense trust in Chu Yang. Particularly in regard to the night ghost hand, Chu Yang shone like a beacon of hope in his life. The daunting KPI assessment of 50 million over 3 days would be an insurmountable task if attempted alone. However, with Chu Yang by his side, such challenges become mere trifles. At the Death Hospital, the Eerie Long stood on the rooftop, gazing downwards, his expression profound. Initially, we believed that upon entering this world, our collective strength would enable us to dominate the medical sector of Yunming City. Unexpectedly, a night hospital has emerged locally, capable of standing toe-to-toe with us. The Eerie Long furrowed his brows in contemplation. Another Eerie Long, standing behind him, smiled in response. At present, it is not feasible. Let us wait until the KPI assessment task is completed. The evaluation process is impartial and just, and I fear that the rules may deem me guilty of deceit. The enigmatic figure shook his head in negation. Well then, I have heard that a catastrophe of malevolent energy has erupted in the Starfall Tower, with a considerable amount of sinister energy infiltrating the bodies of many, putting their lives in jeopardy. Should we not procure the infernal elixir? Yes, spread the word. I can accomplish the KPI assessment task within 2 days. A faint smile graced the enigmatic figure's face. However, esteemed one, might this course of action be deemed overly cruel? After all, we have not truly resorted to the infernal elixir. The infernal elixir merely stimulates their vitality, but they may perish within a day or 2. Another figure furrowed his brow slightly. Is it truly cruel? This world is not lacking in malevolence. What does it matter if a few perish? The infernal elixir is tightly regulated by the rules, and even in our world, it is a rare commodity, let alone in this place. The Dark Knight Hospital chain would certainly not be able to provide it, while we possess the infernal elixir, which gives us a distinct advantage. Once those malevolent beings are eliminated, who would dare to trouble us? The enigmatic figure asserted resolutely. Very well, I shall proceed with the execution of this plan immediately. Chu Yang arrived near the Starfall Tower. From a distance, the tower appeared like a mirage, shrouded in a gray haze. Amidst the mist, a vague ancient structure loomed, flickering lights visible within, accompanied by the undulating shadows of phantoms. The proprietor mentioned that this drum tower has become a site of vitality, as many malevolent spirits ventured inside the ancient structure during the upsurge of malevolence, only to never emerge again. With a pallid expression filled with apprehension, Chu Yang nodded and prepared some paper money, invoking the Eye of Deception. The purpose of the Eye of Deception is to penetrate the illusions of the world, and it would not falter against the indistinct mists. He discerned the true nature of the ancient tower. Yet, it was not merely an ancient tower. The entire wooden edifice appeared as though it had just undergone renovation, strikingly new. Inside, courtesans danced, servants bustled about, and vendors shouted their wares, creating an ambience of great prosperity. It was exceedingly alluring. Any ordinary malevolent spirit witnessing this scene would likely be drawn in. However, through the Eye of Deception, Chu Yang also uncovered an unusual aspect. Beneath the tower's splendor lay numerous bodies, both of malevolent spirits and humans, piled in the corners, their demises grotesquely tragic. It was a place where malevolent spirits feasted upon the living. Based on Chu Yang's experience, this might be a highly intricate scenario of a rule-based anomaly. Unless absolutely necessary, it would be prudent to refrain from entering. At the edge of the Starfall Chasm, the cries of both malevolent spirits and humans were abundant, as many writhed in agony on the ground, suffering from the influx of malevolent energy. "Boss Chu, have you come here as well?" A familiar voice called out. Turning to his right, Chu Yang discovered Yi Wuyo and others. Yi Wuyo, Xiao Xia, and several intact members of the Yellow Springs Bank were slowly approaching, bearing 3 pallid and weakened individuals. The pale-faced proprietor's expression shifted dramatically as he urgently shouted, "Do not approach. Halt right there." Yi Wuyo and the others came to a stop. The 3 pallid individuals have been afflicted by the malevolent aura, posing a significant danger. Engaging with them recklessly could prove perilous, Pale explained. "Are you not afraid of being tainted by this sinister energy?" Chu Yang inquired, casting a peculiar glance towards Yi Wuyo and the others. "Afraid? These are our heroes. Why should we fear?" Yi Wuyo replied sorrowfully, her voice gentle. "Chu, these 3 volunteered to extract Huazi raw materials at Starfall Tower to ensure a more ample supply of ghostly currency for the entire Huangquan shore. Unfortunately, they fell victim to misfortune and became hosts to the malevolent energy. At this juncture, we have discovered that those who undertake bizarre tasks, if they possess sufficient ghostly currency, can enhance their survival odds through means such as bribing malevolent entities. The objective of Huangquan Shore is to swiftly navigate all surrounding bizarre tasks, formulating a plan for safe passage to be freely distributed to others who are suffering. It is for this purpose that these 3 have endured such hardship," Xia lamented. Chu Yang found himself at a loss for words. The plan for safe passage could be utilized among your own, yet you extend it freely to those outside Huangquan Shore. Such virtue is indeed commendable. However, Chu Yang did not harbor disdain. Perhaps the brilliance of humanity is manifested in this very moment. Of course, he preferred to remain uninvolved. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to enlighten the members of Huangquan Shore on the darker aspects of human nature. "Chu, it has come to my attention that you own a chain of hospitals known as Nightshade. Might they possess the capability to treat this condition?" Yi Wuyo inquired. "The affliction of malevolent energy is not a conventional illness and cannot be treated through standard medical practices," Chu Yang replied, shaking his head. "Conventional? Chu, do you possess a method of treatment?" Yi Wuyo gazed at Chu Yang with a hopeful glimmer in her eyes. Chu Yang was secretly astonished. Yi Wuyo's intellect was remarkably sharp, instantly grasping his intent. "Indeed, there is a way." Chu Yang's expression grew troubled. "With the wealth of our Huangquan Shore, treating the 3 of them should pose no problem," Yi Wuyo asserted. "What if it required all the wealth of Huangquan Shore for treatment?" Chu Yang inquired. "Here, what if it meant sacrificing everything, yet hope remained elusive? Here, what if there was no hope at all? Here." The 3 affirmations left Chu Yang in shock. He realized that Yi Wuyo, Xia Xia, and the other members of Huangquan Shore bore an unwavering resolve. This was no longer mere altruism. Altruism sacrifices the interests of others for the sake of one's own morality. These members of Huangquan Shore were akin to saints. Chapter 66. Is the reward a trickster-level item? The sole remedy for those afflicted by malevolent energy or trickery is the use of Yin medicine. To put it bluntly, Yin medicine is so precious that depleting your entire fortune might still fall short. Chu Yang remarked calmly. He spoke the truth, subsequently. The Dark Knight Hospital sold diluted versions of Yin medicine. Few individuals or formidable tricksters could afford the price of an entire bottle of the original Yin medicine. In light of this, I propose to exchange a piece of information and a fruit for 3 bottles of Yin medicine, Yi Wuyo said slowly. He understood everything. Aware of the rarity of Yin medicine, yet he steadfastly believed that Chu Yang could procure it. Perhaps this was his only hope for treating these 3 members, and thus, he could not afford to give up. At that moment, Chu Yang seemed to sense something from Yi Wuyo and hurriedly opened his black, death-like eyes for a glance. What met his gaze was a dazzling radiance. Unlike the ominous black aura emanating from others, Yi Wuyo exuded a faint golden glow, particularly concentrated at the crown of her head and around her eyes, appearing to flow like liquid. What could this be? In 2 lifetimes, Chu Yang had never encountered such a phenomenon, only realizing that Yi Wuyo was far from ordinary. What news could be so valuable? Curiosity prompted him to inquire. The Starfall Tower's ancient edifice. The first to complete the bizarre task within the ancient tower will be awarded a king-level artifact. There are only 100 king-level artifacts in the entire world. I believe this should pique your interest, Boss Chu. Yi Wuyo articulated each word with gravitas. Upon hearing the term king-level artifact, Chu Yang's breath quickened. That was a king-level artifact. Even a mere citizen-level ghost possessing a king-level artifact could potentially ascend to the realm of kings. Moreover, with his 10,000-fold return system, 1 king-level artifact could yield 10,000. He was intrigued. Yet, an additional question lingered in his mind. How did you come by this information? In both his previous lives, he had been unaware of the specific details regarding the Starfall Tower, yet Yi Wuyo seemed to know. To speak candidly, my ghostly abilities revealed this to me, and I have no doubt about its accuracy. However, I must also caution you that the ancient tower's bizarre task is exceptionally arduous, reliant on comprehensive strength. Entering recklessly could pose a threat to your life. I hope Boss Chu will prepare accordingly. Yi Wuyo spoke slowly. Chu Yang's expression was peculiar. What exactly was Yi Wuyo's ability? Previously, he had accurately predicted the time of the 3rd wave of the bizarre apocalypse to the 2nd. Now, he was aware of the ultimate reward for the strange task in the ancient building. This information was worth 3 bottles of the Yin-dispelling potion. Chu Yang extracted 3 vials from his storage ring and handed them to Yi Wuyo. However, the system's voice announcing a 10-fold return did not materialize. For he was offering compensation for a human, not a ghost. What a bunch of worthless investments. Yi Wuyo hurriedly administered the Yin-dispelling potion to the 3 individuals. Their complexion improved instantly, and within moments they revived, expressing their gratitude with deep bows toward Yi Wuyo and Chu Yang. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, Boss Chu. There's no need. Chu Yang waved his hand dismissively. His transactions with the banks of Huangquan were all based on equitable exchange, devoid of any entanglements of cause and effect. Thus, he had no reason for concern. Once we complete the strategy for the surrounding bizarre tasks, we will send someone with the details. They had discovered a fruit in the depths of the Starfall Tower, named the Chun Yin fruit, which could create a counteractive effect with the boiling Yin potion. It held no value for them, but perhaps it might be of some use to you, Boss Chu. Farewell. After speaking, Yi Wuyo pressed the Chun Yin fruit into Chu Yang's hand and swiftly departed with his companions. Take me to the Dark Knight Hospital, Chu Yang instructed Shaoli. Having gathered all necessary information, it was time to visit this suddenly emerging chain of deathly hospitals. The name suited it well. It seemed designed to lead them to their demise. Furthermore, the shadow fruit serves but one purpose, to counteract the boiling Yin elixir. Its utility remains uncertain, however. Retaining it is preferable to discarding it. Who knows when it may prove useful in the future. Upon returning to the night hospital, Chu Yang sensed an unsettling atmosphere permeating the establishment, an air of profound oppression. What calamity had befallen them? Pondering this, he learned that the Death's End hospital chain had acquired an abundance of Yin-eliminating elixirs, disseminating this news with remarkable speed. In a mere half-day, their revenue had already surpassed 8 million nether coins. Every customer who paid handsomely for the elixirs found themselves restored, and as the news spread exponentially, it seemed they would achieve their 30 million KPI target within 2 days. The Night Hand, in a state of urgency, continued, I, too, have been industrious. Following your directives, I swiftly disseminated information. We primarily offer a diluted version of the eliminating elixir, which is affordably priced yet necessitates a prolonged treatment period. The efficacy of our advertising pales in comparison to that of the Death's End Hospital, resulting in a complete lack of patrons seeking our services. After absorbing the Night Hand's words, Chu Yang fell into deep contemplation. How could the Death's End Hospital chain possess such an abundance of eliminating elixirs? It was hard to believe. Previously, it had been stated that these elixirs were stringently regulated, absent even from the bazaar shops. Typically awarded only after the completion of rare and peculiar tasks. The reason he had amassed so many bottles was due to the system's 10,000-fold return. Thus, a pressing question arose. How had the Death's End Hospital acquired such an extensive stock of eliminating elixirs? Had they perhaps brought them along upon their arrival? Dark Knight Ghost Hand. You have existed here since the first wave of the bizarre apocalypse, correct? Chu Yang inquired. Indeed, Dark Knight Ghost Hand replied with a nod. Then where were you before the apocalypse arrived? Chu Yang continued his questioning. I do not know. My realm was too low to comprehend. Dark Knight Ghost Hand lamented with a wry smile, shaking his head. Would a higher realm yield knowledge of it? Chu Yang raised an eyebrow. Perhaps. The higher one ascends, the more one understands. According to my conjecture, those of significant cultivation may possess a fragment of knowledge about the arrival, Dark Knight Ghost Hand elucidated. Chu Yang nodded. Harboring doubts about the possibility of the Death Hospital truly acquiring such an abundance of the in-reducing elixir from another realm. The in-reducing elixir is governed by rules. And there must be some hidden intricacies involved. Chapter 67. The Sinister Death Hospital Boss. What shall we do now? Are we to wait idly by? Dark Knight Ghost Hand asked, unwilling to accept the situation. Absolutely not. As I have stated, I refuse to believe that the Death Hospital chain can procure such a vast quantity of the in-reducing elixir. I must personally investigate the circumstances, Chu Yang replied nonchalantly. Boss, I shall accompany you, Dark Knight Ghost Hand insisted. Stay here and mobilize the entire Dark Knight Hospital chain's medical staff to prepare for an influx of patients. Here are 5,000 bottles of the in-reducing elixir. Distribute them according to the needs of the afflicted. Chu Yang said as he retrieved 5,000 bottles of the elixir from his storage ring and placed them on the ground. Upon witnessing the 5,000 bottles, Dark Knight Ghost Hand's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Boss, was it not said that the in-reducing elixir is controlled by rules and exceedingly rare? What have you brought out? In a state of astonishment, Chu Yang had already walked far away. He was unaware of the extent of his current fame in the peculiar high school. He was likely regarded as somewhat notable within 100 miles. Thus, to exercise caution, he donned a long robe to conceal his face, preventing recognition upon nearing the Death Hospital. Even from a distance, before reaching the ominous establishment, the queue of afflicted beings had already confronted Chu Yang. As he surveyed the scene, a multitude of sickly entities and patients gathered before the Death Hospital, each suffering greatly from the influx of malevolent energy, some even crawling in despair upon the ground. Chu Yang was somewhat taken aback. He had underestimated the destructive power of this dark energy on both humans and malevolent beings. Initially, witnessing Blood Butcher seemingly unscathed, he had assumed that the infusion of dark energy was not painful. It appeared that Blood Butcher was indeed formidable, remaining silent despite the torment. Approaching the entrance of the Death Hospital from the side, he chanced upon a family of 3 malevolent beings emerging from within, their faces aglow with joy. Wonderful! The Death Hospital truly is a realm of the King of Hell. They have healed us for such a modest fee, exclaimed the father. Daddy, Daddy, it no longer hurts. A small malevolent being exclaimed, joyfully bouncing as it clung to its father's leg. Witnessing this scene, Chu Yang felt a moment of disorientation. What truly distinguishes malevolent beings from humans? The emotions that humans possess, malevolent beings also seem to share. The only disparity lies in the arduousness of cultivation for humans. In this bizarre apocalyptic world, to stand shoulder to shoulder with malevolent beings, one must forge a contract to acquire the devouring techniques of these entities. At first glance, it seemed these 3 beings had indeed returned to normal, their appearances reflecting a healthy pallor. But is the situation truly so straightforward? Chu Yang casually extracted a handful of banknotes to feed the sinister black-eyed specter, then opened his eyes to gaze at the eerie family. Good heavens, the dense, inky aura of death made Chu Yang momentarily believe that night had fallen. Even the child exuded an overwhelming presence of death. They were merely in a state of temporary reprieve, yet poised to perish at any moment. Chu Yang retracted the black-eyed specter, and this time unveiled the Eye of Ruin. He peered beyond their exterior, delving into their very essence. Veins coursed with a substantial quantity of yellow liquid, which, when mingled with the ominous energy, caused it to boil violently, forcibly igniting all their life force. This sensation was akin to the adrenaline surge in humans, exhausting the body to combat illness. Should this suppression falter, the outcome would be dreadfully tragic. Wait a moment. Chu Yang called out from behind. Seek treatment at the Hospital of Death, where divine healers reside. A single vial of potion will render one instantly well. However, be prepared for a lengthy wait. I hope you do not succumb while queuing. Should you find yourself on your knees yet still alive, I could extend an invitation for you to partake in my peculiar tasks. The father of the Eerie family rambled on. Chu Yang, I merely uttered a word of weight. And you wish for me to join your bizarre tasks? Truly, the depths of your heart are formidable. Initially, Chu Yang intended to soften his words, to express his thoughts with a touch of subtlety. However, it now seemed unnecessary. You are on the brink of descending into hell. Chu Yang pointed decisively at the core. The father of the Eerie family paused for a moment, then displayed a look of delight, his face a mask of contrition as he said, Thank you for your blessing. I shall refrain from inviting you to my peculiar tasks. With a sudden realization, Chu Yang smacked his forehead, nearly forgetting the peculiar custom of Li Gui. You are on the brink of ascending to heaven, he continued. What? Did you smear something on your lips? Don't provoke me lest I strike you. Li Gui's father fumed in anger. Your entire family is about to ascend to heaven, Chu Yang reiterated, unable to contain his fury any longer. Li Gui's father roared in rage and lunged at Chu Yang, only to be subdued effortlessly and pressed to the ground. Listen to me. Does the hospital for the dying truly possess such benevolence as to offer you a bottle of the ghost-repelling elixir at such a low price? You are Li Gui. Do you not realize how rare that elixir is? If you go to the night hospital now, your family might still have a chance, Chu Yang said calmly. He had already discerned the nature of that yellow liquid. It was another type of potion associated with ghostly energy, the Boyin potion. Fortunately, he possessed a chun-yin fruit gifted by Yi Wuyo. The chun-yin fruit would counteract the effects of the Bo-yin potion perfectly. However, Chu Yang was also intrigued. Had Yi Wuyo truly given him the chun-yin fruit without forethought, or did he possess a premonition of the tribulations he was about to face? I see now where the villainy originates. It is the lapdogs of the night hospital coming to snatch away business. Begone, I wish your entire family a heavenly afterlife. Li Gui's father, despite being subdued by Chu Yang, continued to curse vehemently. Chu Yang, however, found some amusement in it. Such eloquent profanity was to his liking. Believe it or not, that is entirely your choice. I merely offer you a word of caution. The doors of the night hospital are always open to you. With that, Chu Yang released Li Gui's father. Before leaving, the Eerie family had been quite vocal in their disdain. Upon learning the outcome, Chu Yang felt a weight lift from his heart. There was no need for him to promote anything. He simply had to wait for these sinister beings to deplete their life force, leading to another surge of malevolence, compelling them to seek the night hospital. It was their only option. With this thought, Chu Yang departed with a tranquil demeanor. In the deep of night, within the director's office of the death hospital, the head of the sinister beings buried his head amidst a pile of ghostly currency, inhaling deeply, just as it was said in that realm. Arriving in this world was akin to collecting money in a sack. The head of the sinister beings wore an expression of sheer ecstasy. The spectral energy contained within the ghostly notes was truly indulgent. For these entities, the malevolent energy was toxic, while the spectral energy was a tremendous boon. All the sinister beings were aware of the spectral essence embedded in the ghostly currency, yet none dared to destroy the currency for its energy, as that would be a grave disrespect to the ghostly notes and an affront to the supreme ghostly conduct. The repercussions would be dire. Chapter 68, No Money. No problem, just sign the debt contract. Several sinister doctors stood around, their faces etched with envy as they cautiously inquired, head of the sinister beings, what is that other world like? Their curiosity was piqued. Although they hailed from that realm, their cultivation levels were too low, and upon descending into this human world, they retained only the memories after their arrival. The world over there is far more splendid, the head of the sinister beings mused, scratching his head in confusion. I heard someone mention it, but I've forgotten what that world looks like. Never mind. Let's immediately tally all the ghostly currency and see how many KPIs we've accomplished. Go to hell, the Eerie leader remarked. Shortly thereafter, they completed their tally. 15 million. The key performance indicator, KPI, was to achieve 30 million ghost coins in sales within 3 days, and we accomplished half of our KPI in just 1 day. The doctors were elated. With another day's effort, they would fulfill the KPI, thereby surpassing the Dark Knight Hospital chain, leading to a significant increase in their ghost coin revenue. Ha ha ha, how delightful. Indeed, relinquishing one's conscience allows for substantial profits. Humanity does not deceive me. The eerie leader laughed heartily. What about the Dark Knight Hospital? Any movements? None. They seem to have recognized the disparity between us and have resigned themselves to inaction, a doctor remarked. Excellent. Let us persevere for another day. Once we fulfill the KPI assessment task, I shall grant each of you a bonus of 3,000 ghost coins. The eerie leader said with a smile. Thank you. Esteemed leader. The following day, Chu Yang arrived early at the Dark Knight Hospital. If all goes as planned, a multitude of eerie beings and patients would flock to the hospital for treatment today. The eerie beings, led by the Dark Knight Ghost Hand, were in a state of frantic anticipation. In the office, Chu Yang watched as the Dark Knight Ghost Hand paced anxiously, nearly dizzying him. Calm down for a moment. What is the rush? Chu Yang could not help but admonish. They halted immediately. Boss, I am truly concerned. A day has already passed, and we only achieved 3 million ghost coins in revenue yesterday, barely 1/10 of our goal. If this continues, the Dark Knight Hospital will undoubtedly be replaced, the Dark Knight Ghost Hand expressed anxiously. After Chu Yang left 5,000 vials of the dispelling elixir yesterday, the Dark Knight Ghost Hand was filled with newfound confidence. They rushed to promote the Dark Knight Hospital, claiming it possessed an abundance of the elixir capable of flawlessly curing their affliction. However, there was no ghostly logic to their strategy. Everyone was drawn to the ominously named Death Hospital, which offered even more appealing prices, rendering the Dark Knight Hospital's treatments an illogical choice. Their anxiety was palpable, while the proprietor remained nonchalant, infuriating. Do you believe that a ghostly affliction will soon arrive at our doorstep? Chu Yang inquired. I do not, replied the Dark Knight Ghost Hand, and the hospital executives in unison, shaking their heads. Is it truly that simple to procure assistance? Let us proceed to the entrance and prepare for the arrival of the ghostly affliction. Chu Yang led the Dark Knight Ghost Hand to the entrance of the hospital, estimating the timing to be just right. 3, 2. As Chu Yang began his countdown, the Dark Knight Ghost Hand and the other executives believed he had succumbed to the pressures of madness. They acknowledged Chu Yang's wealth and strength, noting that even with his human form, he had reached the mid-level of ghostly cultivation, a feat rare in the world. Yet, they reasoned, no matter how impressive he was, possessing the ability to foresee the future seemed impossible. Alas, we shall accompany the boss in his resurgence, they collectively sighed. 1. Just as Chu Yang completed his countdown, a chilling scream echoed from a distance. A middle-aged ghostly figure sprinted frantically towards them, cradling a small ghostly child. It was the very child Chu Yang had benevolently warned the day before. Yet, the child's mother was nowhere to be seen. Help, save me and my child. Upon catching sight of Chu Yang, Li Gui's father immediately fell to his knees, fervently bowing his head in reverence. Just yesterday, he had doubted my words, thought Chu Yang with a faint smile. Please, my lord, have mercy and forgive my ignorance. The child's mother has passed away, and my child teeters on the brink of death, surrounded by a cadre of incompetent doctors at the deathly hospital. You, my lord, were able to discern the problem with a mere glance yesterday. Surely you possess the means to save us, do you not? Li Gui's father implored, his desperation evident as he continued to bow. Nearby, the shadowy figures of the Night Ghost Hand and the hospital's upper echelon exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes betraying their disbelief. What sorcery is this? After the countdown, a true specter has arrived. Could this be a ruse orchestrated by the boss? It seems unlikely. Could it be that the boss possesses the gift of foresight? My treatments are rather costly. Chu Yang smiled broadly. No matter the price, I would relinquish everything if necessary. Li Gui's father replied hastily. Chu Yang, no longer ambiguous, produced a shadow fruit. What you have been consuming at the deathly hospital is not merely the yin potion, but rather the boiling yin potion. This shadow fruit can counteract the effects of the boiling yin potion, he explained. Without hesitation, Li Gui's father seized the fruit and promptly placed it into the mouth of the ailing child. In a short while, the child's breathing steadied, though the malevolent energy lingered. It truly works, Li Gui's father exclaimed, his face alight with astonishment, gazing eagerly at Chu Yang. Do you have any more? He sensed that he too was on the verge of collapse. Ding. For the expenditure of 1 shadow fruit, receive a 10,000-fold return of 10,000 shadow fruits. Indeed. There are more. Chu Yang smiled faintly, then produced a dark fruit and placed it into the hands of Li Gui's father. As Li Gui's father devoured the fruit, he felt the boiling dark essence within him dissipate, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. For the moment, he was safe. Yet, safety was but fleeting, as the ominous energy still lingered. "Boss, can you treat the malevolent energy within my body?" Li Gui's father inquired hopefully. The death hospital was notorious for its unscrupulous practices, leaving him no choice but to place his hopes on the night hospital. "We can treat it, but payment is required up front," Chu Yang replied. "How much?" "I will pay," Li Gui's father declared, producing 2,000 nether coins, their family's entire savings. "How much?" "You require 20,000 nether coins? But I cannot procure that amount at once," Li Gui's father exclaimed, shocked. Their entire fortune amounted to merely 2,000 nether coins. Where could he possibly gather 20,000 in such a short time? Even the night ghost hands were taken aback by this pricing. The boss must have his reasons for such a rate, they mused. Indeed, there must be a rationale. In truth, Chu Yang was rather merciless. As the saying goes, a conscience can earn you much, but a lack of it can yield even greater profits. "It's all right if you cannot pay now. We can sign a debt contract and you can repay when you have the funds," Chu Yang suggested, adopting the demeanor of a capitalist. The debt contract would also count towards the KPI assessment. After a moment's hesitation, Li Gui's father gritted his teeth and declared, "I will sign. I shall sign the contract immediately." Chapter 69. A change of attire with his name inscribed. The contract took effect, contributing to the KPI objectives. "Do you wish to make money?" Chu Yang continued to inquire. "Yes." Li Gui, the father, nodded. He had just signed a debt contract and needed to earn money promptly to settle this financial obligation. In this bizarre apocalypse, it was not only humans who were consumed, but also the enigmatic. If he failed to repay, this debt would fall upon his child. The death delivery hospital is recruiting patients. There are patients everywhere. If you bring one, you will receive 100 ghost coins, Chu Yang stated. "All right. I shall go at once," Li Gui declared, promptly leaving with his child. The Dark Knight specters and several high-ranking officials gathered around, curiously inquiring, "Boss, are you a deity? How do you know when the sick and enigmatic will arrive?" "To master the situation is to possess the foresight of the future," Chu Yang replied slowly. He controlled the narrative and had already envisioned the scene of the death delivery hospital being intercepted by him. In the reception hall of the death delivery hospital, a diligent nurse was tirelessly collecting fees, directing the patients who were infused with malevolent energy to ascend for treatment. However, as she continued her duties, she sensed something amiss. Her call for the next patient became increasingly frantic. Looking up, she was alarmed to see the once dense throng of enigmatic beings diminishing at an astonishing rate. The nurse, horrified, lost her composure. Just that morning, they had convened a meeting where the death enigmatic had proclaimed that the influx of patients would continue unabated for at least 3 days. Yet, it was only the second day. Why was the flow of enigmas drastically dwindling? This was unacceptable. She had to report this news to the death enigmatic. "Sir Enigmatic, something is terribly wrong. There has been an incident," the nurse shouted in a state of panic as she rushed to the top-floor office. "What kind of behavior is this? Always remember we are distinguished enigmatics." The death enigmatic reprimanded her. After reprimanding, he inquired, "What transpired?" The nurse of the ill spirits reported heavily that half of the patients had vanished in a short span and were still continuously disappearing. "What?" The Lord of the Dead Spirits abruptly rose, his expression contorted. "What is the situation? The number of ill spirits cannot diminish without reason. Surely someone has meddled. Could it be that the night hospital is behind this?" The nurse suggested. Her words jolted the Lord of the Dead Spirits from his reverie. He had completely forgotten about the night hospital. Curse be it. Cutting off the source of spirits is akin to murdering one's parents. "Those beasts, I shall confront them." With that, he stormed out. "My lord, do not venture alone. What if they are brutal?" The nurse expressed her concern. "Preposterous. Am I to fear as a late-stage lord of spirits?" He retorted. "Besides, I am not going to engage in battle, merely to assess the situation. You remain on the first floor, and should the ill spirits become agitated, you must pacify them immediately." With those final words, the Lord of the Dead Spirits exited the office. His form twisted momentarily before transforming into an ordinary spirit infused with a sinister aura. The Lord of the Dead Spirits was astute. Since the ill spirits had been drawn to the night hospital, it indicated that the institution possessed the means to address their afflictions. With so many ill spirits, he found it hard to believe that the night hospital could provide sufficient remedies. Thus, they must have a method at their disposal. As long as one disguises themselves as a patient of the night hospital and cunningly appropriates its methods, the night hospital shall ultimately falter against him. After all, thus far, the death hospital still holds the upper hand. Meanwhile, under the leadership of Father Li Gue, a multitude of patients have flocked to the night hospital. Father Li Gue is a living testament to having endured the invasion of malevolent energy. He was cured at the night hospital, and the death hospital nearly brought ruin upon his family. Given these circumstances, many patients have placed their trust in the night hospital and chosen it for their treatment. Aside from its exorbitant costs, it is truly effective. The night hospital's financial manager was counting money at the front desk until his hands grew weary, while the senior management wore expressions of sheer delight. In addition to the revenue, there were numerous outstanding account contracts. Boss, at this rate, we shall undoubtedly meet our KPI within the stipulated time, the financial manager exclaimed with excitement. The treatment is so efficient that it requires little more than the ordinary doctors to mix the medicinal solutions. Chu Yang nodded, just as another patient arrived. Suddenly, Chu Yang's brow twitched. What could this mean? A sense of unease washed over him, reminiscent of a warning from the Eye of Illusions. Thus, he expended some ghostly currency to invoke the Eye of Illusions. To his astonishment, these were not mere patients. They were all cleverly disguised. Moreover, this entity's cultivation level was surprisingly at the late stage of Li Gue. Undoubtedly, this specter would only be a pawn of the death hospital. He had not anticipated the swift actions of the death hospital, which had conducted its investigations in such a short span of time. Since this individual was willing to masquerade, Chu Yang had no qualms about playing along. Greetings, I am Chu Yang, the director of the night hospital, Chu Yang said with a smile, extending his hand. Hello, esteemed director. The enigmatic figure, known as the Death Deceiver, maintained an impassive facade, yet was internally astounded. To his astonishment, the proprietor of the Dark Night Hospital was, in fact, a mere human. Was it true that the formidable entities of Yiming City were so inept as to allow a human to ascend to such a prominent position? Moreover, how could those malevolent beings willingly accept a human as their leader? Very well, then let this esteemed individual rectify the situation. Boss, please save me. The malevolent energy is overwhelming. I am on the brink of death. The Death Deceiver exclaimed dramatically, gesturing animatedly. Chiang's expression remained serious. Could it be that he misheard? Do not worry, follow me. We are fated to meet, and I shall personally attend to your treatment, Chiang replied with a smile. Excellent. The Death Deceiver felt a surge of excitement. It seemed that humans were indeed inferior beings, easily deceived with but a gentle ruse. Boss, how can you possibly take matters into your own hands? Allow me to assist. The Dark Knight, Ghost Hand, hastily interjected. Cursing internally, the Death Deceiver thought. Since Chu Yang was the owner, his treatment must surely be of the utmost purity. If applied to himself, he could undoubtedly decipher the formula, ultimately elevating the Dark Knight Hospital to celestial heights. Fear not, simply lend me your assistance. This brother and I share a unique bond. Prepare the Supreme VIP ward. Chu Yang instructed. Of course, boss, the Dark Knight Ghost Hand nodded, promptly setting to work. He found it peculiar. The boss had never behaved in such a manner before. What could have prompted this sudden shift? Could it be that this peculiar entity was the boss's long-lost brother? This could lead to quite the spectacle. The Dark Knight Ghost Hand dared not dwell on it further and quickly went about his preparations. Chu Yang led the way to the Supreme VIP ward on the top floor, warmly introducing its features. Chapter 70, Regarding a Certain Scheme. Chu Yang privately acknowledged that the individual capable of serving as the director of the Dark Knight Hospital indeed possessed commendable qualities. Judging by the layout of the wards and the distribution of medical consultations, the Dark Knight Hospital undoubtedly surpassed the Death Hospital in its offerings, presenting an opportunity for valuable learning. Upon opening the door to the Supreme VIP ward, a chilling aura greeted him. Chu Yang felt a wave of comfort wash over him. But upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. To his astonishment, the entire ward was constructed from the finest century-old coffinwood. Entering this space felt akin to stepping into the depths of hell, yet it provided an inexplicable sense of ease. Were he to reside here, he would gladly trade for the cultivation of the Ghost Emperor. This ward is remarkable, Chu Yang exclaimed, revealing a subtle glimmer of greed in his eyes. Initially, he had intended to dismantle the Dark Knight Hospital after defeating it, as acquiring its chain would require a considerable sum. However, he reconsidered. He resolved to procure the Dark Knight Hospital at all costs. This was no mere ward. It was evidently his future residence. This has been prepared for you. I have instructed the Dark Knight Ghost Hand to gather the necessary materials for your treatment, and they will arrive shortly, Chu Yang said with a smile. Excellent. Chu Yang nodded in agreement. Before long, the Dark Knight Ghost Hand entered, carrying a basin. Ha ha ha. Here comes the chicken soup. Chicken soup? Does this human delicacy possess the power to cure the intrusion of yin energy? Chu Xiang took the basin, discovering it filled with a thick, yellow-brown liquid that emitted an unpleasant odor. This is a traditional Chinese medicine formula from our human world, which I stumbled upon that possesses remarkable efficacy in treating the invasion of yin energy into the body, Chu Yang explained. The nightshade ghost, holding his nose, looked on with skepticism. Are you certain this is traditional medicine? Absolutely. Nightshade ghost. Have a sip and see for yourself. However, if you take a sip, the formula will be rendered incomplete, Chu Yang replied slowly. The nightshade ghost was taken aback. What was the boss thinking? Had he erred in some way? Why must he be punished by having to consume this concoction? Upon hearing that the formula would be incomplete, the nightshade ghost hurriedly lifted the bowl and drank it all down. Gulp, gulp. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Chu Yang watched intently, unable to suppress a grin that stretched from ear to ear. After finishing, the nightshade ghost donned a mask of agony. Boss, are you certain this is the traditional medicine of your human world? He asked, his face contorted in discomfort. He vowed it was the most repugnant thing he had ever tasted. Indeed, 90% of it is composed of a herb known as human yellow, Chu Yang affirmed. And the remaining 10%? You just consumed pig excrement. The nightshade ghost burst into fury. He was cunning, not foolish. Surely he recognized the taste of pig intestines. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. What exactly is this human yellow? Could it be? Haha, congratulations on your correct guess. Human yellow is indeed a lump. And you just consumed a basin of it. Haha, Chu Yang exclaimed, slapping his thigh in laughter. The nightshade ghost clamped his hand over his mouth, yet could not contain his laughter. Chu Yang and the Dark Knight ghost hand suddenly grew serious. This peculiar illness, they remarked. We have undergone rigorous training and typically do not indulge in laughter. However, the circumstances are far from ordinary. Their laughter erupted, resounding with mirth as they thumped their thighs. The expression of the deathly ghost long turned crimson. He had approached with the intent of pilfering a formula, only to be met with ridicule. The boisterous laughter incited his fury. I shall expose you. Is this how you treat those afflicted with illness? I will tarnish the reputation of Dark Knight Hospital. He bellowed in outrage. Chu Yang ceased his laughter and inquired of the Dark Knight ghost long. Has it been recorded? It has been captured using the Ghost Shadow Stone, replied the Dark Knight ghost hand with a nod. While humanity possesses mobile devices for recording, Chu Yang opted for the Ghost Shadow Stone, which is acceptable to both specters and humans alike. Stop pretending, deathly ghost long. I know it is you. You are about to become infamous. As the first daring spirit in Yunming City to face such a predicament, what are your thoughts, especially as the proprietor of the mortuary hospital? Chu Yang mimicked a microphone, bringing it close to the deathly ghost long's face. Feigning composure, the deathly ghost long retorted, What nonsense about death. I am merely an ordinary spirit. You dare treat me this way, and the reputation of Dark Knight Hospital will undoubtedly plummet. Yet internally, he seethed. Why? Could it be that Chu Yang truly recognized him? Deny it, will you? I possess ample means to compel your confession. With a sly grin, Chu Yang commanded, Go fetch Yuan Shu. Orders were swiftly relayed, and the pale figure piloted the yellow spring taxi at breakneck speed to bring Yuan Shu forth. As the enigmatic figure of the death deceiver reappeared, curiosity piqued within him. Chu Yang wasted no time in articulating the origins and developments of the matter at hand, revealing everything he planned for Yuan Shu. Is it truly that simple? I possess a myriad of methods to compel the death deceiver to unveil his identity, Yuan Shu chuckled slyly. Although the death deceiver remained skeptical, an involuntary chill coursed down his spine. However, considering the circumstances, the conditions were not overly burdensome. If one sought a prudent approach, there was likely but one viable path. Yuan Shu continued, and Chu Yang displayed a keen interest, as he harbored his own thoughts, but wished to discern whether Yuan Shu's reasoning aligned with his own. Firstly, it was evident that the flow of spectral energy to the Hospital of Death was rapidly dwindling, while the Dark Knight Hospital was experiencing a significant surge. If this trend persisted unchecked, the key performance indicator, KPI, tasks would undoubtedly be fulfilled by the Dark Knight Hospital. Given this premise, the death deceiver would not idly stand by. Furthermore, as they were currently bound by the KPI regulations, should the death deceiver attempt to act against the owner, it would constitute a breach of the rules, leading to his annihilation by the very regulations he sought to defy. Thus, it sufficed for the owner to shadow the death deceiver continuously. If he remained concealed, the Hospital of Death would inevitably falter. Yet, should he reveal himself, it would be a swift demise. He was destined to expose himself, for once he did, he would become the first of his kind to perish in Yunming City. Ha ha. The very first. The very first. Ha ha. Upon hearing these words, the death deceiver felt a profound chill envelop him. Yuan Shu's words had struck at his very core, echoing with unsettling logic. How terrifying. Would it not be preferable to maintain a semblance of calm, much like himself? Yuan Shu's words truly echoed the thoughts of Chu Yang. How will you respond, Death's Phantom? Chu Yang inquired with a calm demeanor. Beside him, the shadowy knight's ghost hand acted like a paparazzo, clutching the phantom stone tightly. Fixated on Death's Phantom. The expression on Death's Phantom's face fluctuated between gloom and brightness. Had he known such a situation would arise, he would not have come even if chased by dogs. The most perplexing aspect was how Chu Yang could see through his disguise at a glance. His disguise was a cunning technique, imperceptible even to those of the same realm. Just wait, I shall remember you. With that, Death's Phantom reverted to his true form, shattering the window and soaring away into the night. Chapter 71. Mockery, is it recorded? Chu Yang asked. Yes, very clearly, the shadowy knight's ghost hand affirmed with a nod. Give me the phantom stone. I intend to create some commotion. Chu Yang laughed heartily, never expecting Death's Phantom to be so foolish as to deliver a treasure right to him. The victory of the shadowy knight hospital was already a foregone conclusion, merely awaiting the final second of the deadline. Now, with Death's Phantom's visit, they had hastened their own demise. Without further ado, Chu Yang made his way to the entrance of the Death's Hospital. Although a considerable amount of the phantom energy had already been siphoned off to the shadowy knight hospital, the transmission of phantoms was still too sluggish, resulting in a plethora of afflicted phantoms remaining at Death's Hospital. Chu Yang quickly spotted the diligent Father Phantom amidst the throng. Father Phantom's mouth was stretched wide in a grin, utterly delighted. In his eyes, these were not afflicted phantoms, but rather a veritable treasure trove, a means to clear debts and acquire a substantial sum of ghostly currency. Hey, how's it going? Chu Yang inquired as he approached. Li Gui's father was startled. The eerie atmosphere could send chills down anyone's spine. Upon recognizing Chu Yang, he regained his composure and replied, all is well. The Dark Knight Hospital possesses remarkable skills. Unlike that death delivery hospital, which not only lacks expertise, but also practices medicine recklessly. Li Gui's father grumbled, lamenting that if the death delivery hospital had any medical ethics, his wife would not have met her demise. Then, how about you join me in my endeavor, and the people we gather will be counted as yours? Chu Yang proposed. That sounds good, exclaimed Li Gui's father, his eyes lighting up. They promptly set off, arriving before a tall and slender figure, whereupon Chu Yang asked, Hey, do you know if the owner of the death delivery hospital, the notorious Gui Zhang, has an unusual fondness for excrement? What? Gui Zhang, a formidable figure in the later stages of his cultivation, enjoys such a thing? You must be joking. The slender figure replied, astonished. Why would I deceive you? Let me show you a scene of him indulging in it. Chu Yang grinned as he revealed the image captured by the shadow stone. In the high-definition footage, Gui Zhang was seen relishing a bowl of waste with great enthusiasm. The slender figure's jaw nearly dropped to the ground, and he gasped, Gui Zhang actually eats excrement. This revelation instantly piqued the curiosity of the surrounding onlookers, who flocked in droves. Is that true? A powerful figure like him indulges in this. Let me see that. Incredible. He truly enjoys excrement. Various exclamations echoed, leaving the crowd of curious onlookers shivering in disbelief. What is this? The infamous Gui Zhang, a cultivator of such high caliber, has an affinity for excrement? In the midst of the eerie gathering, Father Li Gui, adhering to Chu Yang's request, suddenly raised his voice. That deathly trickster has a penchant for excrement. How can we expect to receive proper treatment at such a disreputable establishment? Upon uttering these words, the countenance of the assembled patients shifted dramatically. Much like in human society, a hospital run by a venerable and esteemed physician would naturally draw numerous visitors, whereas an institution led by a frivolous buffoon would be shunned. Seeing that the moment had arrived, Father Li Gui stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, Esteemed guests, I must denounce the deathly hospital to expose that deceitful trickster for employing the vile Boeing elixir in his practice. My beloved wife was utterly drained of her vitality by that very potion. With that, Father Li Gui produced a substantial array of evidence provided by Chu Yang. The assembled tricksters were left dumbfounded, their expressions filled with dread. Upon reviewing the evidence, it became evident that the child was indeed telling the truth. The Boeing elixir was no secret, it was widely known. By the heavens, I nearly became a victim myself. This is a travesty against our very existence. Various voices of outrage erupted amidst the crowd. Simultaneously, panic ensued among the tricksters. What shall we do? The deathly hospital administers the Bo En elixir, which will lead to our demise. Yet we have already succumbed to the dark energy. If we do not seek treatment, we shall perish regardless. Such trepidation plagued every trickster present, and they turned their gaze towards fatherly Gue. Fear not, for I was healed at the Nightshade Hospital. I assure you, with my very essence as a guarantee, the elixir they provide is the authentic remedy against dark energy. Fatherly Gue's voice resonated with conviction, echoing through the assembly. Beside him, Chu Yong observed with a series of sighs. The eloquence of the father of the sinister was indeed remarkable. It was a pity he did not pursue a career as an orator. The crowd had lost faith in the mortuary hospital, and the night hospital emerged as their last beacon of hope. One by one, they turned and dashed towards the night hospital, fearing that they might arrive too late to receive treatment. Capitalizing on the absurdity of the Death Eater as a lure, they drew every ailing soul at the entrance and swiftly transported them to the night hospital. This tactic proved astonishingly effective, and within moments, the entrance of the mortuary hospital fell eerily quiet. Excellent. The tide had turned, and the mortuary hospital could no longer stir any unrest. In the office of the mortuary hospital's proprietor, the Death Eater wore a grim expression, furiously rinsing his mouth. At that moment, several nurses and doctors approached him. Boss, we wish to resign, one doctor declared. Why? He responded, perplexed. I provide generous compensation, he added. Indeed. But we do not wish to toil under a boss who enjoys consuming excrement, a nurse replied bluntly. You. The Death Eater nearly spat out his soda in disbelief. Following this group, more nurses and doctors came forth to resign. Soon after, his secretary rushed in, her face etched with worry. Master Eater, we have a grave situation. One patient has escaped from the hospital entrance, and now there isn't a single patient left. Everyone is shouting that the Death Eater consumes excrement and is unreliable. They've all fled. According to rumors, the night hospital claimed to possess a vast supply of the elusive shadow elixir. The secretary hurried over, loyal to the Death Eater. Had it not been for the differing contracts, she too would have sought an escape. Following a boss who has an insatiable appetite for excrement is truly the epitome of absurdity. Chu Yong, perish, you insufferable wretch. With a thunderous roar, he smashed the table before him into a myriad of splinters. Come, accompany me to the night hospital. I remain unconvinced that they possess such an abundance of the anti-evil elixir. I shall expose their nefarious schemes. The wretched wretch, consumed by rage, burst forth and swiftly flew toward the night hospital. At this moment, the night hospital was bustling with activity, an overwhelming multitude of afflicted souls crammed together. Chapter 72, Apologies. But there is no shortage of anti-evil elixirs. Previously, the benefits of the night hospital propagated by the father of a certain malevolent spirit were far too meager. Unexpectedly, this time the news spread like wildfire. It was not solely due to the presence of the anti-evil elixir. The most rapid dissemination came from the revelation of the wretched wretch's peculiar taste. Several patients, teetering on the brink of demise, upon hearing of the wretch's penchant for excrement, sat upright and let out a boisterous laugh before closing their eyes once more. Chu Yong counted his fortune until his hands grew weary. This sensation was akin to a tenfold return from the system. The night ghost, too, was enraptured by laughter, pondering whether his healing rate could indeed soar to 60% with such an influx of patients. Suffering does not vanish, it merely shifts. At the entrance, the wretched wretch's countenance twisted in despair as he beheld the exorbitant fees of the night hospital amidst the throngs of patients, his eyes ablaze with fury. In a sudden leap, he ascended the high platform at the entrance and, channeling his power, bellowed, "Do not be deceived. The night hospital does not possess such an abundance of the anti-evil elixir. It is widely known that the anti-evil elixir is solely in the grasp of the rules, attainable only through serendipitous encounters while completing bizarre tasks. Even if one were to acquire it, it would merely amount to a single vial. How could the Dark Night Hospital possibly produce hundreds or thousands of vials? Think for a moment." The words of the leader of the Death Clan stirred doubts among some of the patients, yet many others scoffed at them. Concealed within the crowd, they remarked, "Regardless, it is still preferable to being subjected to the lethal treatment of the Death Hospital. Indeed, they treat us like cattle. The leader of the Death Clan has lost our trust." Hearing such sentiments, the leader's face contorted in anger, wishing to obliterate these patients into dust with a single strike. However, he refrained, as these patients were also a part of the KPI assessment. Should he harm them, he would violate the rules and face obliteration himself. Amidst the uproar, Chu Yang emerged with a look of dissatisfaction. "Oh, back for another serving, are we? I still have plenty left for you," he jested, spotting the leader of the Death Clan. Originally, it would take 2 days to defeat the leader, but thanks to his unexpected maneuvers, it could now be accomplished in a single day. Chu Yang could hardly contain his delight. "Is your only talent that of verbal sparring? Why don't you demonstrate your precious elixir in front of everyone?" The leader of the Death Clan retorted sharply. Despite hailing from a more illustrious realm, he could not produce the elixir. Thus, he remained skeptical of Chu Yang's claims. He had come this time with nothing to lose, intent on exposing Chu Yang's scheme. Only in doing so could he grasp a flicker of hope. If a malevolent ailment can only sustain life for 3 days, then after consuming the elixir of Ain, one might extend that duration to 4 days. In the face of the inability of the 2 major hospitals in Yuming City to provide a remedy, the confidence of the sinister figure, Chu Sigwachang, lies in the belief that the gates of the malevolent ailment sect will pay him handsomely for an extra day of life. This belief forms the foundation of Chu Sigwachang's audacity. Is the elixir of Ain not a rare and precious substance? Chu Yang casually produced a vial of the elixir of Ain. The manifestation of this elixir was accompanied by wisps of regulatory power, rendering any deception impossible. The mere appearance of this vial caused many afflicted souls to redden with envy. Just 1 vial, how could it possibly cure them? Chu Sigwachang scoffed dismissively. Who claimed it was merely 1 vial? Chu Yang turned and revealed 10 vials. Chu Sigwachang's eyes twitched at the sight of 10 vials. This was somewhat anticipated, considering the wealth of the Chu family, who could dispatch formidable figures to accomplish bizarre tasks and procure such resources. Even 10 vials were inconsequential, at most. They could remedy 30 afflicted souls, Chu Sigwachang asserted heavily. "No matter, I possess more," Chu Yang declared, brandishing 100 vials for all to see. Chu Sigwachang's lips curled in a grimace, a hint of panic flashing across his visage. 100 vials? How could he possibly have that many? The next word slipped from his lips. What of 100 vials? Can they truly save that many afflicted souls? Chu Yang interjected coldly. What of 100 vials? Can they indeed cure so many? Chu Sigwachang, caught off guard, covered his mouth as a bead of cold sweat trickled down. 100 vials were indeed insufficient. What about 1,000? Chu Yang produced 1,000 vials of the elixir of Ain, creating a mound upon the ground. Chu Sigwachang stood in shock, swaying as though he might collapse. His eyes were filled with an absurdity that left him utterly bewildered. "Yama, have mercy. This individual has astonishingly produced 1,000 vials of the sinister potion. How could this be possible?" "No, it cannot be." The deathly anomaly shook his head in a frenzy. "It's fine. 1,000 vials are insufficient. There are still 2,000 more," Chu Yang revealed further. "Boss Chu is remarkable." The crowd of afflicted anomalies below erupted in ecstatic howls, each hastily offering payment for treatment at the hospital. Who could possibly concern themselves with the pitiful figure of the deathly anomaly, resembling a mere clown? At this moment, the deathly anomaly was utterly despondent, his worldview shattered. Why was this world so deranged? Was the sinister potion truly so inexpensive here? Yet, if it were indeed so affordable, why did these afflicted anomalies possess none? Ah, the deathly anomaly screamed. He realized that defeat was imminent. He, a formidable late-stage anomaly, was unable to contend with this mid-stage native human. Although the deathly anomaly could scarcely recall the events of that other world, he vaguely remembered promising someone that after the 3rd wave of the bizarre apocalypse descended, he would achieve great feats in this realm. Yet, the outcome was a premature demise before even embarking on his journey. He refused to accept this reality, especially as he observed Chu Yang's smug expression, which only intensified his resentment. If he were to exchange himself for Chu Yang, who would truly emerge as the loser? Surely, it must be the triumphant and promising Chu Yang who would suffer defeat. Thus, if he could eliminate Chu Yang, in a sense, he would claim victory. Chu Yang sensed the deathly anomaly drawing closer, his intent to kill palpable in the air. However, he remained unfazed. With the powers of the Black Death Anomaly Eye, the illusion-breaking Anomaly Eye, and the Anomaly-breaking Right Hand, 3 unparalleled skills, Chu Yang was confident that he would not perish at the hands of the deathly anomaly. The predicament that once befell the Dark Knight's proprietor will no longer manifest, just as Gue Chang was preparing to launch a sudden assault on Chu Yang. A portal materialized within the air. Moments later, the manager of the 6th floor of the Gue Ting shopping complex gracefully emerged from the passage. "Esteemed guest, it appears you are in trouble. May I assist you in resolving it?" The manager inquired politely, gesturing towards the direction in which Gui Chong had fled. No need. Chu Yong replied with a shake of his head. The previous encounter had been unavoidable. He wished to maintain no further entanglements with the Gui Ting shopping complex beyond their transactions, for it was shrouded in enigma. During the apocalypse of his past life, he scarcely heard any news regarding the Gui Ting shopping complex over the span of 5 or 6 years. Chapter 73. A dying Gui Lord. Very well, esteemed guest. May I inquire about your capabilities? Chu Yong asked with curiosity. During their last meeting, the sixth-floor manager had been Gui Chong. This time, it seemed the manager had evolved beyond merely being Gui Chong. Otherwise, how could he have frightened Gui Chong away with just a mere aura? Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. I have come to extend my apologies. We had initially planned to complete the crafting of the Netherworld Huazi within the agreed time frame. However, unforeseen calamities have hindered our progress. Of course, we at the Gui Ting shopping complex bear no intention of shirking responsibility. Should we breach our contract, we shall compensate you accordingly. I implore you not to lose faith in our establishment. The professionalism of the sixth-floor manager was commendable, and Chu Yong found it quite agreeable to hear. That is acceptable. A slight delay is manageable. Chu Yong gestured dismissively. Mr. Chu, would it be possible to exchange the remaining Huazi for other items of equivalent value? The sixth-floor manager suddenly let out a bitter smile. Indeed, the Starfall Tower is currently shrouded in ominous energy, rendering extraction quite challenging. Chu Yong nodded in agreement. However, this is not the primary concern. The oppressive atmosphere will dissipate swiftly. The crux of the matter lies in the ancient tower itself. If we wish to intervene as anything other than trial participants, it could pose significant complications, remarked the manager of the sixth floor. Is the ancient tower truly that formidable? Chu Yong inquired, somewhat astonished. If even the eerie marketplace deems it troublesome, it must be quite terrifying. The ancient tower is a multifaceted task governed by intricate rules, imbued with a potent aura of regulation, and cannot be approached with brute force. Their territorial instincts are exceptionally strong. This is where the challenge lies. Mr. Chu, as our esteemed guest, you are entitled to this information. Guarding the ancient tower is a relic of the King of Anomalies, the very first of its kind to emerge in the world. Should Mr. Chu be interested, there exists an opportunity for contention, with numerous benefits to be gained. The sixth-floor manager said with a smile. I must admit, I am somewhat intrigued, Chu Yong acknowledged. He was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the King of Anomalies relic. Should a pinnacle anomaly commander acquire such an artifact, they would have a pathway into the realm of the King of Anomalies. However, Chu Yong harbored reservations at this moment. His interest in the ancient tower had indeed intensified, particularly regarding one aspect. Could the system potentially offer a tenfold return on the King of Anomalies relic? If so, Chu Yong would be willing to risk his life to enter the ancient tower and devise a way to obtain this invaluable artifact. The potential applications of a King of Anomalies relic are boundless. Moreover, the business at the Nightshade Hospital has thrived, achieving the KPI targets within just 1 day. Congratulations to the Night Hospital for successfully achieving its KPI targets, triumphing over the Death Hospital, and thereby stripping away its sinister fate. The medical community of Yuming City shall revere the Night Hospital chain. A ruthless voice echoed in Chu Yang's ears. While he felt joy, a hint of surprise accompanied it. When did the rules come with such commentary? Having unified the medical field once more, in addition to his previous accomplishments in the educational sector, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Excellent. Now, let us set our sights on the insurance industry. Just then, the night ghost hurriedly approached. Boss, a peculiar patient has arrived. And the situation is quite unusual. How unusual? It is a Spectre Lord, the night ghost stammered. This marks the 3rd occurrence of the bizarre apocalypse. How could a Spectre Lord emerge? Isn't the limit supposed to be a Spectre leader? Chu Yong was taken aback. If a Spectre Lord were to unleash their wrath, all his efforts could be obliterated in an instant, and no one could intervene. Boss, as the occurrences of the bizarre apocalypse increase, the boundaries of cultivation will become increasingly ambiguous. After the 4th and 5th instances, those boundaries will cease to exist altogether, the night ghost elucidated. Although no one had informed him of this, he instinctively knew. Meanwhile, while Chu Yong possessed the ability to cultivate, he was unaware of this reality. This exemplified one of the fundamental disparities between humans and the malevolent specters. Quickly, take me upstairs. In the Supreme VIP hospital, a Spectre Lord lay on the hospital bed, drenched in blood and barely clinging to life. Even in such a weakened state, Chu Yong felt an overwhelming sense of danger as he drew near. What will happen if he remains untreated? Chu Yang inquired. Is there a possibility of recovery? I am fully committed. And with the extensive medical resources of the night hospital chain at my disposal, I am confident that I can effect a complete cure without leaving any lingering aftereffects, albeit at a considerable cost. The night hand remarked. How much will it consume? 30 million nether coins. Cast it away. Do not perish within my hospital. He likely shares the same sentiment. Chu Yang turned and walked away. The Guaiho's little finger quivered slightly. Though he was on the brink of death, his consciousness remained intact. Is not a hospital meant to heal the ailing? That is not my perspective. I wish to live. I yearn for life. Do not depart. Do not depart. As Chu Yang reached the threshold of the ward, the night hand abruptly inquired, Boss, shall we not attempt treatment? He possessed a sense of medical ethics, feeling somewhat uneasy. However, if the boss truly refused to treat this Guaiho, he would be the first to cast him out. Treatment? This is 30 million nether coins. Chu Yang scoffed. His nether coins were plentiful, yet they did not come effortlessly. Losing 30 million would undoubtedly cause him distress, and moreover, healing is not an expenditure that promises a tenfold return. The Guaiho's consciousness fell into silence. Indeed. 30 million nether coins. Would a hospital owner expend such a fortune on a complete stranger? Were he in the same position, he would refuse treatment as well. Is he even conscious? Chu Yang suddenly shifted his tone. Uncertain, perhaps there is a possibility he is? The night hand scratched his head. Chu Yang sank into contemplation. This was a Guaiho. If the exorbitant cost of 30 million could tether this Guaiho to his side as a formidable ally, it would be worth its weight in gold. Yet, what if the Guaiho were to recover and flee? He would be powerless to stop him. Thus, the prospect of treatment becomes a high-stakes gamble. The dark night ghost hand fixated intently on the face of the enigmatic Marquis, lost in contemplation. Boss. I believe I have heard his name before, yet it eludes me at this moment. All I can recall is that this Marquis is lauded by many for his virtuous character. Is that so? If his character is indeed commendable, it may be worth a gamble. Chu Yang had grand ambitions yet to be realized, and given the blurred boundaries of the cultivation realm alongside his own burgeoning brilliance, it was plausible that envious strongholds might conspire against him. With the presence of a Marquis by his side, he would at least enjoy a semblance of safety. After thorough consideration, Chu Yang deemed it worth the risk. Heal him, as long as he doesn't perish in the process. Understood, boss. In Chapter 74, Wandering Marquis, the bedridden Marquis was nearly moved to tears. There are still many good people in this world. Shall we not leave a contingency plan? The Dark Knight, ghost hand suggested ominously. The Marquis, startled, thought to himself, I am not a villain. I am grateful for your assistance and would never turn against you. Chu Yang, momentarily hesitant, remained silent. The Marquis, in a state of urgency, felt the impulse to rise immediately, yet feared they might misconstrue his actions as a specter returning from the dead, leading to his immediate cremation, a truly precarious predicament. After much deliberation, Chu Yang shook his head. Those with lower cultivation levels rarely engage in convoluted evaluations of others. Since this Marquis is renowned for his exceptional character, there is no need for a backup plan. I trust him. Chu Yang opened his eyes and, with a hint of deception, cast several glances at the Marquis's small finger, which was still in motion. Remarkable. His consciousness persists. This must surely enhance your favorability. Moreover, Chu Yang could not possibly be entirely unprepared. He tightly grasped the mysterious courtyard's purple gold membership card in his pocket. Should this enigmatic lord truly intend to strike, he would promptly flee to the mysterious courtyard. If all goes as expected, the manager on the 6th floor should also be an enigmatic lord. Upon hearing Chu Yang's words, the enigmatic lord nearly burst into tears. All right, I shall commence treatment now. Given the gravity of treating an enigmatic lord, the Knight's shadow did not dare to take it lightly. He summoned all the doctors from the night hospital for a meeting to discuss treatment plans, pooling all available medical resources. Finally, by evening, they successfully revived the enigmatic lord. As he opened his eyes and adjusted to his surroundings, he descended from the hospital bed and bowed deeply to Chu Yang and the Knight's shadow. Thank you both for saving my life. As a token of my gratitude, here is my command token. Should you ever find yourselves in peril, you may shatter the token, and I shall rush to your side with utmost haste. The sincerity of the enigmatic lord was unmistakable. It is nothing. Saving the enigmatic is the duty of a physician. Chu Yang replied with a slight smile, though internally, he felt some dissatisfaction. Having only acted once did not align with his insatiable nature. You are the wandering enigmatic lord. The Knight's shadow exclaimed. Indeed, that is I. The wandering, enigmatic lord nodded in affirmation. Chu Yang cast a glance at the knight's shadow, who instantly comprehended and elaborated. The wandering, enigmatic lord is quite renowned in Yuming City, a drifter known for his chivalrous deeds. Chu Yang nodded in acknowledgement. Despite the wandering, enigmatic lord's status, he still wished to retain him. Wandering, enigmatic lord, my educational and medical groups are currently at their zenith. Would you consider joining me in this endeavor? Rest assured, there is no need for you to engage in trivial matters. It is only when the enigmatic adversary launches an offensive that you shall intervene. As for your remuneration, you need not worry. A monthly stipend of 100,000 ghostly coins awaits you, accompanied by comprehensive social security benefits. Furthermore, your offspring will be granted free admission to the peculiar high school. Chu Yang spoke slowly. Upon hearing the figure of 100,000 ghostly coins per month, the wandering, enigmatic marquis was taken aback. Is such extravagance even humane? Surely, your family must be the proprietors of the supreme ghostly commerce. Yet, he shook his head in refusal. No, I am accustomed to a leisurely life. Wandering the world is my true home, and to perish in a distant land is my fate. The wandering, enigmatic marquis shook his head. Most individuals would have given up by this point. But Chu Yang was no ordinary person. The opportunity was rare. He was determined to retain the wandering, enigmatic marquis. Although he had defeated the deathly enigmatic Long, the latter had not perished. Who knows when he might strike again, or whether there are even more formidable enigmas lurking behind him. All these factors demand vigilance, making the presence of the wandering, enigmatic marquis all the more essential. Since you possess such aspirations, I shall not compel you further. However, I implore you to remain here for 3 days, allowing me to fulfill my duties as a host. After all, our encounter is a matter of fate. Chu Yang stated earnestly. The wandering, enigmatic marquis was about to decline when he was promptly interrupted by Chu Yang's words. Do not refuse. It would sadden me greatly if you did. The wandering, enigmatic marquis reflected on the fact that, despite their unfamiliarity, Chu Yang was willing to expend such a fortune to rescue him. With this in mind, he nodded. Very well, just 3 days. I shall cease my nagging. The wandering, enigmatic marquis replied. You are still unwell. Rest on the sickbed for now. Should you require assistance, simply call the nurse. I shall step out for a moment. After Chu Yang spoke, he took Yi Gui into the corridor. Boss, the enigmatic wanderer has ambitions that extend far and wide. What good would it do to confine him for 3 days? Yi Gui inquired, somewhat perplexed. Hiki, whether he departs after 3 days will no longer be his decision. Chu Yang replied with a grin. It is time for the group to expand its branches. And Yi Gui, you and the Pale One shall go to the strange high school and summon Xiao Li and Shui Yang. Chu Yang instructed. Understood. The Wangquan cab sped away with remarkable swiftness, and soon after, Xiao Li and Shui Yang arrived. Following the third arrival of the bizarre apocalyptic era, Shui Yang's cultivation had soared, aided by the support of Ming Bai and the guidance of blood slaughter, reaching the latter stages of the spectral soldier realm. This rapid progress pleased Chu Yang. He was indeed deserving of the exceptional talent he had recognized. You two are the only ones with whom I have made a pact, and you are my most trusted confidants. Now, I have a significant task to entrust to you, Chu Yang said earnestly. Xiao Li and Shui Yang, inspired, stood tall and replied, Rest assured, we shall see it through. Should we fail, we shall present our heads to you. Though Xiao Li's aptitude was lacking, he demonstrated his talents in other areas, exhibiting a shrewdness that surpassed that of ordinary humans. Inform every entertainment establishment in the vicinity, including hotels, foot massage parlors, nightclubs, and gyms. Let the owners know that Chu Yang is prepared to spend, and those willing to be acquired should line up one by one. Chu Yang declared, Fear not. Boss, we will ensure the mission is accomplished. After finishing his words, Xiao Li and Shui Yang immediately departed. Outside the Dark Knight Hospital, Xiao Li wore a grave expression. There are no unscrupulous individuals engaging in coercive sales. Hence this task is exceptionally challenging. Although the boss has not set a specific target for us, we must at least ensure that he successfully acquires 20 entertainment venues. Upon arrival, I will primarily handle communications, while you will ensure my safety. Understood. Shui Yang nodded. Let us commence with the nearest Heya Hotel. Onward. The Heya Hotel, viewed from the outside, exuded an air of opulence, continuously emanating a cool ambience. Logically, one would expect the business of the Heya Hotel to flourish. However, the owner was deeply troubled. At the front desk, the owner reviewed the month's financial statements and let out a long sigh. They had incurred losses for 3 consecutive months, particularly this month, which saw a stark decline in guests. With another sigh, the owner lamented. Boss, why not lay off some employees? Inquired the Heiha manager, who was the owner's younger brother and thus felt secure from termination. Is it really that simple? Do you think I haven't considered it? I have already dismissed many employees. There are no more to let go, as such a large hotel requires manpower, the owner replied, frowning. Damn it. Who is profiting from these ghost coins? There were once numerous guests, but since the bizarre apocalypse's third emergence, the already dwindling human population has lost even more. Naturally, the spectral entities earn far fewer ghost coins and thus are disinclined to patronize us, the manager grumbled. The owner continued to sigh, wishing he could tear up the financial statements. What if we were to reduce our prices? The price of 3,000 ghost coins for a night is exorbitant. It should be lowered to 300 ghost coins to ensure a flourishing business, remarked the manager of Heiha. In response, he received a sharp slap from the proprietor of Heiha. You foolish brother. Do you think I do not desire this? When I established this hotel under the regulations, it was intended to be a high-end establishment. The rules are in place. If we lower our prices, we shall violate them. You wish for my demise. But I do not wish to perish either, the owner of Heiha retorted vehemently. The manager cradled his head, where a sizable bump had formed. If only someone would come to acquire it, I would willingly accept the loss to sell it off. If it comes to that, I will have no choice but to apply for bankruptcy under the rules. Yet, I truly resent this, having poured so much effort and so many ghost coins into it. The proprietor of Heiha, growing increasingly distressed, delivered yet another slap to the manager's head. Manager? A guest has arrived. Suddenly, the ominous welcoming attendant rushed in, exclaiming with excitement. A guest has arrived? The owner of Heiha sprang to his feet. And there are two of them. The owner was instantly elated. 2 guests meant 6,000 ghost coins, a significant sum for the current state of Heiha. Xiaoli and Shuiyang entered with solemn expressions. Esteemed guests, may I inquire what level of accommodation you seek? The owner of Heiha rubbed his hands together, stepping forward to greet them. We are not here to stay. Xiaoli replied. What? Not here to stay? Are you mocking me? The owner's voice contorted in disbelief. Xiaoli sighed inwardly. It was as he had anticipated. This task would not be easily accomplished. Yet, the more challenging the situation became, the more determined Xiaoli was to accomplish the task assigned by his superior. In that moment, numerous negotiation tactics flooded his mind, appealed to emotions, reasoned with logic. If all else failed, a firm stance could not be disregarded. Prepared for a verbal duel, Xiaoli declared in a steady voice. We are here to acquire the Heiha Hotel. Upon uttering these words, silence enveloped the hall. Observing the atmosphere, Xiaoli realized the inevitable tension. To his astonishment, the owner of Heiha reacted with overwhelming excitement, rushing forward to grasp Xiaoli's hand and tremblingly inquired, Is what you say true? Brother, of course, it is true. Xiaoli replied, bewildered by the owner's fervent reaction. Ha ha ha, splendid. This is wonderful, there is hope. The Heiha owner exclaimed, bursting into laughter. This exuberance caused Xiaoli to instinctively take a step back, while Shuiyang advanced, ready for a confrontation. May I ask how much yuan coins you intend to offer for the acquisition? The Heiha owner inquired, rubbing his hands together. Are you agreeing to this already? Xiaoli asked, somewhat taken aback. He had prepared himself for a battle of wits, yet the Heiha owner was offering a direct concession. Of course, I agree. I am not foolish. The Heiha owner replied swiftly. After waiting endlessly, I finally encounter a significant opportunity. How could I not be excited? The cost of establishing the Heiha Hotel was 30 million yuan coins, he stated. Xiaoli nodded, recognizing that 30 million was ripe for negotiation. Following his superior's guidance, he aimed to bring it down to 20 million, which seemed reasonable. I will offer you 10 million, the Heiha owner asserted emphatically. 10 million was indeed a bold demand. Yet the Black River owner was prepared for haggling, anticipating a figure closer to 8 million. The deal was struck. Xiaoli grinned widely. What a foolish man to sell at such a low price. The Black River owner also smiled, thinking what a foolish man to buy at such a high price. Though they spoke the same language, their frequencies were perfectly mismatched, leading to a flawless agreement. Boss, I will now modify the peculiar task rules for you. Just a mere formality, said the Black River owner. There's no rush. I am not the boss, merely a lackey. We shall discuss this further when my superior arrives. Xiaoli replied, shaking his head. Very well, Black River nodded, continuing, why not stay for a meal? My hotel offers dining services that rival even the Hell restaurant. Unfortunately, time is of the essence. I must proceed to acquire another entertainment venue, Xiaoli stated before exiting with Blood Sunday. Another acquisition? The Black River owner was taken aback. Given the current economic climate, it was astonishing that someone would indulge in such extensive acquisitions. Intrigued, he discreetly followed them. Xiaoli, the hotel owner, is trailing us. Bloodsun noted, furrowing his brow. Not to worry, he is likely just curious about our capabilities, Xiaoli assured, leading Bloodsun into a wild and eccentric massage SBA. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoli entered with determination. The amicable nature of the Black River owner seemed almost serendipitous. Moments later, the owner of the Wild Massage SBA cheerfully ushered a bewildered Xiaoli out. Xiaoli emerged with a look of confusion. What just transpired? How could they agree so swiftly and at such a low purchase price? Had the world gone mad? Perhaps it is indeed a beautiful accident? With a heart full of confusion, Xiaoli ventured into a nightclub, only to exit within 5 minutes. He spent a mere 3 minutes in the gym and left the KTV in 2. Xiaoli felt utterly bewildered. Everything seemed so effortless, as if they were willingly offering themselves. How could he possibly showcase his own abilities in such circumstances? Damn it, Xiaoli cursed under his breath. The boss of Heha, who had been trailing him, also muttered in frustration. How could they possess such wealth? How many establishments had they acquired? Was their family truly engaging in some sort of supreme underworld dealings? In less than 2 hours, all the entertainment venues within a 10-mile radius had consented to be acquired by Chu Yang. This left Xiaoli questioning the authenticity of the situation. At the final salon, he resolved to demonstrate his capabilities. Clenching his fists, he declared, I must. Blood Yang's gaze was resolute. Such an effortlessly completed task. How would the boss perceive them? Charge forward. At the salon, the forlorn Gui Chang clung to a striking woman, his expression one of discomfort. As the esteemed director of a mortuary, he found himself seeking refuge with friends due to Chu Yang's influence. What kind of predicament was this? Gui Chang, tomorrow you must go out and attract clients, urged the salon owner with resignation. Gui Chang frowned. Don't blame me. Business is tough these days. The salon is on the brink of bankruptcy. If it collapses, you'll have nowhere to turn. The salon owner lamented. Gui Chang felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. As someone at the pinnacle of his profession, he was now reduced to soliciting clients? Yet, under the eaves of misfortune, he had no choice but to acquiesce. At that moment, the door was violently kicked open. Shattering into pieces, Gui Chang rose, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Someone was seeking trouble. One can vent their frustrations in a rather drastic manner. The salon owner does not impede the demise of the troublesome figure. He, too, is filled with ire. I have come to acquire this salon. And yet you do not hasten to welcome me? Xiaoli bellowed. The troublesome figure, with a sinister grin, was poised to retaliate when he was abruptly kicked into the wall by the salon owner, unable to extricate himself. My esteemed proprietors, what were you just discussing? The salon owner approached with a sycophantic smile. Are you deaf? What did you not hear? What use are ears if you cannot hear? Xiaoli reprimanded loudly, exhibiting an unprecedented arrogance. His intent was straightforward, to provoke the salon owner into immediately rejecting his acquisition proposal, thus allowing him to unleash his capabilities. The salon owner appeared momentarily taken aback. Xiaoli felt a surge of satisfaction. Indeed, this was the reaction he desired. Hurry up and get angry. However, the salon owner remained unfazed. In the realms of humanity and the bizarre apocalyptic world, one truth reigns supreme. Money is paramount. Though these two formidable entities seemed capable of being easily dispatched, should they possess the wealth to acquire, they would become the masters of the situation. Let me clarify. You wish to purchase my salon, correct? I would gladly entertain your acquisition, the salon owner said with a beaming smile. I certainly do not wish to part with a substantial sum of currency, Xiaoli replied coldly, his discontent with the salon owner's demeanor growing more pronounced. For a mere 10 million, you could acquire it. I have several strikingly beautiful entities here, all bound by contracts of servitude, ready to be transferred to you. The salon owner proposed. Xiaoli remained dissatisfied. He needed to further incite this salon owner, so he cast a glance at the troublesome figure trapped within the wall. He was unfamiliar with the concept of the ghostly leader and mistakenly believed that this figure was merely a companion of the salon owner. If you wish for me to acquire him, fine, but first let this spirit act as my steed, so that I may ride him, Xiaoli suggested. Pointing at the ghostly leader, the ghostly leader was instantly incensed, exclaiming, You, a mere spirit folk, wish to use me as a mount? Is this not a reversal of natural order? Where's the justice in this? Unable to contain his fury any longer, the ghostly leader prepared to retaliate, but was again restrained by the salon owner. Come on, cooperate a little, the salon owner whispered. Then let him ride. The ghostly leader's expression twisted in indignation. Ever since encountering Chu Yang, he had been subjected to the most bizarre occurrences. The issue was that he wasn't even permitted to act as a steed. The salon owner continued, "Get lost. Although we are brothers, I will not endure such an affront to my dignity." The ghostly leader cursed vehemently. "I will give you 100,000 ghost coins." The salon owner unveiled his trump card. The ghostly leader fell silent. Previously, he would have disregarded such an amount. But now, in his state of bankruptcy, 100,000 ghost coins appeared exceedingly enticing. 150,000, and you can go make him happy. The salon owner insisted. The ghostly leader clenched his teeth tightly, feeling utterly humiliated at the prospect of serving a spirit folk for money, despite being a formidable ghostly leader in his prime. "Deal." He finally conceded with a nod. He emerged from the wall, approached Xiao Li, and knelt before him, bracing himself against the ground. "Record this," Xiao Li instructed Blood Yang. "All right," Blood Yang responded, retrieving the ghostly shadow stone. The ghostly leader was nearly provoked into jumping at the sight of the stone, but was halted by the salon owner's stern gaze. "Very well, let us proceed with this farce. I shall not mind a modicum of dignity. Moo like a horse," instructed Xiao Li. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, Xiao Li produced a whip from seemingly nowhere, striking it against his own rear. "I asked you to moo, not to bellow like a bull. Fine, I shall treat you as a beast of burden." With that, Xiao Li seated himself upon the back of the unfortunate creature. "Move," he commanded, accompanied by another lash of the whip. The creature, bearing the weight of humiliation, shed tears of disgrace. This day would forever be etched in his memory as a dark chapter. Meanwhile, Shui Yang, observing the spectacle, felt an unsettling shift in the air. The blind seer discerned the extraordinary essence of the beast beneath Xiao Li. This creature was no ordinary bull. It exuded an aura of formidable power, a peak-level warrior. In disbelief, Shui Yang trembled, though he endeavored to maintain his composure. The situation had unfolded, and perhaps the creature was willing to overlook its own formidable status. After several revolutions, Xiao Li dismounted, his heart heavy with regret. He had exerted every effort to provoke the salon owner, yet the latter remained steadfast, unyielding in his calm demeanor. Frustrated, Xiao Li resigned himself to await another opportunity to showcase his prowess. 10 million for the acquisition. I shall await my boss's arrival. With that, Xiao Li departed alongside Shui Yang. The salon owner rushed over to assess the condition of the beleaguered creature, only to find it weeping profusely. Overcome with compassion, he embraced the creature, exclaiming, "My dear brother, you have sacrificed too much. I shall grant you 200,000 Underworld coins shortly." After venturing far, Shui Yang finally confided in Xiao Li about the startling truth. "What? Are you saying I just rode a formidable late-stage enemy?" Xiao Li exclaimed in astonishment. Shui Yang nodded, giving Xiao Li a thumbs up. Though initially frightened, Xiao Li soon felt a surge of excitement. "Boss, it's done. We have a total of 20 properties awaiting acquisition. Furthermore, we recorded a rather intriguing video." With that, Xiao Li presented the shadow stone to Chu Yang. Chu Yang was taken aback, exclaiming, "What luck! What a maneuver!" Xiao Li actually rode the death shadow, as if it were a horse. "Remarkable, truly remarkable. Excellent work. Go to finance and claim your reward of 100,000. With a grand gesture, Chu Yang carefully stored the shadow stone. "Thank you, boss." Xiao Li grinned widely. Since discovering his lack of talent for cultivation, he had embraced a laid-back lifestyle. The sheer joy of enjoying life without financial worries was unparalleled. He could once again seek out companionship for merriment. Subsequently, Chu Yang set off, arriving first at the Black River Hotel to briefly undertake the peculiar task of acquisitions. One by one, he acquired properties, and with each sweeping motion of his hand, the thrill of ownership made him yearn to buy up the entire Yiming city. It was exhilarating. The salon awaited him, with the owner eagerly anticipating his arrival. The Death Shadow, suffering from severe psychological trauma, had gone out to vent his frustrations by targeting a few humans. Chuang, amused by the unfolding drama, arrived at the salon, albeit feeling a tinge of regret upon finding the Death Shadow absent. He spent 10 million to acquire the salon. Ding! A total expenditure of 200 million on shadow consumption, yielding a return of 20 trillion. The system's voice echoed, and Chu Yang found himself delving deeper into the exhilarating world of extravagant spending. A group of shrewd business owners obstructed the entrance of the hospital. "Mr. Chu, I have heard you are acquiring various enterprises. I possess a small convenience store, and I would sell it to you for merely 1 yuan. Chapter 77. A plea for acquisition. What? Even for a convenience store, Such a price is rather unreasonable. Mr. Chu was taken aback. Boss, I also have a centipede supermarket, which I would sell to you for just 1 yuan. I have a dry cleaning shop as well, available for 50 cents. A multitude of astute business owners clamored, each offering their enterprises at rock-bottom prices for Mr. Chu's acquisition. Mr. Chu was increasingly bewildered. When did these cunning individuals become philanthropists? Although acquiring these minor enterprises bore no extraordinary fortune, they were still assets of value. Was it truly necessary to offer them at such a pittance? Furthermore, they appeared exceedingly anxious, as if their lives depended on Mr. Chu's affirmation, lest they crash into the gates of the Dark Knight Hospital. Wait, what is your intention? Mr. Chu inquired. Allow me to join your esteemed organization, and I seek no lavish benefits. Whatever compensation other employees receive, I shall accept as well. I too. Another chimed in. I have heard you acquired numerous clubs. I wish to be part of one, working during busy hours and entertaining during leisure. The crowd of shrewd business owners continued to express their eagerness, all vying to serve Mr. Chu. It seemed news of his employees' favorable treatment had spread. After a moment's contemplation, Mr. Chu realized that the current staffing levels at the Erie High School and the Dark Knight Hospital were already saturated. However, the 20 medium-sized enterprises he had recently acquired were in dire need of personnel. To survive, they have laid off numerous employees. In truth, the medium-sized industries can no longer offer Chuyang any fortuitous opportunities. Only the large industries can bring such fortune. In Yuming City, if an industry is not yours, can it truly be regarded as under your control? The owners' thoughts were quite straightforward, since their shops could no longer sustain themselves. It would be better to seek a stable position within the Chuyang Group. Allow me to elaborate on the compensation, monthly remuneration of 10,000 Ming coins, in addition to 5 forms of insurance and 2 funds. While some of the insurance and funds have yet to be implemented, those that have been established can be availed of. Chuyang declared loudly. All right, boss, you should come to me first. Nonsense, you should come to me first. Everyone, stop shouting, and come to me first. A group of cunning bosses nearly came to blows over the order of precedence. Ultimately, Chuyang stepped in to establish a sequence. Today marks an exceptionally unique day in Yuming City. On this day, both humans and the Erie entities faced a profound upheaval in their worldviews. This was especially true for the surviving humans, as they fought desperately, traversing through bizarre tasks and engaging in fierce conflicts over mere scraps of food. The very bosses of the Erie tasks, whom they had previously regarded as demons, unexpectedly adopted a remarkably humble stance, almost gifting an entire industry to a single individual. This shock and upheaval shattered the hearts of many. They despaired as they realized that, whether in the former human realm or the current chaotic and eerie apocalypse, there existed a hierarchy. The fortunate thrived while the unfortunate suffered even more. Moreover, some individuals whose nerves had remained tightly wound witnessed this scene and succumbed to a breakdown, descending into madness. Due to the proliferation of various small industries throughout Yunming City, on this day, the name Chuyang first entered the public consciousness. Even children could utter his name. Emerging from a peculiar task, Luo Shui staggered out, his body stained with blood, none of which was his own. This bizarre mission proved to be quite challenging. Luo Shui expended tremendous effort, employing his supernatural abilities and, in the process, causing the demise of others, just to barely achieve success. However, the rewards dictated by the rules were bountiful, elevating Luo Shui's combat prowess significantly. Generally, humans cannot cultivate, yet they can wield supernatural techniques and peculiar items. After graduating from the strange high school, Luo Shui had worked tirelessly and finally armed himself to the teeth. Then he heard news of Chuyang. Is it true that Chuyang is thriving so well now? Luo Shui felt a twinge of surprise. He had assumed he was the only one from the peculiar high school to have fared the best, but it seemed Chuyang was equally accomplished. Luo Shui, I require yin coins. I need yin coins. An icy voice resonated within him. It appeared he would have to seek financial assistance from Chuyang. As fellow alumni, it was only fitting, wasn't he it? He chuckled softly. Night fell. At last, he had successfully acquired the small industries that had come knocking. Consequently, his group's workforce expanded by a substantial 1/3, a significant advancement. Luo Shui arrived at the Supreme VIP ward. Yunyu Guiho, thank you for your patience. It's nothing, Yunyu Guiho remarked, gazing out the window at the stars, filled with a sense of wonder. Over the years, I have hurried through life, never taking the time to pause and gaze at the starry sky. Today, in this moment of tranquility, I am filled with profound reflections, murmured the wandering, enigmatic lord. A wave of joy surged within Chuyang. What kind of life had the wandering, enigmatic lord led that he could feel such sentiments after merely a day of leisure? If I indulge him in a hedonistic revelry, would he be reluctant to depart? Let us embrace this serendipitous encounter and extend my utmost hospitality. As night falls, let us dine together. The two of them boarded the yellow spring taxi, watching the scenery rush by in reverse. Once again, the wandering, enigmatic lord expressed his admiration. This yellow spring taxi is truly remarkable. Its speed surpasses even my swiftest flight. In no time at all, they arrived at the Black River Hotel. After its acquisition by Chu Yang, the hotel illuminated every available light, casting a golden glow throughout the grand hall. As they pushed open the doors, 2 rows of charming receptionists bowed and called out in unison, "Welcome, Boss Chu and Lord Wandering Enigmatic, to our hotel." The wandering, enigmatic lord felt somewhat out of place. Having roamed the vast wilderness for most of his life, he had never encountered such grandeur. A sense of unease stirred within him. "Lord Wandering, Boss Chu, your exclusive suite has been prepared. Please follow us." The manager of Black River approached, guiding the wandering, enigmatic lord and Su Yu to the hotel's top floor. Upon seeing the suite's opulent decor, the wandering, enigmatic lord's mouth fell slightly agape. Such lavish furnishings, far more extravagant than those in the lobby. The moment they stepped inside, a wave of comfort enveloped them. "Try these dishes. They have been crafted by the finest culinary master," Chu Yang said, while simultaneously taking a bite out of a piece of bread. "Why aren't you eating?" inquired the wandering specter, casting a glance at Chu Yang. "The dietary preferences of humans and malevolent specters differ significantly," Chu Yang replied. "Oh, I see." The wandering specter nodded, beginning to partake in the dishes. With the first bite, it was as if thunder struck him. Moments later, a tear rolled down his cheek. "What is it? Is it not to your liking?" Chu Yang hurriedly asked. Chapter 78. Brother, my sister doesn't need your money. No. After traveling the world for so many years, quenching my thirst with river water and foraging for wild vegetables, I have occasionally ventured into the city to find something to eat. I have never encountered such exquisite cuisine, the wandering specter said, wiping away his tears with a tone of nostalgia. "Come, quickly add more dishes, if my brother finds the food delightful. It is a testament to our worth," Chu Yang promptly urged, addressing the wandering specter as brother from then on. The wandering specter, far from feeling any aversion, found it quite endearing. In fact, the dishes themselves were crafted with great care, a collaboration between the culinary teams of the Black River Hotel and the Hell Restaurant, blending their strengths to create a remarkable feast. It truly represented the pinnacle of malevolent cuisine in Yunming City. It would be strange if it were anything less. As they reached a satisfactory fullness, Chu Yang exchanged a knowing glance with the manager of the Black River Hotel. The manager immediately understood and hastily summoned a group of alluring specter maidens who approached with graceful movements. The higher one's cultivation, the closer their aesthetic sense aligned with that of humans. These specter maidens, possessing flawless physiques and a charm that, in Chu Yang's eyes, rated a 5, were already captivating for the wandering specter. "Boss Chu, what is this?" The wandering specter gasped, his eyes wide with astonishment, as an old bachelor. He had never witnessed such a spectacle. The heart felt as though it were being scratched like a cat. "Brother Yunyu, this is the dining process at the Heiha Hotel. If you find it unsatisfactory, I can have them leave." After Chu Yang spoke, the enchanting dancers ceased their movements, and the eerie music halted as well. No, I have no objections," came the reply. "Resume the music, continue the dance." "Very well." Chu Yang chuckled inwardly, relishing the unfolding scenario, eager to observe how Yunyu would respond. He deliberately waited until the enigmatic guest had nearly finished his meal before summoning the dancers, ensuring that most of Yunyu's attention was captivated by them. Half an hour later, Yunyu emerged from the Heiha Hotel, a look of complete satisfaction gracing his features. "I am grateful for your hospitality, Boss Chu. I am quite pleased," he remarked. "This is merely the beginning. Come with me." Chu Yang, with an air of mystery, led Yu to a venue adorned in an exceedingly eerie manner. "Brother Yu, having traveled extensively over the years, your feet must be weary. Allow me to treat you to a foot spa package for some indulgence," Chu Yang suggested. "What is a foot spa package?" Yu inquired, his expression one of confusion. "You will find out shortly." Chu Yang guided Yu into a dimly lit private room, where each was offered a semi-reclining sofa. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing 2 scantily clad technicians who entered. "Hello, I am technician number 36, here to assist you," she greeted with a sweet smile. Yunyu, taken aback, found his feet submerged in icy water. The suddenness of the experience elicited a pleasurable gasp from him. The 36th technician possessed soft fingers and exceptional skills, simultaneously washing and massaging acupoints, releasing the accumulated fatigue of Yunyu Guiho over the years. With his eyes half closed, Yunyu Guiho silently reveled in the experience. Only after experiencing such bliss did he turn his gaze to the technician. Dear sister, with hands and feet, what led you to pursue this profession? He had previously mentioned that the structure of the realm of the cunning in the human world was quite similar, and one would still face disdain for engaging in such work. Seemingly touched by the question, the 36th technician's expression grew somber. This line of work offers quick financial rewards. My mother passed away when I was young, and my father was abusive. I also have a younger brother who is still studying. He is very understanding and considerate, and I do not wish for him to grow up without an education, which is why I chose this path. In the dimly lit space, her melancholy demeanor and soft-spoken words filled with experience struck Yugi's mind. He had never encountered such a scene before. The emotion stirred within him, and he rummaged through his belongings, eventually producing 5 crumpled, ghostly notes and placing them into the technician's hand. Sister, this is a small token of my gratitude. I hope you will accept it. His heart softened at the thought that if the 36th technician could accept this money, he would feel much more at ease. However, she declined, seemingly moved by his empathy, tears glistening in the corners of her eyes. Brother, you are a good person, and you have your struggles too. This time, I cannot accept your money. Next time, when you feel weary, just order the cheapest package, and I will still treat you to the most luxurious service. These few words struck directly at the soul of the wandering enigmatic lord, causing his mind to freeze momentarily. As time elapsed, the technicians bowed and departed in an orderly fashion. The wandering enigmatic lord remained unresponsive, a part of his heart lingering in that very spot. My dear wanderer, it is a rare occasion for you to rest. Let us ascend to the supreme private chamber. I shall summon a few lovely companions to join us. And the 36th technician has already made her way to you, Chu Yang suggested. No. The wandering enigmatic lord shook his head. A pang of apprehension surged within Chu Yang. Could it be that the plan had faltered? Do not bring the 36th technician up. Feel free to invite a few others instead, the wandering enigmatic lord stated solemnly. Now it was Chu Yang's turn to be taken aback. What do you mean, my friend? Are you truly moved by just a few words from the 36th technician? Good heavens, you are indeed an innocent soul, he exclaimed. You are a man of sentiment, my wandering brother. Would 10 be sufficient? Chu Yang chuckled heartily. That would suffice. The wandering enigmatic lord nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, Chu Yang escorted the wandering enigmatic lord and 10 captivating companions to the private chamber. Before they ascended, Chu Yang took care to instruct the 10 ladies to be gentle and to provide ample guidance. Considering that the wandering enigmatic lord was a novice in such matters and his pride must not be wounded, once all was in order, Chu Yang lit a cigarette, confident that his plan was nearly flawless. After such an elaborate arrangement, it would be no surprise if even the seasoned Chu Yang found himself bewildered. Just then, a commotion arose from downstairs, prompting Chu Yang to hurry down to investigate. Esteemed guests, I regret to inform you that our establishment has been reserved for the evening. We kindly ask that you return tomorrow, the manager said with a bow. Reserved? Who dares to reserve the entire place? Are you aware of who I am? Go die, you wretched being, the manager remarked. The being known as Go Die erupted in fury, an overwhelming aura emanating from him that seemed to freeze the very air around them. The manager remained unperturbed. What if the opponent was a rare and formidable entity? Within the confines of the establishment, the rules offered protection, rendering even the most powerful foes insignificant. Quiet down, another robust figure, the mighty wretched, spoke in a deep tone. Brother, this is the only establishment around that offers any excitement, replied Go Die, his expression darkening. Previously, under the weight of extreme humiliation, Go Die felt as if his internal pathways had been unblocked, suddenly recalling a name he had heard in another world before his arrival. In pursuit of vengeance, he sought out this name, only to discover that the individual indeed recognized him. Eager to forge a connection with this influential figure, he hastily brought forth money, only to be met with this unforeseen scene. How could he not feel enraged? Who was making such a racket? Do you possess no sense of morality? Chu Yang descended the stairs, grumbling. Chapter 79. Today I realize I am myself. Is it you? Is it you? As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes grow particularly fierce. Go Dai's aura surged once more, intent on eliminating Chu Yang. Unfazed, Chu Yang understood that although he could not defeat Go Dai, The numerous arcane techniques at his disposal rendered Go Dai's attempts on his life futile. "Is this the Chu Yang who defeated you?" inquired the mighty wretched. "Brother, it is indeed him." Go Dai ground his teeth in frustration. Without Chu Yang's interference, he would have basked in the glory of being a prominent figure. In this bizarre apocalyptic world, the measure of a formidable entity's success hinges on two criteria: strength and influence. Possessing both signifies a truly accomplished being. Chu Yang scrutinized the unfamiliar figure before him, adorned in a striking blue suit. Upon noticing the nameplate affixed to the suit, his pupils constricted slightly. Guangqiu, client manager of Wuxing Insurance Company. Wuxing Insurance Company, the largest insurance firm in Yunming City. Chu Yang was taken aback to find himself in conflict with a client manager from such a prestigious establishment in this setting. "Boss Chu, as the saying goes, one should leave a thread of opportunity for others. If you deny my brother even a glimmer of hope, is that not a lack of decency?" Guangqiu's eyes narrowed, his aura erupting in an instant. A presence far exceeding that of an ordinary specter surged forth. All the other formidable beings present, save for Su Yu and the formidable entity known as to Die, trembled in fear, their fates resting solely in Guangqiu's hands. He was a Spectre Duke. Due to his impending plans, he was fated to clash with Wuxing Insurance Company, and thus, there was no need for him to feign cordiality. "Very well. I shall remember you. I hope you possess the fortitude to endure," Guangqiu declared before attempting to depart with Tadai. "Brother, are we not going to eliminate Chu Yang?" Tadai expressed his dissatisfaction. "What is the point now? This establishment belongs to Chu Yang, and there are rules that govern it. While I could effortlessly dispatch him, I would ultimately fall victim to those same rules. My life is not something a mere human can contend with." Guangqiu replied coldly. Tadai gritted his teeth, but ultimately refrained from further protest. "Rest assured, you and I share a profound connection in another realm. I am aware of your desire for vengeance, and I shall craft an enigmatic task for you to fulfill that ambition." Guangqiu spoke with gravity. "Very well." At the stroke of 1 in the morning, the enigmatic Lord Yunyu descended from the opulent private suite on the top floor. What a relief it is! After years of wandering, I have not felt such comfort in ages. Those previous days were akin to living as a dog, with even bathing attended to by others. Yet, I find myself weary, yearning for rest. Congratulations, Brother Yunyu, on your transformation into a true man. Chu Yang approached, a smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, it is the thoughtful hospitality of Boss Chu. The hour grows late, and I too feel fatigued," remarked the enigmatic Lord Yunyu. "Very well. I shall make the arrangements forthwith." Chu Yang summoned Songbai, and they boarded the Huangquan taxi, heading directly to the Black River Hotel. The Black River Hotel is designed as a high-end establishment, yet its rooms do not quite measure up to the standards of true luxury. However, the premier suite can certainly hold its own against any other upscale hotel. Upon opening the door, a chilling breeze enveloped them. Inside, the walls and ceiling were damp, with patches of moss adorning them. Such a room would be unbearable for any human to endure for a night, yet for the enigmatic Lord Yunyu, it was a sanctuary of comfort. "This is truly a hell on earth," sighed Yunyu. "Brother Yunyu, this room contains a corpse-chilling ice stone, which continuously emits a refreshing coolness throughout the years. I have reserved this room for you. Whenever you find the time, you are welcome to rest here." Chu Yang said with a smile. "Go to hell," the enigmatic lord nodded. In such overwhelming comfort, he swiftly succumbed to slumber. Despite Chu Yang's presence, he felt a sense of trust towards him, which allowed him to fall into a deep slumber without a care. The following day, Chu Yang took the enigmatic Lord Yunyu on a tour of the peculiar high school and the shadowy hospital, allowing him to savor the taste of power. One day was dedicated to the pleasures of life, the next to the exercise of authority, and the third day was left to whimsy. However, by the morning of the fourth day, Chu Yang found himself engaged in administrative duties at the peculiar high school. Following the third occurrence of the bizarre apocalypse, the institution's reputation soared once more, enrolling several hundred students and raising tuition fees to a staggering 100,000 dark coins, yielding a modest profit. Chu Yang's two large enterprises had also found their footing, generating substantial income, which was indeed a positive development. At that moment, the pale figure hurriedly approached. "So, has Lord Yunyu awakened?" Chu Yang inquired. "Come, take me to him." After a brief interval, Chu Yang arrived at the dining hall, where he faced Lord Yunyu. "Brother Yunyu, joyous moments always seem fleeting, and here we are at the day of our parting. These 3 days together felt like a dream. I eagerly await the day we meet again." Chu Yang rose and clasped his fists in respect. Lord Yunyu's expression slightly shifted, And he replied, "Has 3 days truly elapsed?" "Boss Chuang?" "Indeed," Chiang nodded. "Might there still be a place for me in your esteemed organization?" Lord Yu asked. Chuang was nearly overcome with excitement. Realizing that his plan had succeeded and Lord Yu had indeed fallen into his scheme. Recognizing the need for thoroughness, Chuyang maintained an air of feigned ignorance. "What seems to be the matter? My organization currently lacks not for staff, but rather for enforcers," Chiang remarked. Uncertain if Boss Chu's previous words in the hospital still hold true, Yin Goho wiped his mouth and rose, a hint of melancholy crossing his visage. "After wandering the wilderness for decades, I have only now realized who I truly am. Having followed the boss and witnessed the world, I now recognize that my past was filled with nothing but wretched days. The notions of poetry and distant lands are merely the musings of fools who are well-fed and idle." Chu Yang's expression brightened with excitement as he stood. "Brother Yunyu, do you mean to say you are willing to become my enforcer?" "Indeed, I am willing, but the conditions must align with what you previously articulated." Yunyu Goho nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, your arrival guarantees the finest treatment. Henceforth, you shall reside in the supreme suite of the Black River Hotel. All my properties are at your disposal, and your expenditures will be entirely complimentary." Chu Yang chuckled heartily. With Yu allegiance, his confidence swelled, freeing him from concerns regarding the likes of Gui Chong and Guang Qiu. Chapter 80. The Void Mirror. Today marks a fortuitous day for Chu Yang. What of it? As long as the outcome is splendid. The next step involves challenging the entire insurance industry, taking on the formidable Wuxing Insurance Company. With such a vast enterprise, they are unlikely to pay heed to the humble insurance company that Chu Yang has established at first glance. This presents an invaluable opportunity for his development. Speed is of the essence. It must be executed with a swiftness that renders one's ears deafened. By the time Wuxing Insurance Company becomes aware, Chu Yang's firm must possess the capability to rival their stature. "Boss, before finalizing, there is something of utmost importance I must discuss with you." Yu Gihu's demeanor suddenly turned grave. "Speak," Chu Yang urged. "My injuries were inflicted by a formidable adversary on the desolate outskirts of Yuming City, where there exists a village governed by enigmatic tasks. Having traversed the world for many years, I instantly recognized that this village was no ordinary settlement. It harbored a priceless treasure. Thus, I ventured forth alone, only to find myself on the brink of death." The wandering Giku scratched his head and inquired, "Treasure? What treasure?" Chu Yang furrowed his brow. In his previous life, he had heard whispers of a mysterious village, known as the Void Village, which had once contained several terrifyingly powerful beings of Guizhong rank. "That treasure is an item of Guowang rank, the Void Mirror," Giku proclaimed emphatically. Chu Yang's pupils constricted. An item of Guowang rank? There were only 100 such items in the entire world, and now Yunming City possessed 2? Could it be that Yunming City was a city chosen by destiny? Indeed, the Void Realm is a unique item of Guowang rank. If a Giku possesses the Void Realm, they can wield powers equivalent to that of a Guijiang at most. The force of the Void Realm does not pertain to offense or defense. Rather, upon its activation, it delineates a void prison at a specified location. Within this prison, the imprisoned can never achieve the reality of vanquishing their captor, Giku elucidated. Chu Yang nodded, unable to erase the term Void Realm from his mind. What an astonishing item of Guiwang rank. When he eventually reached the Guizhong realm, would he not be able to imprison a Guiwang? What manner of bizarre tasks did that village entail? Were they arduous? Chu Yang hastily inquired. "It is exceedingly difficult. So much so that I became disoriented and ultimately failed. Were it not for my formidable strength, I might have met an untimely demise." The expression of the enigmatic Lord Yu was grave. "Do you have any interest in accompanying me on a journey?" Chu Yang inquired. "Ha ha, it's not that dire. I once recklessly court death." Chu Yang chuckled. The 3 peculiar techniques he possessed were lethal weapons in the face of bizarre tasks. The Black Death enigmatic, I can discern whether one or their allies harbor any deathly aura, allowing them to navigate fortune and misfortune. The illusion-breaking enigmatic, I can penetrate all falsehoods to reveal the truth, even if an insurmountable threat were to arise. Chu Yang's broken enigmatic right hand could withstand a single assault of the rules. Of course, these are merely auxiliary. The most invaluable asset remains Chu Yang's extensive experience from 2 lifetimes participating in strange tasks. Such wisdom and insight are worth their weight in gold. Simultaneously, within the headquarters of the lifeless insurance company, in an office, Guangqiu was earnestly speaking to the grim Lord of Death. "Brother, it's not that I am unwilling to offer you a favor, The regulations of lifeless insurance company dictate that only enigmatic lords may assume the role of client manager. You are still in the latter stages of your transformation into an enigmatic lord, and I am powerless to assist you, Guangqiu concluded with a shrug. The grim Lord of Death's countenance darkened slightly. He yearned to restore his societal standing. Possessing great power without the corresponding assets is a lamentable state. A wandering soul, a wild enigma? If he could just join lifeless insurance company and serve as a mid-level client manager, he would reclaim his illustrious title of Grim Lord of Death. Yet, it appears unattainable, all thanks to that wretched Chu Yang. The Grim Lord's ears perked up, and he immediately gazed at Guangqiu with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. In this unfamiliar world, only Guangqiu can lend a helping hand to himself. Recently, within the realm of the Wuxing Insurance Company, a mysterious village has emerged. It has been stated that if someone dares to venture in and investigate, bringing back valuable information, they will be appointed as a client manager at Wuxing Insurance Company. Should the information prove to be exceptionally valuable, there is a possibility of an extraordinary promotion to employee supervisor. Guangqiu asserted emphatically. A glimmer of hope danced in the eyes of the brave Qi Si. If he were to enter that village and emerge with first-hand, valuable intelligence, would he not ascend directly to the position of employee supervisor, even surpassing Guangqiu's rank? The allure was undeniable. However, he was not a fool. Such enticing conditions surely concealed peril. It must be quite dangerous, he pondered aloud. Indeed, it is natural, Guangqiu replied. Previously, a group of ordinary beings and several humans were sent in, yet none returned. They all perished within. However, you are a formidable leader, and as one in the advanced stages, your chances of success are significantly greater. Guangqiu leaned in closer, his lips brushing against Qi Si's ear as he whispered. According to rumors, that village may harbor an artifact of kingly caliber. Upon hearing the phrase kingly artifact, Qi Si's mouth fell agape, his pupils contracting sharply. His heart raced with fervor. At that moment, he did not consider the dangers posed by the presence of a kingly artifact. Rather, he envisioned the power and prestige he would wield upon acquiring it, dominating the entire Yunming city. Brother, allow me this opportunity. It is perilous. Yet it is also my chance, Qi Si declared earnestly. Very well. Truly, my dear brother, I shall send you the coordinates. Await your triumphant return. Guangqiu chuckled heartily. Yet, after the departure of the enigmatic Chang, Guangqiu's jovial demeanor gradually morphed into something more sinister. Go forth, and let not a sound escape your lips. Even the wandering Guhu's fate remains uncertain. Guangqiu smiled deviously. The enigmatic Chang serves as his envoy, and with a commendable cultivation level. It is indeed time for Guangqiu to ascend in rank and fortune. Ha ha. A fellow villager betraying another with a knife in the back. The ancients do not deceive me. Although, it is Guangqiu who wields the dagger. The Guangmao building. This dilapidated edifice was acquired by Chu Yang, perfectly suited to serve as the headquarters for his insurance company. Chapter 81. Journey to the Void Village. Now, he has summoned all his formidable generals. Shaoli, the Pallid One, the Director of Education, the Acting Principal, Shui Yang, Shui Tu, Yuan Shu, the Earl of the Wilderness, the Night Phantom Hand, and the Wandering Guhu. Unbeknownst to him, his core team has grown considerably, each possessing impressive strength. Xiao Li and the others were astonished to see the Wandering Guhu. They had not expected their boss to recruit such a formidable ally in such a short span, deepening their respect for him. What news from the acting principal regarding the peculiar high school? Chuang inquired. All remain stable. The operations of faculty and students flow seamlessly. Before the onset of the fourth bizarre apocalypse, I hardly need to worry, the acting principal replied with a smile. And what of the night hospital? Chuang continued. Almost. I am no longer needed. Under my guidance, 3 adept physicians with a recovery rate exceeding 30% have emerged, upholding the esteemed reputation of the night hospital. The enigmatic leader nodded in agreement. Excellent. I trust you are somewhat aware of my forthcoming plans. I shall speak plainly. I intend to establish an insurance company, directly competing with the lifeless insurance company. No, my aim is to bring down the lifeless insurance company. Do any of you have objections? Chu Yang's voice rose in fervor as he inquired loudly. None. A voice from the crowd of peculiar individuals exclaimed with excitement. The lifeless insurance company is a formidable enterprise in Yunming City, far beyond the reach of the night hospital or the Eerie High School. Yet, upon hearing Chu Yang's intentions regarding the lifeless insurance company, they felt not fear but exhilaration. Loyalty is reciprocal. While Chu Yang recognized their talents and capabilities, they too were drawn to his ambition. Much like in human society, if strategists observe that their leader lacks the drive to pursue legitimacy, regardless of the leader's might, they would scornfully remark upon the futility of his endeavors and depart. Very well, let us use this building as our stronghold to establish the insurance company. The name shall be the Chu Insurance Company, Chu Yang declared emphatically. What a splendid name. Xiao Li and the others applauded fervently. In the ensuing days, I, along with the wandering ghost marquis, will be preoccupied and away for a few days. I will allocate 100 million Underworld coins to you. With this sum, you are to recruit talents and begin constructing the framework. Remember, it is imperative that you do not let any word escape. The contract should simply be signed with them. But it is imperative to include a clause stipulating that the details of the work remain confidential until the insurance products are launched. Chu Yang reminded them. Next, he would accompany the enigmatic Yuan to the mysterious village of the Void. The Void Realm was a prize Chu Yang was determined to seize. Regarding the Starfall Tower, he had his own contemplations. However, given that even the sixth-floor manager of the Guiding Commercial Center had described it as terrifying, he decided to postpone his visit. He would venture there after securing the Void Realm, when his chances would be significantly enhanced. All right, Brother Yuan, let us depart, Chu Yang stated. Let us go? In the western wilderness of Yuming City, this expanse was a desolate wasteland even before the onset of the bizarre apocalypse, barren and devoid of vitality. With scarcely a blade of grass. Following the arrival of the strange cataclysm, it became a place completely lifeless. Even the wandering spirits and phantoms held it in disdain. Thus, the unexpected emergence of a village in such an inhospitable setting undoubtedly piqued the curiosity of Yuan, the enigmatic lord. The adage curiosity killed the cat rings true in this instance. The village itself appeared dilapidated, and as Chu Yang and Yuan approached the entrance, they encountered several other humans. Damn this cursed paper. It forced me to traverse the entirety of Yunming City. If it weren't for my recent earnings of some dark coins and a ride in a Yamataxi, I might have lost my head. A man exclaimed, cursing vehemently. Indeed, after the third bizarre apocalypse, although the peril of the rule-based tasks has escalated, new avenues for earning dark coins have emerged outside these tasks. I had intended to avoid the strange missions altogether, yet I find myself unable to escape the summons of this accursed paper, a middle-aged woman lamented. A group of individuals exchanged words, their tones decidedly pessimistic. The entrance featured a dilapidated gate, devoid of any surrounding railings. At the village's threshold, an elder reclined on a chaise lounge, gazing up at the starry sky. There were no signs indicating any rules, nor was there a means of entering the village. They understood that they had to wait until everyone had arrived before they could proceed together. As time ticked by, the number of arrivals steadily increased. Chu Yang, somewhat taken aback, counted and realized that there were already over 30 individuals present, including a dozen formidable entities known as the Li Gui. What is the meaning of this? Can even the Li Gui receive the note? Chu Yang was astonished. This defies logic. I suspect these Li Gui have been sent by various factions to probe the village's true nature, murmured the wandering ghost marquis. It is likely as you suggest. Chu Yang nodded. The wandering ghost marquis was aware that there were items of great significance here, and major powers must also be cognizant of this. It is entirely plausible for them to send individuals or spirits to assess the situation. However, this is rather excessive, is it not? The influx of people continues unabated. With 20 Li Gui and 50 humans, can such a small village truly accommodate them all? Chu Yang felt somewhat bewildered. They are all mere cannon fodder. The wandering ghost marquis, having experienced this before, spoke nonchalantly. Chu Yang nodded, observing a Li Gui clad in a long black robe, a figure that struck him as vaguely familiar. Yet, this was not the time for such inquiries. Beneath the black robe, the expression of the death spirit had contorted into a mask of fury. He never expected to encounter this arch-nemesis here. Cursed be this fate. However, the encounter seems rather intriguing. In this peculiar mission, the one thriving amidst the chaos is undoubtedly Li Gui. Within this village, the prime opportunity to eliminate Chu Yang and avenge past grievances has arisen. The final count stands at 50 humans, with 20 of them being Li Gui. Lines of blood-red characters materialize in the air. The previously lifeless wilderness suddenly reveals a mysterious village. By day, the village is deserted and eerily silent. Yet with the arrival of night, it comes alive with the clamor of voices and bustling activity. As someone well-versed in the study of the bizarre, you have chosen to investigate this phenomenon at the behest of the local residents. A succinct background story vividly portrays the village's uncanny nature. There is a point that Chu Yang cannot help but critique. The blend of curiosity and investigation feels all too reminiscent of a horror film. Would it not be wiser to simply close one's eyes and sleep? Why risk one's life in a futile investigation? The emergence of a strange village holds little relevance to you. Nevertheless, despite the complaints, entering the village remains imperative. Just then, blood-red characters appear once more. Before even crossing the threshold, a set of rules is presented. Chapter 82, Rules of Conflict. Rule 1. Those with their eyes open are murderers. Do not appear before them. Rule 2. Those with their eyes closed are also murderers. Rule 3. Please enter the Void Village. These 3 straightforward rules send a chill down Chu Yang's spine, making the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Indeed, it is a challenging task, beginning with rules of conflict. At the entrance lies an old man, but they are too far away to discern whether his eyes are open or closed, thus finding themselves in a deadlock. The SC Chardinger's eye? If you do not approach, you remain unaware of whether the old man has his eyes open or closed. Yet, upon nearing him, regardless of his gaze, he is deemed a murderer, and death shall ensue. Not only did Chu Yang's expression grow grave, but even the enigmatic Gui Chong furrowed his brow. In the early days of this bizarre apocalypse, some might have been frightened to tears, but by now they had forged an unyielding character. When faced with peril, their first instinct was to contemplate the rules for a path to survival. Brothers, whether the old man at the door has his eyes open or closed, he is a murderer. What do we do? Inquired a burly man. What nonsense! Why are the rules so absurd? Exclaimed a young woman, her irritation palpable. Who dares approach that old man? A middle-aged man remarked. His words elicited scoffs from those around him, including the formidable Gui. Such fine words. Why don't you give it a try? One retorted without mercy. The middle-aged man, intending to retort, fell silent upon recognizing Gui. Some individuals had already begun to reconsider their resolve. If entering the Void Village proved as challenging, what awaited them within its confines? Boss, the last time I came, the task was not governed by these rules, murmured the wandering Gui Ho, his brow knitted in thought. Chu Yang chose to disregard this, momentarily dismissing the first 2 rules to ponder the third. Must it only be about entering the Void Village? Are you all fools? If both open and closed eyes signify a murderer, it is clear that the old man at the entrance is indeed a killer. Thus, if this old man is a murderer, should we not simply avoid him? The third rule stipulates that we must enter the village. Yet it does not specify the point of entry. The village is devoid of any barriers. If we shift slightly to the side, we could easily bypass the old man and gain entry, could we not? A bespectacled young man adjusted his glasses and confidently proclaimed this notion. Upon hearing his words, many individuals experienced a moment of clarity. They had initially assumed the rules were exceedingly complex, fixating on the apparent conflicts between the first and second rules. In truth, the path to survival lay within the third rule. The assertion made by the bespectacled youth was utterly valid. However, despite a growing belief among many, no one took action. If one cannot muster the confidence to tackle such a straightforward problem, I harbor serious doubts about their ability to survive until the fourth bizarre task reward. The bespectacled youth scoffed derisively, then took the lead, circumventing the old man and stepping into the village. The onlookers, enraptured by the unfolding scene, eagerly anticipated the youth's next move. Unfortunately, their expectations were met with disappointment. The young man appeared unscathed, yet this did not signify his successful completion of the task. Rather, the task's implications for their lives would only manifest at the conclusion. This ensured that no one could exploit the situation by observing others' fates before making their own decisions. Each individual was compelled to make a choice. The bespectacled youth was unable to retreat. His arms crossed defiantly. He regarded the crowd with unwavering confidence. Some individuals, perhaps inspired by his self-assurance or inherently aligned with such thinking, began to enter from the side as well. The number of those opting for this path steadily increased, leaving only 15 individuals remaining in place, alongside the eerie presence. Chu Yang furrowed his brow deeply. From the words of the bespectacled man, it appears he has grasped the crux of the matter. Boss, let us also approach from the side. This should lead us to a path of survival, whispered Yunyu Giku. Suddenly, Chu Yang raised his head sharply, directing his gaze towards Yunyu Giku. What did you just say? No, not that. What follows? Chu Yang continued to inquire. This should be a path of survival, Yunyu Giku replied. Indeed, this notion is held by the majority of us. It aligns with conventional reasoning. If things were as simple as they seem, then this rule-based task would not warrant existence within the Void Village, Chu Yang asserted emphatically. while others remained oblivious to the fact that the Void Village suppresses items of the King of Deception level. He was acutely aware. Not only he, but even the cunning and perceptive Guichong had discerned this point, remaining concealed in the center, not venturing anywhere. As time slipped away, Chu Yang began to piece together the puzzle. So that is it, he realized with clarity. Boss, have you figured it out? Yu Giku inquired. What appears to be a path of survival is, in fact, a guaranteed path to demise, Chu Yang murmured, leaning closer to Yu Giku to elaborate. The third rule stipulates that one must enter the village. Typically, we enter through the main gate, which constitutes entry. Approaching from the side is considered either a breach or an invasion. It does not qualify as true entry. Therefore, the essence of the third rule reveals the genuine line of thought. Upon hearing Chu Yang's explanation, cold sweat broke out on Yu Giku's brow. How insightful! How could I have overlooked that? He pondered. Without Chu Yang, would he not have unwittingly approached from the side? As a cunning figure, being unable to enter is a matter that would leave many in disbelief, causing them to laugh derisively. However, since the third path is a dead end, and the first and second paths also lead to demise, does this task not offer any chance of survival? The wandering trickster inquired in astonishment. It is inconceivable for a task to be guaranteed fatal. There must exist a glimmer of hope. This time, we shall employ reverse reasoning. Given that the third rule is undeniably a dead end, the paths to survival must lie within the first and second rules, suggested Chu Yang. In other words, do we need to approach that old man? The wandering trickster raised an eyebrow. This is not a prudent course of action, as it is fraught with peril. Chu Yang glanced at the increasing number of individuals and strange beings entering from the side and nodded affirmatively. Indeed, are you willing to take a gamble with me? Gamble? Of course, I shall. The wandering trickster replied. Although it may not be the wisest course of action, it undoubtedly promises the presence of opportunities for survival. Some companions may find it challenging to grasp Chu Yang's reasoning, so let us reiterate. The Void Village suppresses the realm of emptiness. Thus, even the bizarre tasks at the entrance cannot be trivial. The third rule appears deceptively simple and devoid of danger. In truth, it harbors the greatest peril. One must consider the context, for the Void Village cannot impose such straightforward rules. The third rule serves merely as a diversion. Once we exclude the third rule, we are left with the first and second rules, which necessitate daring experimentation. Without any hesitation, Chu Yang led the wandering trickster towards the old man. Chapter 83. There's more to this. The enigmatic figure's eyes flickered momentarily, and he too followed suit. It was not merely a matter of his faith in Chu Yang's abilities, but rather a reflection of his own mindset. The rules would only activate upon the completion of the task, thus rendering the notion of safety for one while others pursued futile. At this moment, Chu Yang's heart raced uncontrollably. He was convinced that within the first two rules, there must exist a path to survival. He was equally intrigued by where this path might lie amidst the complete conflict of rules, all while danger loomed ominously. Finally, Chu Yang approached, his gaze fixed upon the old man with palpable clarity. In that fleeting instant, both he and the enigmatic traveler, Yun Yu Ho, felt their pupils tremble, their scalps prickling with unease. The old man's eyes were wide open, and in his hand, he stealthily grasped a saw. Beside the reclining chair lay an exceptionally sharp kitchen knife. Chu Yang gasped in horror. It was over. He would breach the rules. Where was the avenue for survival? Where could it be found? His life was forfeit. With a cry of despair, Yun Yu Ho instinctively lunged for the kitchen knife. Chu Yang, too, felt an involuntary urge to reach for it. Faced with the prospect of being gruesomely sawed to death by the murderous old man, it seemed far more merciful to use the razor-sharp knife to end his own life swiftly. In truth, they were not alone in their grim approach to the old man. Several other humans joined them. One elderly woman, in a fit of desperation, screamed as she surged forward with astonishing speed to seize the kitchen knife, slashing her throat in a bid for a painless demise. Blood sprayed forth, splattering even onto Chu Yang's face. Suddenly, Chu Yang broke free from that state of despair. A revelation struck him. He possessed the broken Gui right hand. He could at least deflect the attack of the rules. Why should he resort to the knife for self-destruction? The moment this thought emerged, a surge of electrifying clarity coursed through him, and he grasped yet another critical point. According to common reasoning, one would never entertain thoughts of suicide, as there exists an unwavering confidence in survival. Yet, such thoughts have recently surfaced. What does this signify? It suggests that a mysterious force is intervening in one's thoughts. Thus, death is not an inevitability. The wandering specter, with a sorrowful expression, approached the kitchen knife. He would become the first specter to end his life with a kitchen knife, thereby etching his name into history. Chu Yang seized the wandering specter and delivered a resounding slap, rousing him from his stupor. Soon, several more slaps echoed in the vicinity. Not everyone wished to succumb to death. Even with the influence of a mysterious force, the desire for life compelled them to break free. Boss you. The wandering specter felt dazed. If a mysterious force seeks our demise, why would a murderer go to such lengths? Chu Yang's eyes sparkled with newfound confidence as he stepped closer, directly confronting the old man. Only then did he uncover the truth of the situation. So it was. The architect of this rule was undoubtedly a genius. Chu Yang found himself at a loss for words. How had he not realized that there truly existed individuals who were neither fully awake nor entirely asleep? Take this old man, for instance. He may have his eyes open, yet he suffers from cataracts. His eyes were a murky gray, likely suffering from severe cataracts, verging on blindness. Can one truly be said to have their eyes open if they cannot see? Their eyelids may not be fully closed, but that does not equate to being awake. Thus, he found himself in a state of limbo between waking and slumber. Upon witnessing this scene, the specter of death felt an urge to curse. What peculiar genius conceived such a bizarre task? Once the other individuals grasped the situation, they were filled with excitement. One among them, overwhelmed with benevolence, yearned to alert the others, yet found himself unable to utter a single word, as the rules had silenced him. Those who remained in place, along with the cunningly Gui, were petrified upon witnessing the demise of someone from Chu Yang's side, hastily scurrying into the village. It was only when the last individual departed that he made his choice, thus concluding the task dictated by the rules. What followed was a massacre. The onlookers from the village displayed expressions of pity towards Chu Yang and his companions. A gentle breeze swept through, and they were abruptly severed at the waist. Those who were bisected did not perish immediately. Instead, they writhed in agony for a time. The ground was littered with twitching corpses. A sight so harrowing it was almost unbearable. Chu Yang gently closed his eyes. This was the peculiar apocalypse, where human life was as fragile as weeds. And even the ruthlessly Gui did not hesitate to kill, showing no mercy whatsoever. The wandering Gui Ho's heart raced, and he gazed at Chu Yang with an almost reverent admiration. Boss, you are truly remarkable. Without you, I would have perished twice already, he exclaimed in awe. Chu Yang waved his hand dismissively. He counted, and including himself and the wandering Gui Ho, a total of 6 individuals had successfully navigated this task. Originally, there had been 50, yet 4/5 had perished in an instant. At that moment, footsteps echoed from within the village. Chu Yang and the others turned to find an elderly man leaning on a cane, accompanied by several youths, slowly approaching them. Welcome, esteemed guests, to our void village. Please, allow us to escort you to the grand hall. The village chief spoke. I have already visited once. It would be better if you were more straightforward. The wandering, guileful marquis furrowed his brow and replied, More straightforward? The old chief raised an eyebrow and continued, If you do not wish to proceed to the assembly hall, you may leave at your own discretion. They were already terrified. How could they possibly continue? Each scenario held at least 2 rule-based tasks. Even if they were fortunate enough to overcome the first, it did not guarantee their continued success with the second. Apart from the Grim Reaper and the wandering, guileful marquis, 2 other formidable beings displayed swift changes in their expressions. They too desired to flee, yet remained more rational, contemplating whether the 5 humans would be eliminated by the rules upon their escape. Once they observed that no rules were enforced against the fleeing individuals, these 2 entities also took flight. These 2 beings hailed from the lifeless insurance company, yet one of them had ambitions of ascension. He aspired to become a supervisor and acquire a king-level artifact. Thus, in a matter of moments, only Chu Yang, the wandering, guileful marquis, and the Grim Reaper remained. Boss, the villagers here possess a certain wickedness. They enjoy watching the spectacle, the wandering, guileful marquis whispered. Previously, he had fallen victim to a rule-based task concerning a performance. Right within the assembly hall. It matters not, Chu Yang responded confidently. I have yet to even employ my right hand. I fear nothing. However, the presence of the black-robed formidable being puzzled Chu Yang, as it evoked a sense of familiarity. Since the 3 of you have chosen to remain, let us proceed to the assembly hall together, the old chief grinned, his skin wrinkling in unison. Chapter 84. The wandering, guileful marquis is unclean. The assembly hall was situated in the heart of the village. As Chu Yang and his companions entered, they discovered the hall filled to the brim with villagers. The majority of the villagers in this hamlet are of robust age, with only a scant few being elders. They sit upright, their gazes fixed intently upon Chu Yang and his companions. The stage is aglow with candlelight, seemingly beckoning them forth. "Esteemed guests, please ascend the stage," the village chief proclaimed. Chu Yang nodded and stepped onto the platform. However, the contextual backdrop and rules of the task did not manifest, leaving Chu Yang to regard the village chief with a look of perplexity. "Esteemed guests, our villagers seldom venture beyond our borders, resulting in a rather impoverished spiritual realm. Henceforth, we invite you to perform. As long as you earn our applause, you shall pass," the village chief spoke slowly. Chu Yang raised an eyebrow, realizing that this performance was likely a guise for the village chief's lethal regulations. It had been previously mentioned that the malevolent spirits could not kill without cause. Only if a human transgressed their murderous edicts could they strike. "What shall we perform?" inquired the spirit named Chi Si. "Fear not. We shall not unduly prolong your time. There will be but 2 rounds. In the first round, each esteemed guest is to recount an embarrassing incident from their own life. If the audience laughs, you shall succeed," the village chief declared. All 3, Chu Yang, Yu Ho, and Chi Si, fell into a profound silence. Such a task is akin to a cruel jest. How could such a rule exist? This is utterly distasteful. "Esteemed guest, you shall go first." The village chief gestured towards Yu Ho. The latter's mind raced, desperately concocting a fabric of deceit. "Be wary. Do not weave a falsehood. It must be a genuine occurrence, for should the rules discern a lie, I shall swiftly obliterate you," the village chief warned gravely. The wandering Duke of Deception could only suppress his thoughts of deceit, pondering for a moment before exhaling a heavy sigh. Ultimately, this matter would become known. "Ahem. Most of my time is spent traversing the desolate wilderness, where I once encountered a peculiar dwelling. This strange abode was adorned with feminine decor, and a captivating female specter emerged to greet me. At that time, I was filled with excitement, believing I could indulge in a night of passion, and thus followed the specter into the enigmatic house. Within its confines, there lingered a particularly intoxicating fragrance. Ordinarily, I would have sensed it, yet my mind was solely occupied with the enchanting specter, rendering me oblivious to the closing of my eyes. Upon awakening, I found myself unclothed upon the bed, the dwelling now desolate, and the alluring specter long gone. At this point, the villagers in the audience perked up, their attention fully captured. The expression on the wandering Duke of Deception contorted with shame and fury, as if he wished to vanish into the earth. Minutes after regaining consciousness, I rose from the bed, feeling somewhat feeble. I initially attributed my condition to the wild activities of the previous night, only to be struck by an excruciating pain in my rear, accompanied by blood. It was at that moment I realized that the captivating specter had, in truth, been a male entity. Here I was, the illustrious wandering Duke of Deception, having fallen prey to a perverse trickster in a most humiliating manner. The wandering Duke trembled slightly, tears of shame streaming down his face. A moment of silence enveloped the hall, soon to be shattered by a cacophony of uproarious laughter from the villagers. Each villager pointed at the wandering Duke, their laughter unrestrained and raucous. Chu Yang was overcome with goosebumps, hastily distancing himself from the wandering Duke of Deception. "One wonders if this will awaken any peculiar inclinations within you," Chu Yang remarked with a look of disdain. "Not at all, boss," Yin Giku replied, on the verge of tears. "Ha ha ha, indeed. We are grateful to this esteemed guest for bringing us such joy. It is truly a delightful misadventure," the village chief chuckled. Yin Giku felt utterly mortified, unable to fathom how such an absurd incident could occur. "Now, esteemed guest, it is your turn," the village chief announced, directing his gaze towards Chu Si Guichang. Chu Si Guichang hesitated momentarily, then stammered, I once consumed feces, and it was a large bowl. Willingly. It is you, the feces eater," Chu Yang exclaimed in shock. Chu Si Guichang, filled with indignation, removed his hat. At that moment, he was too preoccupied with the audience below to concern himself with Chu Yang. The audience's reaction was vital to his survival. "Please, I have already confessed to this. You must laugh." As expected, the villagers erupted into even louder laughter. The scornful gazes directed at Chu Si Guichang filled him with a mix of humiliation and exhilaration. For it meant he would survive this round. How splendid! I did not anticipate that our esteemed guest would share such an extraordinary experience. It is truly eye-opening. One must pinch their nose, the village chief declared before theatrically pinching his nose, his expression filled with distaste. Chu Si Guichang muttered, "Chu Yang, I will never forgive you. Now, Esteemed guest, it is your turn, the village chief said, turning to Chu Yang. Very well, Chu Yang nodded, his mind already prepared for what lay ahead. Only a fool would divulge their own embarrassing moments, and Chu Yang was no fool. He had discerned 3 key points to this performance. The first is an embarrassing incident. The second is a true occurrence, and the third, which is of utmost importance, is to elicit laughter from the audience. To begin with, the definition of an embarrassing incident is quite broad. In a previous life, Chu Yang was called to the front of the classroom to tell a joke due to his tardiness. For Chu Yang, this was indeed an embarrassing moment, as he faced public reprimand for being late. It was also a genuine occurrence. As for making the audience laugh, the action itself is of little consequence. What truly matters is the humor. Most significantly, how could Chu Yang, the dashing and valiant protagonist, allow the readers to witness his less than flattering side? Chu Yang's thoughts were remarkably clear as he boldly declared, "The embarrassing incident I wish to share occurred in my 3rd year of middle school. One day, I arrived late to class and was summoned to the front to tell a joke." Upon hearing this, the wily Guichang erupted in laughter, pointing at Chu Yang. "You're finished. Do you really think they will find this amusing?" Even the wandering Guiho displayed a hint of concern. "What does the boss think about such matters? I haven't even finished my story. Why the rush?" Chu Yang cast a sidelong glance at Guichang and continued, "The joke I told that day consisted of 2 parts. The first one goes, 'Mom, my classmates say I'm ugly. Is what they say true?' To which the mother replies, 'Good child. How many times must I tell you not to call me mom in front of others?'" The moment those words left my mouth, the village chief burst into uproarious laughter, his dentures flying out. Not only that, but the entire assembly hall was filled with the raucous laughter of the villagers. Having lived in a barren spiritual landscape, they had never encountered such humor before. "Ha ha ha, boss, your joke has me in stitches. Even his mother thinks he is ugly. Ha ha ha." The wandering Duke of Deception could hardly contain his laughter. Is this even possible? The enigmatic figure known as the long-mouthed deceiver twitched his lips, uncertain whether to be astounded or to stifle a chuckle. Chu Yang chuckled softly. This is what one might call a dimensional assault. In the 85th chapter, The Final Strike, a monk had practiced the iron head technique for a decade atop a mountain, only to be whisked away by a magnet upon descending, Chu Yang remarked, causing a momentary hush to envelop the crowd. Then, a cacophony of laughter erupted, nearly lifting the roof off. The village chief laughed so heartily he could scarcely rise, his right hand pounding the ground in mirth. The villagers flashed their broad smiles, as if they had been struck in their laughter zones. They couldn't stop. Utterly unable to contain themselves, Chu Yang glanced at the long-mouthed deceiver, who was on the brink of madness, the corners of his mouth rising uncontrollably while his lips struggled to droop in despair. "Go ahead and laugh. There is no shame in it," Chu Yang encouraged. Tears welled up in the long-mouthed deceiver's eyes. How could such a hilarious joke exist in this world? Yet, he could not allow himself to laugh. What would it mean to chuckle in front of Chu Yang? It would be too humiliating. "Go ahead and laugh. The boss has said it's fine," the wandering Duke of Deception chimed in, having stealthily approached from behind to poke the long-mouthed deceiver's armpit. An uproarious wave of laughter erupted, nearly drowning out the villagers' mirth with the long-mouthed deceiver's own. Amidst the laughter, he found himself sobbing. How utterly embarrassing. How could he ever face Chu Yang again? Observing the audience's reaction, Chu Yang felt a profound sense of satisfaction. In terms of culture, humanity could effortlessly produce elements that would utterly overshadow the culture of the deceptive arts, including humor. The laughter persisted for an extended period until exhaustion rendered them unable to continue, at which point it finally subsided. Well, splendid. We thank the 3 esteemed guests for allowing us to burst into laughter. Now, let us proceed to the second round. The village chief's lips curled into a grin, and the villagers in the audience followed suit. However, the previously light-hearted atmosphere vanished abruptly, and a chilling aura of menace enveloped the room. Chu Yang's expression turned grave as he braced himself. In this second round, one of you must perish. Whoever can unearth the other's jest and provoke uproarious laughter shall be deemed victorious. The task of eliciting laughter is fraught with peril, the village chief intoned slowly. This sudden shift caught the enigmatic Gu Si off guard. He was unfamiliar with the wandering Goho and naturally could not produce any jest. Only Chu Yang remained. Just as Chu Yang prepared to speak, Gu Si interjected. Chu Yang does not allow his employees to work overtime, yet they still clandestinely organized to do so. Gu Si bellowed. Nevertheless, silence enveloped the audience. Not a single chuckle escaped their lips. The spectators stared at Gu Si with indifference, their demeanor remarkably calm. Is that truly amusing? The village chief inquired, tilting his head. Is it genuinely funny? He reiterated. Gusi promptly fell silent, for he dared not offend the village chief, who wielded the power of life and death. The wandering Gueho remained silent, casting his gaze upon Chu Yang. In this second round, regardless of the outcome, one must indeed meet their demise. Gusi and the boss were sworn adversaries, thus this round belonged to them, not to himself. All he needed to do was observe the performance keenly. After being dismissed by the village chief, Gusi's mind raced as he pondered whether there was anything that could amuse these villagers. Was there? After much contemplation, Gusi gradually fell into silence. It is over. He and Chu Yang are sworn enemies. As adversaries, how could one possibly take the time to comprehend the amusing experiences of the other? Upon this realization, the deranged Gui Chang felt a sense of calm. If he did not know Chu Yang, could it be expected that Chu Yang would understand him? Such a notion is utterly preposterous. The singular incident of embarrassment had already been disclosed in the previous round. What would transpire if, by the end, neither of us disclosed the other's embarrassing moments? Gui Chang inquired hastily. We shall perish together. What else could happen? As you meet your demise, we shall find amusement in it, the village chief replied nonchalantly. The harmony of the previous round contrasted sharply with the brutality of this one. Gui Chang agonizingly closed his eyes. It is no wonder that this village, which suppresses the king of trickery-grade artifacts, emanates such a chilling aura of malice. Chu Yang, too, lamented this fact. The design of this rule is evidently intended to incite mutual slaughter among one's own. Logically, those who reach the end should be comrades. For instance, Chu Yang and the wandering trickster Marquis. If they were indeed allies, they would surely know each other well and, in a bid for survival, would continuously expose one another as follies. Such a cruel rule. However, it is likely that the village chief did not foresee that Chu Yang and the wandering trickster Marquis had just entered into a contract without truly understanding one another. The enmity between Chu Yang and Gui Chang is particularly fierce, a bitter rivalry to the death. Ha! Chu Yang, with you accompanying me to the grave, I can accept my fate. Gui Chang laughed maniacally. He had come to terms with reality, since death was inevitable. Having Chu Yang accompany him in this fate made it somewhat more bearable. Is that so? You should be the one destined to die, Chu Yang retorted coldly, retrieving a piece of shadow stone from his spatial ring. The moment he laid eyes on the shadow stone, the heart of the Grim Reaper quaked with trepidation. He had been thoroughly unsettled by the shadow stone. However, upon reflection, he realized that Chu Yang was only privy to his prior misfortune, the infamous eating excrement incident, which had already been recounted in the previous round. This time, the villagers would surely not find it amusing. Enough of this supernatural charade. Let us ascend to paradise together, he bellowed. Gratitude and blessings made the prospect of reaching heaven a joyous affair for him. Moreover, ascending to paradise did not necessarily entail death. Chu Yang's smile broadened, as he had fortuitously found a way to eliminate the source of his distress in such an unexpected setting. It was worth it. I have 2 subordinates scouring the land for acquisitions, and they even procured a hair salon. Upon hearing this, the visage of the Grim Reaper turned ashen, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. He remembered. No, please, stop. Let us discuss this amicably, the Grim Reaper implored urgently. Chu Yang disregarded the Grim Reaper's pleas. Engaging in a civil conversation would spell doom for both him and the wandering Phantom Duke. The Shadow Stone projected an image. In the scene, Shao Li stood imperiously, commanding the Grim Reaper to kneel in a submissive posture. Then, with exuberance, Shao Li mounted him and lashed him with a whip. The Grim Reaper crawled around the salon, bearing Shao Li on his back. As the image unfolded, the Grim Reaper closed his eyes in anguish. Yet, the sound of laughter did not follow. The village chief and the villagers looked on in bewilderment. Witnessing this spectacle, the Grim Reaper's torment dissipated, replaced instead by uncontrollable laughter. Useless, ha ha ha. In the second round, both the village chief and the villagers have elevated their sense of humor. Ha ha ha. You still have to perish with me. Ha ha ha. The expression of the one known as the Cursed Long twisted, his heart racing like a roller coaster, spiraling into despair. Is that so? Chu Yang gazed at the Cursed Long with a look of pity. What do you intend to do? A sudden wave of ominous thoughts surged within the Cursed Long, causing his heart to pound fiercely. Chu Yang turned towards the village chief and the villagers, pointing at the Cursed Long depicted in the scene. This is the fiend known as Cursed Long, whose realm is the late stage of the Fiend Long. And this fiend, Chu Yang pointed at Shao Li. This fiend is Shao Li, one of my subordinates, at the late stage of the Fiend Men. The stark contrast between the late-stage Fiend Long and the late-stage Fiend Min was palpable. As soon as the words left his mouth, waves of laughter erupted from the audience below the stage. No way, my friend, you, a late-stage Fiend Long, are being ridden by a late-stage Fiend Min. That is funnier than you eating dung. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. What kind of Fiend Long is this? Dung-eating Fiend Long? Riding Fiend Long? Ha ha ha. I must record this and spread it far and wide. The most unfortunate Fiend Long in history has been born. It is better to share joy than to enjoy it alone. The villagers mocked and laughed as they spoke. Initially, they could endure it. But upon hearing the disparity in realms, they simply could not hold back any longer. Chapter 86. The villagers unmoved by oil and salt. Their smiles would not fade, but merely shift. The cursed Long could no longer muster a smile. He realized his fate was sealed. Yet, despite this, the dignity of a Fiend Long would not permit him to sit idly by. Kill! With a roar of fury, the cursed Long charged towards the village chief. The village chief remained unfazed, a master of cunning, yet at the pinnacle of his craft. His strength was formidable, rivaling even the most adept of tricksters. Not to mention the advantage bestowed by the rules. With a swift clap of his hands, invisible walls of air materialized around him, mercilessly trapping the trickster in between. No matter how desperately the trickster struggled, it was all in vain. In his final moments of anguish and despair, he cried out, Chu Yang, you will inevitably follow in my footsteps. The path to dominion is fraught with peril. Today, one of me perishes, yet countless others shall rise. You will meet your demise eventually. In the next instant, the air walls crushed inward with a thunderous boom, obliterating the trickster into a gruesome spectacle of flesh and blood. Chu Yang quietly lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly. This is no concern of yours. The road ahead is long. Who dares to claim I will not reach the end? In regard to the future, Chu Yang possessed a clarity unmatched by others. In this bizarre apocalypse, tricksters had become sovereign lords, and even stronger trick kings loomed above them, each a master of their own domains. Above the trick kings was the enigmatic trick emperor, a being of unfathomable power. Yet, what of it? In his previous life, Chu Yang had dared to seize treasures from the trick emperor, and in this life, he would not falter out of fear. Congratulations to both esteemed guests. You have brought us much joy, the village chief said with a smile. You may take your leave now. Take our leave? Chu Yang furrowed his brow. Village chief, is there no reward or something of the sort? This is not a matter of rules. It is my personal code of conduct regarding murder. There are no rewards, the village chief stated. Chu Yang suddenly sensed that the situation had become intricate. He had anticipated that the void mirror would manifest as a reward upon the completion of his task. However, reality proved otherwise. Village chief, I must be candid. Our sole purpose for coming to this village is to obtain the void mirror. I earnestly request your guidance regarding it. Chu Yang declared emphatically. At this juncture, there was no room for ambiguity. He had to be direct in his inquiry. That item resides beneath the village. Ever since the sudden demise of the Void King, we have taken upon ourselves the responsibility of guarding the Void Mirror. We harbor no interest in that mirror. The village chief replied with a calm demeanor. That is splendid. I shall take the Void Mirror away for you, relieving your village of a burden, an arrangement beneficial for both parties. Chu Yang responded with a smile. That is not permissible. The village chief shook his head. Why not? Did you not assert that you have no interest in the Void Mirror? Chu Yang inquired, perplexed. Indeed, we are disinterested. However, should the Void Mirror be removed, this village would vanish into the void. Without the village, where would we reside? The village chief stated matter-of-factly. Chu Yang initially considered this to be a trivial matter, but it turned out to be quite straightforward. It is simple. You may reside with me, and I will provide each of you with a room, ensuring your comfort. He asserted firmly. The wandering rogue nodded vigorously, deeply resonating with the idea of comfort that would make one reluctant to leave. But we do not wish to. What is so good about the outside? It is dilapidated, and I have heard that conflicts rage there perpetually. Indeed, our village possesses its own charm, albeit lacking in entertainment, to which we have grown accustomed. The villagers exchanged words, subtly revealing their unwillingness to abandon their home. Chu Yang took a deep breath, aware that he was about to unveil his grand proposition. Very well, I possess a considerable amount of ghostly currency. Should you choose to relocate to your own homes, I shall subsidize you at a rate of 100,000 ghost coins per square meter. Faced with such an enticing offer, even the wandering specter could not suppress his intrigue. However, the villagers remained unperturbed. My friends, allow me to propose this. I shall not dismantle your village. Surely, Residing here day after day must grow rather monotonous. This was his final strategy, aiming to exploit the villagers' lack of amusement in their spiritual existence. As anticipated, upon hearing that their village would remain intact, the villagers lowered their guards. The prospect of indulging in free food and entertainment outside piqued their interest, even causing the village chief's eyes to widen in astonishment. Noting the shift in sentiment, Chu Yang pressed forward with fervor. Moreover, the outside world is devoid of conflict, flourishing in harmony. I swear by the depths of hell. The moment his words echoed, a surge of invisible marks surged around him, etching themselves into his flesh. Chu Yang felt a jolt of alarm. What did this mean? He had merely expressed his admiration for the concept of hell, invoking it casually as an oath. Yet, the vow had truly manifested. Could it be that such a place as hell genuinely existed? His declaration quelled the final doubts of the village chief and the others. Very well, we shall be indebted to this esteemed guest, the village chief expressed with gratitude. No trouble at all. I relish making new friends, Chu Yang replied, grinning broadly. I could have endured the darkness had I not glimpsed the light. The enigmatic wanderer aptly embodies this sentiment. Subsequently, Chu Yang, through the bonds of a contract, informed Xiao Li to summon 50 to 60 Huangquan taxis to this location. In no time, the village entrance was filled with Huangquan taxis, creating quite a spectacle. Most villagers, having never ventured beyond the confines of their village, were exhilarated upon seeing the taxis, touching them curiously, and some even climbing atop the vehicles. Once everything was organized, the taxis set off one by one. The village chief rode alongside Chu Yang, gazing at the fleeting landscapes in the rearview mirror, marveling at the sights. He never anticipated the existence of such wonders beyond their humble abode. Even at my swiftest pace, I doubt I could match this speed. Chu Yang chuckled softly and continued. This is merely the beginning. The world outside is truly magnificent. He felt immensely grateful for his earlier decision to acquire the surrounding entertainment industry, which not only ensured the survival of the enigmatic wanderer, but also served such a significant purpose now. It was indeed splendid. In just a few minutes, the villagers arrived at the Black River Hotel. Every guest was assigned the finest room for rest, as Chu Yang instructed the hotel manager. Very well, esteemed guests. Please come this way. The hotel manager led them, allocating rooms one by one, with the village chief receiving a luxurious presidential suite. Upon entering the room, the chief was utterly astonished. In his eyes, the decor was lavish, and the air was refreshingly cool. Simply standing in the room enveloped him in an overwhelming sense of comfort. Upon reclining in bed, the sensation of comfort was magnified several-fold. Yet, the village chief felt an inexplicable void. Thus, he ventured beneath the bed, only to discover a realm of unparalleled coziness that surpassed that of the mattress above. With a gentle close of his eyes, he succumbed to a deep slumber. The enigmatic traveler, Yunue Giku, was taken aback by the chief's sudden descent into sleep. After all, the chief had likely been exhausted from the weighty responsibilities of governing such a vast village and managing the burdens of the void mirror. Indifferent, Chuang quietly settled onto a nearby stool, patiently awaiting his return. 2 hours later, the chief emerged, his expression marked by embarrassment. I apologize. It was simply too comfortable. And I dozed off uncontrollably. Chuang chuckled heartily. Not to worry. From now on, this room shall be your private sanctuary, exclusively for you. The village chief, unsure of how to decline the offer, found himself not even contemplating a rejection. All right. After Chu Yang departed, curiosity piqued within the chief as he inquired, Brother, who exactly is this Mr. Chu Yang? He seems extraordinarily affluent. Mr. Chu Yang is the wealthiest individual I have ever encountered, Yunue Giku remarked, sighing in admiration. Though his time following Chu Yang was brief, he had made an effort to gather information about Chu Yang's rise to prosperity. To speak of his journey is to recount a tale of relentless pursuit, fueled by the relentless acquisition of ghostly currency. Beyond this currency, Chu Yang possessed an exceptional foresight, consistently transforming peril into opportunity. Chief, I know a delightful place. Let me take you for some revelry. Yunue Giku winked, leading the chief to a luxurious establishment. The village chief, having safeguarded his village for a lifetime, found himself utterly enchanted by such unfamiliar scenes, lost in a realm of tenderness and delight. Meanwhile, upon receiving orders from Chu Yang, aside from the key figures involved in establishing the Dechu Insurance Company, all other employees mobilized to provide personalized tour services to the villagers of Shukong. The entertainment venues owned by Chu Yang, including restaurants, clubs, hair salons, and cinemas, were filled to capacity. In the evening, the villagers gathered together to indulge in a sumptuous feast at the Black River Hotel's restaurant. Goodness! I had no idea such establishments as hair salons existed outside. The allure of the women inside is simply overwhelming. One exclaimed, laughter echoing around the table. I too was captivated. What a delightful experience. Yet, there were those who remained aloof, immersed in the pleasures of the flesh. Unlike them, I spent an entire day in the cinema, savoring several renowned masterpieces from both China and abroad. It was pure bliss. Such days were unimaginable in the past. My room is so comfortable that I wish to spend every hour of the day within its confines. The villagers exchanged sighs of admiration, sharing insights and discussing the allure of the women, creating an atmosphere of camaraderie. However, the expenses were exorbitant, despite having ghost coins. They were scarcely sufficient in these lavish venues. One villager raised a pivotal question, prompting nods of agreement from the others, revealing just how favorable Chu Yang's initial terms had been for the village. Rest assured, everyone, regarding the ghost coins, spoke a high-ranking executive from the Dark Knight Hospital, his voice resonating with assurance. Boss Chu previously stated that if you are willing to work under him, you can earn a minimum of 20,000 Ming coins per month, with pay commensurate to your labor. Upon hearing this, the villagers no longer immediately rejected the notion as they had at first. Glances were exchanged, and one could discern a flicker of intrigue in each other's eyes. After the meal, everyone gathered together, and I promised to take you to the largest amusement park in Yunming City. All expenses will be covered by Boss Chu. The executives of the Dark Knight Hospital raised their arms in cheers. Boss Chu is magnificent. The mention of the amusement park sent waves of excitement through the villagers. They had heard tales from ancient legends about this place, reputed to be a realm of delight, the most exhilarating location imaginable. And the best part, there was no need to spend any money. Boss Chu is truly remarkable. After the meal, a large group headed towards the Yunming amusement park. Although this amusement park did not belong to Chu Yang, he extravagantly reserved the entire venue. The villagers reveled in joy. Rides such as the pirate ship and roller coaster, while commonplace for humans, constituted an entirely new experience for the eerie beings. It was exhilarating. They played until they were drenched in sweat, then gathered before a haunted house. Ladies and gentlemen, Boss Chu specifically instructed that this haunted house is the most entertaining attraction. It is quite terrifying, so please prepare yourselves mentally, an executive announced. Brother, aren't you exaggerating a bit? It's just a haunted house, after all. We are the eerie ones. How could we possibly be frightened? Exactly, we're not 3-year-old children. Boss Chu expressed his trepidation, and I am eager to witness just how terrifying it truly is. A group of villagers remained skeptical. The executives wore smiles that stretched from ear to ear, clearly relishing the moment. Since you do not believe, then by all means, venture forth. I wish you all safe travels. Inside the haunted house, a cadre of muscular men and graceful women awaited in various scenarios, their faces etched with a resolute thirst for vengeance. We owe our gratitude to Boss Chu for granting us this opportunity. Typically, it is the spirits that terrorize us. But this time, the tables have turned, a burly man declared emphatically. Indeed, having been afforded this chance by Boss Chu, I shall seize it with both hands. A lithe beauty with disheveled, raven-black hair appeared almost ghostly. To frighten one would be a mere loss, but to scare two would be a considerable gain. A muscular man struck a confident pose and spoke boldly. The leader among them glanced at the time. The moment is nigh. Take your positions, and swiftly. The villagers, harboring disdain, stepped into the haunted house. Initially, they scoffed, dismissing the notion that there was anything to fear in a haunted house, as they had always been the ones to instill fear in others, never the recipients of fright. However, upon entering, they were immediately engulfed by an unsettling sensation and an oppressive weight. Contrary to expectations, the haunted house was not shrouded in darkness, but rather illuminated with an almost blinding brightness. Above them, an artificial sun radiated light amidst a simulated sky of blue and white clouds. While an individual might find comfort in such an environment, the spirits were distinctly different. Just facing this simulated weather caused their heartbeats to quicken, and they began to sense the creeping tendrils of fear. There is indeed something here. The village chief wiped away a cold sweat, feigning composure. Indeed, there are not many items, just this. One villager spoke while leaning back against the group. It's manageable. Nothing that can faze me. Another villager clung tightly to his companion's arm, trembling as he spoke. Chapter 88. Men Among Men. The senior official couldn't help but chuckle. This haunted house was destined to punish every defiant spirit. Having visited this place before, he felt a slight resilience in the face of such an eerie environment. Appearing far more composed. Ladies and gentlemen, you must now explore this haunted house separately. Otherwise, its effect shall be diminished, the high-ranking official declared. Despite the villagers' immense reluctance, they nodded in respect towards Boss Chu and dispersed. One villager, filled with trepidation, cautiously made his way through the dimly lit corridors until he stumbled upon a rather shadowy room. He sat on the bed and let out a heavy sigh of relief. Goodness, who would have thought this haunted house could be so terrifying? The atmosphere feels so vibrant, he mused, grateful that such an environment existed within the haunted house, providing a modicum of relief from his tense emotions. As he rested, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. He felt the urge to sleep. However, malevolent spirits had a peculiar habit of favoring the darkness beneath beds for their slumber. It was a place shrouded in shadows, offering them a sense of comfort and, most importantly, security. Thus, he resolved to lie beneath the bed. Just as his head touched the ground, he noticed a figure lurking beneath. It was a hulking man, his body a mass of muscles radiating an explosive masculine energy. Moreover, the brawny man flashed a radiant and warm smile at the villager. A chill surged from the villager's spine to the crown of his head. Oh, how terrifying! The villager screamed in panic, desperately seeking to flee this place. Yet, the sturdy man grasped the villager's ankle, chuckling. Come, let us sleep, dear sir. The villager kicked frantically, finally breaking free, and bolted towards the door, pushing it open with wild abandon. To his horror, 3 muscular men stood at the threshold, all wearing bright smiles. Greetings, we are the staff of the Yunming haunted house. Here to serve you. How may we assist you? The villager shut his eyes tightly, nearly fainting from fear. However, he possessed a certain composure, preventing him from succumbing to such terror so easily. He exerted all his strength to slam the door shut. What to do? What to do? There are brawny men outside. And there are also brawny men beneath the bed. A thought struck him. Escape through the window. The villager's eyes brightened, and he hastily opened the window. Blinding simulated sunlight poured in, and without a moment to feel fear, he attempted to climb out. Yet, he was met with the sight of several muscular men plastered against the wall outside. Esteemed guest, would you like a parachute? One of the brawny men inquired with a grin. The villager swiftly shut the window, tears of terror streaming down his face. He wept. This place is utterly terrifying, men upon men, the atmosphere reaching a peak of dread. Most crucially, he had nowhere left to escape. The man beneath the bed was slowly crawling out. What to do? There is no escape. I shall surely be scared to death. At a critical moment, the villagers noticed an opening to the sewer within the room. The opening was sufficiently large to allow him to escape through it. In haste, the villager removed the cover of the sewer. Just as he was about to descend, a hand emerged from the depths, gesturing a refusal. I'm afraid this place is at full capacity. With a thud, the villager fell straight to the ground. Out from the sewer crawled a robust man. While another muscular figure burst through the door, a third emerged from beneath the bed, and yet another leaped in through the window. A group of brawny men surrounded the villager, one of whom kicked him lightly and said, Sir, sleeping is not permitted here. The villager remained unresponsive, gradually foaming at the mouth. Throughout the night, the echoes of the villagers' screams reverberated across the haunted house. Had it not been for the village chief being accompanied by a high-ranking official, he too would have succumbed to fear. Even with the official present, he found himself quite unsettled. This place is quite entertaining. I find it delightful, the village chief lamented repeatedly. Fear itself contributed to emotional value. For those impoverished in the realm of the psyche, a haunted house served as the finest form of entertainment. As long as it is under the ownership of Boss Chu, there is no need for expenditure. If not, we shall cover the costs, the official remarked kindly. The village chief nodded, for as the leader, he sensed something awry. Yet he could not halt his course. It was only at this moment that he realized that since departing from the village, he had embarked on an irrevocable journey. Nonetheless, he reveled in it. The following day, the sign of Daju Insurance Company was prominently displayed. Through the relentless efforts of Xiao Li and his team, the employee framework has been successfully established. The individual known as Chen Hao, a friend I fortuitously made, was previously a client manager at the Wuxing Insurance Company. However, he left his position for reasons that only became apparent after our friendship blossomed. Blood Butcher introduced a tall, slender figure named Li Gui, whose formidable strength is at the late stage of the Gui realm. Greetings, Boss Chu, Chen Hao said respectfully. Hello, It is an honor to have you join my team. May I inquire if your departure was due to personal reasons? Boss Chu asked, curiosity evident in his tone. The Dechu Insurance has just commenced operations and urgently requires experienced talents like Chunhao to assist in its management, he replied. I was dismissed. As he spoke, Chunhao's face contorted with hatred, his teeth clenched. I was performing excellently at Wuxing Insurance, diligently attending to my duties, and my performance was commendable, ensuring a substantial monthly income that provided stability for my wife and child. However, one day, I inadvertently witnessed a sordid transaction between a client manager and an employee supervisor. They were embezzling funds. Once they realized I was aware, they attempted to coerce me into joining them with a substantial amount of ghostly currency. But how could I possibly acquiesce? I pride myself on my integrity. After my refusal, I became a target of relentless sabotage, and my performance plummeted. Even my wife and child received death threats. I could endure no longer and reported the matter to the upper echelons of Wuxing Insurance Company. However, they dismissed my concerns due to my perceived lack of strength. In retaliation, the colluding client manager and employee supervisor secretly orchestrated the murder of my wife and child, subsequently expelling me and plunging me into an abyss of anguish. By chance, I learned of Mr. Chu's intentions, and I am willing to join forces with him to leverage my knowledge of insurance to flourish the Chu Insurance Company and ultimately bring down Wuxing Insurance Company. Chunhao clenched his fist tightly and spoke resolutely, his words imbued with reason, evidence, and deep emotion, stirring the hearts of those who listened. Chu Yang immediately exchanged a knowing glance with Shaoli. In Chapter 89, the proposal for 2 medical insurance plans was introduced. Shaoli approached, leaning in to whisper in Chu Yang's ear, "Boss, we have conducted our preliminary investigations." Chu Yang nodded in affirmation, relieved that it was all true. His greatest concern was that Chunhao might be an undercover agent sent by Wuxing Insurance Company. In truth, Chu Yang had worried excessively. The Chu Insurance was merely in its infancy, and how could the colossal Wuxing Insurance Company regard it as a threat, let alone dispatch an undercover operative? Chunhao, I am deeply pained by your plight. What is your objective now? Chu Yang inquired. I have but a singular request. I wish for the Chu Insurance to develop rapidly, ultimately leading to the downfall of Wuxing Insurance. Chunhao replied earnestly. Very well, let us abandon suspicion. While your goals are commendable, I must also witness your capabilities. How about you take the helm in composing and launching the first product of the Chu Insurance? Chu Yang proposed. Certainly, but I seek to understand your policy. My esteemed leader, only by grasping your guiding principles can I formulate our product to its utmost potential, Chunhao stated earnestly, demonstrating a commendable level of professionalism. In the initial phase, we must seize market share at any cost. By the time the insurance companies realize what is happening, we will have established ourselves as an undeniable force. Only then can we engage them on equal footing. Nodding thoughtfully, Chunhao contemplated a plan that aligned with the industries already possessed by Chu Yang. This is Yuan Shu, a strategist of considerable acumen. You might consider involving him in your planning, Chu Yang continued. Very well, but I already have a product concept, under the premise of sparing no effort. This product will undoubtedly penetrate the market swiftly and enhance our reputation, Chunhao asserted. Such promptness? Chu Yang raised an eyebrow in intrigue. This product shall be known as the dual medical insurance. Priced at 10 ghost coins, it will be available in card form, with each individual allowed to purchase a maximum of 1. With the dual medical insurance, any injury sustained will grant access to the night hospital for complimentary treatment, limited to 2 occurrences. Chunhao elaborated on this innovative product, leaving the audience in astonishment. This is excellent. Truly excellent. Yuan Shu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. In our human realm, health insurance is one of the most prevalent forms of coverage, and this is all the more vital in a perilous and uncanny world. Although the cure rate of the hospitals under your name has significantly improved, the treatment costs remain unyieldingly high. Some ailments remain incurable, regardless of whether one dwells in the realm of humanity or the bizarre apocalypse. The impoverished, both human and strange, constitute a staggering 80% of those unable to afford treatment. Should we introduce this dual medical insurance scheme, it would undoubtedly propel our reputation instantaneously, sweeping across the entire Yunming city. Yuan Shu grew increasingly animated as he spoke, even gesturing excitedly. After such a lucid explanation, Xiao Li and the others began to perceive Chunhao in a new light. Previously, in their relentless pursuit of profit, they had overlooked the plight of the destitute. Little did they realize that the number of impoverished entities was far more substantial. The swiftest avenue for spreading our renown lies in seizing this vast market of the struggling. Very well. I grant you the authority to oversee this initiative. Chu Yang nodded. Indeed, Chun Hao possesses a modicum of capability. Boss, pursuing this course may present a drawback. As the scale of the Dark Knight chain may not suffice, Chen Hao cautioned. Rest assured, I have already commenced the acquisition of the former Death Hospital, Chu Yang replied. He would not allow such a lucrative opportunity to slip away unclaimed. The demise of the Death Hospital, which had long since fallen into decline, signified its complete surrender to other formidable entities. Chu Yang had offered a fitting price and merely needed to navigate a peculiar task before proceeding. Without delay, they set forth. In less than half an hour, Chu Yang expended 100 million yin coins, successfully acquiring the entire chain of death hospitals. Subsequently, he began to recruit and retain the original medical staff. Within a mere 3 days, the establishment was revitalized and transformed into branches of the Dark Knight Hospital. Now, throughout the entire Yunming city, aside from small clinics, every major hospital bears the sign of the Night Hospital. Chu Yang feels a sense of accomplishment. One day, he aims to ensure that his voice is the only one resonating throughout Yunming city. With the scale of the hospital resolved, Chen Hao and Yuan Shu act as the brains, orchestrating the operations of Dechu Insurance as each cunning employee immerses themselves in their tasks. In merely 5 days, they produced 8 million copies of the dual medical insurance and employed all their connections to disseminate the news far and wide. In a dimly lit corner, a half-paralyzed figure lies lifelessly on the ground, silently gazing at the murky sky. He has not eaten in days. With only a meager 10 ghost coins left in his pocket. During the first wave of the bizarre apocalypse, the streets were filled with oblivious humans. Every day, someone would unwittingly stumble into his murderous game. By claiming a life, the rules would reward him with ghost coins. Life was tolerable then, allowing him to afford the services of a cunning figure who would carry him around to dine. However, ever since the second and third waves of the bizarre apocalypse struck, everything changed. Large swathes of humanity perished. Although many still survive, they are seasoned veterans who have endured multiple strange missions. Occasionally, he encounters a solitary human on the streets, devising intricate schemes to lure them into his deadly game, only to discover that they possess uncanny skills that allow them to escape effortlessly. Since then, his existence has plummeted into despair, leaving him to await his demise in silence. Boldly, you should visit the Night Hospital. There's a high probability they can cure your ailment, a cunning figure approaches and suggests. There are no ghost coins. If there were, I would have gone long ago. Sighed Oldly. Extra. The Chu Insurance Company is officially selling 2 medical insurance plans, shouted a mischievous child in the streets. For just 10 ghost coins, you can receive 2 free treatments at the Night Hospital chain. Yes, that's right. Just 10 coins for 2 free treatments. Oldly scoffed. Another scam. How could such a fantastic offer exist? The most basic treatment at the Night Hospital costs at least 1,000 ghost coins. Unbeknownst to him, his skepticism was overheard by the child. You can doubt me, but you must never doubt Boss Chu. The child asserted emphatically. What does Boss Chu have to do with this? Oldly asked, perplexed. You really don't understand, do you? The owner of Dechu Medical is none other than Boss Chu Yang of the Night Hospital. The child exclaimed swiftly. Since defeating the cunning ghost in the KPI challenge, Chu Yang's reputation had soared, becoming widely known throughout the region. Upon hearing this, Oldly nearly leapt with excitement, marveling at the miraculous possibility. Is it true? You're not deceiving me, are you? If the owner of the Chu Insurance is indeed Boss Chu of the Night Hospital, then this 2 treatment insurance must be genuine. Oldly was filled with exhilaration, his previously numb legs trembling slightly with anticipation. It's absolutely true. Just ask around and you'll find out. I can't chat any longer. I must hurry to purchase a policy. Each person is limited to 1, and there is no mention of how many will be sold. The child declared before dashing away. Wait for me. Take me there. This is my hope for standing up. Mom, can I truly live past the age of 12? At the entrance of Dechu Insurance, a timid child clutches his mother's hand. Yes, you can. Boss Chu is a benevolent man. It is said that the healing rate of Lord Dark Knight's ghost hand has risen to 60%. He will surely cure your peculiar ailment. His mother replies, tears streaming down her face. Such dialogues are countless. The first product launched by Dechu Insurance appeared like a radiant beam of light in the hearts of countless impoverished souls, shining brilliantly. On the first day, the entrance of Dechu Insurance was a chaotic sea of strange occurrences. Chu Yang summoned the staff from the Dark Knight Hospital, the Peculiar High School, and several other small enterprises to assist. By the second day, the news had spread widely. drawing countless individuals seeking to purchase 2 medical insurance plans. On the third day, the number of people had increased even more, filling the vicinity for miles around. Observing the scene from the rooftop, Chu Yang couldn't help but reflect. No wonder the ancients said, "He who gains the hearts of the people gains the world." As long as one engages in actions beneficial to the grassroots, one can garner immense support. Xiaoli, you must immediately recruit temporary staff. I will provide you with 100 million ghost coins as temporary wages. We must seize this wave of peculiar traffic in the shortest time possible. This is of utmost importance. Chu Yang emphasized gravely. We must act swiftly. If we delay too long, the higher-ups at Wuxing Insurance will surely take notice, and that would lead to complications. The sum of 100 million in temporary wages is trivial, as the system instantly refunded 1 trillion ghost coins. Indeed, the inexhaustible supply compels one to transform the surplus of ghostly currency into tangible energy within the realm of the living. Very well. I shall make the necessary arrangements at once. Under Xiaoli's direction, the workforce surged considerably, and the efficiency visibly accelerated. By the 4th and 5th days, the eerie flow began to diminish. The Dark Knight hospital chain faced some pressure. Fortunately, they had preemptively acquired the mortuary hospital chain. Otherwise, the Dark Knight hospital would surely have crumbled. At the main entrance of Chu Insurance, Luo Shui observed this unfolding scene with a somewhat dazed expression. He recalled the time he escaped the blood-soaked cafeteria of the bizarre high school, when Chu Yang was merely an ordinary student. Now, after a few months apart, he had risen to such heights. Yet, Luo Shui too had not fared poorly. Out of sheer fear, he had fled Yunming City immediately after escaping the blood-soaked cafeteria, seeking refuge in a larger city with better security. However, that city was also plagued by strange occurrences, proving no safer than the last. After months of painful struggle, he had achieved a modest success, acquiring formidable eerie techniques and contracting several powerful spectral beings. The formidable entities beneath the eerie facade were no longer his adversaries. It was said that serving under Chu Yang, even the most ordinary spectral beings earned a monthly wage of 10,000 ghostly coins. One could only imagine the immense sum of 1,000,000 ghostly coins per month. Luo Shui chuckled softly as he stepped through the grand entrance. Now equipped with combat prowess, his greatest concern remained the ghostly currency. Frequent use of eerie techniques would inevitably lead to his being consumed by them. Only ghostly coins could counteract the adverse effects of employing such techniques. "Where is your boss?" he inquired. "Please inform him that a person named Luo Shui wishes to meet him to discuss potential collaboration." Luo Shui strode in with an air of confidence and remarked. Blood Yang stepped forward to greet him, earnestly inquiring, "Could you elaborate on your relationship with Boss Chu? How should I put it? We share both joys and sorrows." Luo Shui replied with a grin. Noticing Blood Yang's lack of response, Luo Shui's expression darkened, and he admonished sharply, "Why are you still standing there? A mere peak-level trickster dares to undermine my opinion?" Blood Yang found this remark quite unsettling. He sensed a palpable danger emanating from the man before him. Boss Chu was human, and so was this individual. Yet he possessed a formidable strength, possibly indicating a genuine connection to Boss Chu. Feeling cautious, he hurriedly ascended to the top floor to relay this matter to Chu Yang. "Luo Shui? He has come to find me?" Chu Yang expressed surprise. He had nearly forgotten about this individual, only to have him reappear at such a critical moment. Having lived 2 lives, Chu Yang was acutely aware of Luo Shui's character. He was nothing short of a scoundrel. What could his intentions be in seeking him out? "Let him come up," Chu Yang said nonchalantly. "Understood." Blood Yang promptly descended, and shortly thereafter returned. "Boss, he requests to meet you downstairs, claiming to bring something of great importance," Blood Yang reported. "He wants me to meet him? Does he not understand the hierarchy?" Chu Yang inhaled deeply, suppressing the impulse to lash out, yet ultimately decided to descend and meet Luo Shui. After all, what if Luo Shui truly had something valuable to offer? Thus, Chu Yang proceeded to the first floor to confront Luo Shui. The moment Luo Shui laid eyes on Chu Yang, his expression brightened. Compared to the past, Chu Yang exuded an entirely different aura. Indeed, it is a well-known truth that power and wealth can sustain a person. If I possess such riches, I could undoubtedly surpass what Chu Yang has accomplished. "It has been a while, Chu Yang," Luo Shui remarked with a smile. "Let us get straight to the point. What is of great importance to me?" Chu Yang inquired directly, lacking the patience for idle chit-chat with someone he deemed a scoundrel. "Ah, I have come to discuss a collaboration with you. You have built an impressive enterprise and are in urgent need of a bodyguard. While I have achieved a modest level of success, I am invincible against those below the rank of Guichang, and can ensure your safety, Luo Shui stated hastily. Chu Yang found the notion absurd. Did he truly require a bodyguard who claimed to be invincible against those of lesser rank? With his current mastery at the mid-level of Guichang, he was equally formidable against those below him. Seemingly oblivious to Chu Yang's reaction, Luo Shui continued unabated. As for salary, a mere 10 million Ming coins a month would suffice. After all, you are wealthy and would not mind such a sum. How much? 10 million? Have you lost your mind over these coins? Chu Yang exclaimed in astonishment. Was Luo Shui's prowess truly obtained through sheer audacity? What? Are you unwilling? I shall serve as your bodyguard for 10 million Ming coins a month, a bargain beyond measure. Luo Shui frowned, clearly displeased with Chu Yang's response. Get lost. Do I require your services as a bodyguard? You may be invincible beneath the rank of Guikong, but do come back with a more reasonable proposition, Chu Yang retorted angrily. He had expected something of significance, yet was met with the ramblings of a madman, which infuriated him greatly. What gave Luo Shui such unwarranted confidence? Chapter 91. The Threat from the Solitary Guichao. Boss Chu, what is this attitude of yours? I observe that you now possess considerable wealth and power. Yet you seem indifferent to the dangers that accompany solitude in this bizarre, apocalyptic world. I have traveled a great distance to assist you, and this is your response? The tone of Luo Shui had grown increasingly frigid. Do I appear to you as a solitary individual? Chu Yang crossed his legs, a defiant posture. While a menacing group of eerie entities loomed behind him, their expressions far from benign as they fixated on Luo Shui. Just this motley crew of minor specters? I could vanquish them single-handedly. Luo Shui remained unimpressed, fully aware that he could indeed obliterate these lesser beings, for the truly formidable ones had concealed themselves away. Figures such as Blood Butcher, Count of the Wasteland, and the acting principal had all ascended to the rank of Spectre Lord, alongside the most formidable, the wandering Spectre Marquis. With a mere command, Luo Shui could unleash chaos in all directions. Such was the source of Chu Yang's confidence. Of course, I harbor no ulterior motives. My intention is simply to remind you that these eerie beings ultimately belong to an invasive species threatening humanity. Humanity must rely on its own kind, Luo Shui remarked earnestly. A classic tactic, first a reprimand, then a sweetening of the deal. You may leave. I shall not provide you with an excessive amount of ghostly currency. Chu Yang waved dismissively. What do you mean? With your wealth, you cannot afford 10 million ghostly coins in a month? Luo Shui abruptly rose, his expression darkening. My financial status has no bearing on you. Am I your father? Chu Yang showed no sign of fear. Very well. Consider this carefully. Losing a friend means gaining an enemy, and I am not alone in this endeavor. Behind me stands the lonely foot Spectre Marquis. You surely do not wish to provoke a being of such strength, do you? Now, we shall collaborate, and you shall provide me with 10 million dark coins each month. However, should the notorious loner foot trickster arrive, a mere 10 million dark coins will not suffice. Surely, you do not wish to see your painstakingly built enterprise crumble overnight? Luo Shui ceased his pretense, unabashedly revealing his true intentions. The notions of cooperation and protection were mere facades. His aim was extortion. Chu Yang furrowed his brow, perplexed by the identity of this loner foot trickster. In the wake of the bizarre apocalypse that had only recently descended, were there truly such formidable trickster-level beings roaming the streets? Boss, the loner foot trickster is shrouded in legend across every city. He is a notorious trickster, characterized by his insatiable greed and the singularity of his foot. Wherever the loner foot trickster treads, he plunders all that can be seized. The crux of the matter is that no trickster possesses the means to counter him, for he wields an extraordinary skill that allows him to traverse distances in the blink of an eye. It is said he once purloined the treasures of a trickster general, who was unable to keep pace with him or devise a strategy against him. The wandering trickster communicated discreetly. After absorbing this information, Chu Yang relaxed his furrowed brow. The most challenging dilemmas often yield the simplest solutions. If the loner foot trickster truly had set his sights on him, he too had methods to address the situation. Is it that the loner foot trickster has indeed taken an interest in me, prompting you to serve as a forerunner to gauge the situation? Chu Yang inquired. Quite astute. For a monthly sum of 10 million dark coins, I shall assist you in resolving this matter. Luo Shui nodded in agreement. Begone. Depart as far as you can. You are unwelcome here, Chu Yang declared, rising to issue Luo Shui with an unequivocal dismissal. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Luo Shui expressed his astonishment, taken aback by Chu Yang's apparent lack of fear towards the solitary, enigmatic duke. If I command you to leave, yet you choose to remain, then be prepared to surrender your life. Upon uttering these words, Chu Yang observed an unending stream of sinister apparitions emerging from behind him. Very well, just you wait. Luo Shui's expression twisted slightly as he turned to depart, although he was undefeated beneath his pervasive aura. The multitude of formidable phantoms at Chu Yang's back posed a significant threat. Engaging in conflict could very well lead to his own demise. Once Luo Shui had departed, the wandering duke appeared. Boss, I believe you are acting rather impulsively. It would be prudent to navigate this situation with more caution. Should the solitary duke truly decide to attack, I may be unable to intervene, the wandering duke remarked with a wry smile. While he held no fear regarding combat prowess, his speed was indeed lacking. Have you forgotten our purpose in venturing to the Void Village? Chu Yang scoffed. He was acutely aware that he was not the only one being watched. In Yunming City, his influence had grown significantly, attracting the attention of various formidable entities. Luo Shui and the solitary duke were merely prime examples. A sense of urgency surged within him. Not only must he expand his ventures across diverse fields, but he must also guard against lurking threats and the unpredictable nature of impending bizarre tasks. The road ahead was indeed fraught with challenges. I had not considered that aspect. The wandering duke continued. If you were to eliminate the solitary duke, it might yield unforeseen benefits. Many powerful individuals are vexed by the solitary duke's antics. Should they learn of his demise at your hands, they may extend their goodwill towards you. The wandering duke chuckled, his earlier concerns now dispelled. Very well. You must eliminate Luo Shui. He possesses a certain fortune that cannot be allowed to linger, Chu Yang declared emphatically. Nearby, in a shadowy corner of the Chu Medical Insurance, Luo Shui lingered, his expression one of malevolence. Since you show no mercy, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I will obtain your yuan coins at any cost. Luo Shui murmured to himself, his words dripping with avarice. Having struggled alone in this bizarre world for several months, he was acutely aware of the significance of yuan coins. With an ample supply, one's chances of survival in the strange tasks would increase by 50%, and opportunities would flourish. An abundance of yuan coins could even elevate one to the status of a local magnate. At that moment, a chilling wind swept through, and a gaunt, eerie figure materialized. Luo Shui jolted. Lord Goku, what brings you here? I happen to have matters to report. Upon uttering these words, Goku the eerie lord seized Luo Shui and descended into the air. In mere moments, the surroundings transformed dramatically, and they found themselves in an unfamiliar locale. What is happening? Luo Shui exclaimed, bewildered. There is an eerie bodyguard at Chu Yang's side. Had I arrived a moment later, you would have perished, Goku the eerie lord remarked indifferently. What? How could he have an eerie bodyguard? Luo Shui's face reflected utter shock. This also indicated one thing. Now was an opportune moment to strike at Chu Yang. For we are capable of handling it. The pig has grown fat. It is time to slaughter it. Goku the eerie lord chuckled, his laughter sounding like a malfunctioning air blower, grating and unpleasant. Chapter 92. The Ultimatum of the Solitary-Legged Phantom, my lord of the solitary leg. Are you truly intending to storm indirectly? Luo Shui inquired, a hint of anticipation in his tone. He was eager to witness the moment when the proud Chu Yang would face the fear of the approaching solitary-legged phantom. No, no, no. My forte lies in swiftness rather than brute force, the phantom replied, casting a glance at Luo Shui before continuing. It has been quite some time since I last indulged in human flesh. Luo Shui understood the implication. I shall lure a few unsuspecting humans your way shortly. Another day had passed. The influx of bizarre energies outside the Chu Insurance had significantly diminished. According to statistics, 2 million policies had already been sold, underscoring the product's immense popularity. Most importantly, Chu Yang had not received any threats from the Wuxing Insurance, indicating that they had yet to take notice of the Chu Insurance. This presented an opportunity for Chu Yang. Chen Hao immediately devised the content for our second insurance product. We must capitalize on this momentum, Chu Yang commanded. Understood, boss. Chen Hao replied, already taking initiative on the matter even without Chu Yang's directive. Boss, a formidable phantom has come seeking to deliver a message, Shally hurriedly approached. A message? Is it an unusual task? Chu Yang's brow furrowed. His greatest concern was receiving a task note from the Starfall Tower. That place was shrouded in mystery and vast in scale. Once one entered, days could pass without emergence. Given the critical juncture the Chu Insurance found itself in, his absence could spell trouble. It is not an unusual task note. The Phantom mentioned that this message was a request from one named Solitary Leg, he clarified. After Shao Li finished speaking, he handed the ominous note to Chu Yang. Upon opening it, Chu Yang was immediately struck with a mix of anger and amusement at its contents. I am the Lonely Foot Ghost Marquis, and I have set my sights on you. If you wish to avoid the destruction of your family and the collapse of your enterprises, prepare 50 million ghost coins in cash by tomorrow and place them at the designated corner. This is my sole advance notice. Should you refuse to comply, be prepared for impending doom. Upon reading the note, fury ignited within the face of the wandering ghost marquis. This was utterly intolerable. Tomorrow, indeed, would be the appointed time. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Chu Yang's eyes. Brother Yunyu, summon the village chief and the villagers. It is time to cast the net, Chu Yang declared emphatically. Understood, boss, replied the wandering ghost marquis, who promptly set about his arrangements. When Chu Yang beheld the village chief and the villagers, he could not suppress a tremor at the corners of his eyes. They bore no resemblance to formidable specters. Each was engrossed in human comic books, thoroughly captivated. They walked with their heads bowed, reading, and even ascending the stairs with their eyes fixated on the pages. They resembled nothing less than a herd of engrossed readers. If they were indeed human, one might fear they would drown should they ever find themselves in water. Boss Chu, why have you called us? We were in the midst of an exhilarating scene in the movie. One villager exclaimed. Yes, I've become quite enamored with the haunted house experience. Another chimed in. Who has it worse than me? I was dragged away from my slumber beneath the bed. The villagers chattered animatedly, even the village chief clutching a comic book. It is true that a formidable enemy intends to invade my organization, and a battle may soon erupt, Chu Yang stated with deliberate seriousness, word by word. Upon uttering these words, the expressions of the villagers shifted dramatically. A remedy, indeed. Mr. Chu, might this be a tad hasty? The village chief inquired spontaneously. In comparison to the outside world, what does the Void Village possess? Life in the Void Village is steeped in primitive peculiarity. Having never encountered the outside, they manage to endure, allowing days to pass with a mere blink. However, the predicament now lies in the fact that they have indulged in the outside world for several days, experiencing a myriad of captivating novelties. I am at a loss. The enemy's speed is astonishingly swift, rendering me unable to intervene. In the worst-case scenario, I may have to forsake these enterprises and seek refuge in other cities, lamented Chu Yang, his demeanor tinged with melancholy. The villagers exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Chu Yang discreetly signaled to the wandering guileful marquis, who promptly understood and cleared his throat. Esteemed villagers, the formidable entity our boss refers to is known as the soul-legged marquis, whose speed is unparalleled. Even the weaker guiles cannot contend with it, let alone us. For your safety, it would be prudent for you to depart at once. Of course, should we possess that particular item, we would have no fear and could even resolve this dilemma. You would then be able to continue your carefree existence here. The wandering guileful marquis sighed. Mr. Chu, what you require is the void mirror, correct? The village chief inquired immediately. Indeed, only the void mirror can counter the soul-legged marquis. But regrettably, acquiring the void mirror would also lead to the collapse of your village, Chu Yang nodded solemnly. Let it be ruined. As long as we have a place to reside and enjoy ourselves here, that's all that matters, a villager remarked nonchalantly. I concur with this decision. The villagers immediately voiced their agreement, displaying an uncharacteristic swiftness, as if they had rehearsed this moment beforehand. The village chief wore a wry smile. He had anticipated that Chu Yang's strategy was an overt ploy. Boss Chu, after indulging us for so many days, it is only right for us to reciprocate. We shall proceed as you previously proposed, demolishing the houses in the village so that the homeowners may receive compensation, the chief stated emphatically. That seems inappropriate. After all, this is your ancestral home, Chu Yang replied. The chief responded. My villagers may be naive, but I am not. Nevertheless, since Chu Yang has spoken, I must continue. Our home now resides within your enterprise. The void mirror may not be safeguarded, but we have long borne the burden of our ancestors' decree to protect it through the generations, suffering the absence of recreational activities. I have long wished to liberate myself from this intangible responsibility. Rest assured, compensation will be duly provided. The matter of the void mirror is one you entrusted to me. Chu Yang said with a subtle smile. Indeed, we entrusted it to you. All we require is compensation and a hotel room for each person. The chief quickly nodded in agreement. That is utterly impossible, Chu Yang replied. Not a problem. With formidable adversaries at hand, we must act swiftly. Let us depart immediately, Chu Yang declared, gesturing with a grand sweep of his hand. Shao Li, accompany me to assess the compensation we owe them in spirit coins. Certainly, boss. Half an hour later, the ghostly taxi brigade arrived at the entrance of the Void Village. After a moment of daze, they couldn't help but express their disdain for the village. They could hardly fathom how they had once managed to live in this desolate place devoid of anything. It was utterly absurd. Boss Chu, please have your subordinates calculate the compensation alongside the villagers. I will escort you to the location of the Void Mirror. The village chief said rapidly. No problem, was the reply. The village chief then led Chu Yang to the assembly hall. The Void Mirror lay buried beneath the hall. And after a quick assessment of the location, the chief swiftly dug a large hole. At the bottom of the hole rested an ancient copper mirror, adorned with exquisite engravings. Despite being buried in the earth, it was untouched by dirt, exuding an aura of mystery. Chu Yang's face lit up with delight upon seeing such a treasure. This marked the greatest gain since his rebirth. In this bizarre post-apocalyptic world, there were only 100 items of the level of the Ghost King. And here was the Void Mirror. Once the compensation has been calculated, Boss Chu, you will be able to take the Void Mirror with you. The village chief said with a smile. I have a question. Since you know where the Void Mirror is buried, didn't you feel even a twinge of desire? Chu Yang inquired curiously. It's just a mirror. What is there to be tempted by? It's only useful for a single use beneath the Ghost King realm. Once you reach the Ghost King level, it becomes rather insignificant. The village chief scoffed dismissively. Truth be told, our lineage was implanted with a command from the very beginning, forbidding us from stealing from our own. Otherwise, we would all perish instantly, the village chief lamented, raising his hands in resignation. This is indeed a treasure of the highest order. To claim indifference would be a falsehood. Shortly thereafter, Shali approached, stating, Boss, after calculations, the total compensation amounts to 300 million Underworld coins. Very well, Chu Yang replied, producing the sum and handing it to the village chief. Due to the substantial denominations of the Underworld coins, the 300 million did not appear excessive. Village chief, please distribute these coins among the villagers, Chu Yang instructed. Understood. Drip. The system has detected that the host has spent 300 million Underworld coins on Ligue, resulting in a 10,000-fold return of 30 trillion Underworld coins. The system's voice echoed. Once again, a bountiful harvest of Underworld coins had been reaped. Truth be told, Chu Yang had become somewhat accustomed to such occurrences. It paled in comparison to the thrill of acquiring an item of the highest caliber. The moment to witness a miracle had arrived. System, you must lend your strength. If even the treasures of the highest order can yield such returns, I cannot fathom the joy it would bring. In the next moment, Chu Yang cradled the Void Mirror in his hands. Suddenly, a surge of inexplicable imagery flooded his mind. It depicted a world torn asunder, engulfed in relentless warfare. A figure traversed the various battlefields, producing a mirror to gaze upon his reflection, adjusting his hairstyle, and carelessly discarding it before striding away. This casually discarded mirror was none other than the Void Mirror. No one could fathom the profound impact this scene had on Chu Yang. Who was this figure that could exude even greater flair than himself? Almost immediately, a wealth of information surged into Chu Yang's consciousness. The Void Mirror not only possessed the ability to release a void cage but was also incredibly resilient, capable of reflecting anything and everything. This ability, when mentioned, seems almost otherworldly. However, Chu Yang did not dwell on it for long, and promptly tossed the Void Mirror to the wandering, eerie Marquis. Startled, the Marquis clumsily reached out to catch it, fearing the mirror might shatter upon impact with the ground. Boss, what is this? The wandering, eerie Marquis inquired, perplexed. It's yours, Chu Yang replied nonchalantly. What? It's mine? The Marquis exclaimed in astonishment. What? He gave it to him? The village chief gasped. No. This is not just an ordinary mirror. This is the Void Mirror, a tool of the Eerie King level. And just like that, he is giving it away? The village chief was astounded. Could anyone in this world truly be so extravagant? Were it not for the ancestral restrictions binding him, he would have long since pilfered it for himself. Yet, here was Chu Yang, casually bestowing the Void Mirror upon another. Boss you. The wandering, eerie Marquis nearly broke into tears. To encounter a kindred spirit in such a rare manner was a stroke of fortune. He vowed to stand by Chu Yang, ready to brave any peril. Chu Yang nodded, feeling no pangs of regret. The system's 10,000-fold return for failure mattered little. What difference was there between the wandering, eerie Marquis' Void Mirror and his own? None whatsoever. Ding. Detected that the host has given a Void Mirror to Li Eerie, triggering a 10,000-fold return of 10,000 Void Mirrors. The system's voice indeed rang out, and Chu Yang was nearly propelled into the air with excitement. It truly was a 10,000-fold return. 10,000 void mirrors. 10,000 eerie king level tools. If this news were to spread, it would strike terror into the hearts of countless eerie beings. Chu Yang hurriedly focused his mind on his spatial ring, meticulously examining the void mirrors returned in 10,000-fold. There were indeed some distinctions from the original void mirror. The original void mirror possesses the ability to create a void cage. Yet the one returned by the system lacks this capability. Nevertheless, the system's returned void mirror is remarkably resilient, capable of reflecting everything, albeit usable only once. This is of little consequence, as there are a full 10,000 mirrors resting within the spatial ring. Chu Yang has acquired what he desired. While the village chief and the villagers have enjoyed entertainment and gained spirit coins, ascending towards the pinnacle of the uncanny. The wandering uncanny marquis has obtained an item of uncanny king level. The expedition to the Void Village has concluded splendidly. Let us refer to him as the lame uncanny marquis. After all, he is merely a cripple, a fact dressed up in eloquence. Just watch as I deliver a forceful kick to his good leg. Ha! At the headquarters of the Lifeless Insurance Company, it is once again time for the monthly performance report. This month, Guangxiu has exceeded expectations in his performance, earning praise from the employee manager, which fills him with great joy. Moreover, through collusion with a supervisory employee, he has amassed a considerable amount of spirit coins. The future appears to be increasingly promising. Upon reaching the uncanny marquis realm, enhancing one's cultivation requires not only uncanny fortune, but also a substantial quantity of spirit coins. The only drawback is the apparent demise of the dying uncanny Long. Although the intention was for dying uncanny Long to meet his end in the Void Village, upon reaching this moment, Guangxiu cannot help but feel a twinge of melancholy. After all, they hail from the same place and the same faction. When countrymen meet, there are tears in their eyes. Fear not, I shall avenge you, Guangxiu whispers to himself. Old Guang, have you heard about the affairs of the Chu Insurance? An employee supervisor approaches and inquires. Chapter 94. Cease contemplation. The employee supervisor, who had colluded with Guangxiu in embezzlement, raised an eyebrow. What is this great Chu Insurance? Guangxiu inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. It is a newly established insurance company, of which I have only recently become aware, the employee supervisor replied. What is there to discuss about a newly opened insurance firm? In the realm of insurance, who could possibly rival Wuxing? Guangxiu waved dismissively, his face a mask of indifference. It surely won't be long before it collapses under its own weight. This great Chu Insurance is rather extraordinary. It has recently garnered considerable attention by launching a medical insurance plan that has sold over 30 million policies, the employee supervisor asserted. How much? 30 million? Guangxiu's eyes widened in astonishment. Having worked at Wuxing Insurance for an extended period, he had never witnessed a product selling anywhere near that volume. Indeed, the proprietor of Great Chu Insurance is a man named Chu Yang, who is also the owner of the Dark Knight Hospital chain and the enigmatic high school. It is said that he possesses substantial financial resources, the employee supervisor explained. Realization dawned on Guangxiu. He now understood that the owner of Great Chu was none other than Chu Yang. It seemed prudent to pay a visit to Chu Yang, to see if he could assist in avenging the grievances against the deceitful entity. I shall visit Great Chu Insurance. The company surely would not wish for its own continued existence, would it? Guangxiu queried. There's no rush. The higher-ups are still unaware. And it is rumored that Chu Yang is being targeted by the Soulfoot Deceiver. We should bide our time. If the Soulfoot Deceiver eliminates Chu Yang, we will seize our opportunity. If he survives, we shall still partake in the spoils. The later this matter is known to those at the top, the better. We may perhaps reap substantial profits from it, the employee supervisor remarked ominously. Guangxiu suddenly realized, a similarly sinister smile spreading across his face. Both of them were cunning schemers. If they approached the Chu Insurance, would Chu Yang dare to withhold benefits from them? The following day, at Laka Corner, a location near the wilderness, typically devoid of any passers-by or schemers, Chu Yang and the wandering schemer had been waiting for quite some time. In the next moment, a chilling wind swept through, and a voice resonated from all directions. Boss Chu, have the Underworld coins been prepared? You dare not even show yourself. Do you believe I would hand them over to you? Chu Yang replied nonchalantly. As the chilling wind subsided, a tall, slender specter appeared before Chu Yang. Remarkably, he had only 1 foot, yet this peculiar trait did not hinder his swift movement. Long have I awaited this moment, Boss Chu, wandering schemer, the 1-footed specter chuckled. What did I say before? There is no room for regret now. Where are the Underworld coins? Hand them over quickly. Luo Shui had also arrived, speaking sternly. The Underworld coins are right here. Feel free to take them yourselves. Chu Yang indicated a massive plastic bag on his right, bulging with contents, from which a substantial amount of ghostly energy emanated. Luo Shui, you go take a look, commanded the one-footed specter. Out of caution, he opted not to inspect it immediately. Is there no trap set? Luo Shui inquired, glancing at Chu Yang. How could there be? With the one-footed specter present, how could I possibly set a trap? Even if I did, would it pose a challenge to the one-footed specter? Chu Yang shrugged, embodying an air of resignation. Luo Shui contemplated this and found it reasonable. With the notorious Gu Jiao Gui Ho personally involved, even with tenfold courage, he would not dare to engage in any tricks. Thus, he approached the edge of the black plastic bag and gently opened it. In an instant, a wave of dense ghostly energy surged forth, revealing a plethora of brand new high-denomination ghost coins. Luo Shui's breath quickened, and his eyes reddened. In this bizarre apocalyptic world, he had never encountered such an abundance of ghost coins, and an overwhelming sense of greed arose within him. If he possessed such wealth, he could certainly secure a place for himself in this cannibalistic end of days. How about it? Are they ghost coins? Gu Jiao Gui Ho inquired. Unable to contend with Gu Jiao Gui Ho directly, Luo Shui pondered that perhaps employing some trickery might grant him a slim chance of escape. The treacherous thoughts began to stir within him. Gu Jiao Gui Ho transformed into a gust of wind, instantly propelling himself towards Luo Shui. In the blink of an eye, he was at Luo Shui's back. Luo Shui's expression shifted dramatically. When had Gu Jiao Gui Ho's speed become so outrageous? To close the distance in a mere breath made any resistance seem futile. Now is the time, strike! Chu Yang suddenly bellowed. Without hesitation, Yin Yu Gui Ho promptly retrieved the void mirror and directed it towards the ghost coins. Both Gu Jiao Gui Ho and Luo Shui reacted swiftly. One dashed backward while the other surged forward. An icy shiver ran down Luo Shui's spine, as he sensed impending doom at the moment of Chu Yang's shout. Meanwhile, Gu Jiao Gui Ho had also distanced himself sufficiently, and, realizing that the anticipated attack had not materialized, erupted in fury. You filthy wretch, do you dare to deceive me? The solitary-footed, enigmatic lord erupted in anger, cursing aloud. What of it if you toy with me? Chu Yang replied with a scornful smile. Then you may as well perish. Enraged, the solitary-footed lord resolved to eliminate Chu Yang. Yet, he suddenly realized that he seemed incapable of movement. My lord, look behind you, came the trembling voice of Luo Shui from the rear. What is that? Even the well-versed solitary-footed lord was drenched in cold sweat at the sight before him. The void prison ensures that one can never truly escape. Chu Yang chuckled, snapping his fingers. In the next instant, the solitary-footed lord's body merged with the nearest phantom. After that, yet another phantom drew close. What have you done? The solitary-footed lord's voice quivered, fear creeping into his demeanor. Having lived a lifetime, he had never witnessed such an extraordinary ability. Forget the ghost coins. My life is at stake. The solitary-footed lord unleashed all his power, dragging a long chain of phantoms as he vanished into the horizon. Unbeknownst to him, or perhaps his thoughts had regressed to a blank slate, the solitary-footed lord ceased all contemplation. What? What have you truly done? Luo Shui stood frozen, petrified by the scene before him. The formidable solitary-footed lord, who had traversed numerous cities, was now eternally ensnared here. Chapter 95, The Fair Scale of Products. Do you recognize this? The Void Mirror, an artifact of the enigmatic king class, can easily ensnare a Lord of Enigma. The wandering Lord of Enigmas remarked nonchalantly while holding the mirror. Upon hearing of an artifact of such caliber, Luo Shui turned on his heel and fled, forgetting even to collect the ghost coins. The solitary-footed lord remained trapped here, devoid of thought. Merely traversing the realm of the wandering trickster was a daunting task, let alone the fact that the trickster possessed an artifact of regal caliber. It was utterly absurd. Where could one possibly flee? A malevolent intent surged in Chu Yang's eyes, and with the trickster's assistance, he swiftly sealed off Luo Shui's escape route. Luo Shui, in a state of desperation, fell to his knees, fervently bowing his head before Chu Yang. Boss Chu, spare my life. Previously, I was blinded by greed. You, of great stature, can surely forgive my transgressions. I see my folly now and am willing to serve you like a loyal beast. Luo Shui wept profusely, begging for mercy. Chu Yang shook his head. Your regret is not genuine. You merely fear for your life. Had I not stumbled upon fortunate circumstances today, you would have undoubtedly brought about my demise. But fate has favored me, and I am disinclined to entertain your pleas, as they only repulse me. With a surge of energy, Chu Yang advanced menacingly toward Luo Shui. In response, Luo Shui roared, unleashing the full extent of his power as he attempted to employ his devious techniques in a desperate bid for survival. Yet, he could not withstand even a single strike from Chu Yang. The golden, destructive hand descended with overwhelming force, shattering Luo Shui's skull. Had Luo Shui, known for his ruthlessness, chosen not to provoke Chu Yang, he might have carved out a name for himself in this bizarre post-apocalyptic world. However, having brought about his own downfall, there was little else to be said. Boss Chu, I can only utilize the void cage once at the trickster level. The next usage will require me to ascend to the general level, remarked the wandering trickster. He was quite intrigued by the capabilities of the void mirror, wishing he could employ it perpetually. What level are you at now? Inquired Chu Yang. No worries. Even without the void cage, the void mirror itself possesses formidable prowess. Now that the threat of the solitary-footed enigmatic lord has dissipated, we can focus solely on the operation of the Great Chu Insurance Company, remarked Chu Yang. With the unification of the insurance sector in Yuming City, Chu Yang's commitments to the enigmatic figures shall be deemed fully realized. With a formidable insurance company as our backing, the implementation of the 5 insurances and 2 funds can truly take root. Once this is established, the word will undoubtedly spread like wildfire, leading to an influx of enigmatic individuals seeking employment within our conglomerate. The unification of Yuming City is imminent. Upon returning, Chu Yang promptly summoned Shen Hao and Yuan Shu. Have you devised the second product? Time is of the essence, he urged. We discussed throughout the night and have conceptualized a preliminary product, unemployment insurance. Shen Hao declared emphatically. Oh, do share your thoughts. Chu Yang responded with growing interest. In the current bizarre apocalyptic era, with the onset of the third wave, humanity has suffered grievously, leading to a significant surplus of labor from enigmatic scenarios, resulting in a widespread wave of unemployment among the enigmatic individuals. During this period of unemployment, these individuals receive no wages. By purchasing our unemployment insurance, even if they are laid off, Great Chu Insurance will provide them with the minimum basic wage in Yuming City until they secure their next position, thereby safeguarding their livelihoods. This unemployment insurance, akin to our previous health insurance, resonates deeply with the hearts of the common enigmatic individuals, allowing us to swiftly expand, solidify, and enhance the reputation of Great Chu Insurance. Shen Hao articulated swiftly. What do you deem an appropriate price for a policy? Chu Yang inquired. 100 Underworld coins per policy. Initially, to expand our market and enhance our reputation, we will undoubtedly incur substantial losses in Underworld coins. Shen Hao stated emphatically, very well, let us proceed in this manner. Have the temporarily expanded workforce remained? Chu Yang turned to Shaoli. Now, let the word go forth that the Chu Insurance will be recruiting 1,000 client managers with a starting salary of 10,000 per month, alongside the benefits of 5 insurances and 2 funds. Furthermore, I intend to acquire various industries within Yunming City. Any small business owners wishing to sell should reach out to me. Chu Yang spoke swiftly, for he needed to hasten his pace. He had not progressed in a long while, and seizing the Wuxing Insurance Company could potentially elevate him from the mid-tier of his current realm to its pinnacle. Understood. By the way, what if humans come to apply? There were quite a few human applicants last time, Shaoli inquired. Indeed, as it stands, Chu Yang has become the focal point for both the legendary impoverished and the human populace in Yuming City. Thus, the news has spread organically throughout much of the city. In an instant, the legendary citizens of Yunming City were abuzz. They had long heard of the lucrative salaries at Chu Yang Group and the remarkably short working hours. For the legendary beings, such a place was akin to paradise. However, the staff of Chu Yang Group had been saturated previously, preventing their entry. Now, with the announcement of 1,000 vacancies, they were in a frenzy. Charge forth, brothers. It's first come, first served. The chance to alter our fates has arrived. Rush, rush. Whoever becomes an employee under boss, Chu will be set for life. Do not compete with me. I shall make my move first. At this moment, the entrance of the Great Chu Insurance Company was abuzz with activity. A multitude of applicants, both eerie and human, had gathered, alongside small proprietors eager to sell their businesses. The sheer number of applicants could easily establish another Great Chu Insurance. The Earl of the Wilderness sighed and remarked, now that we have the opportunity to choose, let us recruit the best. Blood Butcher Blood Son, pale as ever, instructed, you 3, go and consolidate the small proprietors who wish to sell their businesses. Once organized, inform me so I may proceed with the peculiar tasks. Chu Yang affirmed, understood. Inside the lifeless insurance company, Guangqiu displayed a look of astonishment. He had just received news that the solitary leg Erie Marquis had met his downfall, defeated by Chu Yang, and was now trapped in the void for eternity. How bizarre. He racked his brain, unable to comprehend how the solitary leg Erie Marquis could have been vanquished by Chu Yang. It was perplexing, to say the least. Guangqiu, there has been an incident. The Great Chu Insurance is currently undergoing extensive recruitment, causing quite a stir that has caught the attention of the higher-ups. An employee supervisor rushed over. How could this be? Does this mean we have lost our chance to extort? Guangqiu's expression shifted slightly. Moreover, the higher-ups can no longer tolerate the continued expansion of Great Chu Insurance and have also taken notice of you. After all, it seems rather beneath your talents to serve as a mere client manager when you are an Erie Marquis. In other words, they wish to assess your capabilities. It is anticipated that Great Chu Insurance will soon unveil its second product, and the higher-ups intend for you to develop a product that will stifle their ascendance. It is best to place the industry on a fair scale, thereby bringing down the sinister machinations of the Chu Insurance in one fell swoop. The employee supervisor articulated each word with gravity. Chapter 96. Is it a contest of products or something else? The employee supervisor provided a meticulous explanation. Wuxing Insurance is a behemoth in Yunming City. Even the lowest-ranking employee supervisor can engage in small maneuvers to reap substantial profits. He himself is a case in point. Having grasped this, I realized that I had entertained similar thoughts long ago. This product is truly exceptional. Guangqiu chuckled slyly. Oh, pray tell. The employee supervisor showed interest. As a member of the management, he was not directly involved in product creation, which encouraged Guangqiu to share. I have conducted thorough research. And whether in the realm of humanity or in this bizarre apocalyptic world, the elite class controls 80% of societal wealth. In Yunming City, the owners of mid to high-end industries similarly command 80% of the underworld currency. Yet, what do these owners fear the most? They dread that, with the repeated occurrences of this eerie apocalypse, their businesses might plummet. Thus, I devised a commercial insurance specifically targeting these formidable business magnates. These powerful owners are compelled to spend millions of underworld currency annually to purchase this insurance, which serves the purpose of sustaining their former income in the event of bankruptcy. First and foremost, in this regard, our Wuxing Insurance Company will never incur losses. Secondly, according to the principles of probability, as long as no more than 30% of the owners face bankruptcy, we stand to gain substantial underworld currency from their plight. No matter how bizarre the apocalypse may unfold or how turbulent the circumstances become, it is unlikely that a handful of individuals from the lower strata will rise to prominence. The industries owned by the elite may experience upheaval, yet the control of wealth ultimately resides with a select few. These individuals, fearing the prospect of bankruptcy, will not hesitate to acquire this insurance, Guangqiu elucidated. Upon hearing this, the employee supervisor's eyes sparkled with realization. This is an exceptional product, one that guarantees profit without loss. The following day, the commercial insurance overseen by Guangqiu was officially launched to the public. Immediately upon its release, it captured the attention of numerous mid to high-tier industry leaders, each one affluent and eager to invest in the commercial insurance. The total amount of funds raised from this insurance alone soared into the billions of ghostly currency. This news swiftly reached Chun Hao, who had been monitoring the situation, prompting him to report it to Chu Yang. After reflecting on the matter, Chu Yang remarked, "It appears we have been discovered by Wuxing Insurance." And their response has been rather swift. "Boss, the specifics of the unemployment insurance have been prepared and are ready for immediate sale. Since they have chosen to compete with us, we shall engage in the contest," Chun Hao asserted with conviction. Indeed, when one surveys the entirety of Wuxing Insurance's offerings, it becomes evident that their products predominantly target the elite, with each insurance policy priced quite high. In truth, they have fallen into a misconception. While the elite do command the majority of wealth, their intent in selling insurance is not to drive this group into destitution in order to purchase it. Conversely, this group at the bottom of the social hierarchy, in their struggle for survival, might resort to risking everything to procure a sense of security through insurance. Chu Yang spoke slowly. Beside him, Chun Hao bowed his head respectfully, his admiration for Chu Yang swelling further. It was unexpected for such profound insights to flow so effortlessly from Chu Yang. However, you have also fallen into a misconception, Chu Yang pointed out with grave seriousness. A misconception? Please enlighten me, boss. Chun Hao replied with deference. Yuan Chu, please share your thoughts. Yes, boss. The market is vast. We operate in the lower-tier market while they cater to the high-end sector. It can be said that they are entirely unrelated. Yuan Shu stroked his beard, lost in contemplation. Chen Hao suddenly realized, followed by a rueful smile. Engaging in scheming, it appears that the cunning cannot outwit humanity. What kind of minds are these? This is precisely when a shift in perspective is required. Chu Yang rose to his feet. If I were a senior executive at Wuxing Insurance, my primary thought would be to stifle the growth of Dazhu Insurance. Since it is a matter of suppression, it must be done thoroughly. Hence they would target the aspect of fortune. Chen Hao, as a shrewd strategist, with your broad vision, do you know how to use similar products to annihilate the opponent's fortune? Chu Yang inquired. Chen Hao pondered for a moment, his eyes widening in realization, and a chill ran down his spine. There truly is. The fair scale. Chen Hao clapped his hands together. What on earth is that? Both Chu Yang and Yuan Shu, unfamiliar with the concept, asked in confusion. Just as human society has courts of fairness, the world of strategists possesses its own courts of fairness. The structure is different. For Li Gui excels in combat and often harbors enmities with adversaries. Consequently, the Fair Court has established a department dedicated to the fair scale of products. Owners of similar industries may place their core products on one side of the scale. The side with the lesser weight signifies failure, resulting in the forfeiture of a certain quantity of misfortune. Some industries may possess minimal misfortune to begin with, making total forfeiture a viable outcome. Chen Hao elucidated. That is precisely the case. The Wuxing Insurance Company surely harbors intentions towards the fair scale of products. Our great Chu Insurance is merely in its infancy, and they aim to extinguish us with this tactic. Chu Yang, with a carefree demeanor, inquired further. Do you know the specific criteria for determining which side is heavier or lighter? Uncertain, Chen Hao responded. This is the core secret of the fair scale of products. Only the administrator possesses this knowledge, and they are elusive. A sense of trepidation washed over him. Wuxing Insurance has vanquished countless competitors to reach this juncture. Although they may not comprehend the specific rules, their numerous attempts may have yielded some reasonably accurate conjectures, Chen Hao remarked gravely. Anxiety surged within Chu Yang's heart. It felt akin to entering a battlefield where the adversary possesses abundant intelligence while he remains in ignorance. How could one engage in such a conflict? It seems the key lies in approaching the administrator, Chu Yang concluded. Does anyone have specific information about the administrator? Chu Yang queried. Both Chen Hao and Yuan Shu shook their heads in response. Yuan Shu suddenly looked up and said, Boss, there is someone who might know. Who? My leader, Lord Yiwuyo. He possesses a formidable intelligence network and is reputed to be acquainted with numerous humans and strange beings. Perhaps he could provide specific information about the administrator. Yuan Shu elaborated. Chu Yang clapped his hands. I almost forgot about Yiwuyo. That fellow has been creating the banks of the Yellow Spring for such a long time amidst the bizarre apocalypse. It is improbable that he lacks connections between the realms of humans and the uncanny. All right, you all must immediately launch the unemployment insurance. I shall make a trip to the banks of the Yellow Spring. Understood, boss. The initiation of unemployment insurance and the dissemination of news were significantly simpler compared to the inaugural medical insurance. The strange beings who had purchased medical insurance had already etched the name of Dazhu Insurance into their memories, coupled with the sweet taste of their initial experience. They eagerly sought information upon hearing about Dazhu Insurance's new product launch. Among them was Oldly, who now moved with remarkable agility, a stark contrast to his previous state of paralysis. I tell you, the owner of Dazhu Insurance is undoubtedly a good person. Without him, I would not have experienced this rebirth, he earnestly conveyed to the 4 or 5 strange children who appeared from nowhere in a corner. He genuinely cared for and respected Chu Yang. Had it not been for the medical insurance introduced by Chu Yang, he might still be languishing in some corner, half paralyzed. Extra. Dazhu Insurance, following 2 rounds of medical insurance, has now launched a second type of insurance, unemployment insurance, targeted at us impoverished lower-tier strange beings. Once again, the familiar voice of the newspaper boy echoed in the air, causing Oldly's heart to skip a beat. Dazhu Insurance had launched its second unemployment insurance policy, and the name alone suggested it was exceptionally benevolent towards the lower strata of society. Quickly inform your parents. If you delay and it sells out, prepare to weep. Oldly exclaimed to a group of eager children before hastening towards the location of Dazhu Insurance. Once his lower body regained its normal function, his speed was astonishing. Although merely a common citizen, he could outrun even the average worker. Perhaps this was a compensation from the heavens. Thanks to the timely dissemination of information by the newspaper boy, Oldly was among the first to arrive at Dazhu Insurance. Yet, The entrance was already swarmed with people. Fortunately, compared to before, Dachu Insurance had expanded its staff by 1,000, ensuring operations were more efficient and professional. It wasn't long before Old Lee's turn arrived. With a mix of apprehension, he inquired of the staff, "Excuse me, what are the specific details of this unemployment insurance?" Internally, he was berating himself for his impatience, but maintained an outward facade of calm. The staff member seemed to realize the inadequacy of his previous statement and continued, "This unemployment insurance is primarily designed for you. Since you cannot secure employment in the mid to high industries, and small industries are prone to collapse in this chaotic world, job loss is a significant risk. Simply put, you are highly susceptible to unemployment. While employed, you may have a meager income to sustain your basic living expenses, but what happens once you lose your job? Due to the nature of your work, which prohibits the retention of ghostly currency, unemployment may lead to dire circumstances. The inability of the spirits to consume human food exacerbates the situation, potentially resulting in starvation for many. The primary purpose of the unemployment insurance is to address this very issue, providing you with the minimum average salary of Yunming City daily during periods of joblessness, until you secure your next position." The staff meticulously elaborated on the details of the unemployment insurance. Old Lee's jaw dropped, his heart brimming with unparalleled astonishment. What on earth? Was Boss Chu a demonic savior sent to rescue them? How could such a phenomenon exist in this world? He had never encountered the sale of life insurance before. As he stood in shock, tears streamed down his face. Boss Chu truly cared for us, the underprivileged spirits. He was nothing short of a reincarnation of a deity. Where is he? I wish for the demise of his entire family. Old Lee proclaimed emphatically. Boss Chu is not at the company. A person of his stature is undoubtedly occupied elsewhere, the staff replied. By the way, how much does this unemployment insurance cost in ghostly currency? Given the substantial benefits, it must require at least 1,000 ghostly coins, Old Lee inquired. He had endeavored to think as optimistically as possible. If it were 1,000 ghostly coins, he could manage to endure a day of hunger, working for 2 or 3 months to save up. Once he purchased the unemployment insurance, he would no longer fear the void of unemployment. 1,000 ghostly coins? The staff erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Do you presume Boss Chu to be a nefarious capitalist? Boss Chu has made it clear that the establishment of Dachu Insurance is driven solely by the intention to benefit society. A mere 100 hell coins is all it costs for unemployment insurance." Upon hearing this, Old Lee's mind momentarily malfunctioned. The entire hall fell into an eerie silence, a profound stillness enveloping the space. All the specters stared wide-eyed, unable to fathom the astonishing price. How much? 100 hell coins? Although this sum was substantial to them, in light of the benefits offered by the unemployment insurance, it felt almost like a gift, especially for Old Lee, who just happened to possess exactly 100 hell coins. Having lived a life of resignation, he never anticipated that fate would take such a fortunate turn. Boss Chu is formidable. May misfortune befall Boss Chu's entire family. Elated, Old Lee promptly paid and registered for his unemployment insurance. Now, please proceed. Do not delay the next spirit from purchasing. The staff waved their hand. Almost every spirit coming to make a purchase expressed profound gratitude towards Boss Chu, who felt an immense pride. Not long ago, he too had lived as a lowly specter. But after becoming an employee of Dachu Insurance, his destiny took a remarkable shift. His monthly income surged from mere hundreds of hell coins to a staggering 10,000. Alongside various benefits, when it comes to gratitude, they were the most appreciative of Boss Chu's generosity. The news of the unemployment insurance spread like wildfire, building upon the previous insurance sale, swiftly reaching every corner of Yuming City. Almost every spirit mobilized, flocking to Dachu Insurance. At the entrance, spirits knelt and bowed, tears streaming down their faces in heartfelt thanks. Though Boss Chu could not hear them, this was their only solace in expressing their gratitude for such immense kindness. Chuang was en route to the headquarters at the banks of the Yellow Springs when he suddenly heard the sound of shackles shattering. His own peculiar fortune surged, propelling his cultivation to the late stage of the strange length. Chapter 98, The Correct Path. Is this the effect of the great Chu Insurance? Chuyang murmured to himself. In this bizarre apocalypse, all trades in spectral currency are mere illusions. Only one's own strength is genuine. To ascend from an ordinary person to the late stage of the strange length in just a few months signifies that Chuyang is treading a path of righteousness. He shall delve deeper and venture further until he reaches vistas he has never before witnessed. This is his ultimate goal. It had been a long time since he last visited, and the development at the Yellow Springs was immense. The headquarters had transformed from a single villa to encompass the entire villa district. Hey, brother, are you here to join the Yellow Springs? That's fantastic. Joining the Yellow Springs has been the most prudent decision I've made since the onset of the apocalypse. You know, after joining, I received 3 peculiar notes. But thanks to the guidance of my predecessors, I am still alive. A robust fellow adorned with a gleaming gold chain greeted Chuyang with exuberance. Is the Yellow Springs truly thriving? Chuyang inquired with curiosity. Absolutely. Every day, new members seek refuge in the Yellow Springs. Are you familiar with our leader, Yuan? He is nothing short of a sage. He never imposes demands upon us. The sole requirement is that we document the process of any strange tasks we undertake using pen and paper. The esteemed leader even sought out a distinguished expert from the Agricultural Science Institute, transforming a patch of barren land in the Villa district into a flourishing vegetable garden, thereby providing us with fresh produce. Brother Jean Lien spoke with palpable excitement, his words punctuated by fervent gestures. I have a question. As the number of individuals from the Underworld shore increases, it signifies the growing power of this faction. With the onset of the apocalypse and the liberation of human nature, it is reasonable to assume that a number of nefarious characters have infiltrated. And surely many covet the leadership position held by Yi Wuyo, right? Chuyang inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Of course. Brother Jean Lien scoffed dismissively. Just yesterday, we executed 5 such individuals. Leader Yi is a sage, steadfastly treading the righteous path, driven by lofty ideals and aspirations. If someone were to propose usurping his position, I dare say Leader Yi might genuinely consider stepping aside. However, we would never consent to such a thing. His presence is akin to a beacon, illuminating our path forward. He leads the Underworld shore, while we pledge to safeguard Leader Ye's well-being. Brother Jean Lien's expression radiated fervor, reflecting an unparalleled admiration for Yi Wuyo. Chuyang nodded. In his eyes, Yi Wuyo was indeed an anomaly. He possessed a heart yearning to save the world, yet his actions were never of a self-righteous nature. Previously, through the lens of the Black Death's eerie gaze, he had observed Yi Wuyo enveloped in resplendent golden light. After all that has been said, are you inclined to join us at the Underworld shore? Strength lies in numbers, and together we can find warmth. We also have a few formidable human warriors adept in cunning techniques. Brother Jean Lien extended an olive branch. My name is Chuyang, but I shall not be joining. Chuyang replied, shaking his head. What? You are Boss Chu? Brother Jean Lien exclaimed, taken aback by the revelation. How do you know me? Who doesn't know you? Among the surviving populace of Yunming City, you too are the most renowned. Some say you and Chief Yi are like twin stars of light and shadow. Chief Yi leads the remaining humans through the brilliance, while you delve into the darkness, bearing the weight of adversity. Brother Jean Lien gazes at you with admiration. Chuyang, speechless, utterly speechless. Who can comprehend the plight of a mere mortal like me, so unremarkable, standing alongside the saintly Yi Wuyo? Boss Chu, please follow me. Chief Yi has been awaiting your arrival, Brother Jean Lien stated. Awaiting? Does Yi Wuyo know I am coming? Chuyang inquired with a hint of confusion. Yes, it was mentioned quite early on that upon seeing Boss Chu, you would be brought here. I kindly ask you to follow me. Brother Jean Lien replied as he escorted Chuyang to the heart of the Villa district. At the core stood a modest house, surrounded by a vigilant team keeping watch. This is Chief Ye's residence, and this small team was formed voluntarily to ensure his safety, working in shifts around the clock, Brother Jean Lien explained. Boss Chu, a voice exclaimed, and a girl approached, radiating joy as she bounced towards him. Xiao Xia, Chuyang called out. It must be said that this girl struck a chord with Chuyang. It's been a while. How are Yuan Shu and the others faring? Xiao Xia inquired. The other 3 are average, managing to scrape by with a modest salary, but Yuan Shu possesses immense potential, Chuyang responded. That's good to hear. No wonder Brother Yuan sent so many Underworld coins recently. The esteemed leader has been waiting for you for quite some time. Please, do step inside. Xia opened the grand door. Yi Wuyo sat in the living room, having prepared tea. Under Yi Wuyo's leadership, the entire Villa district had managed to maintain a semblance of normalcy, albeit under somewhat harsh conditions. As the leader, it was only fitting for Yi Wuyo to indulge in a cup of tea. Upon seeing Chuyang enter, Yi Wuyo rose to greet him. Chuyang immediately utilized his Black Death mystic eyes to observe Yi Wuyo, who radiated a golden holy light, devoid of any trace of death energy. He then employed his breaking delusion mystic eyes, revealing Yi Wuyo in all his unmasked authenticity. Chuyang found it hard to believe that even in this bizarre apocalypse, someone could harbor such lofty and pure aspirations. Boss Chu, it seems you are doing well. I see your momentum has been quite formidable. Your enterprises must be reaching a crucial phase, Yi Wuyo remarked with a smile. His tone was gentle, evoking a sense of warmth akin to a spring breeze. Yi Wuyo discerned that Chu Yang was not taken aback. It was hardly surprising. Yi Wuyo had known of his arrival in advance, so being aware of certain matters was only natural. Indeed, I have encountered some challenges. I have heard that your information network is quite extensive, so I came to inquire. Chu Yang nodded. What would you like to know? Yi Wuyo inquired. The Fairness Bureau, specifically the information regarding the administrator of the Fair Product Scale, Chu Yang stated emphatically. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Wuyo called out toward the entrance, Xia, come here for a moment. I'm here, esteemed leader. Xia rushed in. Please fetch the file number 13. Understood. Before long, a file folder was placed in Chu Yang's hands. Upon extracting the papers within, he discovered they were filled with detailed information about the administrator's life. It includes the administrator's culinary preferences, daily habits, familial inclinations, and daily commuting routes, among other details. Upon encountering such specific information, Chu Yang exhibited a look of astonishment for the first time at the banks of the Yellow Springs. Yi Wuyo, your capabilities are indeed remarkable. Chu Yang glanced around, unable to discern any signs of Yi Wuyo's extraordinary abilities. Truly, you are extraordinary, he remarked earnestly. Yi Wuyo had surpassed his comprehension entirely. One thing was certain, she possessed an exceptionally powerful and enigmatic skill, likely related to foresight. Chapter 99. Administrator, what does it matter? I'm not extraordinary. This information comes from the demise of 6 members of the Yellow Springs. Chu Yang nodded and posed the question he was most curious about. Yi Wuyo, I am genuinely intrigued by your enigmatic skill. Is it the ability to foresee the future? Yi Wuyo shook her head and replied, my heart is as clear as a pristine mirror, and all my actions are driven by righteousness. What does that mean? Chu Yang struggled to grasp her meaning. This is my enigmatic skill. To walk the righteous path is to embody the essence of a sage. A sage, in essence, is one who, standing firm in their moral stance, cares for the world. However, even a sage, walking steadfastly on the right path, may occasionally encounter misfortune, which is unavoidable. My purpose is to address these misfortunes while remaining on the righteous path. Yi Wuyo spoke at length. Chu Yang comprehended her words, his expression becoming somewhat complex. According to this philosophy, if he too believed he was on the right path, did that make him a sage as well? Very well. I, Chu Yang, have also become a sage. Excellent. This 10 million ghost coins will certainly offset numerous side effects. Chu Yang placed the ghost coins in Yi Wuyo's hand. Boss Chu, I cannot accept this, Yi Wuyo firmly declined. You have your principles, and I have my own rules of conduct. To be honest, I do not wish to become too entangled with you. Having acquired your intelligence, I must repay you with ghost coins. Do not inquire why I choose to repay with ghost coins, as I am left with nothing but them. Having spoken, Chu Yang turned and departed with an air of nonchalance. Yi Wuyo glanced at the ghost coins in her hand, then at Chu Yang's receding figure, letting out a bitter smile. What is going on? Am I truly so untrustworthy? Xia, distribute these ghost coins to the deserving members. They possess greater experience and ought to have some funds for self-preservation. As evening fell, a small noodle shop near the Court of Fairness bustled with life. The proprietor, renowned for his exceptional culinary skills, had managed to thrive through 3 bizarre apocalyptic events. Boss, I will give you 10 million ghost coins. Allow me to work as a member of your staff, Chu Yang stated directly. Certainly. The proprietor's eyes twinkled with delight. How could such fortune exist? Not only does he wish to work for me, but he also offers ghost coins. Moments later, the shop door swung open, and a seemingly gentle and refined figure entered. Boss, greetings, here is your noodle. Chu Yang presented the dish. Administrator, how did you know I wanted this particular noodle? Among the patrons here, your demeanor stands out most remarkably. I have long known that you would grace us with your presence daily, even ordering a bowl of human blood noodles. Chu Yang remarked with a smile. The administrator, flattered by the compliment, inquired, why have I never seen you before? After a brief pause, the administrator fell silent, bowing his head to eat. As Chu Yang tidied up, he mused aloud. The malevolent spirits of today are truly exhausting. Not only must they strain their brains to devise bizarre tasks, issuing notes to humans to fulfill their rules, but they also frequently endure harsh reprimands from their superiors. At these words, the administrator's brow twitched, sensing a personal implication. What could this mean? It felt as though he were being spoken about, yet it seemed improbable. There were far worse fates for the malevolent spirits. Chu Yang sighed, reflecting on the matter. The administrator's grip on his chopsticks tightened momentarily. Lowering his head, He dismissed the notion, feeling no particular significance. The existence of these spirits seemed devoid of meaning. He contemplated the idea of ending it all. By the way, who is that diner? The administrator asked, feeling he might have found a kindred spirit, perhaps someone with whom to share a conversation. I have no idea. Perhaps they have gone off to seek their own demise, Chu Yang shrugged. The administrator pondered whether it might be better for him to do the same. Chu Yang fell silent, immersing himself in his work. The administrator, too, remained quiet, slurping his noodles, though he found his perception of Chu Yang deepening. Before long, the administrator had finished his meal. From a distance, he spotted his parents engaged in conversation with a health supplement salesperson, holding what amounted to 2 months of his wages. Fury surged within him as he contemplated approaching them, only to find someone else had already beaten him to it. This ridiculous health supplement is nothing but a tax on intelligence. It contains nothing but water. Chu Yang pointed at the health product salesman, berating him vehemently, before presenting evidence to the administrator's parents. Startled by the subtle aura of menace that Chu Yang deliberately exuded, the salesman took to his heels. The administrator's parents, upon viewing Chu Yang's evidence, were struck by a sudden realization, their faces betraying a sense of shame. Mom and Dad, the administrator called out as he approached. We are truly sorry, my son. We spent so much of your money on this intellectual tax, your father and I will never do it again. The elderly couple wept inconsolably, leaving the administrator at a loss for words. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and cast a grateful glance at Chu Yang. Oh, it's you? What a coincidence. Both Chu Yang and the administrator exclaimed in unison. Thank you. Without you, I would have wasted several months' salary. The administrator lamented bitterly. This young man is quite admirable, but alas, he is merely human. I might just fancy a little taste, the elderly lady remarked, licking her lips mischievously. What of it? Do not harbor any ill thoughts towards him, the administrator replied. Rest assured, we shan't cross paths again, the elderly lady waved dismissively. Nevertheless, the administrator felt a profound gratitude towards Chu Yang. Upon returning home, he was infuriated to find his eldest daughter using her cunning skills to chat with a blonde boy from afar. The situation was particularly vexing, as admonishment seemed futile. Any reprimand led to threats of self-harm. What misfortune befalls this household? Yet, when compared to his youngest son, the eldest daughter was merely infatuated. The youngest son sat on a chair, counting his fingers while drooling. 1 + 1 = 4. 4 + 4 = 44. I am truly a genius. He chuckled to himself, still drooling with delight. The administrator felt a wave of darkness engulf him, nearly losing consciousness.